Chapter 85, The Gambling Ship Incident. Around the gambling table, everyone's eyes widened. Oh my god, is it really tongue-washing? Isn't this luck too incredible? 10, J, Q, K, A, spades blossom together and win. Duh. The dealer announced the result of this game loudly, and even his voice trembled slightly. This game of cards is so exciting. The chips in the middle of the gambling table piled up into a small hill. The profit of this game was 112.2 million, plus the 11.8 million won in the first game. Lin Dong played 2 games and received 130 million. No one else has such luck and the speed of winning money. Jiang, how much did you lose tonight? Lin Dong turned his head and asked Jiang Zhongfa. At this moment, Mr. Jiang was excitedly applying security oil to his own people. I'm so excited. I can't stand the ups and downs of his mother. I didn't lose much, just over 70 million. Chiang Kai-shek's round face blushed, making him feel embarrassed this time. Boss Jiang, there should be 140 million yuan in principal here. I'll take 60 million yuan, and the remaining 80 million yuan belongs to you. Lin Dong is very generous, allowing the leader of Xingyi Union to have more shares, leaving a good impression and facilitating future cooperation between both parties. Brother Lin, how can this work? If we say we won by half, this. Chiang Kai-shek quickly objected. If someone else helped him turn the tables, how could a good promise not count? Even if we split in half, it's the money we win. We won 130 million yuan in both games, so if we split in half, it's only 65 million yuan. Boss Jiang, everyone is just slacking off, so don't worry about these small amounts. It would be best if you could help me exchange these 60 million into Hong Kong dollars. Lin Dong waved his hand and said arrogantly, Brother Lin, please rest assured that there are Hong Kong dollars and US dollars on the casino. Zhao Haoxing is currently the happiest. The leader not only did not lose any money tonight, but also returned the money he borrowed. On the other hand, on the stage opposite Lu Futian, there were only a few chips left, which was quite desolate. Lu Futian's face was gloomy, as he had not yet recovered from the blow just now. How is this possible? His own great gambling expert, Asia's first Kwai, unexpectedly capsized in the sewer, lost to a nobody. Deng Tiangang, the leader of the Dongxing gang next to him, didn't look much better either. This time, I suffered a huge loss. The carefully planned gambling game not only failed to win money, but also resulted in losses of tens of millions. Where did Chiang Kai-shek, the old fox, find such a wicked young man? Sir, your chips are not enough. Do you need to exchange them for a supplement? The dealer cleared his throat and looked at Lu Futian. No need, that's all for tonight. Lu Futian exchanged glances with Deng Tiangang, and then got up and left the gambling table. Sorry, I won't be playing either. Your name is Lin Dong, right? I hope you're lucky enough to make it through tonight. After Deng Tiangang finished speaking, he put away the chips on the stage and gave Lin Dong a meaningful glance before getting up and leaving his seat. Damn it, have you been threatened? Before Lin Dong could react, Chiang Kai-shek launched a challenge and said, Deng Tiangang, what do you mean? You can't afford to lose, can you? If you have the courage, just send your horse over, and I, Xingyi Ilian, will accompany you to the end. Deng Tiangang didn't answer anymore, gave a cold laugh, pushed the door open and left the VIP room. After the game was over, Lin Dong was also happy to be quiet. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Zhao Haoxing and De Tian went to exchange cash, he exchanged contact numbers with Chiang Kai-shek. 2 big men sat next to each other and started chatting affectionately. After waiting for about 30 minutes, Zhao Haoxing and De Tiankai pulled back 2 large suitcases of cash. One of the boxes belongs to Lin Dong and contains a total of 60 million Hong Kong dollars. Unexpectedly, tonight's kidnapping of Gao Qijiang resulted in such a huge, unexpected gain. Not only did it harvest 1.7 billion yuan in black gold from gambling on ships, but it also converted Zhao Haoxing's 100 million yuan check and easily won 60 million Hong Kong dollars. Brother Lin, it's almost 4 a.m. now. Let's go to the restaurant for some late-night snacks and then sleep on the boat for one night. Zhao Haoxing led a few people through the casino, preparing to head to the luxurious restaurant on the 6th floor. Brother Lin will only stay on the ship for one night. Tomorrow noon, we will return to port with the cruise ship. Okay, then let's return to port tomorrow. Lin Dong nodded and also wanted to experience the nightlife of this luxurious cruise ship. Brother Lin, would you like to have some foreign meat tonight? There are quite a few foreign girls here, tall and snow-white northern bears and horses, and charming and romantic French foxes. The Persian cat with blonde hair and blue eyes, the gentle and considerate Japanese lamb. Chiang Kai-shek affectionately hugged Lin Dong's shoulder and said mysteriously, what flavor do you like? You can even mix and eat. I'll arrange it. Lin Dong's forehead was full of black lines, and he quickly refused. These public goods are not to his taste. The 4 of them joked and walked through the busiest dice betting area, less than 30 meters away from leaving the entrance of the gambling hall. As Lin Dong was marching, he suddenly felt a strange breath and quickly scanned his surroundings. He noticed that in the crowd at the casino, there were suddenly more than 50 people wearing black masks, as if performing a stage play. These people may have been crazy gamblers or polite waiters just a second ago. At this moment, they all abruptly put on masks and took out pistols or AK-47s from their waists or leather bags. It can't be true. Is there a robber on a luxury gambling boat? Lin Dong's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to sound a reminder to the three people next to him. The entrance of the gambling hall ahead was slammed shut with a loud bang. Four black-clad men holding AK-47s, wearing black masks, stood fiercely on both sides of the gate. Bang! Da-da-da-da. A crisp gunshot followed by a burst of automatic rifle fire shook the air in the casino. Robbery! The newly awakened gambler screamed and rushed towards the gate in panic. The four robbers guarding the entrance of the gambling hall picked up their AK-47s and fired a round of shots towards the ceiling. Da-da-da-da. The crowd rushing towards the gate screamed in panic once again. At this moment, everyone in the gambling hall realized that they had encountered a robbery, a premeditated gambling boat robbery. Lin Dong and his group are actually not far from the exit. With his current strength, he has a 10% chance of solving the four robbers at the entrance. But he may escape, but he cannot guarantee the safety of those around him. After all, bullets have no eyes, and others don't have his abnormal speed. Besides, is it necessarily safe to escape from the gambling hall? He guessed that there were definitely more than 50 robbers in the gambling hall. The ships outside are probably under the control of the accomplices of these robbers. Lin Dong and Chiang Kai-shek exchanged glances and hid in the panicked crowd. Listen up, everyone, squat down in place for me. I'll count 10 times. Who's still running around? Give you a bullet. 10, 9, 8. At this moment, a horseman's voice sounded over the spacious gambling hall. A tall man with a figure of at least 1.9 meters, wearing a black mask and a large black windbreaker, is standing on a small stage in the center of the gambling hall. He held a silver jungle revolver in his right hand and a loudspeaker in his left hand, coldly counting down. 3, 2, 1 foot. Countdown completed. Beside the stage, a wealthy woman in her 50s was shaking her bulky body and running towards another bald man not far away. Bang! There are still a few meters left before the woman can reach her husband's side. But the next second, her head was like a cracked watermelon, spewing out a bright red liquid. A scream of terror echoed from all around. The noblewoman's head shattered in half, her round eyes filled with fear, and she slumped to the ground. Her bald husband sobbed and was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, with a puddle of wet urine flowing out from under his pants. Who else dares to move around? This person is the end of the line. The man in a black windbreaker on stage blew a cool sigh at the still smoking gun in the dense forest. Chapter 86. The ransom game commences. On the pitch-black sea, 200 meters away from the Elizabeth, an anchored vessel lay still. Fengzi and Ingyan were seated before a pile of glowing coals, leisurely grilling seafood. Aside from the four thugs keeping watch at the bow and stern, the remainder of the Cine Alliance members gathered around two other heaps of coals, indulging in beer and grilled fish. The savory aroma of the grilled fish wafted throughout the vessel, while the raucous sounds of drunken revelry echoed across the tranquil waters. Suddenly, one of the thugs stationed at the stern shouted, "Everyone, look! A ship is approaching. It's a large airship." The individuals engaged in grilling and drinking promptly stood up and rushed to the porthole to peer outside. Indeed, a white airship, its navigation lights twinkling, was swiftly closing in against the night backdrop. Within a minute, the airship drew near to the vessel, and from the cockpit emerged a young man with dyed red hair. "Turkey brother, you've finally arrived. De Tion has gone aboard the gambling ship. I'll contact him immediately," a minor leader aboard the vessel called out loudly, turning to dash back into the cabin to fetch a satellite phone. "You bunch of scoundrels, enjoying yourselves while hiding on the ship, grilling seafood?" The red-haired man, referred to as Turkey brother, grumbled in a gruff voice. "Grill more. Our brothers aboard Stillhaven T had their supper after 2 hours on the water. Rest assured. Turkey brother, we'll get right to it." After a while, the thug who had just rushed into the cabin emerged with a hint of panic. "Turkey brother, our boss has phone ISNT going through. Could something be wrong?" Turkey brother furrowed his brow and called out, "Jiao Pai, bring me my satellite phone." With an affirmative response, a black satellite phone soon appeared in Turkey brother's hand. He dialed De Tion and Zhao Haoxing's numbers repeatedly, but to no avail. Helpless, Turkey had no choice but to call their boss, Jiang Zhongfa. The harsh sound of a busy signal filled Turkey's heart with an ominous premonition. He silently gazed at the white cruise ship over 200 meters away and coldly commanded, "Everyone, grab your weapons. The airship is approaching the gambling ship," to shout orders. Both the vessel and the airship had lost phone signals. Meanwhile, De Tion, who was crouched among the crowd in the gambling hall, attempted to secretly dial 2 numbers, but was met with the same busy tone. Zhao Haoxing, skeptical, pulled out his satellite phone to dial, and unsurprisingly, the calls failed to connect. At that moment, the man in the black trench coat on the small stage spoke again. "I must announce one more thing. The satellite phone signals within a 5-kilometer radius centered around this ship have been jammed. Therefore, do not waste your efforts trying to make calls. Fear not, Shortly I will allow each of you a chance to call. Though it will not be to report to the police, but rather to negotiate ransom, haha. The man in the trench coat skillfully twirled a firearm in his right hand, raising his voice once more. Regrettably, ladies and gentlemen, you have been kidnapped, and the ransom game has now begun. Those with a net worth exceeding 300 million, please step to my right, the rest, to my left, and form a line. Mass staff, please maintain order. Anyone disobeying will receive a bullet. I solemnly remind you not to attempt to deceive us. Your information is easily accessible. Stand in line honestly, or else bang. The crowd in the gambling hall gradually rose, instinctively choosing sides. No one was foolish. They understood that standing on the right would yield a greater ransom. Yet they feared the gang leader discovering their dishonesty and facing a bullet. For a moment, many found themselves in a state of hesitation and inner turmoil. Lin, which side should we stand on? Zhao Haoxing was also uncertain. Given his net worth, standing in the right line was undoubtedly more than sufficient. Trust me. Stand on the right and observe the situation, Lin Dong calmly advised, having spent the previous moments meticulously assessing the environment and dynamics. Tian, stand on the left. You don't have much to offer. If they demand a ransom, let Zhao Laodao assist you. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Lin Xiao. Tian, clear-headed, expressed his gratitude and moved toward the more populated left line. Damn, Lin, you're quite skilled at playing favorites. Zhao Haoxing rolled his eyes, inwardly critiquing Lin Dong's cunningness. Since you're Zhao Laodao's subordinate, of course, you should pay. Should I expect Mr. Jiang and I to cover the cost? Lin Dong patted Jiang Zhongfa's arm, and the three made their way toward the right side, the area designated for the 300 million wealthy individuals. Lin's words hold merit. Jiang Zhongfa nodded in agreement, though he felt a tightness in his chest. His recent streak of bad luck had left him reeling. After suffering heavy losses at the gambling ship that evening, he was grateful for Lin Dong's timely intervention, which had mitigated his losses. Just as that wave of trouble seemed to settle, they were now confronted by a group of unknown thugs demanding ransom. Two of the three major triad leaders of Hong Kong had been kidnapped by a band of ruffians. How could he ever face anyone again if word got out? Alas, as the lining up in the gambling hall was just completed, the main doors swung open. Over 40 armed robbers, their faces concealed by masks and wielding AKs, herded around 300 passengers into the casino hall in a grand procession. Good. Welcome to the newcomers. Our ranks are growing ever larger. I must reiterate, those with a net worth exceeding 300 million, please line up to my right. Move it, be obedient. The rest, join the other line. The thrilling game is about to commence. Standing in the 300 million wealthy zone, Lin Dong casually scanned the nearly 100 distinguished guests surrounding him. Aside from Jiang Zhongfa and Zhao Haoxing, he recognized three others: the leader of the Dongxing gang, Deng Tian gang, Asia's fastest hand, Lu Futian, and the only acquaintance he had, the Eastern beauty, Yamamoto Tomoko. Cough, cough, everyone. The ransom game officially begins. Allow me to introduce ourselves. We are the Black Masked Robbers. The man in the black trench coat cleared his throat, his hoarse voice resonating clearly through the loudspeaker. Of course, we are also the most professional robbers in the world. Thus, we strictly adhere to the code of conduct of our profession. Once we receive the money, we release the captives. You are all prominent figures from Hong Kong and beyond. You may call me Black Mask. I hope to earn your endorsement in the future. The man, self-identified as Black Mask, chuckled lightly and continued his address. The rules of the game are very simple. For the 300 million wealthy individuals on the right, your ransom is 100 million. We accept cash, Swiss bank drafts, or bank transfers. If you require phone assistance, please consult the armed staff beside you. For others, the ransom is set at 10 million each. Of course, if you cannot produce the funds, it's no problem. Men will receive a bullet, while women will be subjected to the attentions of our 20 brothers in turn. If you survive, the 10 million ransom can be waived. Fair enough, wouldn't you agree? I will count to 3. If there are no objections, we can begin. 3, 2, 1. Upon hearing the demand for a 100 million ransom, Jiang Zhongfa's round face darkened considerably. Yet, given the current circumstances, he dared not resist. The 80 million in his suitcase had not even warmed up, and now it seemed he would have to part with it again. The dignified leader of the Cine Alliance found himself extorted, yet he couldn't even muster a sound. This is the stark distinction between the mafia and desperate bandits. Excuse me, must I truly resort to my body for a ransom if I do not possess 100 million? A soft, melodious feminine voice resonated through the tense casino hall. Lin Dong looked up to see the woman clad in a kimono, Yamamoto Tomoko. Chapter 87. The Alluring Crime of Tomoko Yamada. The man in the black mask, clad in a trench coat, surveyed the oriental woman with keen interest. Beauty. Your question is quite astute. Now, everyone, let the ransom game commence. He raised the megaphone, issuing the command to begin. Surrounding them were vigilant guards and over 30 masked bandits, who began collecting ransom from the crowd on either side. All casino chips were rendered worthless, only cash. Swiss bank drafts and bank transfers would be accepted. Brothers, I've lost all my money. I truly cannot produce the 10 million, pleaded a gaunt young man, kneeling and desperately begging. What did you say? No money? Then cease wasting our time. Two masked bandits seized the emaciated man, dragging him away like a lifeless dog to a corner of the gaming hall. A series of gunshots rang out, abruptly silencing his cries. His head and body erupted with blood before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Brothers, we are merely workers. How could we possibly have 10 million? Please, have mercy and spare us. On the other side, two beautiful young women knelt, incessantly pleading with their captors. Though they were dressed quite elegantly, they appeared to be the type who had cunningly boarded the gambling boat to ensnare wealthy patrons. To demand 10 million from each of them? It would be more merciful to end their lives. Yet faced with these ruthless bandits, their fate would likely be far worse than death. Ladies, no ransom money? Do you comprehend the consequences? Chuckled one of the bandits. The four accomplices showed no regard for the women's cries and pleas. Exchanging knowing glances, two of them seized one woman each, dragging them onto a small stage. What transpired next shattered any remaining illusions of hope among the hostages. They watched helplessly as the two delicate women were forced down on the stage, their clothing torn away before the crowd. The casino hall echoed with their desperate screams. Despite their frantic struggles, they could not escape the relentless torment of these brutish men. Did you witness that? We are professional bandits. We keep our word. Pay the ransom, and you shall be released. Of course, if you truly lack funds, I'm afraid the men must face bullets. While the women will be obliged to serve our 20 brothers, one less is unacceptable. Ha ha ha. The masked man concluded, letting out a chilling laugh. He set the megaphone aside, leaping down from the stage, striding arrogantly towards Tomoko Yamada. His large hand grasped her delicate chin, eliciting a series of crude chuckles. Beauty. Could you repeat what you just said? Please let me go, Tomoko Yamada replied, furrowing her beautifully shaped brows. In the face of the lecherous masked man, she surprisingly displayed little panic. Oh, my apologies, I almost forgot to show you some pity. He released her chin, shrugging. What I mean is, if you cannot produce 100 million, must you then offer your body as payment? Tomoko Yamada's eyes widened, sparkling like stars as she inquired, word by word. The masked man, taken aback, pointed at the stage where the humanitarian tragedy was unfolding. Beauty, are you blind or simply deaf to my words? Do I need to repeat such a simple question? But I am different, she stammered, her face flushed. What makes you different? Do you have extra flesh on your bones or what? The masked man leered at her, scrutinizing her form. Her neat, unadorned kimono emitted an alluring fragrance of camellias. Yet, no matter how pure and beautiful her exterior, it could not conceal her devilish figure. Woman, you are simply irresistible, a temptation to crime. He swallowed hard, his eyes glinting with desire. Since you have made such a declaration, it would be rude not to inspect further, wouldn't it? Beauty, let us retreat to a room and explore what makes you so different. Ha ha ha. Overwhelmed by Tomoko Yamada's enchanting beauty, the masked man no longer held back. He hoisted her onto his shoulder without regard for her desperate struggles and screams, striding towards a nearby VIP room. Tomoko Yamada's two female attendants attempted to rush in for a rescue, but were brutally struck to the ground by the butt of an AK-47. The dark muzzles of the guns were aimed threateningly at them. Do you know who our lady is? One of the bandits barked. If a single hair on her head is harmed, you will all perish. Ignoring their pain, the two attendants began to curse vehemently. Yet these hardened criminals were impervious to threats. In their eyes, the women were merely meat to be butchered or lambs awaiting slaughter. Squatting among the crowd, Zhao Haoxing and Jiang Zhongfa's expressions grew increasingly grim. They had considered revealing their identities, hoping that perhaps these brutal bandits would show leniency, recognizing them as fellow members of the Underworld. However, given the current circumstances, they realized they had been overly optimistic. These masked bandits were solely driven by money, showing no regard for anyone's reputation. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Zhao, you both have been around long enough. Have you heard of this gang? Lin Dong observed with a detached demeanor. This gang had yet to direct their attention toward him, and he had no intention of intervening. Brother Lin, this is my first encounter with the masked man, Jiang Zhongfa whispered. A group that operates so brazenly and ruthlessly should be quite notorious in the underworld. Indeed, it's strange that we've never heard of them, Zhao Haoxing concurred. Could it be that this gambling boat hijacking is their debut performance? Very likely, Lin Dong nodded in agreement, sensing an odd intuition that this gang of robbers was not as straightforward as they appeared. If this hijacking incident truly marked their first endeavor, the mastermind behind the planning and execution would undoubtedly be a criminal genius of high intellect. From the arrangement of personnel to the timing of the operation, as well as the preparation of weapons and various facilities, everything had been executed flawlessly. What they may not have anticipated was the presence of Lin Dong. An anomaly aboard the gambling boat that night. Lin Dong's perceptive vision had now been activated. His sight penetrated the wall of the VIP room adjacent to the gaming hall, revealing the scene within with crystal clarity. Inside the spacious VIP room, the anticipated scenario of brute force did not materialize. The alluring Miss Tomoko Yamada was not being pinned down on the floor or sofa, her garments in tatters, her modesty exposed. Instead, an exceedingly bizarre tableau unfolded before Lin Dong's eyes. The once arrogant and perverse masked man stood before Tomoko Yamada with utmost respect, slightly bowing. The typically gentle and innocent Tomoko Yamada appeared transformed. She sat elegantly on a leather sofa, producing a slender lady's cigarette. The towering masked man hurriedly stepped forward, trembling with fear as he lit her cigarette. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. What was happening? Were they in cahoots? Damn. I almost overlooked that. It turned out that this Oriental woman was the true mastermind, and the two had been performing a ruse all along. Chapter 88. This pace of earning is faster than the black gold system. Tomoko Yamada and the man known as Blackface lingered in the VIP room for a full 40 minutes. Upon their exit, the boisterous Blackface strode out with an air of satisfaction, his demeanor unapologetically brazen. In stark contrast, the Oriental beauty trailing behind him had transformed into a disheveled figure. Her hair unkempt and attire in disarray, a pitiful sight indeed. Observing her unsteady steps, one could not help but notice the tear-streaked visage of her once flawless beauty. It was easy to presume she had just endured a harrowing ordeal of unspeakable cruelty. Amidst the surrounding sympathetic gazes, Tomoko Yamada returned to her two female attendants, her anguished tears once again spilling forth. What has happened to you, miss? When we return home, we shall surely report this to the master of the family and ensure that he meets a most gruesome fate. The righteous indignation of the two attendants, however, did little to stir the atmosphere. Lin Dong observed their performance from a distance, internally marveling. This Oriental girl possesses remarkable acting skills. It would be a waste for her not to pursue a career in Hollywood. To validate his suspicions, Lin Dong discreetly activated the black gold eye. Lansoa male, 37 years old, alias Blackface, former head of Blackwater Company mercenaries, leader of the Blackface organization, involved in 23 cases of murder, robbery, kidnapping, and extortion. Black gold value, 620 million. Location of hidden black gold. He was correct. This individual was not the true mastermind behind Blackface, but merely a high-ranking employee. The identity of the actual leader of the Blackface organization was becoming increasingly clear. During the preceding moments, Lin Dong and his companions had successfully delivered the ransom. Lin Dong, Jiang Zhongfa, and Zhao Haoxing each contributed 100 million, while Didion provided 10 million, totaling 310 million. The two suitcases contained a combined gambling fund of 140 million, and Zhao Haoxing held a 100 million check from a Swiss bank. Thus, when Zhao Haoxing presented another bank check for 70 million, the four of them were smoothly escorted to the release zone. They awaited the completion of ransom payments from all present before the gang would liberate them. In the meantime, over 30 men were executed on the spot for their inability to produce sufficient ransom, while more than 10 women became the playthings of these ruthless brigands. Those unable to pay the ransom lay on the stage, subjected to relentless degradation and abuse by the criminals. It would not be long before, even if they survived, they would be left with but half a life. From the very beginning, this gang had never intended to show mercy. Under such pressure, more individuals chose to pay for their freedom, and Lin Dong estimated that within 2 hours, over 90 people had paid a ransom of 100 million. More than 800 individuals were able to afford ransoms in the tens of millions. This meant that in a short span of time, the gang had raked in an astonishing 17.1 billion. The speed at which they amassed wealth was unfathomably swift, even surpassing the black gold system. Lin Dong felt a pang of discontent. With the conclusion of the ransom payments, he promptly activated the black gold system. The 17.1 billion ransom, once in the hands of the gang, had completely transformed into black gold, excluding the previously converted 1.7 billion and the 8.5 billion transferred via bank transactions that the system could not convert. There remained an astonishing 6.9 billion represented by those checks from the Swiss bank. Naturally, these bank checks could be converted on site, and this unexpected windfall of 6.91 billion became part of the system's wealth. Ding successfully converted black gold 6.91 billion. Wealth balance, 10.67,486 billion. Although it was still shy of 7 billion, the exhilaration of becoming a billionaire for the first time was undeniably gratifying. Lin Dong sighed silently. He was uncertain whether to thank these robbers. Without their presence tonight, his own earnings would not have been so monumental. Thus, Zhang Sanqing's assertion proved correct. The rapid acquisition of immense wealth is indeed inscribed within the law. Over 2 hours prior, the Turkey, aboard a large aircraft, had drawn near to the cruise ship, coming within 50 meters. He stood flamboyantly at the bow, poised to make a loud announcement. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from above the cruise ship. The glass of the white airship's cockpit shattered instantaneously, and sparks flew from the vessel. Damn it, they have AKs. As the gunfire commenced, the agile turkey hurriedly retreated into the cabin, though unfortunately, he sustained a gunshot wound to his right buttock. Turn around, retreat. The turkey gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his rear and issued the command to withdraw. His right hand instinctively reached back, coming away smeared in blood. What in the world is happening with this gambling ship? Have we been hijacked? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. And he ordered the airship to hasten its retreat. It was not until they had distanced themselves by nearly 500 meters that the gunfire ceased. The turkey did not allow the large aircraft to halt, but continued to navigate until reaching a safe expanse of sea 2 kilometers away, where he finally exhaled in relief. Boss, the smaller vessel has also escaped, a young thug reported as he rushed in. Turn on the lights to signal them to approach. And keep a close watch for any unusual movements from the gambling ship. Understood, boss. Assess the casualties. Boss, everyone managed to take cover in time. So no one was hurt except for you. Damn it, what a stroke of bad luck. Who the hell knows how to extract bullets? The turkey nearly lost his composure, shouting loudly. However, when it came time to extract the bullet, he would undoubtedly have to expose his rear to his subordinates. How humiliating. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Blackface ascended the small stage once more, lifting a megaphone. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your generous contributions. You are all wise individuals who understand the principle of converting wealth to avert disaster. Let me assure you that at any time, as long as one possesses money, no matter how perilous the situation, it can be overcome. Therefore, let us all strive to earn more. I hope that when we meet again, we can continue to prosper amicably. Haha. Witnessing his maniacal demeanor, Lin Dong felt an overwhelming urge to rush onto the stage and kick him several times. Damn it. I will not allow any entity to outshine the black gold system in terms of profit. Even if such a thing exists, it must be under my control. Rest assured, our blackface organization operates with absolute integrity. We are undoubtedly the most trustworthy bandits in the world. In 2 hours, the signal jamming will automatically cease. Furthermore, the captain and crew are securely bound in the cockpit, so there is no cause for concern. Farewell, esteemed patrons. With that, Blackface flourished his long black coat and, flanked by nearly 100 armed brigands, swaggered out of the gambling hall. The doors to the casino slammed shut. The tense atmosphere within the hall abruptly relaxed. The survivors of this harrowing ordeal began to engage in raucous chatter, releasing emotions that had long been pent up. Some lamented, while others embraced one another in tears of excitement. A few audacious onlookers even treaded through the pools of blood to inspect the dozens of male corpses strewn about the corners of the hall. Above the stage lay over 20 naked female bodies, some barely clinging to life, others staring vacantly with glazed eyes. 3 hours of relentless humiliation and suffering had drained them of any will to seek an end to their plight. Didion approached the casino entrance and pushed against the door with force. It did not budge. It seemed to have been locked from the outside. Didion, there's no point in exerting yourself. In 2 hours, when the signal is restored, help will naturally come, Lin Dong reminded him with resignation. Didion scratched his head awkwardly. Indeed, these robbers are merely driven by greed. They are unlikely to resort to absolute annihilation. Certainly, if they were to eliminate all of you golden geese, who would they turn to for their golden eggs in the future? A cryptic smile played at the corners of Lin Dong's lips. Alas, my 80 million has vanished before it could even warm up. Jiang Zhongfa exclaimed in torment. Mr. Jiang, it seems that this money was all contributed by me. Zhao Haoxing grimaced as he reminded him. Does that mean you don't have to pay it back? Oh, indeed, Haoxing. Let us consider this. Perhaps we could simply regard this sum as your contribution to the society. Lin Dong chose to disregard the nonsensical banter between the two and slowly approached the dazed Shantian Zico. Miss Shantian, are you in sorrow or merely reminiscing? Startled, Shantian Zico looked up at Lin Dong. Who are you? What do you mean by that? How dare you be so disrespectful to our Miss Zico? The two female attendants beside her stepped in front of Lin Dong. Chapter 89. To repeat what you have not done. With two faint, muffled thuds, Shantian Zico witnessed Lin Dong's hand flicker, and the two attendants collapsed to the ground. What have you done to them? Shantian Zico was filled with rage and fear. Yet she found herself powerless against this man. He was not the black face. He would not heed her commands. Moreover, this man might have already discerned her secret. Quiet down. Let them lie for a moment, Lin Dong said coldly, gesturing towards Shantian Zico. Miss Zico, shall we step into the VIP room for a chat? I have a few questions to pose to you. This gentleman is surnamed Lin. You must be associated with Mr. Jiang, for my father and Mr. Jiang are old acquaintances. Shantian Zico feigned a pitiful demeanor, and with her pure and beautiful visage, She was indeed a sight to behold. Do not make unwarranted connections. I am not particularly familiar with Jiang Zhongfa. I will count to 3. Will you accompany me inside? 3, 2, 1. As Lin Dong reached 1, he noticed that this Oriental woman showed no inclination to move. He let out a cold chuckle and swiftly kicked out with his right foot. Crack. The female attendant lying on the right side of the floor had her neck shattered, and without a sound, she departed to meet the deity of the sun. You actually killed her? You monster. Shantian Zico trembled all over, unsure if it was from fury or fear. You flatter me, in comparison to you. I am but a benevolent demon. Lin Dong pointed towards the group of wretched naked women on the stage, then shifted his finger to the corner of the gambling hall, littered with corpses and blood. I will count once more. 3, 2, 1. Wait. I will go in with you. Shantian Zico hurriedly interjected, then took a step towards the VIP room. Excellent. You finally understand, albeit a bit late. Lin Dong followed suit, and as he passed by another female attendant, he mercilessly kicked out with his right foot. Crack. Yet another Oriental girl perished under the foot of the great demon Lin. Shantian Zico, walking ahead, was momentarily stunned, her steps faltering, yet she ultimately dared not look back. She fought to steady her trembling body, filled with silent fury, advancing step by step into the VIP room. Lin Dong took a moment to gesture reassuringly to Jiang Zhongfa and the others before following her inside. The door to the VIP room was locked from the inside. Lin Dong pointed to the luxurious large sofa, revealing a devilish smile. Miss Zico, please take a seat. Would you care for a lady cigarette first? Who exactly are you? What do you know? A tempest of emotions surged within Shantian Zico. Who was this man? How did he know the details of her encounter with the blackface in the VIP room? Who am I? During the all-in gambling game. We have already met. Miss Zico should be familiar with my name, Lin Dong. In truth, my identity matters little, and how much I know is inconsequential. I have merely 3 questions. Lin Dong compelled the astonished Shantian Zico to sit, while he himself plopped down on the sofa opposite her. Observing this woman's carefully crafted pitiful facade, Lin Dong shook his head and smiled, silently activating the black gold eye. Shantian Zico, female, 27 years old, second heir of the Yakuza Mikoto Group. Founder of the Blackface organization, implicated in 32 cases including hired murder, arms trafficking, and kidnapping for ransom. Black gold value, 19,657 billion, converted, 8,75,586 billion. It turns out the mastermind behind the Blackface organization is indeed her. Black gold hiding locations. 1. Swiss Bank Premium Private Account. 18, 2 billion. 2. Unnamed deserted island 1,636 kilometers southeast of the Australian continent. 1. For billion. 3. Residence at 369, Sanini Road, Kobe, Japan. 57 million. Who would have thought this woman has multiple hiding places? She has quite a stash. Despite having acquired her information, Lin Dong had no intention of letting her off easily. His objective was to shatter this woman's psychological defenses and completely subdue her. Miss Zico, you are aware that I possess little patience. So it would be best for you to answer my 3 questions truthfully. The first question, what is your true identity? Lin Dong's piercing gaze was like 2 sharp blades, chilling Shantian Zico to the bone. I hail from the Yakuza in Shinhoku. My father is Yamada Kaichi, the current leader of the largest Yakuza group, Mikoto. Shantian Zico decided to take the plunge. Faced with Lin Dong's unpredictable demeanor, she dared not conceal any longer. Furthermore, she hoped to intimidate this arrogant man with the Mikoto group's reputation. Oh, so, you are the daughter of the renowned leader of the Yakuza Mikoto? I am honored. Lin Dong inclined his head slightly, yet there was no trace of fear or respect on his face. However, your answer does not satisfy me. I wish to know about your other identity. What identity? Shantian Zico exclaimed in shock, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Miss Zico, stop pretending. What is your relationship with the bandit Blackface? You would not seriously tell me that your connection is merely that he forced himself upon you and spared you a billion, would you? Lin Dong mocked. Your performance is indeed quite impressive, especially you. If you were to star in adult films, your tears would surely be genuine. Lin Dong, you bastard, you devil. Lin Dong's venomous words ignited Shantian Zico's fury. Do not casually insult my character. Do you wish to make an enemy of the Mikoto group? Lin Dong scoffed. Rising to his feet and slowly approaching Shantian Zico, he grasped her smooth chin, scrutinizing her pure face from top to bottom. Exceptional acting skills, beautiful appearance, and a flawless figure. What a pity, your heart is too venomous. Miss Zico, will you still insist on your previous statement that you have no ties to the Blackface organization? Shantian Zico's face turned pale, yet her eyes brimmed with resentment and malice as she gritted her teeth and spat. Are you threatening me? Lin Dong chuckled, tightening his grip, leaving 2 indents on her chin. My patience is quite limited. You have 5 seconds to consider whether you will answer me truthfully. Lin Dong, I warn you. If you provoke the Mikoto group, you shall have no place to die. Is that so? 2 seconds left. Time us up. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Dong's right hand burst up and slapped his innocent and pretty face. Oh, a sudden moan of tenderness. Tomoko Yamada was hit and felt dizzy and disoriented. She glared at Lin Dong incredulously, with a resentful look in her eyes, wishing she could cut the despicable man in front of her to death. Unfortunately, Lin Dong did not give her any chance to resist. Yamada Tomoko's clothes were quickly torn off. Even the last line of defense of her body was instantly torn down. Don't you enjoy acting? Then I'll take over the role of the black side and do everything you haven't done. Lin Dong's indifferent voice, like a demon from hell, pierced through Yamada Tomoko's final reserve. Lin Dong, you bastard, you must die? I'm going to kill you. Lin Dong didn't waste any more words, ignored her curses, and went straight into battle. Every inch of his pores burned like a raging fire. Lin Dong's eyes flashed past the corner of the gambling hall not long ago, with blood splattered from bullets and the gunshots. Passing over the stage, there were endless screams and cries of pain and despair. The lens of time, as if imbued with spirituality, constantly travels with him. He seemed to see 59 years ago. A group of livestock wearing grass-yellow military uniforms turned a city into a sea of corpses and blood, with a scene of devastation like hell on earth. And the name of that city is Jinling. Chapter 90. The Oriental Maid, an important chess piece. An hour later, the clouds dispersed and the rain rested, and Lin Dongming withdrew his troops. Tomoko Yamada collapsed on the spacious sofa, with tears streaming down her pretty face and prominent claw marks covering her snow-white body. Lin Dong, you shameless devil, I won't let you go. Yamada Tomoko, whose whole body was sore and weak, had given up resistance, and she even had no idea of covering up. If her gaze could kill someone, she would probably have torn apart the demon man in front of her thousands of times. I am a demon. Don't you have any sense of urgency about what you have done yourself? Of course. Lin Dong wouldn't get used to her, and continued to ask in a cold voice. Tell me, what is your relationship with the Blackface organization? Yamada Tomoko curled up slightly with her bare body, as if trying to dispel the chill emanating from her body in the room. Blackface is an organization that I started to form 3 years ago, mainly used for extortion and robbery of wealthy businessmen and tycoons, and has nothing to do with the Three Family Group. Although Lin Dong had already known the answer, she was still slightly surprised when this Dongyan girl admitted it herself. Oh, is it actually Miss Jizi, your personal private soldier? It's not easy. I'm curious. As a female, how did you tame these vicious bandits? This won't bother you, Mr. Lin. Jizi has her own way. Yamada Tomoko responded coldly, wanting to sit up, only to realize that her whole body was scattered and unable to exert any strength. This hateful Lin Dong doesn't know how to cherish Jade at all. Still stubborn? Hee. It seems that the lesson I've taught you is not profound enough. The second question is, how did the black side get into gambling boats? Tomoko Yamada smoothed her disheveled hair in front of her forehead and sneered. Since ancient times, has your country of China ever lacked traitors and lackeys who only seek profit? As long as you have money, who can't buy it off? Lin Dong's expression was stiff, but he had to admit in his heart that no matter how large the nation is, there will always be many people who betray their ancestors and forget their roots. And these Easterners have a tradition of looking down upon the weak and admiring the strong, which is truly a continuation of the tradition. The weaker you are, the more you flatter and please them, the more they will look down on you. Only by mercilessly scaring and subduing them can this island nation obediently obey. Decades ago, Citibank's 2 big shots in the island countries of Guangxi and Changchi were the most obvious examples. Last question, where is the stronghold of the Blackface organization? Lin Dong withdrew his graceful thoughts and asked in a deep voice. Lin Dong, do you think I will tell you this question? There was a hint of contempt on Tomoko Yamada's handsome face. The biggest trump card in my hand. I spent more than 2 years planning and preparing, and another 3 years and countless efforts to build a private armed force. How could she easily tell a stranger? No, it's an enemy. This secret, even her most beloved father, didn't tell her. What does Lin Dong want to eat? Miss Jizi, I think you haven't figured out the situation yet. Do you still have a choice now? Lin Dongjuan's face darkened as he stepped forward and pinched the woman's chin again. How about we ask a different question? Miss Jizi, would you be willing to become my servant to Lin Dong? Tomoko Yamaguchi stared at Lin Dong, who was close at hand, as if looking at a big fool. Lin Dong, have you gone crazy? Who am I? The noblest young lady of the trio, the founder of the Black Face, will become your servant? Ha ha. It's just a pipe dream. Is that so? Lin Dong's mouth curled up, but without saying much, he reached out and patted it. Oh, Lin Dong, I'm going to kill you. Lin Dong, you beast, you must die well. The delicate and helpless Tomoko Yamada could only cry and curse, but there was no one in this room to save her. Even if she is the most prestigious young lady of a 3-member group and the big boss of a blackface organization, it is useless. You can continue to curse. I'll give you another half minute. Half a minute later, I will throw you out of the casino lobby and show you who makes a fool of yourself. Lin Dong's voice was like a devil crawling out of hell. Cold and ruthless. Do you dare? I dare to kill. What else am I afraid of? Half a minute later, Tomoko Yamada, who was showered with pear blossoms, finally surrendered. Under Lin Dong's ruthless and twisted tyranny, even the most stubborn person can only surrender in humiliation, because some methods are much more terrifying than death. Very good. How good it would be to listen early, wouldn't it reduce the physical pain? Okay, call the master. Lin Dong gave a sinister smile and spoke slowly. The main owner. At this moment, Tomoko Yamada couldn't believe that she would utter such humiliating words. Sometimes a person's persistence is like a solid dam, as long as there is a gap. Collapse is inevitable. So giving up also reduces a lot of psychological pressure. Even for a moment, she looked at Lin Dong's gaze. No longer harboring the hatred she had before, but instead a faint strangeness rose up. Ding, associated target person, Tomoko Yamada, loyalty 5, can spend wealth value of 95 million. Increase loyalty to 100. Damn it, won't you? With this tactic, loyalty is only 5? This Dongyang girl is hard to tame. But fortunately, Lin Dong, with his loyal heart, specializes in dealing with unruly people as long as you are willing to spend money. For the sake of future layout and big plans. Lin Dong is still willing to accept this small amount of money. Ding, a wealth value of 95 million has been spent. And the loyalty of the target character has increased to 100. Lin Dong nodded with satisfaction and calmly collected another extremely important chess piece. This harvest is much more effective than collecting billions of black gold. Get dressed, let's go out. Yes, master. In the presence of outsiders. There is no need to address me as master. Simply refer to me as Mr. Lin. Understood. The Oriental maid, Tomoko Yamada, along with Zhang Zhongfa and a third companion, had been anxiously waiting for over an hour outside the gambling hall. At last, they spotted Lin Dong and the enchanting Oriental woman as they emerged from the VIP room. As a seasoned veteran, Zhang Zhongfa discerned the satisfied yet insatiable expression on Lin Dong's face and immediately grasped the situation. Accompanied by Tomoko Yamada, whose attire was disheveled and torn, and whose lovely visage was adorned with a mix of shyness and reverence. It was evident to any man what had transpired within those walls. Lin Dong's prowess was indeed remarkable. He had managed to impress even the young lady of the Sanko group. One could not help but admire him. As Lin Dong approached, Zhang Zhongfa discreetly gave him a thumbs up, a gesture that conveyed unmistakably, "You, my dear fellow, are impressive. You have brought glory to our nation." Chapter 91, The Secret Island, the lair of the Black Mask Organization. Just 2 hours had passed when the satellite phone signal aboard the gambling ship finally returned to normal. Zhao Haoxing, unable to contain his eagerness, dialed Turkey's number. At that moment, Turkey was lying on a bed within the airship's cabin, groaning in discomfort from the pain of a gunshot wound to his backside. 20 minutes later, the door to the gambling hall was swung open by more than 30 thugs dispatched by Turkey. Alongside them were the ship's captain and a group of security personnel. The dejected expressions and bruised faces of these individuals indicated they had endured considerable hardship at the hands of the robbers. When De Tian saw a large group of brothers from the Xingyi League, his anxiety finally subsided. "Is it true, Jiao Pai, that Turkey really got shot in the backside?" A youthful man with a head full of dreadlocks promptly replied, "Yes, De Tian, Turkey is temporarily incapacitated. He instructed me to inform Boss Jiang that the robbers left 2 hours ago, taking 3 large vessels toward the southern seas." De Tian nodded and commanded, "Quickly, bring Mr. Jiang and Boss Zhao aboard the airship, and also take Mr. Lin with us. We shall return to Hong Kong Island at once." Understood, De Tian. Accompanied by a throng of subordinates, Zhang Zhongfa and Zhao Haoxing made their way back to the airship that Turkey was aboard. Given the upheaval aboard the gambling ship, it was no longer prudent to linger. Lin Dong was the last aboard the airship, having spent several minutes alone assigning various tasks to Tomoko Yamada. Naturally, he was most concerned with the Black Mask Organization, as it was one of the most crucial pieces in his future plans to dominate the underworld. His strategy was to have Tomoko Yamada continue operating the Black Mask, rapidly amassing sufficient funds and power. Eventually, he intended to visit the lair of the Black Mask Organization and, through Tomoko Yamada, bring the entire group under his command. According to the information disclosed by Tomoko Yamada, the lair of the Black Mask was situated on a deserted island in the vast ocean, over 630 kilometers southeast of the Australian mainland. While the island technically belonged to Australia, it had been uninhabited and undeveloped for centuries. The Black Mask Organization had no intention of relinquishing it. The island's geographical position was exceptionally discreet, covering an area of over 300 square kilometers. Not only did it feature an excellent harbor nestled within its interior, but it was also surrounded by towering mountains and pristine forests, teeming with diverse flora and fauna, as well as abundant water resources. In the center of the island lay a basin spanning 100 square kilometers, with exceptionally fertile soil and a winding freshwater river meandering through it. The Secret Island. This island was not only suitable for production and cultivation, but also served as an ideal clandestine training and garrison site. If managed well, it could accommodate hundreds of thousands of loyal subordinates in the future. Lin Dong envisioned transforming it into an impregnable secret military base. It was no wonder that Tomoko Yamada sought to establish the Black Mask organization in secret, as her ambitions were evidently substantial from the outset. In truth, Lin Dong was even more intrigued by this hidden island. After all, which man does not harbor dreams of making a name for himself in the world? Every man yearns for a secluded paradise where he can retreat with beauty. Fortunately, by winning over Tomoko Yamada, he had indirectly gained control over the Black Mask organization and, consequently, this secret island. Henceforth, Lin Dong's strategic options would expand significantly. After exchanging contact details with Tomoko Yamada, the two parted ways. Tomoko Yamada remained aboard the gambling ship, awaiting the rescue helicopter dispatched by the Sanko Group. Lin Dong, accompanied by Feng Zi and Ing Yen, boarded Turkey's airship. 2 hours later, they finally returned to Hong Kong Island. Lin Dong took refuge in the luxurious villa arranged by Jiang Zhongfa, sleeping soundly until 3 in the afternoon. Feng Zi and Ing Yen also took turns resting for a while. Of course, for those who had experienced jungle warfare and hovered on the brink of death, enduring 3 days and nights without sleep was hardly a significant matter. Before 5 in the afternoon, Zhao Haoxing arrived at Lin Dong's villa in his black Maybach, surrounded by over 10 henchmen. Upon entering, Zhao Haoxing shared good news with Lin Dong. Brother Lin, the task you assigned has been completed. This afternoon at 2 o'clock, the assassin Liang Youhao was found dead in Chizhou prison. The cause of death was a stabbing to the heart during a brawl among inmates. That was quick. Lin Dong expressed surprise, taken aback by the efficiency of the Hong Kong Island Syndicate. Could it be anything less? Mr. Jiang personally inquired about it. Zhao Haoxing replied with a smile, recalling another matter. By the way, Mr. Jiang has booked a private room at the Grand Fortune tonight to welcome you, Brother Lin. Mr. Jiang is being too courteous. I also happen to have an important business matter to discuss with the two leaders regarding our collaboration. Lin Dong remembered another purpose of his visit to Hong Kong, to partner with Jiang and Zhao in establishing an underground bank connecting the mainland with Hong Kong, Macau, and Southeast Asia. What kind of business is it, Brother Lin? Is the profit substantial? Although Zhao Haoxing was the leader of a gang, he was also a shrewd businessman, primarily concerned with profit. Very high. It will yield at least this amount annually. Lin Dong extended 3 fingers. 30 million? Zhao boss, your vision is limited. Take another guess. Could it be 3 billion? Incorrect. It's 30 billion. Ah, Zhao Haoxing gasped. What kind of business can yield 30 billion a year? Trafficking in arms? Smuggling flour? That seems implausible. The black market in Hong Kong is limited. He could not conceive of any business capable of generating such profit. Tonight, when we meet with Mr. Jiang, we can discuss the details further. Trust me, 30 billion in profit is merely a conservative estimate, Lin Dong teased, deliberately leaving a sense of suspense, which further piqued Zhao Haoxing's curiosity. All right, I will await the good news from you, Brother Lin. I must return to make arrangements. See you tonight. Zhao Haoxing bid farewell and departed. Lin Dong took a refreshing bath, changed into a clean outfit, donning his eternally favored black suit. He instructed Feng Zi and Ing Yen to prepare their gear, as he planned to attend the dinner party scheduled for 7 o'clock that evening. In the Hong Kong of the 1990s, entering and exiting mixed venues without some means of self-defense left one feeling quite vulnerable. Tonight's dinner would officially mark the commencement of Lin Dong's profound collaboration with the underworld forces of Hong Kong. To lay a solid foundation for his future endeavors on Hong Kong Island, Lin Dong is well aware that, apart from collaborating with Xingyi, the most crucial aspect of making a name for himself in the underworld of Hong Kong is to establish a true faction of his own. He has already contemplated the ideal candidates for his initial team, the two notorious kings of thieves, Yi Jihuan and Zhang Ziqiang. However, as of today, Yi Jihuan has yet to reach out to him. It is likely that this individual has already allied himself with Zhang Ziqiang, and the two are conspiring a grand scheme, the kidnapping of the son of a wealthy tycoon, demanding a ransom of 1.2 billion Hong Kong dollars. Recent news from Hong Kong Island has not reported any gunfights at the East Terminal, indicating that, thanks to Lin Dong's warning, Yi Jihuan has not, as in his previous life, encountered patrolling military police and been shot or arrested. The course of history has indeed been altered. Chapter 92. The plan for Causeway Bay and the Underground Bank. On the eastern edge of Hong Kong Island, in Causeway Bay, as night falls, the Avenue of Stars sparkles with neon lights, bustling with crowds. The people of Hong Kong are well aware that it is at night when Causeway Bay reveals its true charm. During this time, countless fashionable men and women, triad members, and even some popular celebrities converge in this area, made famous by the notorious Chen Haonan. One corner of Causeway Bay's nightlife features the renowned high-end seafood restaurant. Located on the 39th floor of the Park Lane building on the Avenue of Stars, Lin Dong and his companions arrived precisely at 7 p.m. De Tion led them to the restaurant on the 39th floor and opened the door to the private room, Starry Sky number 08. The lavish suite, nearly 100 square meters, boasts expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, offering a breathtaking view of the glittering Victoria Harbor in the distance. Jiang Zhongfa and Zhao Haoxing had already been waiting inside. After the three exchanged pleasantries and took their seats, Zhao Haoxing promptly arranged for the dishes to be served. The cuisine here is notoriously expensive and served in small portions. Yet patrons do not mind, for they dine on status and relish the elegant environment. This venue is the preferred choice for discussing serious matters and significant business, as one is unlikely to encounter unruly individuals or troublesome incidents here. Lin, my brother, these were procured from Stanley Prison this afternoon. Take a look. As soon as Lin Dong sat down, Zhao Haoxing produced several photographs and slid them across the table. Renowned assassin Luo Yuhao? Lin Dong was taken aback, knowing that this individual had just been eliminated today. However, he was astonished to discover that Zhao Haoxing's influence extended so far as to obtain photos of the autopsy. Indeed, it's him. Yu Haven T misidentified him. Impressive. Murder in prison executed so efficiently. Lin Dong picked up the photographs, scrutinizing them closely, noting 3 deep wounds on the assassin's left chest, likely inflicted by a hard object that pierced his heart. The Hong Kong underworld truly employs every conceivable means. Of course, in this territory of Hong Kong, as long as we at Xingyi wish to eliminate someone, even if they are hiding in prison or the ICAC, they cannot escape. Jiang Zhongfa declared with bravado. He seemed to have recovered from the pain of losing 80 million and looked particularly polished tonight. Haoxing, let us have the dishes served first. We can chat while we eat. Certainly, Mr. Jiang. Soon, a dozen exquisite and visually appealing dishes were brought to the table. Australian lobster. And you must try this deep-sea geoduck sashimi, Lin, my brother. Jiang Zhongfa, eager to play the gracious host, enthusiastically introduced the dishes and urged Lin Dong to partake. Mr. Jiang, given that we have both survived the trials of gambling ships, let us not stand on ceremony. Lin Dong raised his glass of red wine and proclaimed, this toast is to celebrate our survival, and may we all prosper henceforth. Indeed, Lin, your words resonate deeply with me. Let us drink to this, and from now on, may we delve into profound cooperation and mutual prosperity. Zhao Haoxing also lifted his glass, already beaming with anticipation even before the business discussions had begun. Ha ha, Lin. You speak wisely. As the saying goes, gold chains are earned through blood. Jiang Zhongfa chuckled heartily, raising his own glass of red wine. In this life, what matters most are 3 things. First, money. Second, also money. And third, still money. Lin Dong smiled and clinked glasses with the 2, downing the contents in one go. Mr. Jiang, your insight is sharp, and though your words may be coarse, the sentiment is profound. I shall drink first in respect. Next, he continued, I would like to discuss how we can amass great wealth. Are you familiar with underground banks? Underground banks? Zhao Haoxing and Jiang Zhongfa exchanged glances, and he couldn't help but chuckle. What a coincidence. I happen to operate one myself. While the underground banking business is lucrative and the profits commendable, the scale of earnings is far from the 3 billion Lin Dong mentioned. Lin, my brother, I understand underground banks. I have one myself. Zhao Haoxing responded. Earning 1 to 2 billion a year is feasible, but 30 billion is a far cry. That's a matter of your operational channels. Lin Dong pinpointed the crux of the issue. Let me ask you, are your main clients local or overseas? Both, primarily local clients. Zhao Haoxing replied honestly, somewhat puzzled as to how this related to earning 30 billion. Exactly, overseas clients primarily deal in US dollars, while local clients handle US dollars, pounds, and Hong Kong dollars. However, both groups focus on laundering small amounts of financial cash and illicit cash. There are no fewer than 200 underground banks operating in Hong Kong, leading to fierce competition. With many monks but little porridge, profits are naturally low. Therefore, there exists a new market and clientele that few dare to touch, but once established, it can be extraordinary. At this point, Lin Dong deliberately paused, picking up his chopsticks to sample a piece of geoduck, dipping it in wasabi soy sauce before savoring its tender, fresh flavor. When discussing business, one must master the timing and rhythm. Impatience is ill-advised. It is essential to wait for the other party to pose questions at the right moment. What kind of new market and clientele? Zhao Haoxing couldn't resist pressing for more information, politely refilling Lin Dong's glass of red wine. Once the topic of making money arose, Zhao Haoxing became eager and restless. What does Boss Jiang think? Lin Dong did not directly answer his question, but turned to the smiling and silent Jiang Zhongfa. Jiang Zhongfa beamed and gave a thumbs up. Lin, my brother, your insight is indeed sharp. You've uncovered such a vast market. If I'm not mistaken, This market pertains to the black money of officials and businessmen from the mainland. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's smile grew wider as he proactively clinked glasses with Jiang Zhongfa. Indeed, those of exceptional stature often share similar perspectives. It was no wonder that Jiang Zhongfa had maintained his position as the leader of Xingyi for so many years. He was a person of discernment. Black money from mainland officials and businessmen? Zhao Haoxing was somewhat taken aback, but quickly grasped the implications. Feeling a surge of excitement and applauding with admiration. Lin, I must concede, your proposal is indeed promising. Speak up, what are your plans? I, Zhao Haoxing, am ready to invest and will not hesitate to assist in any way necessary. Lin Dong raised his glass, clinking it with Zhao Haoxing's, smiling as he replied. No rush. Let me return and set things in motion. The project will officially launch within 2 months. My vision is that the market in Nandu, and even the entire South Province, is somewhat limited. We must expand northward. Zhao Haoxing, puzzled, inquired, expand northward? Is that really necessary? It is of utmost necessity, and furthermore, we must bring another partner on board. Who? The Ling family from the capital. This meal extended for Lin Dong and the other two until 10 p.m. At the dining table, they essentially confirmed the operational strategy and shareholding proportions of the underground bank. Lin Dong, as the major shareholder and initiator, holds 51. Jiang Zhongfa is responsible for managing connections in Hong Kong, Macau, and Southeast Asia, holding 13. The financial turnover of the underground bank is primarily funded by Zhao Haoxing, who also participates in daily operations, holding 20. Lin Dong intends to involve Ling Xiaoxiao from the Ling family, leveraging her family's influence in both the legitimate and illicit realms of the North to significantly expand market resources. This is crucial, as it directly pertains to the future scale of the underground bank's operations. Therefore, Lin Dong generously allocated 16 of the shares to her. After a hearty meal and successful negotiations, Lin Dong rose to take his leave. He planned to return to the villa for a night's rest, and, under the cover of darkness the following night, stealthily returned to the mainland with Fengzi and Ingyan. Zhao Haoxing, the local kingpin, had already made arrangements for their passage by water. Deity led Lin Dong and the others into the building's elevator. Lin Dong, is that really you? As soon as they entered the elevator, a man's voice called from behind. Chapter 93, The Two Kings of Thieves on Hong Kong Island. Is it you? Lin Dong turned sharply, encountering an unremarkable face. Yi Jihuan. How did he end up at the Grand Tycoon? Lin Dong, understanding the decorum, refrained from calling out the notorious name of Yi Hanwei in public. He greeted Deity, saying, Deity, wait for us downstairs. I've run into an old friend and would like to chat for a moment. Of course, Mr. Lin, please take your time. I'll be waiting in the car, responded Deity with a nod. Lin Dong gestured for Fengzi and Ingyan to exit the elevator with him. Fengzi naturally nodded in acknowledgement to Yi Jihuan, aware that this individual was a significant figure in the underworld of Hong Kong Island. When Lin Dong had previously traveled to Guangxing to seek out Yi Jihuan, Fengzi could tell that the boss held him in high regard. Their unexpected meeting with the Grand Tycoon was surprising for both parties. Mr. Lin, I happened to be dining with the Grand Tycoon at Xingyuj when I spotted you as I stepped out. Oh, what a coincidence, Lin Dong replied with a smile. Fully aware of whom Yi Jihuan referred to as the Grand Tycoon, Zhang Ziqiang, the King of Thieves. In the underworld, Zhang Ziqiang earned the moniker of Grand Tycoon for a reason. He was inherently generous, often gambling and spending lavishly without a second thought. More importantly, he had a penchant for kidnapping and extorting super-rich individuals in Hong Kong and Macau, as it was a quick way to make money. He had once lost over $1 billion in a single night of gambling in Macau, only to immediately plot to kidnap the gambling king. Fortunately, the police had received a tip-off, and the kidnapping plan was thwarted. Nevertheless, Zhang Ziqiang's ambition to target super-rich individuals remained undeterred. This time, he had enlisted Yi Jihuan as a partner to set his sights on Hong Kong's wealthiest man, Li Chaoran, intending to execute a significant kidnapping and extortion scheme. In past news reports, Zhang Ziqiang's criminal activities had even been recorded in the Guinness World Records, showcasing his audacious and ruthless nature. The Grand Tycoon Zhang Ziqiang, the legendary king of thieves on Hong Kong Island, surprisingly favored dining at the Grand Tycoon seafood restaurant. This seemed quite in line with his flamboyant and extravagant character. Rather than inviting, a chance encounter is more fortuitous. Grand Thief, would you be so kind as to introduce me to the Grand Tycoon? Grand Thief was the nickname Yi Jihuan held in the underworld. Lin Dong's visit to Hong Kong, the means to befriend Zhang Ziqiang through Yi Jihuan, and subsequently recruit both men was indeed part of his strategy, since they had fortuitously met the two kings of thieves on Hong Kong Island. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. Mr. Lin, I was just thinking the same. Please, follow me. Yi Jihuan gestured courteously and led the way, soon pushing open the door to a private room at Xingyuj. Upon entering, Lin Dong's gaze locked onto a man in his 30s seated at the head of the table. He had a gentle demeanor, dressed in a dark green coat, sporting a pair of silver-rimmed glasses, and his appearance was well-maintained, neither too fat nor too thin. His hairline was slightly high, yet his sharp eyes left a lasting impression. This man could undoubtedly be none other than Zhang Ziqiang. Grand Thief, is this your friend? Zhang Ziqiang, momentarily taken aback, rose and inquired politely. Brother Chong, this is Lin Dong, Mr. Lin, whom I mentioned to you before, Yi Zhihuan introduced, pulling Lin Dong into the conversation. I never anticipated running into Mr. Lin tonight. So it is Mr. Lin. I've long heard of your esteemed reputation. It's a pleasure to finally meet. Zhang Ziqiang approached with enthusiasm, extending his hand for a warm handshake. We just finished our meal. Shall we continue the evening? Karaoke or sauna? Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, Brother Zhang is too kind. My purpose here is solely to make your acquaintance. Since dinner has already concluded, let's keep it simple and have a chat on the nearby sofa. Fengzi, Ingyan, please wait at the door for now, Lin Dong instructed. Fengzi and Ingyan nodded in agreement and exited to wait by the door. Seated around the dining table were a woman and 5 men, likely Zhang and Ye's associates. Lin Dong activated his perspective ability and casually scanned the room, noticing that everyone was armed. Mr. Lin is a forthright person, haha, then I 1T press further. Grand Thief, let us head over there to converse with Mr. Lin. Zhang Ziqiang led them to a luxurious European-style sofa area in the side hall, where they all took their seats in succession. Brother Zhang, do you smoke? Lin Dong pulled out a pack of Nanyang Double Happiness and inquired. I smoke infrequently. Feel free to indulge, Zhang Ziqiang replied with a smile, waving his hand. Lin Dong was unreserved, offering one to Yi Zhihuan across from him before lighting one up himself and taking a deep drag. Brother Zhang, was your meal at the Grand Tycoon this evening to celebrate the success of Li Charan's business? At this remark, Zhang Ziqiang raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Mr. Lin, it's no wonder Zhihuan holds you in such high regard. It seems there is truly nothing that escapes your keen perception. Might I inquire as to the transaction amount for our business this time? Upon saying this, Zhang Ziqiang crossed his legs and fixed a meaningful gaze upon Lin Dong's handsome face. He wished to personally verify whether this remarkably youthful Lin Dong was as capable as Yi Zhihuan claimed. Lin Dong smirked slightly, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture towards Zhang Ziqiang. Congratulations, Brother Zhang. The amount stands at 1.2 billion. What? He can actually calculate that? Zhang Ziqiang straightened in shock, exchanging a glance with Yi Zhihuan, both their eyes filled with astonishment. This kidnapping of the eldest son of the wealthiest man, successfully extorting 1.2 billion Hong Kong dollars, had occurred just today. Such news was tightly sealed even within the upper echelons of the police force. How did Lin Dong come to know of this? Could it be true that, as Yi Zhihuan said, he possessed unmatched foresight? Mr. Lin's abilities are truly impressive, Zhang Ziqiang remarked, gathering his earlier nonchalance and bowing respectfully. Zhihuan conveyed a message from you, stating that in matters such as extorting Li Charan, one should not be overly greedy. Once is sufficient. To be honest, I was taken aback upon hearing this, wondering if there truly exists someone with foresight in this world. Meeting you today, Mr. Lin, I see that your reputation is well deserved. I am in awe. Lin Dong slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, casually asking, Master Zhang, have you comprehended the profound essence of these words? Zhang Ziqiang's expression turned grave as he clasped his hands once more. I humbly beseech you, Mr. Lin, to enlighten me. Lin Dong extinguished his cigarette, and, with a leisurely demeanor, replied, Master Zhang, you are indeed an astute individual. You should grasp the underlying meaning of my words. However, once one has tasted the sweetness of 1.2 billion, it becomes exceedingly difficult to turn back, which is why you posed this question to me. If my calculations are correct, you intend to take action again within 4 months, and your next target is likely Guobenshuang. Is this fellow a worm in my belly? How can he discern my still formulating ideas so clearly? Lin Dong's words struck like thunder, momentarily stunning the audacious king of thieves. Such individuals, accustomed to dancing on the edge of a knife and taking perilous risks, fear nothing but the whims of fate, frequently thriving amidst danger. They remain oblivious to the fact that one day they may falter. Thus, Lin Dong's seemingly cryptic statements resonated deeply with him. Before I inquire about the auspices of our next venture, may I ask, Mr. Lin, what do you foresee? Zhang Ziqiang fully restrained his previous nonchalance and respectfully inquired. Do you truly wish to know? I do. If our next business transaction succeeds, calamity will inevitably follow, and you shall meet your demise in a foreign land. Lin Dong asserted with certainty, deducing that, based on the course of history in his previous life, Zhang Ziqiang's gang would undoubtedly face destruction. Zhang Ziqiang's countenance shifted dramatically, and even Yi Zhihuan beside him displayed a look of astonishment. Are you suggesting that, after the next deal is concluded, you plan to depart for the mainland to evade the storm? Lin Dong's words once again pierced Zhang Ziqiang's vulnerable nerves. How could he ascertain this? It was astonishing. Meeting your demise in a foreign land referred to the impending actions of the mainland police. If apprehended, one would face severe penalties. Do not forget, the return in 1997 is imminent. Which of the affluent individuals you have targeted is not connected to the heavens? With that, Lin Dong concluded, Gentlemen, it is late. I shall take my leave. Should any questions arise, let us reconvene tomorrow. Upon finishing, he rose and departed. Zhang Ziqiang and Yi Jihuan, not daring to be neglectful, accompanied him to the elevator. Mr. Lin, will you still be in Hong Kong tomorrow? Zhang Ziqiang inquired, the echoes of Lin Dong's earlier words lingering in his mind. I shall return to the mainland by nightfall, but I will be on the island during the day, Lin Dong casually remarked as he entered the elevator with Feng Xing. Chapter 94. System skills fully upgraded. By the time Lin Dong and his companions returned to the villa, it was well past 11 p.m. His serendipitous encounter with Yi Jihuan and Zhang Ziqiang that evening had successfully planted a seed in their minds. Given the personalities of these two kings of thieves, particularly Zhang Ziqiang, it was certain they would seek him out for clarification the following day. At that point, his plan to incorporate both individuals and establish a foothold on Hong Kong Island would take its first successful step. The outcome hinged on tomorrow. After indulging in a soothing hot bath, Lin Dong settled cross-legged on his spacious bed. The stillness of the night enveloped the standalone villa nestled in the foothills, creating an exceptionally tranquil atmosphere, ideal for meticulously organizing and enhancing the additional skills of the black gold system. With a wealth balance of over 10.5 billion, Lin Dong, now flush with resources, was prepared to indulge. He first invested 1 billion to upgrade the wings of reinforcement to an intermediate level. Once the wings of reinforcement reached this stage, not only could it enhance various physical attributes and functions, but it also augmented the capability to reinforce various skills and knowledge. Thus, as long as Lin Dong was willing to spend, there would be no knowledge or skill beyond his grasp. This single enhancement was sufficient to ensure that Lin Dong's future life would be filled with extraordinary potential. The other three special skills were as follows. Black gold I had already been upgraded to an intermediate level, rendering further upgrades unnecessary for the time being. Meanwhile, Loyal Heart and Gateway of Space, which were acquired upon upgrading the black gold system to an intermediate level, manifested immediately at that tier. Next, he expended 2 billion to enhance the remaining two extraordinary abilities of the Heavenly Eye, microvision and remote vision. In truth, these two innate powers, akin to X-ray vision, are possessed by every individual at birth. However, upon separating from the womb, they become tainted by the world's mundane influences and vanish completely by around 1 year of age. The system's role is merely to reactivate these abilities. Microvision functions similarly to a magnifying glass, enabling the eye to discern minuscule objects. Remote vision, however, boasts even greater capabilities. Once activated, it allows Lin Dong to clearly perceive objects up to 3 kilometers away without the aid of binoculars. The three distinct functionalities of the Heavenly Eye, when considered individually, may not seem overly impressive. Yet, what if they were activated simultaneously? Can you imagine a person possessing both long-distance vision and the ability to penetrate any barrier while magnifying objects? Within 3 kilometers, should Lin Dong desire it, he could swiftly locate even a cockroach nestled in a sewer. Is this perhaps too extraordinary? Given the ample wealth at his disposal, why not indulge in further enhancements? Following the upgrade of wings of reinforcement to the intermediate level, Lin Dong could finally fortify his previously established invulnerability to weaponry, which had been on the brink of advancement during the initial stage. Ding. Wealth consumption of 200 million. Defense reaches superhuman levels, capable of withstanding cold weapons and standard firearms. Does this imply I have acquired a form-fitting bulletproof vest? However, it is likely that excessively dense gunfire and heavy weaponry would still pose a challenge. Ding. Wealth consumption of 223 million. Speed elevated to superhuman limits, achieving a 100-meter sprint in 0.26 seconds. Ding. Wealth consumption of 200 million. Strength augmented to superhuman levels, delivering a maximum strike force of 2,000 kilograms. With a succession of upgrade notifications from the system, Lin Dong's speed, strength, reaction time, cardiovascular function, heat and cold resistance, as well as his senses of sight, hearing, and smell, everything conceivable, were upgraded to their maximum levels. In total, he expended over 3.9 billion in wealth during this round of enhancements. Lin Dong's comprehensive upgrade this evening consumed a total of 6.923 billion in wealth. The black gold system's wealth balance once again plummeted below 3.7 billion. Ding. Black gold system wealth balance, 3.656 billion. Good heavens. The speed at which these upgrade skills consume wealth is terrifying. Yet, Lin Dong had come to a resolute understanding. Earning money is ultimately for the purpose of spending it. As long as his extraordinary abilities could be swiftly enhanced, every penny spent was worth it. After this comprehensive upgrade, Lin Dong was transformed, rejuvenated. This venture to Hong Kong Island not only resulted in a surge of wealth within the black gold system, but also augmented the requisite reputation points needed for higher-tier upgrades. Ding. Killing the leader of the Gao Xian gang, Gao Qijiang, rewards 10 reputation points. Ding. Establishing preliminary cooperation with Xingyi Lian yields 40 reputation points. Ding. Capturing the founder of the Black Mask organization, Yamada Tomoko, rewards 200 reputation points. The system has accumulated a total of 290 reputation points, with a deficit of 1710 points remaining to meet the conditions for a higher-tier upgrade. Sigh. The rate of acquiring reputation in this realm is still rather sluggish. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Lin Dong led Feng Zi and Ying Yin to practice military boxing in the villa's garden. The mobile phone resting on the stone table in the garden began to ring. Lin Dong surmised it was the two infamous thieves calling. Hello? Mr. Lin. This is Zhang Ziqiang. May I ask if you are available for lunch? I would like to invite you to a meal. Certainly. Where shall we meet? At the Four Seasons Hotel in Central, Longjingshuan. All right. I shall arrive before noon. Longjingshuan in Central? What an upscale establishment. Zhang Ziqiang's choice of dining venue is indeed one of the finest restaurants on the island. The expenses are high, yet the dishes and ambience are first-rate. It seems Zhang Ziqiang's reputation as a wealthy magnate is well-deserved. His extravagant gambling and lavish spending are customary for this notorious thief. It is no wonder that his earnings vanish swiftly, prompting him to orchestrate his next risky venture. This gathering is particularly private, with only Lin Dong, Zhang Ziqiang, and Yi Jihuan present, within the confines of the VIP room. A sumptuous feast and a conversation that could potentially influence the future dynamics of the underworld in Hong Kong commenced. Mr. Lin, I pondered over your words throughout the night and found them quite insightful. However, I have a question. If I, Zhang Ziqiang, do not pursue this path, what other options do I have? I cannot possibly return to tailoring suits, can I? Zhang Ziqiang stated bluntly, having deliberated through the night. He ultimately chose to trust Lin Dong. Naturally, Yi Jihuan, who had already witnessed Lin Dong's extraordinary abilities, harbored no dissent. Boss Zhang, aside from robbery and extortion, what other ventures yield quick profits? Lin Dong countered. Certainly finance and real estate. Zhang Ziqiang replied succinctly. He is indeed a clear-headed player of this era, albeit tragically on a path of no return. Correct, yet these are realms dominated by established capitalists. In Hong Kong, we are merely bystanders. Lin Dong acknowledged Zhang Ziqiang's observation, but refrained from hastily revealing the answer. What other endeavors can possibly bring in money faster than extortion and robbery? The usually reticent Yi Jihuan could no longer contain himself. There are, but it depends on your courage and determination to pursue them, Lin Dong remarked, sensing the moment was ripe to steer the conversation towards its core topic. Mr. Lin, I have been navigating this world since I was 14. What scenes have I not witnessed? Zhang Ziqiang said with a serious demeanor. I have danced on the edge of a knife, committed arson and murder, all for the sake of money. What is there that I would not dare to undertake? Indeed, Mr. Lin. Please do tell us what path you are referring to, Yi Jihuan echoed, licking his thick lips. Lin Dong smiled, articulating clearly. This path is neither particularly difficult nor exceedingly easy. It hinges on your willingness to embark upon it. And what path is that? To establish a gang, seize territory, and monopolize the underworld of Hong Kong. The underworld of Hong Kong is about to be engulfed in a storm of bloodshed. As soon as Lin Dong's words fell, the room resonated with two gasps of astonishment. Zhang Ziqiang and Yi Jihuan exchanged glances, both recognizing the shared shock and disbelief. The ambition of this Lin Dong is undeniably grandiose. Since the opening of the port in Hong Kong nearly a century ago, no gang has ever dared to utter such words. To monopolize the entire underworld of Hong Kong? Do you understand the implications of that? It is tantamount to a de facto unification of the Hong Kong underworld. Such grandiose declarations were never made even by the likes of Du Yueshing in his prime, nor by the once thriving Sun Yian or 14K. You, a young man, dare to utter such arrogant words? What, do you not believe me? Lin Dong seemingly anticipated their thoughts and retorted. Mr. Lin, it is not a matter of disbelief. I, Zhang Ziqiang, possess the greatest audacity. What is there I would not dare to dream or pursue? However, should we form a new gang, it would undoubtedly attract a united front against us from both the black and white forces of Hong Kong. Under such circumstances, let alone monopolizing the underworld's wealth, survival itself would be in question. Zhang Ziqiang adjusted his glasses, analyzing the situation calmly. Boss Zhang's concerns are not without merit, yet these are standard conditions. Thus, if we are to act, we must do so decisively, rendering the underworld forces of Hong Kong incapable of opposing us. Lin Dong smiled slightly, taking a sip of tea. In the world of the underbelly, there are two things that all factions cannot refuse, nor dare to reject: profit and the threat to their lives. It is said, one hand offers sweets while the other wields a stick. Those who comply shall be rewarded with wealth and prosperity, while those who defy us shall vanish from this world. With such a strategy, who would dare to suppress us? The spacious VIP room fell into an eerie silence. Lin Dong's words struck Zhang Ziqiang and Yi Zhihuan like a heavy iron hammer, leaving their minds buzzing. The young man's ideas were utterly audacious, indeed. It was far more reckless than their extortion of 1.2 billion from Li Shoufu. Lin Dong silently lifted his teacup, observing the fluctuating expressions of the two men with calm assurance. He was certain that these two thieves would agree to join him. After all, they were born daredevils, unafraid of the abyss. Mr. Lin, I have another query. To establish a gang requires money and manpower. Where will these come from? Zhang Ziqiang, slightly regaining his composure, posed the most critical question. Excellent question. Your ability to contemplate this speaks volumes about your potential to be a true underworld leader, Boss Zhang. Lin Dong set down his teacup, speaking leisurely. Let me first address your initial concern. Where will the money come from? Firstly, at the inception of the gang, I will invest 2 billion Hong Kong dollars, with an additional monthly investment of no less than 500 million. With this capital, acquiring manpower, seizing territory, or even directly bribing opponents will pose no issue. Furthermore, once the gang establishes a foothold in a district of Hong Kong, our methods will ensure that monthly profits will not be less than 200 million. Subsequently, we will recruit more members and expand our territory, collaborating with or assimilating compliant factions. As for the defiant ones, well, you understand, hee. Lastly, the gang's operations must diversify and transition towards legitimate fronts. Within 3 years, will the entire Hong Kong underworld not be prostrate at our feet? Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziqiang nodded in agreement. His primary concern was not how much the gang could earn in a year, but rather the allure of Lin Dong's ambition to dominate the Hong Kong underworld. It was simply too impressive. As for the second question, with regard to personnel and influence, firstly, we are not lacking in funds. With wealth comes people. How many in the underworld are driven by loyalty? It is all about profit. Secondly, I have already established a partnership with Xingyi, one of the 3 major gangs in Hong Kong. As we begin to form our influence and suppress rivals, they will certainly welcome our emergence. When we ultimately grow powerful, Xingyi will find itself at our mercy, left with the options of submission or assimilation. Moreover, my identity, as Jihuan should have mentioned, grants me control over at least half of the underground forces in Nandu. At this revelation, Zhang Ziqiang was taken aback, exclaiming, "It has been rumored in the underworld that the largest gang in Nandu, Unifying Society, was recently toppled by a young man. It turns out this was indeed true. Mr. Lin's remarkable capabilities truly leave one in awe." Beside him, Yi Zhihuan displayed an unmistakable expression of admiration. In the underworld, strength reigns supreme. Those who possess the ruthlessness and power command the respect of many. But these are merely minor tactics. Should I secure the support of the two of you, conquering the entire Hong Kong underworld would be but a trifling matter. Lin Dong's expression turned serious as he continued. In addition to these, I actually possess 3 significant trump cards that I shall reveal only at a crucial moment. As for what these cards are, kindly allow me to keep you in suspense for now. What do you say, esteemed leaders? Are you willing to join forces and achieve great success together? Zhang Ziqiang and Yi Zhihuan exchanged glances, their hearts already stirred with ambition. Which ambitious man could resist such a monumental temptation to build a legacy? Rest assured, the profits of our guild will be evenly split between us. I will solely handle the financial investment and upper-level operations, publicly. You shall be the most illustrious leaders of our guild. Matters concerning the guild will be at your discretion. With but one request from me, I must review the annual profits first. Lin Dong, having discerned their ambitions, laid down the most enticing chips, power and wealth. Very well. I, Zhang Ziqiang, have made my decision. Zhang Ziqiang declared, slamming his palm on the dining table with a booming voice. If Brother Chong is committed, I, Old Yi, have no reason to hold back. I too shall partake. Yi Zhihuan immediately voiced his agreement. Lin Dong smiled with satisfaction, raising his glass. Then let us toast to this. Wishing for our triumphant commencement. Zhang and Yi lifted their glasses, clinking them with Lin Dong's. Cheers. To a victorious start. The 3 men downed their drinks in one gulp, then shared a hearty laugh. Unbeknownst to the world of Hong Kong's underbelly, it was this very toast that would herald a seismic shift. Let us name the Guild Dragon Gang. I shall be the founder, Brother Ziqiang will be the head of the Hong Kong Dragon Gang, and Jihuan shall be the esteemed second-in-command. How does that sound? Dragon Gang? A splendid name, quite imposing. Mr. Lin, we toast to you, Zhang Ziqiang asserted, pulling Yi Zhihuan closer as he solemnly filled 3 glasses for Lin Dong. At this moment, they had formally acknowledged Lin Dong and their allegiance to the Dragon Gang. Ding. Detected 2 new associated target individuals. Zhang Ziqiang, loyalty level 65, can expend 35 million to increase loyalty to 100. Yi Zhihuan, loyalty level 80. can expend 20 million to increase loyalty to 100. The delightful surprise came unexpectedly, as the notification of loyalty of heart echoed in Lin Dong's mind. Was there even a need for contemplation? Of course, he would enhance their loyalty. Spending a few million to secure two formidable leaders as subordinates. Could there be a more advantageous deal? With their loyalty levels rising to 100, Zhang Ziqiang and Yi Jihuan were simultaneously filled with fervor. They each felt an extraordinary sensation, as if in that very moment they had made the most astute decision of their lives. From henceforth, they would follow this charismatic young man, ready to face any peril without hesitation. Chapter 96. The Hong Kong Flying Tigers, the most brutal battle in history. Ding, captured bandit king Zhang Ziqiang and Yi Jihuan. Rewarded with 60 points of Underworld prestige. Ding, established dragon gang. Rewarded with 200 points of Underworld prestige. System accumulated Underworld prestige, 550 points. The black gold system in Lin Dong's mind chimed with a series of melodious notifications. Everyone, remember this day, February 26, 1996, the 8th day of the Lunar New Year. Lin Dong stood, exuding confidence. The Hong Kong Dragon Gang is officially established. We have arrived in the realm of the Hong Kong underworld. Indeed, we shall follow in Mr. Lin's footsteps. Zhang Ziqiang pulled Yi Jihuan to his feet, laughing heartily. At this moment, how can we not celebrate with fine wine? Jihuan, go fetch another bottle. All right, I'll get the wine. Just as Yi Jihuan stood up and was about to exit, the door to the private room was suddenly thrust open, and 5 unfamiliar men stormed in with an intimidating presence. The leader, a robust man around 30, donned a gray suit and displayed his police badge on his left chest. We are from the Central District Major Crime Unit. I am Senior Inspector Liang Jiadong, and we suspect you of involvement in an organized kidnapping and extortion case. Everyone present, face the wall and raise your hands for a police check. Yi Jihuan, who was about to step out, was the first to react. His right hand instinctively moved to draw his gun from his waist. I warn you, do not make any sudden moves. Move again, and we will open fire. The 4 plainclothes officers behind Liang Jiadong swiftly drew their already loaded firearms, aiming their weapons at Yi Jihuan. None present were innocuous individuals. Zhang Ziqiang, Yi Jihuan, it would be wise to cooperate. There is no escape for you. The area outside is already surrounded by the police. Liang Jiadong pressed his hands forward, attempting to stabilize the emotions of the 2 formidable criminals before him. At that moment, he knew that these 2 suspects were not ordinary men. They were notorious bandits and kings in the underworld. Had it not been for reliable intelligence revealing Zhang Ziqiang and Yi Jihuan's presence in his territory and the absence of their subordinates, he would not have dared to charge in recklessly. His greatest reliance was the backup of dozens of uniformed officers and 20 well-equipped flying tigers. Lin Dong discreetly activated his X-ray vision, scanning the area outside the room and around the building, and his heart sank. This was a grave predicament. He had not anticipated that the police would deploy over 50 uniformed officers to apprehend Zhang and Yi. These officers had completely sealed off all access points to the Four Seasons Hotel. Moreover, at a distance of 20 to 30 meters from the VIP room, at various crucial positions, at least 20 fully armed Flying Tiger team members lay in ambush. What troubled him further was that Lin Dong discovered that in the adjacent private room, 8 armed thugs with AK-47s and grenades were concealed. There was no doubt that these individuals had been prearranged by Zhang Ziqiang. It seemed that the cunning bandit king had been prepared from the outset. Years of cautiousness had led him to not only guard against Lin Dong, but also against all potential unforeseen circumstances. However, the current situation had surpassed all expectations. Should these 8 fully armed subordinates engage in a firefight with the police, the consequences would be catastrophic. Zhang Ziqiang slowly shook his head at Yi Jihuan, signaling him not to act rashly, then turned to Lin Dong, his eyes filled with worry and inquiry. Lin Dong offered him a reassuring glance and then addressed Liang Jiadong. Excuse me, sir, am I also considered a suspect? I merely came to join for a meal. Liang Jiadong shot him a glance, coldly replying, I do not care who you are. First, we will return to the police station for clarification. Now cooperate, raise your hands, and turn around. Lin Dong chuckled. Inspector Liang, do you believe that in less than 10 seconds, half of your men and the flying tigers outside will be dead or injured? Who are you to threaten the police? Liang Jiadong's expression darkened as he barked. I give you 3 seconds to raise your hands and turn around. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Dong sprang into action. Those in the room caught only a fleeting glimpse of a black shadow darting past. Immediately, 5 indistinct gray shadows shot forth like lightning. A series of anguished cries echoed through the room. The 4 plainclothes police officers present found their wrists pierced by chopsticks almost simultaneously, for black handguns clattered to the ground. At this moment, the dark figure had closed in, slipping past several individuals. The cries of despair rose once more as the 5 plainclothes officers entering the room including Liang Jiadong, had either their limbs broken or dislocated. It was too swift. They were utterly unprepared. In the span of just 2 breaths, Lin Dong's figure reappeared beside the dining table, nonchalantly lifting a teacup and taking a sip. Clatter, clatter. 5 handguns fell onto the table. I shall neither take these guns away nor return them to you, Lin Dong remarked casually, mischievously winking at the astonished Zhang Ziqiang and Yi Jihuan. Gentlemen, I shall lead the way. Let us fight our way out. Also, instruct our comrades in the adjacent room to throw grenades under the police cars when the time comes. After saying this, Lin Dong approached the cutlery storage cabinet in the private room, retrieving a large bundle of chopsticks, estimating there to be around 50 or 60. Who on earth are you? Do you realize attacking police officers is a grave offense? Liang Jiadong, slumped on the floor, endured the excruciating pain in his limbs as he trembled and questioned. No need for you to remind me. Liang sir, first catch me, then we'll talk. Farewell. Jihuan. Wrap the police guns in the tablecloth and toss them out the window. Yi Jihuan instinctively complied, seizing the tablecloth from the dining table and wrapping the 5 handguns before throwing them out the window. As he glanced towards Lin Dong, all that remained in his eyes was awe, overshadowing his initial surprise. After we break out, we'll part ways and find opportunities to reconnect. Let's go? Lin Dong led the charge out of the room. Outside the VIP room, members of the Flying Tiger team, stationed at various tactical points, became aware of the unfolding incident within. Dark HK MP5A5 submachine guns, along with a sniper team on the rooftop of the opposite building armed with an L96A1 sniper rifle, were all poised nervously at the exit of that room. All units, if the suspect exhibits any unusual behavior, open fire immediately. Do you copy? Over. Group A received. Over. Group B received. Over. Sniper team has received. Over. The most brutal battle in the history of the Flying Tiger team was about to commence. In the next moment, a shadow burst forth from the entrance of the VIP room. Before their eyes could focus, the figure had crossed nearly 20 meters, closing in on a nearby tactical team. Enemy attack. Open fire immediately. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. Bullets flew within the Four Seasons Hotel. From the Dragon View restaurant on the 2nd floor to the lobby on the 1st, all civilians and staff had been cleared out by the police in advance. In such an environment, only foes remained. Yet, Lin Dong's speed was astonishingly rapid. In less than half a second, he could traverse 100 meters. No marksman, no matter how skilled, could match his terrifying velocity. Even more astonishing was the fact that his physical capabilities had been comprehensively enhanced. Ordinary bullets posed no threat to him. Even if he were to be inadvertently struck by a stray bullet, he would merely feel pain, with no actual harm to his body. Conversely, the 20 Flying Tiger team members along his path each found their wrists pierced by a chopstick, swiftly rendering them incapable of combat. On the rooftop of the office building opposite the Four Seasons Hotel, a 3-man sniper team from the Flying Tiger watched the bizarre shadow from a distance, their guns still, yet drenched in cold sweat. A defenseless, mysterious individual had single-handedly annihilated an elite Flying Tiger squad with nothing but a handful of chopsticks? Would anyone believe such a tale? On the same rooftop, a Flying Tiger commander observing the situation through binoculars felt his hands tremble slightly. The scene before him shattered his 20 years of understanding as a police officer. Who, exactly, was that shadow? Stop looking. This freak is not someone your Flying Tiger team can provoke. In just 2 minutes, Lin Dong had neutralized the 20 Flying Tiger team members stationed between the 2nd and 1st floors, along with over 10 uniformed police officers assisting in securing the scene. As his figure burst through the entrance of the Four Seasons Hotel, the sniper on the opposite rooftop fired. Bang! The bullet grazed his shoulder, shattering the glass door behind him. Damn it, tit for tat. How to eliminate a sniper is my expertise. He regarded the police cars in front of the hotel and the 30-plus uniformed officers crouching behind them with indifference. These small fry could be left to the gang, led by the Thief King. With a flash, Lin Dong darted across the 40-meter-wide street and slipped into the adjacent office building. From the ground floor to the rooftop of the 15-story office building, even a normal person would take over half a minute using the elevator. However, Lin Dong took the stairs, reaching the 15th floor in just 3 seconds. Report. Target has vanished, heading towards the sniper point. Immediate retreat. Received. The 3 members of the Flying Tiger sniper team hastily rose, not even having time to gather their weapons. Suddenly, they heard a rush of wind. Poo-poo-poo. A series of faint sounds followed, with muffled gasps. The wrists of the 3 men were pierced by chopsticks without them even realizing when it had happened. Such incredible speed. Then came a swift and inevitable close-quarters brawl. The 3 Flying Tiger team members were swiftly subdued and knocked unconscious without even managing a basic counterattack. The middle-aged Flying Tiger commander nearby, his face a mask of horror, set down his binoculars, intending to draw his weapon. But Lin Dong would not grant him the opportunity. In a flash, he was already behind him. The commander felt a sharp pain in his neck, and his body went limp, plunging him into unconsciousness. Just before losing consciousness, he heard a cold voice. Remember this day. Flying Tiger Team, do not provoke me again. Having completed his tasks, Lin Dong adjusted his slightly wrinkled suit sleeve and glanced towards the entrance of the opposite hotel. At that moment, the armed gang led by the Thief King had already burst out of the hotel, ready for a gunfight with the waiting military police. In an instant, the sounds of handguns and AK-47s erupted in a dense chorus. Though Zhang Ziqiang and his companions numbered only 10, they wielded 8 ferocious AKs. In contrast, the firepower on the police side appeared significantly weaker after losing the support of the Flying Tiger Team. Over 30 revolvers struggled to assert themselves against the barrage of 8 AK-47s and 2 imitation Type 54 pistols. What are they doing shooting? Can't they throw grenades? Idiots. Lin Dong, observing from the rooftop, couldn't help but curse. Fortunately, Zhang Ziqiang was not entirely foolish, realizing their firepower had suppressed the enemy. He suddenly recalled Lin Dong's instructions before their departure and quickly ordered, "Everyone, take turns throwing grenades. Blow up the police cars." With over 20 black grenades thrown, the police officers crouched behind the cars immediately fell into chaos, shouting as they scattered for cover. Boom, boom, boom. The flames soared to the heavens, and thick smoke billowed forth. 10 police vehicles were overturned by the ferocious explosions, and over 30 military and police personnel, displaying remarkable agility, finally suffered casualties. The black smoke obscured the line of sight for both sides, and Zhang Ziqiang, weary of the battle, seized the moment amidst the chaos to commandeer 3 vehicles parked by the roadside, making a swift escape. On the rooftop, Lin Dong surveyed the devastation below, letting out a soft sigh. With today's upheaval, it seemed unlikely he would be able to set foot on Hong Kong Island again in the near future. Fortunately, to the local police, he still appeared as a relative stranger, meaning it would require considerable effort to track him down. Farewell, Hong Kong Island. Lin Dong muttered to himself before turning away. After tonight, he would return to Nandu to continue his preparations for heading north to the capital. The fierce gunfight at the Four Seasons Hotel resembled a miniature war of terror. The police's defeat soon reverberated through the upper echelons of the force. Even Governor Peng Dingkong received the battle report promptly and was infuriated. He personally called the commissioner of police, insisting that the most elite forces in Hong Kong be mobilized immediately to apprehend Zhang Ziqiang and Yi Zhihuan's gang. In an instant, both the underworld and law enforcement of Xiangjiang were thrown into disarray, with a palpable atmosphere of dread gripping the populace. News of the 2 bandit kings, along with over 20 elite members of the Flying Tigers and dozens of military and police personnel, engaging in a firefight, yet managing to escape unscathed, quickly spread throughout Hong Kong. The ever-vigilant local media, with their insatiable appetite for gossip, unearthed many hidden details and insider accounts of the shootout. According to insiders, during the Four Seasons Hotel skirmish, the police deployed 10 armored vehicles, 56 uniformed officers, and 5 undercover detectives, along with 20 trained elite members of the Flying Tigers, and even a 3-man sniper team. Yet, astonishingly, they failed to capture the 2 bandit kings, who were accompanied by only 10 armed associates, all of whom managed to retreat safely. Even more outrageous was the report that the police suffered a casualty rate exceeding 40%, with all 23 members of the Flying Tigers, including a commanding officer, falling victim to a mysterious assailant. Thus, under the media's sensational coverage, the enigmatic figure clad in black overshadowed both Zhang Ziqiang and Yi Zhihuan. Although the police did not disclose further information about this mysterious individual, the resourceful media of Hong Kong managed to uncover some details about him. Consequently, newspapers, magazines, and television broadcasts were dominated by headlines featuring the silhouette of this tall figure. The mysterious man in black faces off against the Flying Tigers of Hong Kong. One man annihilates the Flying Tigers. Who is this enigmatic figure? And is he a more formidable foe than the Bandit Kings? This explosive gunfight between law enforcement and criminals would surely be etched into the annals of Hong Kong's history. Likewise, this enigmatic figure in black, who defied all expectations, would soon become a legend within the underworld of Xiangjiang for a long time to come. On February 27th, at 1 a.m., the weary Lin Dong, Feng Zi, and Ing Yin finally returned to the Marriott Manor. They did not return to Lin Dong's mother's residence at number 92 Houting Garden, but instead headed directly to the newly renovated villa at number 98. In recent times, the underworld of Nandu had been relatively peaceful, allowing Lin Dong to relax his security protocols concerning his mother's abode. The majority of the time, he, along with the military god, Feng Zi, and Ing Yin, would stay at the villa at number 98, preparing for their northern journey and strategizing their plans for Hong Kong Island. The weapons acquired from the previous black market transaction had been upgraded and modified by the military god. For instance, the Remington M700 sniper rifle, after undergoing his skilled alterations, not only saw a significant increase in accuracy, but also extended its effective range from 800 meters to 1,200 meters. However, Lin Dong felt that these armaments were still far from sufficient. Especially after acquiring the system space, his ambitions had grown even greater. With a personal space at his disposal, it would be a disservice to his role as a reborn individual if it remained devoid of substantial assets. Furthermore, the complexities and uncertainties surrounding this northern expedition made him sense that the unknown dangers he might encounter could be even more daunting than facing the flying tigers. Thus, Lin Dong's desire for arms intensified to an unprecedented level. When Lin Dong handed over the procurement list for the second batch of black market arms to the military god, even the usually stoic and composed military god was taken aback. "Boss, are you certain this is for gangsters to purchase? Or are we preparing for war?" The first batch of black market arms Lin Dong had instructed the military god to procure was, by all accounts, relatively standard in terms of variety and quantity. 6 Tokarev TT-33 pistols, 1,000 rounds of 7.62 mm ammunition, 4 AK-47 assault rifles, 2,000 rounds of ammunition, 200 grenades, 10 bulletproof vests, 1 Remington M700 sniper rifle, and 300 rounds of 7.62 by 51 mm ammunition. These weapons and ammunition were nearly unattainable in mainland China during the 1990s, and the military god had acquired them through a secret underground channel, purchasing from intermediaries. Therefore, the price for the previous batch of arms was naturally exorbitant, with limited variety and quantity. Now, with Lin Dong presenting him with a new procurement list, the sheer magnitude of the second batch of arms truly shocked him. 1,000 M9 pistols, 150,000 rounds of 9mm ammunition, 300 Beretta 93 are submachine guns, 150,000 rounds of 9mm ammunition, 500 AK-47 assault rifles, 300,000 rounds of ammunition, 300 VZ-61 Scorpion submachine guns, 200,000 rounds of 7.65mm ammunition, 50 Saiga 12 shotguns, 5,000 rounds of ammunition, 20 Heckler Koch MG43 machine guns, 100,000 rounds of ammunition, 10 Barrett M82 sniper rifles, 2,000 rounds of 12.7mm ammunition, 5,000 grenades, 1,000 bulletproof vests, 500 military daggers and triangular bayonets, and 2,000 military first aid kits. "Brother, are you planning a massacre or starting a war? Are these arms suitable for a gang to possess?" the military god exclaimed, his brow furrowed in dismay. "Where on earth do you expect to acquire these? Surely, you can't just steal them from an armory, can you?" Lin Dong frowned in contemplation. Now that you mention it, that could indeed be a possibility. With my ability to see through things in my space, stealing from an armory surely would not be beyond my capabilities. The most rampant black market arms dealers currently are in North Bear Country, Italy. And then there's northern Myanmar, which is closest to us, the military god replied honestly. Uncertain about Lin Dong's ambitious aspirations, the military god questioned. "As a prominent figure in the underworld, why do you need so many arms?" However, bound by a loyalty of 100, he had no choice but to comply unconditionally. Northern Myanmar? Lin Dong's confusion dissipated as if a cloud had been lifted and clarity washed over him. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that place? After a moment's contemplation, he pulled out his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, this is Lin Dong." "Ah, Lin, my young friend. What brings you to call? Did you miss me after just a few days? You should come to Hong Kong Island for a visit. I have some new delights for you to try, haha. Please, Mr. Jiang, spare me the jokes. You know I'm not into that. I'm reaching out because I need your assistance with something. Is there anything you wish to discuss, Brother Lin? Why should we stand on ceremony?" "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. I heard you have spent over a decade in Myanmar. Are you well acquainted with the place?" "Myanmar? Brother Lin, you have indeed asked the right person. It is my second homeland. Do you think I am unfamiliar with it? What are your intentions? Planning to procure some black market arms?" There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before Jiang Zhongfa's voice returned. "Brother Lin, are you about to embark on something significant?" "No. It is merely a precautionary measure. Haha. I have connections in the black market for arms. Coincidentally, I am acquainted with Kuan, the largest underground arms dealer in northern Myanmar. That settles it then. Mr. Jiang, please help facilitate this connection. The volume of this transaction is quite substantial." "How substantial?" Jiang Zhongfa on the other end of the line was piqued with curiosity. "Well, enough to wipe out 10 Dongshin gang members." Lin Dong offered a vivid analogy. Soon, Lin Dong obtained the contact information for Kuan, the largest black market arms dealer in northern Myanmar. As the intermediary, Jiang Zhongfa first called Kuan to introduce Lin Dong. Such a significant quantity of black market arms could only be traded locally in northern Myanmar. A flight from Nandu to Dien province takes just over 2 hours, after which there are numerous ways to smuggle across the border. Lin Dong and his companions had served in Dien province for 4 years and had executed dozens of cross-border reconnaissance missions. They were thoroughly familiar with the various circumstances along the China-Myanmar border. This time, Lin Dong brought along General Shan, Fengzi, and Eagle Eye, and naturally, they carried firearms with them. In a place like northern Myanmar, where law and order is chaotic, having trustworthy companions is essential to avoid being caught off guard. Even decades later, this sinful land would remain a lawless paradise for criminals. In that realm, drug production and trafficking, human trafficking, fraud, robbery, and murder occur daily. This is a place where even the Myanmar government forces cannot exert control. Notions of goodness and justice, law and order, are mere jokes here. In northern Myanmar, as long as one possesses ruthlessness and strength, one can act with impunity. Lin Dong preferred not to dawdle. After agreeing on a meeting spot with Kuan Shang, he promptly had Fengzi book 4 plane tickets to Kuan City. The journey from Kuan City to the border spans over 600 kilometers. And factoring in the time needed for smuggling across the border, they would likely reach northern Myanmar's Guacan by tomorrow evening. Boss, I have a question. As everyone prepared their belongings, the usually taciturn General Shun raised a concern that had troubled him for a long time. Boss, if we acquire arms overseas, how shall we bring them back? Lin Dong smiled slightly and, lowering his voice conspiratorially, replied, I have my ways to transport them back. Do not forget, this connection was established by Jiang Zhongfa, and he has already made the arrangements. Ah, so we will first transport them via waterways to the island port? Now I understand. General Shun's eyes lit up with realization, and he sheepishly scratched his head. Fengzi nearby scoffed and rolled his eyes, thinking, General Shun is really not too bright. Such a simple concept eludes him. Alas, some people are simply beyond redemption. Lin Dong smiled in silence while inwardly scolding Fengzi as well. He couldn't just say, I have a spatial system. Stashing some arms is no issue. Moreover, with the extraordinary function of the black gold system that automatically exchanges various currencies, he didn't even need to carry cash. His explanation to his somewhat dim-witted companions was that Jiang Zhongfa had already arranged the funds for the arms purchase. To maximize the amount of black market arms he could acquire, Lin Dong discreetly moved the paintings, jewelry, and 1.8 billion yuan in cash from his spatial inventory, concealing them in the newly constructed secret basement of Villa number 98. Of course, he left the 6 boxes of gold untouched. After all, gold is universally accepted as hard currency in any nation. On March 2, 1996, the 13th day of the first lunar month, Lin Dong had only recently returned from the island and had not yet had the chance to rest properly before embarking on a new journey. He placed great importance on this trip to northern Myanmar, as it not only involved an underground arms transaction. In his mind, he had long been strategizing a grand scheme. The first step, to gain momentum, establishing Nandu as the starting point to initially grasp the power of discourse in the underworld. The second step, to expand northwards, forging connections and rapidly enhancing his strength. The third step, to venture abroad, targeting 3 locations in Asia where the underworld is worth his investment: Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and Japan, as well as northern Myanmar. And finally, the fourth step, to dominate, consolidating underground factions from around the world and establishing an independent military force. Notably, the preliminary arrangements for the third step could proceed simultaneously with the second step of northern expansion. The Dragon Gang had been established, and the foundation had been laid in Hong Kong, while in Japan, the dark piece of Shimizu Tomoko had already been set. The remaining northern Myanmar was particularly significant in this grand strategy. Lin Dong was well aware that this lawless land, rife with crime, was the paradise for the rapid growth of the black gold system. The 1990s in northern Myanmar were dominated by the underworld, truly a lawless territory. Chapter 99. Exiting to northern Myanmar. First visit to the White House sauna. Before departing for northern Myanmar, Lin Dong took care of 2 matters. First, he partnered with Wang Hu to establish the Xiangzhang Tourism Real Estate Group, with Lin Dong investing 200 million, holding a 51% stake. The office space and recruitment for Xiangzhang Group were progressing swiftly. Thanks to Wang Hu's efforts in networking, the usage rights for 3,000 acres of land near Xiangzhang village had been essentially secured. They were merely awaiting formal approval from above to swiftly initiate project construction. Naturally, any trivial issues regarding land acquisition would be easily resolved by Wang Hu, the ruthless king of the northern district. Once completed, this project, driven by tourism and commerce, would yield Lin Dong billions in dividends over the next 20 years. Secondly, Lin Dong contacted Ling Xiaoxiao to preliminarily discuss the potential collaboration for an underground money house. Ling Xiaoxiao, who was far away in the capital, had been seeking opportunities to engage Lin Dong, and this fortunate match was met with instant agreement. They would wait for Lin Dong to return from northern Myanmar and then head north together to discuss lucrative ventures. At 10 p.m. on March 2nd, Lin Dong and his party of 4 finally arrived at the central city of Kokong in northern Myanmar, Lao Street. The Hengqin Hotel is one of the only 2 5-star hotels in Kokong, conveniently located near the new Haojung Casino owned by the Bai family. Therefore, even well into the night, the lobby of the hotel remained brightly lit and bustling with activity. The 4 of them exited the taxi at the hotel entrance. Wheeling their luggage into the lobby on the first floor, they settled into the lounge area, and Fengzi approached the front desk to inquire. "Hello, do you speak Mandarin?" "Yes, sir, we all speak Mandarin. It is the common language in Kokong," a young female staff member in a red hotel uniform politely responded. "Excellent. Could you please check the reservation for Mr. Lin Dong? It was made with the assistance of Mr. Kuan Sheng." Sir, please hold on. I will notify our manager right away." Upon hearing Kuan Sheng's name, the female staff member's expression changed suddenly. She nervously picked up the front desk's phone and dialed an internal number. Shortly, a man in his 30s, dressed in a black suit, hurried over. "Hello. May I ask if you are Mr. Lin Dong?" "I am not. Mr. Lin is in the lounge. I am one of his subordinates." "Oh. Could you be so kind as to escort me to meet Mr. Lin? Mr. Kuansheng has already made the necessary arrangements for your room, which has been prepared well in advance." Such enthusiasm. It seems that this Kuansheng wields considerable influence. He is quite a prominent figure in northern Myanmar. Under the attentive and amiable guidance of the hotel manager, Lin Dong and his companions swiftly checked into their accommodations. On the 12th floor of the hotel, in the luxurious guest room area, Lin Dong occupied a suite on his own, while the trio of Military God, Wind, and Eagle I shared a room. After Lin Dong entered his room and set down his luggage, his phone rang. "Mr. Lin, have you arrived at the hotel?" A somber male voice on the other end belonged to Kuansheng. "Mr. Kuan, thank you for your warm hospitality. We have already checked in." "Ha, that's wonderful. I trust Mr. Lin is satisfied with the arrangements for your room?" "I am indeed very pleased, and I extend my gratitude once again, Mr. Kuan." "Well, it is my honor to ensure the satisfaction of my guests while on my turf. Ha." The jovial laughter on the phone resonated throughout the room. "Mr. Lin, you may take a hot shower, and shortly I will send a car to pick you up. You cannot miss the special entertainment of the old street." "You are too kind, Mr. Kuan. Goodbye." Lin Dong hung up the phone and lay back on the king-sized bed, his mind racing with thoughts. This arms dealer, Kuansheng, appeared exceedingly cordial, yet he was undoubtedly probing for his true intentions. Such old foxes in the underworld are rarely motivated by anything but profit. Although he seemed to provide luxurious accommodations and promised delightful entertainment, every favor comes at a price. Once you accept someone as kindness, how can you negotiate if they subsequently inflate the price on the arms deal? Half an hour later, a knock echoed at Lin Dong's door. He sprang upright from the bed, and with his keen vision, he surveyed the scene outside. Standing at the door was a tall man, appearing to be in his mid-30s, clad in a gray-blue informal uniform and wearing a matching cap. His expression was stern, emanating an unmistakable aura of danger and concealed menace that could be felt even through the wooden door. Lin Dong discerned 2 firearms on this individual, a compact Scorpion submachine gun holstered at his right hip, and a Browning 9mm handgun concealed in his left trouser leg. Additionally, a sharp military dagger was strapped inside his right pant leg. This man was clearly not to be trifled with. The knock on the door returned, accompanied by a slightly hoarse voice. "Is Mr. Lin in?" "My name is Yin Cheng, sent by Mr. Kuansheng to escort you." Lin Dong opened the door, revealing a broad smile that showcased 2 rows of pristine white teeth. "Ah, so you are one of Mr. Kuan's men, judging by your demeanor. I thought you might be a cold-blooded assassin." "Mr. Lin is jesting. I am merely a lackey for Mr. Kuansheng. Are you ready to depart?" Yin Cheng replied, his demeanor stiffening slightly as he sensed the awkwardness. "I am, but let me gather my 3 companions first." Lin Dong cheerfully stepped out, intending to knock on the door directly opposite him. But before he could do so, the door creaked open to reveal Wind's head, his right hand tucked into the pocket of his coat. With his keen sight, Lin Dong noticed the dark handgun tightly gripped in Wind's hand, along with a look of vigilance etched on his face. Behind Wind, Military God and Eagle Eye were equally alert, hugging the wall in a standard triangular tactical formation. "This is Yin Cheng, sent by Mr. Kuan to escort us," Lin Dong introduced, while silently commending the trio for their military-honed instincts and impressive alertness. "Are you all prepared? Let us go experience the vibrant nightlife." With the situation outside appearing secure, Wind and the others quietly exhaled, responding in unison, "Boss, we are ready." Yin Cheng drove a sleek black Mercedes, departing from Hengqin Hotel. 10 minutes later, they arrived at an opulent sauna located not far from the Xian Haojung Casino. This 4-story sauna boasted an exterior reminiscent of a white palace, gleaming under the bright facade lights, exuding an air of grandeur. The parking lot in front of the palace was already filled with an array of luxurious vehicles. On either side of the main entrance stood 2 rows of tall beauties clad in purple kipayos. Hanging above the entrance was a striking neon sign in deep crimson, boldly displaying 5 large Chinese characters, White Palace Sauna. Who would have imagined that in the 1990s, the northern region of Myanmar would house such an extravagant entertainment venue? Money and vice have always been inseparable twins, never drifting apart in any corner of the world. Thus, the paradise of sin often becomes the haven of pleasure. This White Palace Sauna surely promised an extraordinary experience. After parking the car, Yin Sheng expertly led Lin Dong and his companions through the grand entrance of the White Palace Sauna. The 2 rows of welcoming beauties at the entrance bowed in unison, their synchronized voices reminiscent of a chorus of larks. Welcome, esteemed guests. The spectacle left the military god, who usually struggled to face women, blushing as red as a boiled shrimp. Such a scene was indeed a challenge for him. Military god, perhaps you should just head back. This atmosphere may not suit you. Win teased, seizing the opportunity to poke fun at the military god as discomfort. Exactly. What brings a virgin like you to a place like this? Eagle-Eye chimed in, unable to suppress his laughter. Who said I'm a virgin? I've had a girlfriend back in the countryside. The military god retorted, flustered. His feeble protest elicited laughter even from Lin Dong, who was walking ahead. Soon, Yin Sheng escorted them to the 3rd floor of the White Palace. At the westernmost end of the 3rd floor was a VIP room marked Yao Qi. Yin Sheng nodded at the 2 black-clad bodyguards stationed at the door and pushed it open. Inside, the warm orange light cast a gentle, ambiguous glow, and a soft symphonic melody filled the air. In the center of the room sat a man in his 40s. Comfortably reclined on a sumptuous dark brown European-style sofa. His hair was jet black, but he sported a prominent white beard that gave him the appearance of a cultured artist. Occasionally, he would take a puff from the cigar in his hand, exhaling wisps of smoke that danced in the soft light, reminiscent of an ancient oil painting's backdrop. On the wall opposite the sofa hung a large canvas, and upon closer inspection, Lin Dong realized it was a vibrant oil painting. At its center lay a vast ocean, with a beautiful, delicate blonde nymph timidly standing on a large white shell. Above the shimmering waves soared a man with wings, gently blowing a divine breeze toward the shell. On the shore, the goddess of spring, adorned in a light floral dress, was unfolding a red cloak, preparing to drape it over the golden-haired Venus. Yin Sheng swiftly approached the sofa, bowing respectfully to the middle-aged man and saying, "Boss, Mr. Lin Donglin has arrived." Oh, the middle-aged man, who was leisurely puffing on a large cigar, raised his eyebrows and turned his head towards the entrance. He immediately spotted Lin Dong, who was leading the way, and rose with a smile, waving his hand. "Mr. Lin, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Please come and savor a glass of Scotland's most potent whiskey, Maximus." As soon as he entered the room, Lin Dong's keen perception activated. Kuan Sheng, male, 46 years old. Nickname: the artist, major shareholder of Hengxing Hotel, black market arms dealer, involved in 673 cases of arms trafficking and homicide, black gold value: 3,467 billion. Location of black gold collection: number 166, Bailu Road, Old Street, Kachin, secret vault on the 9th floor of Kuan's building. Goodness, this fellow's wealth is impressive. No wonder Zhang Zhongfa said that Kuan Sheng has dominated the black market arms trade in northern Myanmar for over 20 years. I must find an opportunity to seize this black gold. With this thought, Lin Dong's smile grew even more pronounced. "Hello, Boss Kuan. I have long admired your reputation." "Haha. Mr. Lin, no need for such formalities. A friend of Boss Jiang is a friend of mine, Kuan Sheng. Please, have a seat." Kuan Sheng extended his hand for a brief handshake with Lin Dong, then gestured for him to sit down. "Mr. Lin, since you are new to Kachin, I haven't prepared much in terms of hospitality for you. Besides food, I have a few special delights that I hope you will enjoy." Lin Dong glanced around the spacious room. Aside from its luxurious decor, nothing particularly stood out. However, the wall of oil paintings opposite the sofa was quite captivating. He couldn't help but smirk playfully. "Are the special delights you mentioned to listen to symphonies or to view world-renowned paintings?" "Haha, Mr. Lin, you have a discerning eye. Do you know the origin of this painting?" "I do, if I'm not mistaken. This should be the renowned masterpiece The Birth of Venus by the famous Italian painter Botticelli from the 15th century. "Correct. I didn't expect Mr. Lin, at such a young age, to be an admirer of oil painting. Not at all. It is merely that this painting is too famous, and I happen to have seen it." "Ah, Mr. Lin, please do not be so modest. I always hold those with artistic sensibilities in high regard, even among those in the underworld." Kuan Sheng enthusiastically filled Lin Dong's glass with wine, and, with a meaningful gaze, remarked, "All art in the world stems from human desire. I believe that the stronger a person's desires, the greater their chances of success. Otherwise, they are merely a living corpse. To succeed in any endeavor, one must possess desire, be it for art, wealth, power, or even women." Kuan Sheng raised his glass, nervously toasting to the void before him. Then tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Mr. Lin, tonight we shall not discuss business but indulge in the realm of art. What do you see when you closely examine this painting? Kuan Sheng's expression was somewhat lewd, tinged with an undercurrent of malice. His unusual approach tonight was intended to undermine Lin Dong's confidence as a prelude to the upcoming arms negotiations, sowing the seeds for potential price hikes. It was akin to taking a rural relative to the city for the first time, showing off a McDonald's beef burger and asking, "Look, this is a hamburger. Have you ever had one before?" Lin Dong set down his glass, raising his gaze to the wall opposite. The Venus on the oil canvas, with her snow-white physique, is long and delicate, her beauty flawless. Her eyes are filled with yearning, confusion, and sorrow. However, unbeknownst to anyone, Lin Dong had already activated his clairvoyance. His vision pierced through the canvas of the famous painting, beyond it to a one-way mirrored glass behind. This glass allowed one to see inside from the outside, while those within could not see out. Inside was a brightly lit rectangular room adorned with pink lights. At that moment, 6 beautiful young women stood there, entirely naked. Each figure so stunning it could induce a torrent of blood and excitement. Good heavens! Isn't this akin to the nude beauty pageant fishbowl that once thrived in the capital? How could such a sinful spectacle appear in northern Myanmar? This wicked place is far too audacious, far too avant-garde. What on earth does this old fox Kuan Sheng intend? To launch a barrage of beautiful distractions and leave him in a daze? Mr. Lin, have you discerned anything? Kuan Sheng inquired with a gleeful smile. Nothing much. Just naked women, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. This famous painting depicts Venus in the nude, Mr. Lin. Your response seems rather simplistic. Kuan Sheng said with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. Then let me take another guess. Is there some hidden significance within this painting? Lin Dong leaned back against the sofa, a sly smirk playing on his lips. Is there truly nudity concealed within? Arms dealer, artistic mobster, Kuan Sheng. Chapter 101. The Beauty Fishbowl, the most thrilling gamble in the world. Oh, Mr. Lin, your intuition is quite accurate. Indeed, behind this nude masterpiece of Venus, there are indeed naked women. Kuan Sheng exhaled a plume of smoke, casually picking up a black remote control from the marble coffee table. As he pressed a button, the canvas began to slowly rise. A scene that could ignite one's passions gradually revealed itself. 6 naked young women were neatly arranged in the pink room, their pale bodies sculpted and alluring, each possessing unique beauty. Their charming faces bore a hint of seduction, with smiles that danced tantalizingly on their lips. What do you think of this beauty fishbowl? Quite splendid, wouldn't you agree? Kuan Sheng laughed heartily. Mr. Lin, the finest specimens from the White House, 6 blossoms, are specially prepared for you. Which one do you fancy? Or would you like to take them all? Having already surveyed the enticing scene with his clairvoyance, Lin Dong's demeanor remained composed, devoid of any overt astonishment. Instead, he felt a profound sympathy for those young women engaged in the sex industry. If he was not mistaken, these women were likely victims trafficked from Huagua by human traffickers. In Kachin, and indeed throughout northern Myanmar, private militias and gangs effectively controlled various sectors of the local economy. Particularly notorious were the drug trade in the Golden Triangle and the arms, gambling, sex, and human trafficking businesses in the Kachin region. The infamous 4 families of northern Myanmar, known for their abduction of Huagua citizens for scams, had yet to emerge. Years later, the head of the most powerful family, Bai Sawaching, would still be serving as a deputy commander under the military and political leader Peng Jiashing in northern Myanmar. However, by the mid to late 1990s, the rampant proliferation of private militias and gangs in northern Myanmar had become increasingly severe. Kuan Sheng, who made his fortune in the hotel and arms trade, was a quintessential example. Today, Kachin's Old Street served as a demarcation of power among various factions. The eastern city and most areas within remained firmly under the control of the military and political leader Peng Jiashing. Meanwhile, Shuangfeng City, Baihe Street, and the surrounding taverns to the north of Old Street were dominated by Bai Sawaching, Peng Jiashing's right-hand man. The remaining areas of Old Street were a chaotic mix of forces, each vying for dominance. For instance, in the southern region of the Old Street where the hotels under Kuan Sheng are located, there exists the newly established Huajiang Casino run by Bai's family. At this moment, the Bai Gong Sauna, which we are in, is also owned by Bai Yingtung, the eldest son of the Bai family. Mr. Lin, have you made your selection? Surely, none of these offerings can be to your disliking? Noticing Lin Dong's distraction, Kuan Sheng inquired with a hint of curiosity. Is Lin Dong truly so discerning when it comes to women? Could it be that he finds even the 6 most exquisite beauties of the Bai Gong unsatisfactory? He had gone to great lengths to arrange this encounter, having owed Bai Yingting a favor. My apologies, Boss Kuan. It's not that I find them unappealing, but rather that they simply do not suit my taste. Lin Dong awkwardly shifted his gaze away from the fish tank, directly rejecting Kuan Sheng's goodwill. Kuan Sheng, initially brimming with enthusiasm, felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him, his expression immediately dimming. This is quite perplexing. What man does not appreciate beauty? Unless, of course, you are of a different persuasion. A man has 4 great passions are arms, luxury cars, beautiful women, and gambling. Could it be that Mr. Lin has no interest in any of these? Damn it. How could there be a man who can resist the allure of beauty? What kind of person is he? If he fails to impress Lin Dong, who has traveled from afar, how will Kowloon save face? His plan to undermine Lin Dong's confidence to inflate prices during arms negotiations would also be in jeopardy. Mr. Kowloon, my orientation is perfectly normal. I simply do not fancy these public commodities. Observing Kowloon's dismay, Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle. I appreciate all that men typically adore. And you needn't doubt me. I have never lost at gambling. Kowloon's eyes brightened, and he hastily asked, Mr. Lin enjoys gambling too? Are you certain you've never lost? Absolutely. I find that hard to believe. Is there truly a gambler who has never lost? Today, you stand before one. Forgive my arrogance, for in the gambling world, I am known as the victor. Goodness, is he truly this boastful? Kowloon was unaccustomed to others flaunting themselves before him, especially someone who had just bested him. Mr. Lin, you've come at the right time. Outsiders may not know, but the Baigong offers more than just beautiful soundness. There is a far more exhilarating and thrilling experience, which is typically inaccessible to the general public. Fortunately, I am a platinum VIP here, and I shall soon introduce you to it. Upon concluding his words, Kowloon eagerly seized the remote control to lower the oil painting curtain, and without hesitation, he took Lin Dong's hand. Come, we shall ascend to the 4th floor where I will reveal to you the most exhilarating gambling experience in the world. In no time, Kowloon led Lin Dong to the eastern section of the 3rd floor, arriving at a large iron door marked restricted area, unauthorized personnel prohibited. Kowloon pressed a red button beside the door. Next to the surveillance camera above the door, a small black speaker emitted a cold, indifferent male voice. Membership number? Today's password? Kowloon cleared his throat and obediently responded. Number 062, password, black revolver, 6 to shun. A few seconds later, the speaker's voice returned. Membership details correspond with appearance. Password correct, entry permitted. The heavy iron door then creaked open slightly. Each member is only allowed to bring 1 additional person inside. Understood. Kowloon ushered Lin Dong through the door, and just as they entered, the iron door slammed shut behind them. They traversed a spacious hall, undergoing a thorough search before taking a specialized elevator to the 4th floor under the cold gaze of 8 guards clad in black. The ascent from the 3rd to the 4th floor was swift. Upon exiting the elevator, they found themselves in a long corridor, nearly 10 meters wide, flanked by guards in black every few meters. Lin Dong's perceptive gaze casually swept over them, noting that each individual was armed with handguns and grenades. What sort of gambling requires such stringent security? Or perhaps the mastermind behind this game is someone of considerable stature, with such a formidable security presence. Who among the participants would dare entertain any nefarious thoughts? They made their way through the corridor and finally arrived at a silver-gray door. 2 male staff members dressed in white suits politely opened the casino's grand entrance for them. Upon entering, the first sight that greeted them was not the green gaming tables, nor the bustling crowd. The gambling hall, approximately 1,000 square meters in size, was shrouded in shadows, revealing only 2-tiered viewing platforms on either side, where over 50 spectators were already seated. At the center of the hall stood a gray square table, illuminated by 4 white spotlights, casting bright light around it. Seated on either side of the table were 2 men. The man on the left appeared quite youthful, seemingly under 15 years of age, clad in an oversized gray-green military uniform, with a black silk band tied around his forehead. His slightly immature face bore no expression whatsoever. The man on the right, appearing to be in his mid-20s, wore only a white long-sleeved shirt. The indoor temperature was neither cold nor warm, yet his pale, paper-like face was dotted with beads of perspiration. Lying quietly across the gray table between them was a pitch-black revolver. Chapter 102, The Gambit of Young Master by Russian Roulette. The surroundings of the square table exuded an unusual quietness. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in olive-green military attire approached the table with deliberate steps. His hands, encased in pristine white gloves, scanned the 2 seated opponents with a cold glance. He then reached for the black revolver resting on the table. Click! The revolver's chamber opened, and the middle-aged man placed the firearm under the bright lights, methodically loading 3 bullets into the chambers. Once loaded, he spun the cylinder rapidly 3 times before finally halting. 3 bullets nestled in 6 chambers. No one knew who would fire next, or if they would emerge alive or dead. This is the most frenzied gambling known to man. Russian roulette, a game favored by ruthless gang leaders and affluent aristocrats alike. The black revolver was gently returned to the table. The military-clad dealer forcefully spun the resting handgun, which whirled rapidly, completing over 20 revolutions before gradually coming to a stop. The dark muzzle pointed directly at the young man in white. With 3 bullets in 6 chambers, the right side would fire first. A 1-minute countdown commenced, and betting began. The military dealer announced the commencement of the game in a booming voice. Time passed slowly, second by second. Kowloon led Lin Dong hurriedly to the left viewing platform of the hall, where in the third row, they found the VIP 062 personal seat. The tiered seating was adorned with pairs of leather sofas every few meters, reserved for VIP gamblers. At this moment, the majority of the seats were occupied, and the gamblers were eagerly picking up the betting devices from the coffee tables to place their wagers on the new game. Let us first observe a round before we rush to place our bets. Kowloon picked up a black betting device from the coffee table and handed it to Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, you surely have never encountered such a game before, have you? As gamblers, we can use the betting device to wager on the outcome of the shooters in the arena. If you believe the shooter on our side will win, press the left button, then the victory button, input your bet amount, and press confirm. The opposite applies as well. The minimum bet here is set at 100,000, with a cap of 10 million for a single wager. Lin Dong cast a glance at the betting device in his hand and nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. This is indeed Russian roulette. We gamble with money, while the 2 players on the field gamble with their lives. Such a form of gambling is undeniably thrilling, yet disturbingly twisted. Kowloon was taken aback by Lin Dong's knowledge of Russian roulette, his surprise palpable as he exclaimed, "Ah, you know about this? What else is there that you don't understand?" "Well, I don't understand losing money, nor do I comprehend the intricacies of childbirth." A minute swiftly elapsed, and the bets from the audience concluded. The round of Russian roulette was officially underway. The young man in white seated on the right side of the table was the first to grasp the revolver resting on the table, beneath the glaring lights. His complexion grew increasingly ashen. His right hand trembled slightly, whether from fear or excitement remained uncertain. In the next heartbeat, he abruptly raised the pistol, directing the muzzle toward his right temple, closed his eyes, and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull gunshot resonated, and amidst the white smoke, blood erupted from the young man's forehead as he slumped onto the table. Under the harsh glare of the lights, a dark crimson pool gradually spread across half of the table's surface. His white shirt was splattered with shocking crimson droplets. Lin Dong heard the gambling hall erupt into chaos. Those who placed their bets in favor of victory wailed in despair, while those who backed the losing side were evidently elated. The sensation of teetering on the precipice between life and death, of winning and losing in an instant, was undeniably exhilarating. Not a single soul in the vicinity paid any heed to the fate of the man in white at the gambling table. Following the conclusion of this round, casino staff would naturally handle the payouts and collections. Kowloon waved to a nearby staff member, who promptly approached. "Good day, Boss Kowloon. How may I assist you?" The staff member inquired politely. "I have insufficient cash on me today. Please inform Master by that I, Kowloon, would like to borrow 5 million, Kowloon replied. "Certainly. Boss Kowloon," the staff member acknowledged before making his way to the middle of the front row, bending to report to a man clad in a black coat with a gray collar. Upon hearing the message, the man nodded, rose, and surprisingly made his way toward Kowloon's position. As the man drew near, Kowloon hastily stood up, pulling Lin Dong with him. "Master Bai, I apologize for my hasty departure today. I forgot to bring cash. I've already called my subordinate to bring some over." "Mr. Lin, this is Master Bai, the eldest son of Bai Suaching, the deputy commander of the Bai family, and also one of the owners here," Kowloon introduced. Lin Dong offered a courteous nod to the young master. This Master Bai appeared to be in his early 20s, yet he exuded an air of depth and cunning that belied his age. Bai Yingting cast a fleeting glance at Lin Dong, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. "Master Bai, this is my friend Lin Dong, hailing from Hua country. It's his first time at such a gambling establishment, and he wishes to partake." A hint of disdain flickered across Bai Yingting's sharply defined features as he replied coolly, "Welcome, but this casino operates on a cash-only basis, and we only accept US dollars. You two should be prepared for the possibility of losing. Boss Kowloon, when can I expect the 300 AK-47s we discussed last time?" Bai Yingting inquired. Kowloon's expression soured as he forced a smile. "Master Bai, it's not that I don't wish to sell them to you, but your offered price is simply too low. I wouldn't make a profit." Bai Yingting's lips curled into a cold smile as he retorted, "Is that so? I've heard that you, Kowloon, are notoriously unscrupulous. You wouldn't part with military goods unless they're a 2 to 3-fold profit. So, will you still lend the 5 million tonight?" Kowloon's face fell further, feeling humiliated in front of Lin Dong, and he reluctantly replied, "Of course, I will lend it. The next round is about to begin. You can't expect us to sit here idly, can you? As for those 300 AKs, I'll take a loss and sell them to you at half price. How does that sound?" Bai Yingting smiled with satisfaction, agreed. "I will have 5 million sent over immediately. Remember, regardless of winning or losing, It must be repaid within an hour, along with an interest of 100,000. Kuan Sheng's smile faltered abruptly, realizing he had been outwitted. Bai Yingting relished the sight of Kuan Sheng's discomfort, chuckling as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, he paused, turning his gaze toward Lin Dong. You are Lin Dong, correct? Where in Hua country are you from? Lin Dong leisurely returned to the sofa, replying nonchalantly, I hail from Nandu. Oh, Nandu? I know of you, Lin Dong. Bai Yingting remarked coldly, before turning to depart. Kuan Sheng stood perplexed, bewildered by the cryptic exchange between the two young men, silently questioning, this shouldn't be. These two young men seem worlds apart. How could they possibly have any connection? Lin Dong fixed his gaze on Bai Yingting's retreating figure, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Meanwhile, the body and bloodstains from the gambling table had been swiftly cleared away. A new round of Russian roulette was about to commence. Chapter 103, The Luck of the Youth in Military Garb. Bai Yingting, male, 21 years old, second largest shareholder and executive director of Baixing Group. Owner of New Haojiang Casino and Bai Palace Sauna. Involved in drug trafficking, human trafficking, operating casinos, usury, running adult entertainment venues, extortion, and 265 counts of murder. Black gold value, 793 billion. Hidden locations of black gold, Bai Mansion, 126, Baihe Street, North Old Town, 900 million. New Haojiang Casino Underground Vault, 500 million. Bai Palace Sauna 4th Floor Vault, 393 million. As Bai Yingting turned to leave, Lin Dong's black gold eye activated. The results of the scan did not surprise him. As the eldest son of the Bai family, it was expected that Bai Yingting had become a billionaire at such a young age. Naturally, the 4th floor vault of Bai Palace Sauna contained 393 million in black gold. This sum should fall within the effective conversion range of the system. So he resolved to acquire it first. Ding. Successfully converted black gold value of 393 million. Current wealth balance, 4,04986 billion. Since he was already present, why not seize this fortuitous opportunity for profit? He chuckled softly. Following this, Lin Dong's black gold eye busily scanned the entire venue for targets. Wei Homing male, 32 years old, shareholder of Hungli Group, founder of Hungli Casino, and owner of the Paganhaka Jade Mine. Involved in operating casinos, usury, illegal possession of mines, extortion, and 296 counts of murder. Black gold value, 936 million. Hidden locations of black gold. Wei Mansion, 93, Wakang Street, Central Old Town, 400 million. Hungli Casino Vault, 321 million. Bai Palace Casino, 15 million. Lu Zhengbao, male, 41 years old, drug dealer, involved in drug manufacturing and trafficking, murder, and sexual assault. Black gold value, 296 million. Hidden locations of black gold, 17, Gontai Street, East Old Town, 286 million. Bai Palace 4th Floor Casino, 10 million. This round of scanning with the black gold eye made Lin Dong feel as though he had stumbled upon a treasure trove. The northern region of Myanmar, particularly Kokong, indeed resembles a veritable paradise for gangsters and criminal enterprises. Just within one sauna on the old street, a plethora of big players congregates. Lin Dong, unreservedly, transformed the illicit wealth present before him, swiftly amassing a staggering sum of 673 million. He also discreetly committed to memory all the information scanned by the gamblers present. With his enhanced memory, retaining such details was child's play. Upon tallying, including the illicit gains of Kuan Sheng and Bai Yingting, the total black market valuation in the room astonishingly reached an incredible 9,743 billion. This underscores the extent of depravity and bloodshed concealed within the backward and chaotic northern Myanmar. Lin Dong was determined to seize every opportunity to cleanse this cache of black gold, converting it all. Recently, he had invested 6.8 billion to undergo a comprehensive enhancement and upgrade of his physical and functional capabilities, leaving him in dire need of funds. At that moment, the hall was cleared of bloodstains from the gambling table, and a new round of Russian roulette was poised to commence. Just then, young Master Bai dispatched someone to deliver $5 million, a hefty suitcase brimming with $100 bills. Mr. Lin, why not partake in this round and test your gambling prowess? Kuan Sheng suggested, opening the suitcase to reveal a stack of pristine bills, inhaling their scent with delight. If you win, we split the earnings. If you lose, it's on me. A smirk graced Lin Dong's lips as he replied, what if I win 3 consecutive rounds? Taken aback, Kuan Sheng exclaimed, do you truly possess such skill? If you can indeed win 3 in a row, I shall grant you a 50% discount on this arms deal. It's a deal. Lin Dong chuckled, appreciating Kuan Sheng's eagerness to line his pockets. As the new round was set to begin, the middle-aged referee announced loudly, drawing the gaze of the spectators back to the center of the gaming hall. To the right of the gray gambling table stood a tall, gaunt middle-aged man clad in a faded light blue jacket, his sickly pale face etched with despair and indignation. Just the day prior, he lay in a private hospital bed on the old street, informed by the doctor that he required surgery, the cost of which amounted to 30 million shots, equivalent to 100,000 yuan. In a desperate bid to finance his treatment, his family had borrowed 10 million shots from the Bai family. Faced with the necessity of surgery, he was left wondering where to procure such a sum. Today, young Master Bai's associates had revealed to him a swift avenue for earning money, participating in a game of Russian roulette. Winning a round could yield $20,000. And in the unfortunate event of his demise, his family would receive a compensation of $10,000. For a man in his predicament, $10,000 was an astronomical figure. Are you clear on the rules? The middle-aged referee inquired coldly. I understand, the gaunt man replied timidly. Good. Now let's check the firearms and load the chambers. This round would again feature a 6-chamber revolver with 3 bullets. The referee placed the revolver under the bright lights, opening the cylinder, which still contained 2 bullets from the previous round. Only 1 bullet needed to be added for this round. The familiar routine of loading the gun, swiftly spinning the cylinder, and closing it followed. Unfortunately for the current round, the barrel was directed at the young man in military attire seated to the left. The left side will fire first. With 6 chambers and 3 bullets, we begin the countdown of 1 minute. You may place your bets. A wave of murmurs rippled through the audience. This peculiar young man in military garb had managed to survive 2 rounds. This time, however, his luck seemed to have run out as he drew the first shot. In a game devoid of humanity like Russian roulette, the first shooter always bears the greatest burden. With a 50% chance, should the first shooter be struck down, the opponent not only stands to win $20,000, but also advances automatically to the next round. Survive 3 rounds, and a hefty reward awaits. Such is the cruelty and allure of Russian roulette. Mr. Lin, it appears the young man's luck has run out. What do you wager for this round? Kuan Sheng remarked, casting a glance at the frail figure of the youth. I shall bet on his victory, Lin Dong asserted confidently, stealing a glance at the revolver in the young man's grip. His fortune is still intact. Without further ado, he leaned down to press the button for betting on the left side's victory. Hesitating momentarily while inputting the wager, he ultimately confirmed a sum of 5, followed by 6 zeros. After pressing the confirmation key, the sound echoed. Ding. Bet placed. You truly bet on his victory? How much did you wager? Kuan Sheng asked, eyeing the youth seated like a statue at the gambling table with concern. Lin Dong extended a hand, revealing 5 fingers. 50,000. Have you lost your mind? Kuan Sheng gasped, leaping from the sofa. No, it's 5 million. Kuan Sheng buried his face in his hand, feeling utterly drained, nearly fainting. A year ago, the boy had just turned 13. The moment he grasped the gun, the wheel of fate had already been set in motion. Chapter 104. No one knows who the next bullet is destined for. The 1-minute betting period flew by. As the referee announced the closure of betting, a hush fell over the crowd. All eyes turned to the young man seated at the gambling table. This time, nearly no one had faith in him. Would the boy evade the grim fate of a bullet to the head? The majority of gamblers had wagered against him, save for the audacious Lin Dong, who staked 5 million. A faint smile lingered on Lin Dong's lips as he entered a state of heightened perception, with his 3 eyes, distant, penetrating, and fully engaged, allowing him to discern the internal workings of the revolver. Lin Dong was aware that this round shot was a blank. Betting has ceased. The wheel begins, echoed the cold, unfeeling voice of the referee. Without hesitation, the frail young man raised his revolver. Click. The trigger was pulled. Yet the anticipated gunshot and ensuing bloodshed failed to materialize. Astonishingly, it was a blank. Once again, the boy had triumphed. Stunned, the young man lowered his gun, while his opponent, the gaunt man across the table, turned ashen. The next shot would be his. The trembling middle-aged man felt as though the specter of death, cloaked in black, loomed behind him. Soon, he would plunge into the abyss of mortality, never to awaken again. The first shot, left side wins. Payouts commence, announced the referee, casting a glance at the young man. This boy was extraordinarily fortunate. In the stands, anguished cries echoed from the gamblers who had lost. While Lin Dong wore a radiant smile, next to him, Kuan Sheng still looked bewildered. What? He actually won. That's $5 million, and in less than a minute. It has doubled. Shortly thereafter, a black suitcase filled with 5 million in cash was delivered by 2 attendants. As the attendants cheerfully congratulated Kuan Sheng, he awoke from his stupor, realizing they had indeed triumphed, winning a total of 5 million, this time, in dollars. In this instance, Lin Dong's luck at the gambling table is nothing short of remarkable. Could it be that his reputation as a gambler is not merely a fabrication? What say you? Boss Kuan, have I captured your attention now? Lin Dong opened the black leather case and glanced at the vibrant stacks of cash within, a smile dancing on his lips as he teased, what do you think? Kuan Sheng's face flushed with embarrassment, and he sheepishly gave a thumbs up. Impressive. This money-making gamble is undeniably exhilarating. Leaning back comfortably, Lin Dong crossed his legs. Don't rush. We still have 2 more rounds to go. 5 minutes later. The payouts for the current round of Russian roulette concluded, and the next round commenced. Congratulations. The left side has won 3 consecutive rounds. You may leave your seats to collect your winnings, announced the middle-aged referee, taking a deep breath. The peculiar boy in military attire maintained an expression of utter indifference, which left the referee profoundly astonished. What experiences could a mere 14-year-old have endured to render him so apathetic towards life? I choose to continue gambling. A sharp, youthful voice echoed through the gambling hall. The referee was taken aback, incredulously staring at the boy's youthful visage. What? You wish to continue? Are you not afraid of death? Or do you genuinely seek it? The spectators in the stands erupted once more in excitement. They had witnessed their fair share of Russian roulette, but never had they encountered someone so fearless, especially a boy of approximately 14 years. Have you truly considered your decision? The middle-aged referee asked one final time, utterly perplexed by the boy's audacity. I have thought it through, the boy in military garb replied with an indifferent nod. The referee, resigned, furrowed his brow and proclaimed loudly, very well, the next shot will be for the right side. A win pays 15 to 1, while a loss pays 0. 5 to 1. You have 1 minute to place your bets. The pitch-black revolver was handed to a tall, slender man. It was evident to all that his hands trembled uncontrollably. Mr. Lin, will you bet on a win or a loss? Just look at this cowardly display. He's surely destined for a bullet to the head. Having just won 5 million, Kowloon now regarded Lin Dong with newfound respect. A win. Lin Dong replied with an expression of calm detachment, then pressed the button for a win on the betting device. The amount Lin Dong wagered stunned Kowloon once again. Goodness, 10 million? Lin Dong, have you wagered everything? Kowloon began to question his own sanity. He now believed that if there were levels of madness in this gambling hall, the military-clad boy ranked first, with Lin Dong a close second. Or perhaps they were simply two of a kind. Ladies and gentlemen, time's up. Please cease your betting, and good luck. The middle-aged referee announced, signaling the trembling man to begin. With a pallid complexion, the man shakily raised the revolver to his right hand. Even before the barrel was near his temple, he closed his eyes in despair. Click. A profound silence enveloped the room. No way, another blank? This is uncanny. The spectators gasped in disbelief. As the boy in military attire had already fired a blank, the likelihood of the next shot being fatal had significantly increased. It was akin to a gambler's psychology of betting high after a string of low outcomes. Although the house had lowered the odds for losses to 0, 5 to 1, nearly everyone placed their bets on a loss, except for Lin Dong, the anomaly with a gift for foresight. Another blank? We won again. Ha. Kowloon, now over 40, disregarded his dignity, joyously leaping onto the sofa and pumping his fist in excitement. The thrill of winning at Russian roulette surpassed that of arms dealing by leaps and bounds. The joy of a man often resides in fleeting moments, whether it be gambling or otherwise. In this round, Lin Dong wagered 10 million on a win, with the house offering 15 to 1, yielding a profit of 15 million. In less than 15 minutes, 20 million was in hand, and it was in the form of freshly minted, vibrant cash. Such an exhilarating way to accumulate wealth. What man could possibly resist the thrill? When the server returned with 3 large cases filled with dollars, Kowloon's gaze towards Lin Dong was now brimming with admiration and awe. Unbeknownst to him, his original intention that night had been to host Lin Dong from a position of superiority, aiming to secure a premium on arms. Yet now, he found himself on the receiving end of an unexpected and humbling blow. Life, indeed, is a marvel. There exists a famous saying in Russian roulette. No one knows whose turn it will be when the next bullet is fired. Lin Dong remarked casually. Huh, is that a saying? Who coined it? Kowloon inquired curiously. I did, Lin Dong replied, crossing his arms with an air of pretentiousness. At that moment, the tall, slender man who had narrowly escaped death was moved to tears, while the boy in military attire across from him remained as impassive as ever. It's your turn now, young man. Will you continue? The referee solemnly reminded. Of course, the boy replied, taking the dark revolver in hand. For reasons unknown, a flicker of brilliance suddenly ignited within his previously dull eyes. His grip on the gun grew remarkably firm. This boy is a fool, having already fired 2 blanks. He is unlikely to escape the next bullet, Kowloon scoffed, disdainfully eyeing the military-clad youth. The boy's reckless behavior had surpassed mere impulsiveness. It was sheer folly. Is that so? I stand by my statement. No one knows whose turn it will be when the next bullet is fired. Lin Dong mused thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the diminutive figure at the edge of the table, his foresight having already discerned the truth about the revolver. The next shot contained a bullet. Suddenly, the boy in military attire rose to his feet, swiftly turning and darting towards the center of the front row of spectators. His movements were swift and practiced. as if rehearsed countless times. Before he even reached his destination, the revolver in his hand was already aimed. Bang! The muffled gunshot rang out, immediately followed by a cacophony of terrified screams, plunging the gambling hall into chaos. Run, boy! This shot had been a year in the making. Chapter 105. Why do the lives of villains seem to stretch so long? The bullet fired from the boy's revolver struck a young man squarely in the left chest, mere meters separating the gambling table from the front row of spectators. With just a few agile leaps, the military-clad boy closed the distance to his target. The shot was precise. In that moment, it became clear that the boy was targeting Bai Yingting. Kuan Sheng, seated in the third row, was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. He sprang to his feet, panic-stricken, and reached for the stacks of cash before him. However, he soon realized that with 5 large cases of cash, he could not possibly carry them all. Mr. Lin, let us leave this place quickly. I promise to share half of the winnings with you. Take 2 cases, and let us go. Lin Dong sat upright on the sofa, remaining still as he calmly observed the unfolding situation. He spoke in a low voice. Leave? It's too late. Bai Yingting, who had been shot in the left chest, groaned as he rolled over and slumped against the sofa. At that moment, the young soldier fired his second shot. Bang! The bullet grazed past Bai Yingting's right ear, splattering a vivid spray of crimson. Ah! Bai Yingting screamed in agony, raising his hand to cover the half-shorn ear. Remarkably, there was no blood gushing from the wound on his left chest. He must have been wearing a bulletproof vest beneath his clothing. The boy's expression darkened as he swiftly closed the distance to 3 meters in front of Bai Yingting. He still had 1 bullet left in his revolver. This final shot could not miss. The young soldier had never contemplated leaving the White House alive. He felt compelled to kill his enemy with his own hands. To slay Bai Yingting was the obsession that drove this 14-year-old to survive each day. He had waited an entire year for this opportunity. 3 meters was a fleeting distance. The boy's slight figure finally pressed against the front of the sofa. He aimed the revolver at Bai Yingting's forehead and resolutely pulled the trigger. Click! To his dismay, the gun was empty. In the game of Russian roulette, the last unfired bullet had appeared at this critical moment. Fate's goddess had not favored the boy until the final moment. The young soldier's expression changed drastically as he prepared to pull the trigger again. Bang! A gunshot rang out from behind, causing the boy's body to convulse as the bullet's force propelled him to the ground beneath the sofa. Blood gushed from the wound in his right shoulder, and the revolver slipped from his grasp, landing 2 meters away. It was unfortunate that the last shot had been a blank. It was now too late to rise and fire again. Lying in a pool of his own blood, the boy despairingly closed his eyes, unable to believe that his long-awaited assassination had ended in failure. Was fate truly so unjust? Why did the wicked live so long? The shot that had struck the young soldier had come from a middle-aged referee at the gambling table, who was now hastily approaching with his gun drawn. Glancing at Bai Yingting slumped on the sofa, he saw that aside from the blood seeping from his right ear, he appeared largely unharmed, which brought him a sigh of relief. If anything were to happen to young Master Bai tonight, not only would he be in peril, but many others present would likely face dire consequences as well. In a fit of rage, he swiftly kicked the revolver away from the boy's reach, then raised his gun, intent on finishing off the young soldier. Bang! In a split second, another gunshot rang out. The middle-aged man staggered, a bloody hole appearing in his left temple. His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned his head with the last vestige of strength. He beheld a tall figure clad in a black suit, eerily materializing beside him. Who are you? He managed to stammer, his eyes wide with terror as he crumpled to the ground. Had everyone who entered the casino tonight gone mad? This was his final thought before plummeting into the abyss of death. I am your uncle. Why be so inquisitive when death is imminent? Lin Dong sighed, giving a kick to the lifeless body of the middle-aged man in mockery. He then turned and approached the still moaning Bai Yingting, lifting him effortlessly from the sofa. With Lin Dong's abnormal strength, hoisting a man over 100 pounds was as easy as lifting a mere chicken. Bai Yingting, still reeling from the earlier shock, was startled to discover that a dark barrel had mysteriously appeared at his temple. Young Master Bai, cease your cries and consider how to save your own life. Lin Dong's cold words finally jolted Bai Yingting back to reality. Lin Dong, what do you intend to do? Lin Dong ignored him, calling out to the young soldier sprawled on the ground. Hey, kid, can you still move? Hearing Lin Dong's voice, the frail body stirred slightly before laboriously rising. The boy's youthful face had turned pale as he lifted his gaze to Lin Dong, took a few steps, and retrieved the revolver from the ground. He did not overlook the middle-aged man's gun either. As long as you can move, I'll get you out of here. Don't kill this man. We'll use him as a hostage, Lin Dong instructed, dragging Bai Yingting along like a small chick as he made his way towards the third row of seats. The injured boy pressed his hand against the bullet wound in his shoulder, enduring the excruciating pain as he followed. For reasons unknown, the moment he first laid eyes on Lin Dong, he felt an inexplicable trust in this unfamiliar young man, as though they were kindred spirits or childhood friends who had known each other for years. Mr. Lin, what are you doing? Kuan-sheng stammered. Taken aback as he saw Lin Dong return with Bai Yingting in tow, he was still bewildered by the recent events. How had a gun suddenly appeared in Lin Dong's hand? Could he perform magic? Moreover, how had he moved with such incredible speed? The series of bizarre occurrences that night left Kuan-sheng's heart racing, as if on a roller coaster. Yet, deep within, a thrill danced on the edge of life and death. This evening's experience was undeniably exhilarating. Who was this audacious Lin Dong, who seemed to possess extraordinary skills? How could that old fox, Jiang Zhongfa, have introduced such a client to him? Nevertheless, this young man was one that Kuan-sheng found himself liking. Boss Kuan, let's discuss this outside. Bring all this cash with you, Lin Dong said, gesturing towards the 5 boxes of U.S. dollars on the table. Kid, you're too weak. Help carry a box. All right. At that moment, the casino hall had devolved into utter chaos, as patrons rushed toward the exits. Over 50 staff members within the casino had drawn their firearms, yet, with young Master Bai still in captivity, they dared not act recklessly. More security personnel in black, pushing against the throng of fleeing gamblers, charged in from outside, armed with guns or submachine guns. Soon, the entire gambling hall was tightly secured, trapping the would-be assassins of young Master Bai within its confines. Chapter 106, The Boy Shao Yi. Mr. Lin, what is the meaning of this? Kuan-sheng lamented, watching helplessly as dozens of armed White House enforcers surrounded them. The numerous dark gun barrels pointed at the 3 of them like a gathering storm. No particular reason. I simply decided to do this on a whim, Lin Dong replied calmly, showing no signs of having just killed a man and taken Bai Yingting hostage. What the hell is going on? Don't you realize that young Master Bai is one of the most powerful figures in the underworld? A 20-something madman had inexplicably come to the aid of a 14-year-old lunatic, dragging Kuan-sheng down into the mire as well. Let us discuss this outside. Lin Dong grasped Bai Yingting by the left arm, casting a glance at his bloodied right ear, and shook his head before raising his pistol. Bang! Another gunshot echoed through the air, accompanied by Bai Yingting's agonizing scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His previously intact left ear was now torn apart by Lin Dong's bullet, blood splattering across the ground. This sudden discharge of a firearm, fired almost at point-blank range beside Bai Yingting's head, rendered him temporarily deafened and nearly stunned. In the old street, and indeed throughout the entirety of Guangdong, who would dare to draw a gun on the illustrious young Master Bai? Typically, it was he who inflicted torment and death upon others, never having encountered anyone bold enough to confront him in such a manner. The overwhelming sense of humiliation nearly caused the proud and tyrannical Bai Yingting to faint from rage. My apologies, I am rather obsessive-compulsive. Now it seems, both ears are symmetrical, Lin Dong remarked, waving the TT-33 pistol in his hand as a warning to the surrounding Bai Palace gunmen. I shall give you 10 seconds to clear the way, otherwise, the next shot will be aimed at Little Bai. Do you understand, Little Bai? That is, Bai Didi. Lin Dong's pistol pointed mockingly at the center of Bai Yingting's trousers, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Ah, Lin Dong, you devil. At that moment, young Master Bai trembled with humiliation. You have 2 seconds left, Lin Dong coldly counted down. The gunman encircling Fengzi and his companions hastily parted ways, begrudgingly creating a passage. The surrounded individuals quickly regrouped. Fengzi, Ingyan, Junshin, and the grim-faced Yin Cheng, along with the 2 black-clad bodyguards brought by Kuan-sheng, now found themselves bolstered by 6 armed allies. Fengzi, Ingyan, Junshin, assist with the suitcases. Yes, boss. The trio, quick-witted enough, promptly took the black leather cases from Kuan-sheng and the youth. I shall reiterate, whoever dares to obstruct us will find Little Bai's life forfeit. Lin Dong cast a keen gaze around the Bai Palace gunmen before leading the way toward the elevator. Upon reaching the first floor and traversing the lobby, they neared the entrance. Boom, boom, boom. A series of tremendous explosions erupted from the parking lot in front of the Bai Palace. Flames shot skyward as several luxury vehicles transformed into fiery orbs amidst the chaos. A cacophony of panicked screams ensued as over 20 guests, unable to escape in time, fled in terror from the inferno. Yet, 3 individuals were caught in the blast's aftermath, instantly engulfed by the flames, becoming living torches. The heart-rending wails pierced through the inky night, sending chills down spines. Whose vehicles were blown up? Lin Dong turned to the bewildered Kuan-sheng behind him, who shrugged with a dazed expression. It was my people's doing. The voice of the military-clad youth came from behind. Lin Dong paused, a wry smile crossing his face. You, young one, have allies? Not allies, brothers. The youth retorted immediately, his cheeks flushed, as if the term allies insulted the bond he shared with his companions. Very well, your brothers. But what purpose does their reckless act serve? If you perish in the casino, will they detonate a few cars to vent their frustrations? Or do they seek to create chaos? Lin Dong spoke in a low tone, his pace unwavering as he guided the group to the east side of the parking lot. Fortunately, the vehicles here remained untouched by the explosions. Kuan-Shing instructed Fengzi and the others to load the 5 suitcases into the trunk, swiftly diving into a black Benz himself. Mr. Lin, quickly, get in the car. Retreat. Kuan-Shing urged anxiously from inside the vehicle. Lin Dong, still holding by Yingting, climbed into another Benz. He turned to the still-stunned military youth. If you wish to exact your own revenge, get in the car. The youth hesitated no longer, ducking into the back seat. His oversized gray-green military uniform bore splotches of blood, saturating part of it. A nauseating scent of blood quickly filled the entire car. Drive. In the oppressive atmosphere of the vehicle, no one uttered a word. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Dong observed over 100 meters behind them. At least 10 vehicles closely tailing them. The Bai Palace henchmen, now frantic, would bear any cost, even sacrificing their lives, to avoid the repercussions of an incident involving young Master Bai. At this hour, the entire old street was likely in turmoil, knowing that Bai Yingting had been attacked. Bai Suaching, the head of the Bai family wielding military power, would surely raise half of the old street tonight. My name is Xiao Yi. Tonight, I had no intention of returning alive to kill Bai Yingting. The previously silent military youth finally spoke. Xiao Yi, so to seek vengeance. Your brothers risked their lives to blow up cars? Lin Dong cast a detached glance at the youth. They chose to blow them up. I did not send them. The youth stubbornly furrowed his brows. You wouldn't understand the fervor of our youth. Lin Dong was taken aback. The typically calm expression on his face transformed into one of intrigue. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him in such a manner. In truth, he had not heard such candid and unguarded words in ages. The cruelty and deception of the world had made Lin Dong increasingly utilitarian and calculating. A person willing to disregard their own life for revenge, charging headlong into enemy territory. Where did this 14-year-old boy's courage stem from? And what of the brothers Xiao Yi spoke of, knowing that their actions would not save him? What meaning did it hold? Perhaps it was not as convoluted as adults often assumed. Ultimately, it boiled down to 4 words: youthful fervor. Having come to this understanding, Lin Dong smiled brightly, casting a look of deep admiration at Xiao Yi. I understand now, Xiao Yi, you are remarkable. Xiao Yi seemed to sense Lin Dong's goodwill and pondered for a moment before saying, can you allow me to kill Bai Yingting myself? Lin Dong appeared to have anticipated his request, smiling as he replied, and after you do? The youth, sitting up straighter, declared resolutely, once I kill him, my life is yours. I shall follow you from now on. The youth, Xiao Yi. Chapter 107, Death at Bailu Road. 10 minutes later, Kuan-Shing and Lin Dong's group returned to the old district of Bailu Road in the southern city of the old street. The majority of the residents here belonged to the lower strata of society, along with thousands of unemployed individuals mingling in the streets. Among all the areas in the old street, this locale boasted the most complex security situation. Ordinary citizens from outside seldom ventured here even during the day, let alone the crime-ridden darkness of night. In the southern city district, the locals refer to it as the Death Boulevard. Here, gang skirmishes occur almost daily, and it is not uncommon for an unsuspecting individual strolling down the street to be gunned down without provocation. Yet, this dreaded den of iniquity has been the stronghold of the arms dealer Kuan-Shing for 2 decades. The renowned Kuan Mansion is situated right at the heart of Boulevard. 2 black Mercedes-Benz vehicles sped towards number 166 Boulevard, the Kuan Mansion, with a couple of creaking sounds. The vehicles came to a halt in the small square in front of the building. No sooner had the cars stopped than over 30 fully armed henchmen clad in black hurried forward. The leader, a man around 30, shouldered an AK-47 and respectfully opened the car door for Kuan-Shing. Xiang Shanha, have all the men been assembled? Kuan-Shing asked in a deep voice as he exited the vehicle. Report to Master Kuan. Except for the 50 brothers stationed at Hengqing Hotel, everyone else in the old street has gathered. Including the original guards of the mansion, we have a total of 665 warriors at our disposal. The captain of the armed escort, Xiang Shanha, answered loudly. Good, dispatch 100 men to seal off the street entrance of Boulevard. From this moment on, no pedestrians or vehicles are permitted to enter or exit. Immediately expel the Bai family convoy that accompanied us. The rest should secure all key points within the mansion and be ready to engage in combat at a moment's notice, Kuan-Shing commanded, his normally cold and ruthless demeanor returning as he issued his orders. Anyone who dares to breach without permission shall be executed without mercy. Xiang Shanha's expression grew stern, and he stood tall, affirming, yes. Upon seeing Lin Dong and the others also exiting the car, Kuan-Shing stepped towards the main entrance of the mansion. After taking just a couple of steps, he turned back to add, Xiang, spread the word that the Bai family intends to seize control of Boulevard. Mobilize the low-level thugs as swiftly as possible to arm themselves in self-defense. Understood. As Kuan-Shing and his entourage entered the Kuan Mansion, the sole entrance was immediately barricaded by over 300 black-clad henchmen wielding AK-47s. At the mansion's entrance, a line of sandbags over a meter high was hastily piled up to form a trench. 6 German-made MG4 machine guns and 3 imposing Maxim heavy machine guns loomed ominously in the dim light, exuding a menacing aura. Even more astonishingly, there were 20 RPG rocket launchers at the ready. Armed guards filled every crucial point throughout the mansion, creating an atmosphere thick with the impending tension of war. "Let us proceed to the 9th floor," Kuan Sheng declared, leading the way into the elevator straight to the top floor. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Kuan Sheng instructed Yin Cheng to take the uniformed youth, Xiao Yi, to the medical room, as the boy's penetrating shoulder wound required prompt attention. Fortunately, Kuan Sheng's stronghold was well equipped for wartime emergencies. As the largest black market arms dealer in northern Myanmar, he had stockpiled enough light weapons and ammunition in this building to outfit an entire battalion. Furthermore, the medical room boasted an operating theater, medical staff, and various medical equipment, along with a sufficient reserve of diesel generators. As for essential medicines, fresh water, food, and common supplies, there was no shortage. It seemed that Kuan Sheng, the cunning arms dealer, had been well prepared for the turmoil in Kokong. With this sturdy fortress at his disposal, it would be exceedingly difficult for hostile forces to breach without the use of heavy artillery such as tanks. Coupled with the natural geographical advantages of Death Boulevard and a solid grassroots base, even in the event of a full-scale war with the Bai family, it was likely he could put up a formidable fight. After arranging a series of defensive measures, Kuan Sheng led Lin Dong into his opulent office. The unfortunate Bai Yingting was, of course, confined to a private cell, closely guarded by Feng Zi and Ying Yin, accompanied by 2 henchmen. As for the military god, Lin Dong instructed him to accompany the captain of the escort team, Xiang Shanha, to the arms depot within the mansion to select weapons. After all, a great battle could erupt at any moment, and they needed to arm themselves adequately to ensure their safety, as Feng Zi and the others would not rest easy otherwise. Back in his most familiar territory, comfortably seated on a leather sofa, Kuan Sheng finally let out a long sigh of relief. The events of the night had been tumultuous and thrilling. Even the boss, who spent his days profiting amidst gunfire and dancing on the edge of the knife, had found it nearly overwhelming. "Mr. Lin, what do you intend to do with Bai Yingting?" Kuan Sheng inquired as he opened a bottle of whiskey and filled 2 glasses. "What does Boss Kuan propose? Should we release him or eliminate him?" Lin Dong, of course, was not in a hurry to declare his stance. He needed to discern Kuan Sheng's true intentions as the local power player. "Mr. Lin, do you realize the consequences of killing Bai Yingting? The old street will plunge into chaos, and this conflict will quickly escalate to engulf all of Kokong, even northern Myanmar." Kuan Sheng's expression turned unusually grave. If Bai Yingting were to perish in the assassination at the Bai Palace Casino, tonight, at most, only those associated with him would suffer. But now the stakes have changed. We have captured him, which is sufficient to ignite a war between our 2 factions. Lin Dong listened quietly, revealing little surprise. Kuan Sheng had navigated the underworld for many years. He could not possibly be foolish. He must have already weighed the ramifications of the incident concerning Bai Yingting. "Boss Kuan, I simply wish to inquire, who holds the greatest power in the southern city besides yourself?" Lin Dong asked nonchalantly, then lifted his glass to take a delicate sip. "Without a doubt, it is Bai Yingting. The Bai family deliberately established the new Haojong Casino and Bai Palace Sauna in the southern city to prevent me from monopolizing power. Bai Sawaching, that ambitious man, do you truly believe he is honest? Willing to remain subservient as a deputy commander? With the situation precarious and tensions mounting." Kuan Sheng laid his cards on the table, finally speaking candidly. "Thus, if I assist you in eliminating Bai Yingting, you, Boss Kuan, will be able to wage war and completely expel the forces the Bai family has infiltrated into the southern city?" Lin Dong, not lacking in intelligence, immediately understood Kuan Sheng's underlying message. "Mr. Lin is indeed a perceptive individual. You grasped that quickly. To a toast. Let us drink to the upcoming battle of the old street." Kuan Sheng raised his glass exuberantly, clinking it with Lin Dong's. It seemed no formidable figure would willingly relinquish their ambition for supremacy, preferring to remain beneath another. The Bai family was unwilling, and the cunning and ruthless Kuan Sheng was even less inclined. Lin Dong had not anticipated that his impulsive act of saving the young Xiao Yi and abducting Bai Yingting would, in fact, hasten the conflict in the southern city. At this moment, Kuan Sheng was already prepared for war with the Bai family. This was fortuitous, as Lin Dong would soon hand Bai Yingting over to Xiao Yi for retribution, freeing himself from any psychological burden. As the 2 conversed, Lin Dong's black gold system was also busily at work. A substantial amount of black gold hidden in Kuan Sheng's secret vault on the 9th floor was effortlessly converted into his possession. Ding, target black gold value. 346,700. 000, conversion complete, wealth balance. 7,069,560,000. Ah, the rhythm of profiting from the underworld is truly unstoppable. Lin Dong felt a surge of elation, raising his glass and toasting with Kuan Sheng, who was also reveling in the dreams of dominance over the southern city. Boss Kuan, do you have confidence in the outcome of your impending battle against the Bai family? Lin Dong suddenly recalled a crucial question. The Bai family is numerous, wielding half of the military power of the Guogan self-defense forces, and he commands a fighting force of at least 3,000 men. We, the Kunxing, may not have as many, but we possess superior weaponry and are well acquainted with the terrain. Once hostilities commence, the outcome will be a toss-up. Kunxing analyzed the situation with a calm demeanor. Lin Dong chuckled lightly, dismissively adding, "Do not forget, my involvement in this conflict alters the dynamics significantly. You? Just one person? How much impact can you truly have? Not much, but I alone can match the strength of an entire regiment." Chapter 108. In the Wrath of the Bai Family. Half of Guogan stands to be obliterated. The surgery for the young Xiao Yi's gunshot wound was remarkably successful. Remarkably, the 14-year-old endured the entire procedure without uttering a single sound of pain, even without general anesthesia. Such willpower and tenacity astonished even the lead surgeon, who had overseen hundreds of operations. This military-clad youth is no ordinary individual. An hour and a half later, with the anesthesia still in effect, Xiao Yi eagerly sought out Lin Dong. There was no time to waste. He must avenge his enemy tonight. Having waited a year to eliminate Bai Ying Tong, the opportunity was finally at hand, and he was determined not to delay any further. Once Bai Ying Tong was dead, his life would belong to Lin Dong. Thereafter, even if Lin Dong commanded him to leap into a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, Xiao Yi would not flinch. The youth was impassioned and obstinate. Yet, he was also a person of his word. When Xiao Yi found Lin Dong, he fortuitously encountered Bai Ying Tong as well. The once proud young master Bai, now reduced to a pitiful state, still retained his arrogant demeanor. He was well aware that these individuals would not dare to kill him. Who was he? The eldest son of the Bai family, the second most powerful clan in Guogan, the most formidable of the black second generation. Anyone who dared lay a hand on him would face the wrath of his father, Bai Suaching. Rumors in the northern Myanmar underworld suggested that when Bai, the deputy commander, was enraged, half of Guogan would suffer the consequences. Lin Dong, Kunxing, you two scoundrels, why have you not released this young master? Once my father sends someone in, you will all be reduced to ashes. Despite having lost much of his hearing and appearing disheveled, Bai Ying Tang's arrogance remained undiminished. Young master Bai, I believe you have yet to grasp the situation, Lin Dong scoffed dismissively. I dared to abduct you, so why should I fear your Bai family's influence? He gestured to Feng Zi and Ying Yen behind Bai Ying Tong, instructing them to force him to kneel. Ah, Lin Dong, if I do not kill you, I shall write my name backward from now on. The series of humiliations he endured that night, being attacked, injured, bound, and forced to kneel, had driven the once self-important Bai Ying Tong to madness. At that moment, were he to possess a firearm, he would undoubtedly shoot Lin Dong without hesitation, turning him into a pincushion. How could the esteemed young master Bai endure such disgrace at the hands of a mere petty figure from the south? Oh, so, young master Bai harbors such animosity towards me? Lin Dong remarked, observing Bai Ying Tong's contorted face with a knowing gaze. Tonight, at the Bai Palace Casino, you seemed rather peculiar. Upon learning I hailed from the southern city, you revealed an intent to kill. Have we met before? Bai Ying Tong pressed to the ground, spat disdainfully. Am I, Bai Ying Tong, acquainted with a lowly wretch like you? What stature do you possess? Do not think that because you annihilated a Unifying, you are invincible. You are aware of Unifying? How intriguing, Lin Dong replied, genuinely curious. Do enlighten me, young master Bai. What else do you know? Lin Dong, do not presume your actions have gone unnoticed. The chairman of Unifying, Lu Jingye, did not commit suicide, and his wife and daughter could not have died in an accident. Oh, even if all of this were orchestrated by me, what concern is it of yours, young master Bai? How is it not relevant? Do you know how much effort the Bai family exerted in Unifying's ascendancy? Bai Ying Tang's gaunt face twisted further in distress. Lu Jingye's wife bears the surname Bai, as she is my aunt who married into the southern city. Lin Dong was taken aback, finally grasping the implications of Bai Ying Tang's earlier hostility. I see now. Thank you for the clarification, young master Bai. Given this revelation, I shall be even less inclined to let you go. Bai Ying Tang's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted. Lin Dong, do you dare to act against me? Of course. Why should I concern myself with anyone's opinion when it comes to you? Lin Dong waved dismissively, preparing to drag Bai Ying Tong away. Nearby, the young Xiao Yi displayed an eager expression. At that moment, the telephone on the coffee table rang, its chime echoing through the room. It was undoubtedly a call from Bai Suaching. Kunxing, who had been observing the unfolding drama, furrowed his brow. Should I answer? Yes. Of course. Let us see what this deputy commander Bai has to say. Lin Dong urged Kunxing to take the call. When two armies prepare for battle, The final ultimatum is often quite riveting, and it would be unwise to miss it. Kuan-Shing nodded and pressed the answer button. Hello? Kuan-Shing, this is Bai Sawaching. A deep and authoritative voice resonated on the other end. Ah, so it is the Deputy Commander Bai. It is quite late. Are you still awake? Let us dispense with pleasantries. You know my temperament. My son is in your custody? To be precise, your son is currently at my Kuan Corporation building. But he is not in my possession. Is there a difference? Certainly. If he is not in my hands, I cannot make decisions regarding him. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Who can make decisions? That would be the one who abducted your son. A friend of mine who has just arrived from Huagua. Fine, I shall say this only once. I, Bai Sawaching, do not care who your friend is. He must release my son immediately. Ah, Deputy Commander Bai, there might be a complication. I may not be able to persuade him. As your son just threatened to kill him. Who is your friend, precisely? His name is Lin Dong, from the southern city of Huagua, the current leader of Unifying. Bai Sawaching on the other end of the line fell into deep thought, taking a full half-minute before responding. Kuan-Shing, ask your friend Lin Dong what conditions he requires for the release. Kuan-Shing shrugged, glancing at Lin Dong. With Lin Dong's extraordinarily acute hearing, he had already comprehended the conversation in its entirety. He slowly shook his head and declared loudly, I have no conditions. I intend to kill Bai Ying-tung tonight. Kuan-Shing chuckled, relaying the message. Did you hear that, Deputy Commander Bai? Lin Dong has no demands. He simply wishes to eliminate your son. Arrogant and presumptuous. Does he understand the consequences of uttering such words in northern Myanmar? I am not mad, Deputy Commander Bai. I merely wish to expel your Bai family from the southern city. Kuan-Shing's candid declaration startled not only Bai Ying-tung in the room, but also left Bai Sawaching on the other end of the line in shock. Was Kuan-Shing out of his mind this evening? How could he dare utter such audacious and treasonous words? Had he forgotten whose domain Guogan currently was? Even Peng Jiaxing, known as the king of Guogan, would not dare assert he could prevail over the Bai family. For the Guogan self-defense forces, founded by Peng Jiaxing, at least half of the military power rested in the hands of Bai Sawaching. Kuan-Shing, your words displease me greatly. When I am displeased, the consequences will be severe. On the phone, Bai Sawaching's tone turned chillingly cold. How severe is the situation? Kuan-Shing suppressed the smile at the corners of his mouth and straightened his posture slightly. When the Bai family is enraged, half of Kokong could be devastated. Bai Sawaching's words resonated with unwavering clarity. When the Bai family is enraged, half of Kokong could be devastated. The chaos in Kokong has arrived ahead of schedule. Chapter 109. The turmoil in Kokong. The Bai family declares war. Bai Sawaching's words were frigid and ruthless, yet imbued with formidable confidence. Indeed, in Kokong, only two individuals would dare to utter such a statement. One is Peng Jiaxing, the founder of the Kokong Self-Defense Army, and the other, undoubtedly, is Bai Sawaching, the head of the Bai family. However, since the establishment of the Self-Defense Army, Peng Jiaxing has focused his energy on the struggle against the military and political regime of Myanmar, showing little enthusiasm for the power struggles within Kokong, thereby granting Bai Sawaching the opportunity to dominate. In the current Kokong, the only one truly bold and capable enough to instigate war and obliterate half of the region is none other than Bai Sawaching himself. Thus, Kuan-Shing understood that the head of the Bai family's statement was not mere intimidation. Should the Bai family choose, they could indeed plunge Kokong into chaos and bring about widespread destruction. Deputy Commander Bai, are you threatening me? Kuan-Shing's expression darkened further. He realized that the long-standing conflict between him and the Bai family was finally coming to the forefront, and the mask of civility was about to be torn away completely. This is not a threat, it is a fact. Kuan-Shing, I give you 1 minute to consider. Release him or declare war. Bai Sawaching's tone was heavy and oppressive, exuding the aura of a person in power. No need to wait a minute. I will give you my answer now. Lin Dong seized the phone from Kuan-Shing's hand and responded coldly, bring the young master Bai over here. Feng Zi and Ying Yin immediately obeyed, escorting Bai Ying-ting to Lin Dong's side. At that moment, Bai Ying-ting finally sensed the impending doom, his earlier arrogance evaporating, leaving only a twisted, ashen face. Young Master Bai, say your last words to your father. Lin Dong's words were like a bulldozer, ruthlessly pushing Bai Ying-ting into an icy abyss. He summoned the last remnants of his strength and screamed hysterically into the phone. Dad, save me. Dad, I'm still young, I don't want to die. Lin Dong nodded slightly at the flushed Xiaoyi, who instantly understood. Xiaoyi, suppressing his excitement, dashed to Bai Ying-ting's side in 2 swift steps. He extended his uninjured left hand and pulled out a revolver from his pocket, the last bullet still lodged inside. Without uttering a single word, he raised the gun and pulled the trigger against Bai Ying-ting's forehead. No. Bang. The gunshot reverberated through the phone, instantly reaching Bai Sawaching's ears. His previously composed face turned as pale as a sheet. His son was dead? His most accomplished son had been killed right before his eyes. Bai Sawaching trembled with fury. Shouting into the phone, Kuan-Shing, Lin Dong, You shall await your destruction. Yet, at that moment, the phone line was already disconnected, leaving only a mocking dial tone that taunted by Sawaching's impotence. After firing the shot, Xiaoyi's cold eyes finally revealed a long-lost smile. He had witnessed the deep black hole appearing in the forehead of his nemesis, blood gushing forth in torrents. This year's relentless training and waiting had been worth it. Congratulations. Vengeance has been achieved. Xiaoyi, are you ready to follow me? Lin Dong's words floated lightly through the air. Xiaoyi's expression instantly regained its composure. He straightened his slender frame and solemnly declared, Boss, from this moment on, my life belongs to you. Excellent. Lin Dong beamed at him, nodding in satisfaction. From now on, you shall accompany me. Remember to bring your brothers along. Xiaoyi was elated and trembled as he asked, They can join too? Of course. My northern Myanmar dragon gang is in dire need of a passionate young underground army. Upon finishing his statement, Lin Dong activated the heart of loyalty. Ding. New associated target. Xiaoyi, loyalty 100, no need for enhancement. Damn, loyalty 100? The second individual with maximum loyalty has appeared, and he is merely a 14-year-old child. At that moment, the military deity, who had been inspecting the arms depot and various tactical points, finally returned. Behind him trailed 3 black-clad guards, each carrying a large box of munitions. Feng Zi and Ing Yen rushed forward, opening the boxes to examine their contents. 6 AK, 47 assault rifles, 6 Scorpion submachine guns, 4 SPAs, 12 shotguns, and 200 grenades. There were also magazines, bulletproof vests, military knives, and several first aid kits. What thrilled Ing Yen the most was the presence of a Barrett M82 sniper rifle. Military deity, this young brother is Xiaoyi. He will also be following me. Please help him select some suitable weaponry and a well-fitting bulletproof vest. Lin Dong introduced Xiaoyi to the military deity with solemnity. Understood, boss. In the Bai Mansion located at 126, Baihe Street, North City, Old Street of Kokong, Bai Sawaching, aged 48, wore a face clouded with gloom. He sat in the primary seat of the Bai family's main hall, having been silent for nearly 5 minutes. Seated on either side of him were 5 men dressed in olive green military uniforms and 4 young men and women in civilian attire. Among them, a military-clad young man, approximately 19 years old and resembling Bai Yingting, mustered the courage to break the silence. Dad, my brother has been murdered. What are we waiting for? We must deploy troops immediately. Bai Sawaching glanced at his more unruly second son, taking a long breath. Ingchong, our Bai family has not experienced being so trampled for many years. We will certainly deploy troops. I want everyone in Kokong to witness the consequences of offending Bai Sawaching. However, before we move, I need to wait for a phone call from someone. Bai Yingchong's expression stiffened, and he ceased to press further, understanding who that person was. In Kokong, besides Peng Jiaxing, the founder of the Self-Defense Army, who else could compel the Bai family to exercise caution? Dad, should we send the militia brigade to reinforce the South City? I fear Kuan Sheng might strike first. If we delay, the casino and Bai Mansion will face grave danger. A 24 or 25-year-old woman in civilian attire, seated at the center, gently reminded. Dad, I believe my sister is correct. The situation is urgent, and we can no longer afford to wait. Bai Yingchong echoed his elder sister Bai Yingxiang's suggestion. Bai Sawaching's face, shrouded in clouds, furrowed his brows tightly. After a moment of contemplation, he finally made his decision. No more waiting. Bai Yingchong, heed my command. Yes, I order you to personally lead a militia brigade of 1,000 men to immediately occupy South City and ensure the safety of the casino and Bai Mansion. Understood. Lu Guoshi of the 3rd Regiment of the Self-Defense Army. Heed my command. Yes, I order your unit to swiftly assault the intersection of Bale Road and eradicate Kuan Sheng's armed forces. Those who resist, kill. The 3rd Regiment acknowledges. Armored Company, heed my command. Armored Company reporting in. Command your division to mobilize all tanks and launch an offensive on Bull Road from the western city. Before dawn, we must capture half of Bull Road. Acknowledged. The Armored Company guarantees the completion of this mission. Other divisions, advance to the southern city and take over all defenses. Immediately implementing a curfew. Understood. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night for the old street and even the entirety of Kokong. The turmoil in Kokong has reignited. Peng Jiaxing, do you think I will take the initiative to contact you just because you haven't called? Huh, I shall not act as you wish. Bai Sawaching sat in a spacious iron rosewood chair, murmuring to himself, his keen eagle-like gaze fixed towards the eastern direction of the city. Head of the Bai family. Bai Sawaching. Chapter 110. Toppling the Bai family, still lacking a catalyst. In the southern city of the old street, Bull Road, on the 9th floor of the Kuan building. As the young Xiao Yi pulled the trigger of his revolver, the once arrogant young master Bai met his demise, officially ringing the bell for the turmoil in Kokong. This shot transcended the personal vendetta of the military-clad youth. It was no ordinary gang conflict. For this shot had escalated into a struggle between the interests of two formidable forces in Kokong, each possessing powerful private militias. The Bai family, in the open, commands at least 3,000 troops, and besides regular firepower, they can directly mobilize an armored company from the self-defense forces. The Kokong self-defense forces maintain an armored battalion, one of whose companies is not under the control of Peng Jiaxing, effectively making it the private army of the Bai family. Northern Myanmar, in the 1990s, still adhered to army structures borrowed from the North Bear Nation decades ago. An armored company was equipped with 12 T-62 main battle tanks. Although the outdated T-62 tanks have been obsolete on conventional battlefields for many years, deploying them in the black power struggles of northern Myanmar is indeed an act of intimidation. When confronted with this armored unit, Kowloon's side has little recourse but to resort to the risky tactic of charging with explosives or employing RPG rocket launchers to exert some restraint. Kowloon boss, a great battle is about to commence. Do you intend to remain holed up in Bull Road and adopt a purely defensive posture? Lin Dong, having converted Kowloon's vast black money and recruited the military-clad youth Xiao Yi, was in high spirits. As for whether Kokong would descend into chaos, it was of no concern to him. From a strategic standpoint that favored the layout of Kokong, leading to future dominance over northern Myanmar, it would be most advantageous for Kowloon to eliminate the Bai family. Even in the event of ultimate failure, Lin Dong had a contingency plan. Regarding Lin Dong's doubts, Kowloon felt quite helpless. Despite his ample weaponry, he lacked sufficient manpower. Once the battle commenced, it would be a fight to the death, a gamble of all or nothing. Victorious, he would expel the Bai family from the southern city and become the coveted king of the south. However, should he falter, he would have no choice but to retreat to his hometown of Pekin and lick his wounds in solitude. Mr. Lin, we are outnumbered. If we dispatch all our forces, I fear we will not be able to hold Bull Road. Kowloon expressed his concerns. Urban street battles, holding ground or occupying buildings, are not optimal strategies. My idea is this. While the Bai family mobilizes troops from outside the city, they will need at least 2 hours to arrive from the northern city. This time frame is sufficient for us to clear the Bai family's territory in the southern city. By the time their main forces arrive, all that will remain for them is a heap of ruins. What use would that be? Lin Dong calmly analyzed, prompting Kowloon to nod frequently in agreement. What Mr. Lin says is indeed correct. My goal is to drive the Bai family's influence out of the southern city. The casino and the Bai palace can be destroyed without regret. However, my forces only number in the hundreds. If we deplete them, who will guard our position? Lin Dong smiled and gestured vaguely towards the street scenery outside. Kowloon boss, have you not heard the saying? Drawing the enemy into the ocean of people's warfare is the greatest victory. On Bull Road, the number of black-clad thugs must be in the thousands, if not nearly 10,000, right? Why not be generous? Open the armory, distribute the surplus weapons, and organize them all. With these familiar with the terrain as reinforcements, how easy would it be for the Bai family to penetrate? Upon hearing this, Kowloon's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stood up. That makes sense. What is a little weaponry to defeat the Bai family? I, Kowloon, may lack many things, but I have plenty of money and weapons. Haha, I'll arrange it right away. Lin Dong watched as Kowloon, brimming with enthusiasm, picked up a military walkie-talkie and issued a series of commands to his subordinates. Soon, crates of weapons and ammunition hidden in the Kowloon building were moved out, rapidly loaded onto vehicles, and prepared for distribution to all black forces in the area. As for whether these mixed forces of gangsters could assist in defending the territory, Kowloon was unconcerned. Firstly, Kowloon had maintained dominion in this area for 20 years, and his influence and connections within the local underworld remained strong. Secondly, the Bai family's assault on Bull Road directly undermined the interests of these individuals. They would certainly understand the principle of mutual destruction. Thirdly, with Kowloon offering both weapons and promising various post-war benefits, how could these impoverished lower-tier gangs resist the temptation? Thus, Bull Road rapidly transformed into a true path of death. Any force attempting to breach it would pay a heavy price. In addition to opening the armory for weapon distribution, Kowloon also dispatched 500 guards, fully armed with weapons and ammunition, to head towards the new Kokong casino and the Bai palace. To ensure the success of this clearing operation, Xiang Shanha specifically retrieved 30 MG, 4 light machine guns, 10 Maxim heavy machine guns, over 60 crates of explosives, and grenades from the armory. Of course, 30 RPG rocket launchers, essential tools for gang street warfare, were also included. The journey from Bull Road to the new Kokong casino and Bai palace sauna only required a 10-minute drive. At this moment, Kowloon and Lin Dong stood on the 9th floor of the Kowloon building, gazing towards the direction of the casino and Bai palace, where flames soared into the sky. Even the dense sounds of gunfire and explosions could be distinctly heard. Kowloon stroked his grizzled beard, revealing a satisfied smile. Lin Dong's proposal was indeed correct. He had previously been overly cautious. The southern city was originally his territory. There was no rationale for merely holding fast and waiting for death, taking the initiative to strike. While the Bai family's forces were yet to arrive, and uprooting their strongholds in the southern city was the way forward. After all, these enterprises did not belong to Kowloon Sheng. If they were destroyed, what did it matter to him? Kowloon boss. Remind your subordinates to quickly transport and account for the cash that Bai Yingting left at the new Haokong Casino and Bai Palace. Lin Dong specifically advised Kowloon Sheng. Clearing out the Bai family's strongholds in the southern city did not directly benefit Lin Dong, but he could not let the black gold slip away. The illicit wealth on the 4th floor of the Bai Palace had already been converted, but the new Haokong Casino's vault still held 500 million, with tonight's winnings added. It would surely exceed that amount. Yes, this money now belongs to me. It cannot be overlooked, haha. Kowloon Sheng immediately seized the military walkie-talkie and issued a command to Xiang Shanha to raid the vault and swiftly bring back the cash. The time was already past 1 a.m. Kowloon Sheng felt surprisingly alert, devoid of any signs of fatigue. Tonight's events had been thrilling and surreal. He had never imagined that things would develop to this point. The wheel of fate, it seems, began its erratic spin the moment he laid eyes upon Lin Dong. In several fleeting moments, Kowloon Sheng's gaze towards Lin Dong was tinged with an inexplicable strangeness. This enigmatic man seemed to possess an innate charm that rendered him effortlessly persuasive. Indeed, after spending an extended period in his presence, one could unwittingly develop an impulsive desire to follow him to the ends of the earth. Ahem, but I, the largest arms dealer in northern Myanmar, how could I entertain such thoughts? Am I losing my sanity? Boss Kowloon, to bring down the Bai family. We still require a pivotal opportunity. Lin Dong's words jolted Kowloon Sheng back from his reverie. He blinked in surprise and inquired with curiosity, what opportunity? A mysterious smile played at the corners of Lin Dong's lips as he replied, the secrets of fate cannot be divulged. This opportunity may manifest sooner than you think. To topple the Bai family, we still lack a crucial turning point. Chapter 111. The leader of the Dragon Gang in northern Myanmar. The Kowloon Sheng's security team completed their sweep of the southern city in less than an hour. The Bai family's guards stationed at the casino and the Bai Palace numbered fewer than 300, armed primarily with handguns and submachine guns. Under the overwhelming firepower of the security team, casualties mounted swiftly. Xiang Shanha, embodying his boss Kowloon Sheng's characteristic ruthlessness, ordered the extermination of all individuals associated with the Bai family, be they guards or staff, leaving not a single soul alive. The once resplendent new Haojung Casino and Bai Palace sauna had been reduced to mere ruins. 2 hours later, Xiang Shanha personally escorted 5 large trucks back to the Kowloon headquarters, as the security team unloaded box after box of cash and valuable items. Even the seasoned Kowloon Sheng was taken aback. The spoils included over 300 billion shots in cash, equivalent to 1 billion yuan. Goodness gracious. This was nearly half of Kowloon Sheng's entire fortune. What depths of wealth did the Bai family possess? How ruthless must they be in amassing their ill-gotten gains? Furthermore, is there a faster way to earn money than through robbery? Having spent over 2 decades in the arms trade, Kowloon Sheng understood a fundamental truth. The accumulation of immense wealth is invariably accompanied by bloodshed and plunder, which is why human conflict knows no end. At that moment, Lin Dong's black gold system had already been activated. Ding, detected target black gold value 1, 017, 240, 000, converted 376, 860, 000. This time convertible black gold 640, 380, 000. Would you like to convert? Without hesitation, Lin Dong issued the conversion directive, augmenting his black gold system's wealth by over 640 million, bringing his balance to 799, 400, 000. The speed at which he amassed wealth had become second nature to Lin Dong. Since his rebirth and the unforeseen acquisition of the system following a cataclysmic incident, merely 2 months had transpired. The experiences during this period had been tumultuous, thrilling, and exhilarating. His life could aptly be described as one of extraordinary fortune and resurgence. Who else in this world could claim to live more splendidly than he? Thus, as the black gold continued to multiply, Lin Dong's own prowess grew increasingly formidable, coupled with his relentless establishment of influence and acquisition of followers. What heights would his future self attain? Even he could not fathom. Having organized the spoils for storage, Kowloon Sheng was in high spirits. He ushered Lin Dong back to his opulent office and generously opened a bottle of genuine 1982 Lafite. Mr. Lin, in gratitude for your astute proposal, I have decided that tonight's winnings of $10 million can procure 30 million worth of arms. Kowloon Sheng heartily clapped Lin Dong on the shoulder, laughing boisterously. Huh? From now on, my brother, you will receive a 50% discount on arms purchases from me. Lin Dong accepted the glass of Lafite handed to him and replied with a smile. Then I must thank you. Boss Kun. Would you care to review my arms procurement list? Kun Sheng immediately agreed. No problem. Provide me with the list, and consider that 10 million as a deposit. Rest assured, I have 2 large arms depots in Pakong. Lin Dong nodded slightly, instructing the war god to hand over the pre-prepared arms list to Kun Sheng. As Kun Sheng perused the document, his smile froze after just a second. Mr. Lin, are you certain you are merely a gang leader, not a warlord? The quantity of arms here is sufficient to equip a regiment. Lin Dong calmly sipped his red wine and replied leisurely, what is a mere quantity like this? In due time, I'll provide you with a list that will likely be tenfold this amount. Kun Sheng was taken aback. He had never doubted Lin Dong's words, having witnessed the young man's remarkable abilities too many times. If Lin Dong claimed tenfold, it would undoubtedly surpass that figure. Mr. Lin, may I dare to inquire if this demand for arms is of a long-term nature? Indeed, it is long-term. This demand will only increase, Lin Dong affirmed. Ha ha ha, Mr. Lin. Then you shall become my Kun Sheng's biggest client. Come, let us toast. Kun Sheng raised his wine glass and clinked it against Lin Dong's. They exchanged knowing smiles and downed their drinks in unison. Boss Kun, I can entrust all my future arms orders to you, but I have one condition. Lin Dong pondered for a moment before speaking. What condition? As long as I, Kun Sheng, can fulfill it, I will not refuse, Kun Sheng eagerly pressed, sensing that clinging to Lin Dong would lead to limitless prospects. The condition is not complicated. I am a man who cherishes reputation and prefers to keep the bounty within familiar circles. Lin Dong set down his glass and cleared his throat. As long as you, Boss Kun, become one of us, all my arms business will be yours. Become one of us. What does that entail? Kun Sheng's curiosity was piqued. Join the Dragon Gang and become the leader of my Northern Myanmar Dragon Gang. Dragon Gang? Mr. Lin, are you not the head of the Cloud Shadow Society? Why is there suddenly a Dragon Gang? The Cloud Shadow Society is merely a small gang I absorbed in Nandu. The gang I founded is called the Dragon Gang. Dragon Gang? That name sounds quite imposing. I wonder, Mr. Lin, how formidable is your Dragon Gang? The Dragon Gang is still in its infancy, with only 2 branches in Nandu and Hong Kong. Lin Dong observed Kun Sheng's evident interest and continued to elaborate, but soon, branches in northern Myanmar, the capital of Huagua, Japan, and even Australia will emerge, spreading across the globe. With such a vast criminal organization backing you, Boss Kun, would you still worry about selling arms? Moreover, with the title of the Dragon Gang leader, even Peng Jiaxing will have to regard you with caution. Upon hearing Lin Dong's final statement, Kun Sheng's restless heart could no longer contain itself. You mean to say that even Peng Jiaxing will have to heed the Dragon Gang's influence? Is that for real? Absolutely true, without a hint of exaggeration. Very well, Mr. Lin. I, Kun Sheng, trust you. I believe in my instincts. You are destined for greatness. Kun Sheng was finally swayed by Lin Dong's words. Was joining a gang such a significant matter? Everyone understands the principle of seeking shelter under a big tree. For instance, the Hongmen, which is flourishing globally in business and underworld dealings, and the illustrious Huanggue Hui, reputed to control half the planet's wealth. However, the Dragon Gang, which Kun Sheng has chosen to align with, is still but a sapling. Yet, who can guarantee that this young sapling will not grow into a towering tree in the future? Rest assured, Boss Kun, your personal business in northern Myanmar will remain unaffected by your affiliation with the Dragon Gang. On the contrary, all armament dealings of the Dragon Gang will be entrusted to you. Furthermore, you will also receive a 30% profit share from other ventures the gang has in northern Myanmar. Lin Dong's words extinguished the last flicker of hesitation in Kun Sheng, who promptly declared, very well, from today onward, I, Kun Sheng, officially join the Dragon Gang. Chapter 112, The Fearless King, Peng Jiaxing. Lin Dong rejoiced, pouring the 2 of them another glass of red wine. Congratulations, Boss Kun, on becoming the head of the Dragon Gang in northern Myanmar. Let us toast to our brotherhood. They clinked glasses and drank heartily. Observing Lin Dong's youthful and handsome visage, the peculiar feeling he had earlier surged within him once again. As if a voice was urging him, trust this young man before you, and cling tightly to his side. Ding, new target associated, Kun Sheng, loyalty level, 75. Would you like to consume 25 million wealth points to elevate loyalty to 100? The notification of loyal heart echoed in Lin Dong's mind. With Kun Sheng as a pawn in the black market landscape of northern Myanmar, the prospects ahead appeared exceedingly bright. Thus, enhancing this individual's loyalty was of paramount importance. Ding. Target associated, Kun Sheng, 25 million wealth points consumed, loyalty has been elevated to 100. Congratulations, you have recruited the largest arms dealer in northern Myanmar, Kun Sheng. Reward, 80 points of Jianghu reputation, cumulative system, Jianghu reputation, 630 points. Although Lin Dong had just spent an additional 25 million wealth points, he felt no regret. With the black gold system's extraordinary earning potential, Such a trifling sum was of no concern to him. To achieve greater feats within the Jianghu, establishing influence and amassing followers was currently Lin Dong's foremost objective. With a sufficiently vast network and power, acquiring black gold would come as a natural consequence, would it not? As Lin Dong activated Loyal Heart, Kuan Sheng, immersed in dreams of grander endeavors, suddenly trembled. His gaze towards Lin Dong transformed entirely. Beyond the admiration and respect he previously harbored, there now lay a profound sense of conviction and trust, alongside an emotion he himself could scarcely identify: submission, and absolute submission. It felt as though, should Lin Dong desire it, a mere glance could compel him into the depths of peril. This sensation was indeed peculiar. Kuan Sheng experienced a moment of bewilderment, yet did not dwell on it. However, with his loyalty to Lin Dong now at 100, he was firmly within the grasp of the elder Lin. Boss Lin, the Bai family's influence in the southern city has been completely eradicated. What should we do next? Recently transformed by Loyal Heart, Kuan Sheng had fully become a devoted subordinate. Have Xiang Shanha divide the 500-strong escort team into 10 smaller squads, thereby dispersing our forces. We shall replenish our arsenal and prepare for urban warfare utilizing the advantageous terrain we know well. Lin Dong spoke with unwavering confidence. The Bai family's main force will not find it so easy to enter the southern city. We now have ample time to prepare. Kuan Sheng was taken aback. He understood the initial strategy of dispersing forces for urban combat. However, the latter part of Lin Dong's statement left him somewhat perplexed. Given the Bai family's pace, even accounting for the time required to mobilize troops from outside the city, it had been over 2 hours. Logically, the Bai family's main force should have already entered the southern city by now. Yet, why had there been no sighting of the Bai army as per the information relayed from the southern city front? Do you not comprehend? Lin Dong seemed to perceive Kuan Sheng's confusion and decided to enlighten him. Did I not mention earlier? To topple the Bai family, we require an opportunity. The delay in the Bai family's main force suggests that this opportunity has likely presented itself. Kuan Sheng's mind stirred, as though grasping something elusive yet unclear. Lin Dong merely smiled, offering no further explanation, instead leisurely lifting his wine glass. Do not rush. Let us drink while we wait. The answer will soon be revealed. How long must we wait? It should not be long. No sooner had their words fallen than Kuan Sheng's phone rang urgently, startling him and nearly causing him to spill his drink. At this, Lin Dong could not help but chuckle. What are you flustered about? It might be good news. Answer it quickly. Kuan Sheng's face flushed, and he pressed the answer button. Hello? Who is this? Kuan Sheng, this is Peng Jiaxing. Peng Jiaxing? The renowned leader of the self-defense forces in Kokong, the illustrious king of Kokong? Upon hearing this name, Kuan Sheng was instantly stunned. Kuan Sheng, are you there? Yes. Commander Peng, how may I assist you? Certainly, Kuan Sheng. To be brief, regarding the impending conflict between you and the Bai family tonight. My stance is, as long as I am here, Kokong shall not descend into chaos. Are you implying that you will intervene? Indeed, I have already intervened. One of the Bai family's regiments and a militia of 1,000 have been halted by my men. Oh, I understand now. No wonder the Bai family's main force has yet to appear even after 2 hours. Kuan Sheng suddenly realized that Lin Dong was indeed remarkable. Had he anticipated Peng Jiaxing's intervention all along? Was this the opportunity that Lin Dong referred to for toppling the Bai family? Yet, wait, if Peng Jiaxing had indeed obstructed the Bai family's main forces, then this battle might not come to fruition. How could one topple the Bai family if war could not be waged? Kuan Sheng, I do not concern myself with the enmity or grievances between you and the Bai family, regardless of how deep the animosity runs. With Peng Jiaxing overseeing Old Street and Kokong, there shall be no disorder, nor shall there be chaos. Peng Jiaxing's voice, authoritative and composed, resonated clearly. I will handle the Bai family's forces, and you and Bai Suaching must devise a feasible solution to resolve the conflict within 24 hours. However, one stipulation remains. No war shall be waged. Kuan Sheng's brows furrowed deeply. Could the conflict with the Bai family truly be resolved with just a few words? Surely. Peng Jiaxing was being overly naive. Perhaps, having occupied such a high position for too long, he had developed a blind confidence that any issue could be amicably resolved with his intervention. Alas, Commander Peng, even if I wished to negotiate, I fear Bai Suaching would not be inclined to talk with me. Kuan Sheng's face bore a heavy frown as he sighed in exasperation. That is of no concern to me. I seek only results. Listen closely, you have merely 24 hours. Peng Jiaxing's cold voice offered no room for negotiation. At that moment, Lin Dong, who had been silently listening to their conversation, let out a derisive chuckle. His laughter, though soft, was still audible to Peng Jiaxing on the other end of the line. Kuan Sheng, who is laughing? Is he laughing at me? Kuan Sheng felt a cold sweat break out as he prepared to explain, but Lin Dong swiftly snatched the phone from his hand. Indeed. It is I who laughs at you, Commander Peng. I find it amusing that after decades as the king of Kokong, you remain so naive. And who are you? My name is Lin Dong. Today as conflagration is a fire I have ignited myself, for it was I who instigated the death of by Swatching's son. Boldly spoken. You are Lin Dong, are you not? Are you aware that your actions tonight will render you a historical villain in the annals of Guogan? Peng Jiaxing's furious reprimand sent a shiver of silence through Kuan Sheng, who stood nearby. Ha ha ha, Commander Peng, you are mistaken. The true historical villain of Guogan is not I, but rather you, Peng Jiaxing. Lin Dong's words struck like a thunderclap, leaving Kuan Sheng in a daze. His body trembling involuntarily. My heavens, do you know to whom you are speaking? It is the king of Guogan, Peng Jiaxing. Lin, how audacious you are to utter such words. Chapter 113. The opportunity arises, all characters take the stage. In the old market of Guogan, the North City, Bai Mansion. At this moment, the Bai residence was ablaze with light. Bai Swatching remained seated in the grand hall upon his iron sandalwood chair, his expression dark and immovable. He had been in that position for over 3 hours. Aside from occasionally lifting the teacup from the wooden table to take a sip, he remained as still as a wooden post, never shifting from his spot. Yingxiang, what is the situation in the city? Are Peng Jiaxing's men still preventing our passage? Noticing her father finally exhibiting a desire to speak, Bai Yingxiang hurried forward to refill the teapot with hot water. Father, according to the messages relayed by Yingxiang, Peng Jiaxing has dispatched Wei Zhaoran's 2nd Regiment to block all entrances to South City. Wei Zhaoran, that old fox, does he truly heed Peng Jiaxing's orders? Bai Swatching scoffed disdainfully, then inquired, what of Peng Demon's 1st Regiment? Where are his 2 armored companies stationed? Uncertain, Yingxiang replied honestly. According to the latest intelligence from reconnaissance, Peng Demon's men left the outskirts an hour ago and have vanished. Bai Yingxiang was aware that her father's aide had already compiled this information promptly. However, she knew her father had a habit of wanting others to reiterate previous intelligence before making significant decisions. Peng Jiaxing and his son harbor ill intentions. Yingxiang, analyze this for me. Could it be that Peng Demon has already taken troops to South City? After all, the 1st Regiment could traverse the rice noodle ditch and reach South City in under an hour. Bai Swatching spoke as if to himself. Yet it seemed he was genuinely seeking his eldest daughter's opinion. Bai Yingxiang pondered for a moment, her brow furrowed. Father, I believe it is quite possible. After all, we have made it clear we intend to attack South City. It would be entirely normal for Peng Demon's 1st Regiment, as Peng's direct personal guards, to appear in South City, hindering our efforts to attack Kuan Sheng. However, this would jeopardize our plans to quickly seize South City, as our 2 strongholds there have already been destroyed by Kuan Sheng's forces. Bai Swatching nodded, remaining silent. The father and daughter fell into a heavy silence. In the early hours, the old street typically shrouded in a faint mist. This white fog seemed to drift in from the nearby mountains and forests, echoing the unique scenery of the war-torn north of Myanmar. Bai Swatching finished the half-pot of strong tea, set down the teacup, and rose. He approached the nearby coat rack and retrieved his deep green military uniform. Since someone wishes to force my hand, let us lay our cards on the table. Yingxiang, prepare the vehicle. We shall go into the city, for I must meet Wei Zhaoran in person. On the 9th floor of the Kuan building on Bale Road in South City, Lin Dong's words sent a tremor through the room, dimming the lights momentarily. Whether it was an illusion or a consequence of the chaos tonight, the office lights indeed flickered. Lin Dong, I know not from whence you draw your audacity. Have you lost your mind? Peng Jiaxing's voice was frigid, laden with a formidable pressure. I, Peng Jiaxing, enlisted at the tender age of 15, formed the Guogan Self-Defense Force at 31, and have fought in countless battles over the course of 40 years for this land. To have someone declare me, Peng Jiaxing, a historical villain of Guogan tonight, is utterly absurd and laughable. Lin Dong's statement was not only difficult for Peng Jiaxing to accept, but also baffled Kuan Sheng momentarily. Why would Lin Dong speak in such a manner? What was his true intent? Do you not realize that uttering such words on the street, declaring the king of Guogan a historical villain, could lead to being shot on sight? Commander Peng, it is precisely because I respect you as a man that I dared to voice such sentiments tonight. Lin Dong's expression remained placid, for his words were not born of impulse, but rather conviction. Whether you deem me a madman or a traitor, I must still impart a word of caution to you, Commander Peng. When one harbors a malignant tumor, can it be resolved without the surgeon's knife? You, Commander Peng, not only refuse treatment tonight, but also obstruct the physician's surgery, allowing Guogan's affliction to worsen. What else could you be but a villain? Each word Lin Dong spoke was crystal clear. Yet, on the other end of the phone, Peng Jiaxing's countenance shifted dramatically. Who exactly is this Lin Dong? How could he possess such intimate knowledge of Guogan's afflictions? Having navigated Guogan for decades, he was all too aware of the Bai family's ambitions and the severe crises facing Guogan. Yet, at times, One finds it difficult to make decisive choices when ensnared in the web. Who are you truly? Peng Jiaxing's tone deepened. Lin Dong, what else do you know? Lin Dong sighed deeply. Commander Peng, I understand your predicament. After all, these are brothers who once fought alongside you for the realm. But you must realize that once a brother harbors treachery in his heart, indulging him will only dig the roots of calamity deeper. The ultimate outcome is mutual destruction, leading Guogan into the clutches of a pack of wolves, devoid of humanity. Lin Dong's tone grew increasingly grave. With the veil of deception torn from Peng Jiaxing, there was no need for him to hold back any longer. For according to the course of history from his previous life, Bai Suoqing ultimately betrayed Peng Jiaxing. He persuaded Wei Xiaoran to ally with the Myanmar government forces, initiating a coup that expelled Peng Jiaxing from Guogan. Thereafter, Guogan descended into a realm rife with fraud, vice, gambling, drugs, and human trafficking. Those who participated in betraying Peng Jiaxing, Bai Suoqing, and Wei Xiaoran became two of the notorious families among the four great clans of northern Myanmar. However, this internal strife in Guogan transpired in 2009. Lin Dong's appearance today has irrevocably altered the course of Guogan's history. If tonight's opportunity could reveal the ambitions of the Bai family prematurely, it would undoubtedly benefit Peng Jiaxing and Guogan in the absence of the Myanmar government forces. Of course, should tonight's battle prove successful, eliminating Bai Suoqing, Wei Xiaoran, and Bai Sa Lu Guoxi, three of the four great clans of northern Myanmar would be vanquished, allowing Peng Jiaxing to continue his rule. Consequently, the ensuing fraud and vice would likely vanish. This is why Lin Dong is resolute in inciting Kuan-sheng to wage war against the Bai family. For only with the Bai family's downfall can the opportunity arise for Peng Jiaxing to intervene and completely topple the Bai family. The subsequent Wei and Lu families would surely be drawn into the fray as well. After all, the insidious ambitious, at any given moment, are perpetually poised for treachery and rebellion. As long as the protagonists and supporting characters of the self-defense forces grace the stage tonight, Lin Dong's strategic gambit in Kokong will come to life. By harnessing the strength of Kuan-sheng and Peng Jiajun, he aims to eradicate the Bai family and their accomplices entirely. The Dragon Gang will subsequently establish its dominance over northern Myanmar, marking the most solid first step forward. Chapter 114. I wish to be mistaken just once, but the heavens refuse to allow it. Lin Dong's words plunged Peng Jiajun into a momentary silence. For the latter's last few utterances struck a resonant chord deep within his soul. The ambitions of Bai Suoqing, coupled with the current internal and external troubles plaguing Kokong, were all too clear to Peng Jiajun. Yet, the bonds of past friendship and his reluctance to thrust Kokong into further turmoil had consistently prevented him from taking extreme measures. However, tonight, an unexpected conflict and a young man emerging from the shadows have unmistakably torn away the veil concealing Kokong's true state. Might my actions tonight inadvertently embolden these treacherous subjects? If the Bai family and their conspirators grow stronger, how will I, the so-called king of Kokong, maintain control? Should it come to that, not only will Kokong descend into chaos, but it will also transform into a veritable inferno of sin. How will future historians recount this? Will it indeed be as Lin Dong suggests, that I, Peng Jiajun, the king of Kokong, become the architect of its downfall, a historical villain? As these profound thoughts coursed through his mind, a chill enveloped Peng Jiajun, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his back. Lin Dong, do you have any basis for such claims? The tone of his voice softened considerably over the phone. Awakened by Lin Dong's unflinching words, Peng Jiajun, after all, was a man of grand vision, aware of right and wrong, of the stakes involved. Commander Peng, everyone knows what's at stake here. How can I present evidence? Yet, tonight, did the Bai family act without your consent regarding troop movements for the self-defense forces? I suspect Bai Suoqing wouldn't even bother to give you a call. Lin Dong's remarks struck a nerve once more. Indeed, the actions of the Bai family tonight, at best, signify a blatant disregard for his authority as commander. At worst, they amount to treason. Commander Peng, I understand your hesitation, your concern that should you rise against them, Kokong will plunge into warfare. But enduring a long pain is worse than a short one. Having identified the ailment, why not swiftly excise it? Peng Jiajun sighed deeply, his voice lacking the fervor it had moments ago. Lin Dong, I comprehend the rationale, yet I still wish to wait. I have already intercepted the Bai family's forces. The opportunity is in Bai Suoqing's hands. Let us see if he seizes it. Lin Dong shook his head, feeling a twinge of disappointment, but pressed on with further inquiries. I wish to know, Commander Peng, which unit did you dispatch to intercept the Bai family? Was it Peng Demon's 1st Regiment or Wei Xiaoran's 2nd Regiment? A sudden unease swept over Peng Jiajun, prompting an involuntary response. Does it matter? Certainly it does. If it is your son's 1st Regiment, the chances of interception are considerable, but if Wei Xiaoran is the one sent, the consequences could be dire. Lin Dong spoke gravely. 4 Wei Zhaoran has likely colluded with by Suaching. They are birds of a feather. Peng Jiejun's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, Lin Dong, do not spread alarmist rhetoric. Wei Zhaoran has been with me since the army's inception. How could he possibly harbor treacherous intentions? Do you doubt? Then wait and see. I predict that within an hour, Bai Suaching and Wei Zhaoran will join forces to besiege the southern city. Lin Dong's voice remained calm. Yet Peng Jiejun sensed an undeniable confidence emanating from the young man. Although he could not fathom the source of Lin Dong's assurance, he remained unaware of Lin Dong's true identity, a reborn soul from the future. Despite his interference leading to some deviations in the course of history, precipitating the upheaval in Kokong. The adage holds true, a dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. In his previous life, the betrayal of the king of Kokong involved none other than Bai Suaching and Wei Zhaoran as the primary antagonists. Thus, with the Bai family mobilizing troops tonight. And if you, Peng Jiejun, intervene, will you not compel Bai Suaching and Wei Zhaoran into an earlier alliance? As for whether the head of the Bai family can sway Wei Zhaoran, it is clear, those with ulterior motives and ambition cannot remain loyal and are easily persuaded. Provided Bai Suaching offers sufficiently enticing benefits and conditions, Wei Zhaoran's 2nd Regiment will surely rebel. Lin Dong, I hope your judgment proves erroneous. Peng Jiejun's words, tinged with a hint of weariness, slowly emerged. Lin Dong's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied, I too wish to be mistaken just once. Yet fate seems determined otherwise. His confident, somewhat pretentious words caused the line to abruptly disconnect, followed by a series of busy signals. In the office of the Kowloon Corporation, Lin Dong sat opposite Kowloon Sheng. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. Kowloon Sheng, once again, bore witness to Lin Dong's audaciousness. Yet, the current Kowloon Sheng had become Lin Dong's loyal subordinate. Given the circumstances, it was evident that Peng Jiejun had dispatched Wei Zhaoran to intercept the Bai family's main force. It seemed the Bai family's military could no longer be halted, and they would soon face Wei Zhaoran as an additional adversary. Lin Dong's analysis weighed heavily on Kowloon Sheng's heart. With the current troop strength at his disposal, if they utilized their familiarity with the terrain in the southern city for urban combat, they might still stand a chance against the numerically superior Bai family. However, should Wei Zhaoran's 2nd Regiment also engage, the outcome of the battle in the southern city would be all but predetermined. In the narrow confines of the old streets of the southern city, an additional regiment would mean overwhelming superiority for the enemy. Even if their side possessed superior weaponry and terrain knowledge, they could not withstand the attrition of nearly tenfold enemy forces. Boss Lin, what shall we do? Though it was still early spring, and the temperature in Southeast Asia was not yet oppressive, beads of sweat had already begun to form on Kowloon Sheng's forehead. Lin Dong cast a glance at his anxious demeanor and scoffed. What is there to panic about? Instruct the troops to seize advantageous positions in the southern city immediately and prepare for urban combat. Understood. Kowloon Sheng collected his scattered thoughts and responded promptly. Moreover, the king of Kokong will soon realize that my judgment is indeed correct. Does Peng Jiejun not have his son leading the 1st Regiment? Where will that force be deployed? Lin Dong pondered thoughtfully, stroking his smooth chin before turning to Feng Zi and his companions, who had been silently standing behind him, and issued a command. Combat team, execute Plan A for infiltration immediately. Terrain mode, county-level city. Mission objective, eliminate Bai Suaching. Received. Feng Zi, Ingyan, and Junshun promptly dashed to the corner of the room. They opened several ammunition boxes, deftly donned bulletproof vests, and suited up in individual combat gear. Next, they checked their weapons and ammunition, equipped themselves, and donned masks. Once everything was prepared, Feng Zi produced a photograph recently provided by Kowloon Sheng, depicting a stern-looking middle-aged man, Bai Suaching. Synchronize watches. Team leader Feng Zi commanded in a low voice, as the three extended their wrists to rapidly synchronize the time on their military watches. Let us embark on our mission, with a completion time of 4 hours. Safety is paramount, Lin Dong remarked calmly, casting a glance at the watch on his wrist. Will the 3-man combat team successfully decapitate the White Lock City? Chapter 115. The Brutal Urban Warfare in the Southern City 1. Armored Assault on the Slums. March 3, 1996, 3:40 a.m. In the Southern City. At the junction with the urban area, a series of thunderous explosions and a torrent of gunfire suddenly erupted. Soon, flames accompanied by thick, dark smoke illuminated half of the city. As Lin Dong had anticipated, the forces of the Bai family and Wei Zhaoran had joined forces to storm into the southern city. The northern region of Myanmar's Kokong once again descended into chaos. Led by Xiang Shanha, 500 guards had dispersed into 10 squads of 50, following Lin Dong's orders. These small units, armed with light and heavy machine guns, sniper rifles, a plethora of grenades, and powerful explosives, along with RPG launchers, had already infiltrated the densely built urban terrain, setting the stage for a fierce urban battle. The western section of Bailu Road, A notorious slum in the old street market lay shrouded in the oppressive darkness of the night, enveloping the dilapidated, low-lying houses. Distant explosions and relentless gunfire intermittently shattered the silence. The flames that lit up the horizon cast eerie shadows on the crumbling walls. Entering by Lu Road from the western city required navigating this narrow street. At this moment, most of the residents in the vicinity had been roused from their slumber by the sounds of artillery. Many of the lowly houses lining the street remained unlit, not out of reluctance to pay for electricity, but from a profound fear that bright lights would attract indiscriminate bullets and shells. No one knew if the next moment would see a shell descending upon their impoverished homes, leaving them to witness the tragic demise of themselves and their families amidst a pool of blood. In every instance of conflict, it was these marginalized citizens who found themselves most helpless. Fate had already forsaken them. How could it care to trample upon them further? At this juncture, the houses near the western city began to tremble slightly. Over 200 meters away, a colossal dark silhouette emerged around the corner of the street, followed by more shadows appearing at the bend. Each of these ominous figures bore a long cannon barrel. The rumbling of armored vehicles grew increasingly closer. It was the tanks of the Bai family. "Hey Dan, hasten to inform our brothers behind." "Understood, Brother Kong." The shadows of over 30 ragged men emerged from the shadows of the houses lining the street. One small figure swiftly turned and darted deeper into the alleyway. The remaining men, in groups of 2 or 3, rushed out onto the street, retrieving green anti-tank mines from their backpacks. Given that the streets were made of concrete and gravel, they could only roughly estimate the tank's path, hastily deploying the mines in the absence of light. Over 20 anti-tank mines were quickly set in place, with layers of refuse or rubble placed atop each to render them more inconspicuous. "Retreat," with Brother Kang's command. More than 30 shadows vanished back into the darkness of the street. Years of experience in urban combat had taught them that these mines might destroy 1 or 2 of the foremost tanks at best. Once an explosion occurred, the remaining anti-tank mines would surely be cleared away. Thus, these devices could only serve as a temporary and unexpected hindrance. The truly brutal battle lay ahead. The 3rd Armored Company dispatched by the White Lock City, comprising 12 T-62 main battle tanks, advanced along the narrow street towards Bai Lu Road from the direction of the western city. The contiguous low buildings ahead were illuminated by only a few scattered lights. The impoverished denizens of Bai Lu Road had likely been petrified by the gunfire, cowering in their homes, scarcely daring to breathe. The tank convoy successfully navigated the intersection of the western city, officially entering the slums of Bai Lu Road. The darkened street ahead grew even narrower, littered with heaps of debris and refuse. The leading tank, its heavy treads crunching over several piles of rubble, emitted a faint squeak. Suddenly, the tank jolted as its right tread struck a hard object. The driver was about to unleash a torrent of curses when, boom, a violent explosion erupted, followed by a towering inferno and a cloud of smoke. With a screech, the tread snapped, and the massive tank trembled from the blast. In an instant, flames and intense heat surged into the confined interior of the tank. Agonizing cries and wails emanated from within. But as the fire spread and the ammunition inside detonated in a secondary explosion, the screams quickly faded into silence. The destruction of the lead tank forced the following vehicles in the convoy to come to a halt. Inside the armored command vehicle positioned mid-convoy, the young commander swiftly received word of the lead tank's destruction. With less than 4 hours until dawn, the armored company had barely entered Bai Lu Road when one of its main battle tanks had already been obliterated. It seemed that the arms dealer Kuanqing had long been prepared. One could only wonder how many perilous traps awaited them along this narrow street. It was time to alter their strategy. Otherwise, they would never complete the task of occupying half the district before daybreak. The commander grabbed the radio communicator and issued the second assault plan, which had been prepared in advance. Order, execute Plan B. Avoid the street ahead. Split into 2 teams and traverse through the residential area. Squad 1 will breach on the left, Squad 2 on the right. Squad 1 received. Squad 2 received. Any obstacles or resistance encountered ahead shall be eliminated by firepower. Received. Understood. Armored machine gun teams, clear away any approaching threats, even if it's just a cat. Machine gun teams comprehend. Brothers, the objective lies ahead, and we have merely 3.5 hours left for our mission. What is the motto of our 3rd Armored Company? The commander's impassioned voice resonated through every compartment of the convoy. Rev up the engines, flatten them, obliterate them, kill, kill, kill. A chorus of synchronized battle cries reverberated through the communicator, even spilling out beyond the confines of the tanks. The surrounding night trembled slightly, harmonizing with the distant rumble of gunfire, rendering the lowly houses on either side of the street all the more pitiable and desolate. For in the next moment, these cold-blooded metal beasts would surely raze them to the ground, sparing neither the crumbling brick walls nor the souls within. 3rd Armored Company, advance. With the commander's resounding order, Two ferocious tank formations emerged from the narrow street, demolishing the already precarious, dilapidated structures in their path, crushing through heaps of rubble and the terrified, despairing bodies. The thunderous rumble of tank treads shattered the dark night. The roar of the main cannons, accompanied by the intermittent bursts of machine gun fire, mingled with the ceaseless wails and cries of agony from the slums of Bailu Road, an orchestral composition of darkness pinned by the Iron Devils. Chapter 116. The brutal urban warfare in the southern city 2, the battlefield meat grinder. In the southern part of the old street, near the intersection of the urban area, lies a densely constructed industrial park. This industrial zone primarily manufactures jade mining excavators and rough stone cutting machines. At this moment, explosions and flames are erupting throughout the park, accompanied by a relentless cacophony of gunfire. The distinctive white mist of the early morning envelopes the area, soon blending with the black smoke, shrouding the entire complex. As the principal access route into the southern city, Xiangshanha is determined not to relinquish the strategically vital Chongqing industrial park easily. Thus, as soon as the forces of the Bai and Wei families enter, they are met with fierce artillery fire. The combined forces of the Bai and Wei families, numbering nearly 5,000, are swiftly compelled to break into dozens of formations as the gunfire erupts. Relying on their overwhelming numbers, they encircle the 10 squads of the Kowloon Guard. However, despite their smaller size, the Kowloon Guard has strategically occupied the most advantageous terrain within the industrial zone. Holding fast to their positions, each squad is equipped with light and heavy machine guns, as well as RPG rocket launchers, making it nearly impossible for the Bai-Wei coalition to swiftly eliminate these strongholds, unless they summon their artillery and armored units. Unfortunately, the coalition's only heavy firepower, the 3rd Armored Company, has already been dispatched to raid Bale Road. The various squads quickly report their combat losses. In the brief lulls of battle, Xiangshanha picks up a military radio to inquire about the situation at each stronghold. At this moment, he stands atop a 5-story industrial building, surveying the park engulfed in flames through binoculars. The building he occupies is besieged by over 500 enemy combatants. Heavy machine guns and RPGs from the enemy intermittently bombard the interior of the structure. Such a brutal urban warfare scenario inevitably leads to casualties. Fortunately, their prior preparations have been thorough. Each squad's building is stocked with a substantial cache of weapons, ammunition, emergency medical supplies, water, and food. The premises are fortified at every level. The crucial 4th-floor stairwell has been deliberately rigged with 3 kilograms of TNT explosives, ready to be detonated at the last moment. Their combat directive is clear: hold for 12 hours, eliminate as many enemy combatants as possible, and prevent the Bai and Wei forces from easily breaching the southern city. Reports come in. 2nd Squad reports 20 casualties. The 1st floor has fallen. 3rd Squad reports 25 casualties. The 1st and 2nd floor hallways have been lost. 4th Squad reports 30 casualties. The enemy has deployed 2 heavy machine guns, and our snipers are suppressing them. Upon compiling the casualty reports from all 9 squads, Xiangshanha cannot help but furrow his brow. The total losses, including his own squad, have exceeded 20 personnel. The skirmish has only just begun, and the toll is already devastating. He orders all squads to retreat to the 2nd floor and above, instructing them not to confront enemy heavy fire head-on, but rather to employ their machine guns to suppress the hallways. Before dawn, the sniper teams must identify and neutralize the enemy's heavy machine gun positions. Our mission remains unchanged: hold for 12 hours. As soon as Xiangshanha issues his latest command, an RPG rocket, trailing a red plume, slams into the exterior wall of the 5th floor. The explosion reverberates with a thunderous roar, causing the building to shudder, and communications are abruptly severed. The enemy's 2nd wave of assault has officially commenced. It appears the earlier hour-long attack was merely a probing maneuver. Xiangshanha anticipates that this 2nd round will be even more ferocious and targeted. Captain, the enemy has deployed smoke grenades. The situation in the 1st and 2nd floor hallways is unclear. Should we suppress their fire? Comes the report from the 2nd floor defenders. No, this time we must alter our strategy. We will fall back our defensive line. We will erect sandbags 20 meters from the 2nd floor stairwell and await the enemy's advance to reap our harvest. The 3rd floor hallway will be defended with machine guns and grenades, driving the enemy back to the 2nd floor. After a moment of contemplation, Xiangshanha suddenly devises an ingenious trap. Execute this plan. If it proves effective, the other squads should follow suit. Understood. The 2nd floor stairwell has been fiercely contested for nearly 20 minutes, and the defenders' firepower is dwindling. Over 100 attacking coalition soldiers, having suffered more than 20 losses, finally breached the 2nd floor defenses. Following a barrage of smoke grenades, the remaining soldiers surge through the stairwell, shouting as they charge into the 2nd floor corridor. A few of the fastest soldiers, having just emerged from the smoke, rejoice momentarily at the apparent silence of enemy fire. Get down. It's a heavy machine gun. One soldier reacts first, throwing himself to the ground in terror. But it is too late. The Maxim machine gun, with a staggering rate of fire of up to 500 rounds per minute, sweeps mercilessly across the scene like a grim reaper's scythe. The sound of bullets ripping through flesh melds with the cacophony of anguished screams as soldiers who had just ascended to the second floor are mowed down in droves, as if they were ripe wheat being harvested. The fallen bodies and injured soldiers display a grim tableau. Some have half their heads severed, others have arms torn asunder, while some are left with only a shred of flesh connecting their thighs. Even more tragic, a few have had their abdomens perforated by high-velocity bullets. And while they have not yet succumbed to death, their innards spill forth, mingling with crimson blood. In this moment, their consciousness is painfully acute. Devoid of any sensation of excruciating pain, all that remains is the terror and despair of impending death. The fearsome reputation of the Maxim machine gun as a battlefield meat grinder never disappoints. The relentless, thunderous onslaught of 2 Maxim machine guns persists for over 2 minutes before finally falling silent. At this juncture, the smoke and haze have yet to dissipate. And from the semicircular sandbag trench, 20 black-clad guards leap forth. 10 of the guards swiftly approach the second-floor exit, deftly tossing a volley of grenades into the first-floor hallway before dispersing into defensive formations. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosive detonations thoroughly clears the hallway. The remaining black-clad guards tread over the ground strewn with severed limbs and blood, coldly executing any remaining foes with merciless precision. Whether lifeless corpses or softly moaning wounded, none escape the grim fate of a bullet to the head. In this moment, those lying on the floor are the vanquished, mere prey awaiting slaughter. Meanwhile, those who pull the trigger on their kin have transformed into unfeeling machines of war. Human conflict seldom delineates right from wrong. Thus, on the brutal battlefield, there exist only 2 outcomes: to kill or be killed. The battlefield meat grinder, the Maxim machine gun. Chapter 117, The Wasteland Gang of the Slums. In the western part of Bale Road, within the slums, 11 T-62 main battle tanks advance like a pack of ferocious steel beasts, mercilessly toppling any structures that obstruct their path. They trample over the suffering and poverty before them, as well as the lives that are deemed as worthless as mud. Beneath the treads of the tanks, the anguished cries resonate with a profound sense of helplessness and despair. Each artillery shell detonates, collapsing a building into ruin. The anti-aircraft machine guns atop the tanks spare no moving object within their sights, be it a dog or a cat. In a mere half hour, the 3rd Armored Company advanced 300 meters into enemy territory. This pace undoubtedly far surpassed the methodical advance along the streets, where they must continuously clear landmines and ambushes. Where the tanks traversed, thick plumes of smoke billowed, transforming the landscape into a tableau of shattered walls and debris. The charred remnants of walls still flickered with the ferocity of ongoing fires, and the path was strewn with severed limbs and bloodstains that were harrowing to behold. The frailty of human flesh starkly contrasts with the might of war machinery. At this moment, a dilapidated shack lay 200 meters from the advancing tanks, where 6 figures crouched atop its roof. "Brother Kong, my home is gone, and my mother is no more," lamented a slight figure, gazing mournfully at the smoldering wreckage. His suppressed sobs were laden with grief, evoking compassion from those nearby. This child, merely 16, had just lost both home and kin. Moments earlier, he had envisioned a future where, after the war, he would receive a hefty reward, take his mother to the largest noodle shop in the southern city, and indulge in a steaming bowl of fragrant beef noodles topped with fresh cilantro, his mother's favorite. "Brother Kong, oh, my mother is gone. I must go back to find her." Suddenly, the frail figure sprang to his feet, intent on rushing towards the tanks. A burly man beside him seized his arm firmly, exclaiming, "Hey Dan, have you lost your mind? Going back now is tantamount to seeking death. Brother Kong, please let me return to check on her." "No, it's too dangerous now. We can only look once these iron monsters have passed," the man replied, restraining him with a grip like iron. Hey Dan struggled fiercely to break free from the man's hold, but his efforts were in vain. Resigned, he crouched down again, his dusty, dark face set in determination, his eyes blazing with fury as they fixated on the distant tanks. "Brother Kong, this cannot continue. We cannot stop their tanks. Countless lives will be lost." A lean man interjected, his voice grave. "Not just Hey Dan, but every brother in our gang hails from this impoverished area. The tank battalion from the Bai family, instead of traversing narrow streets, is mercilessly trampling through residential zones, catching us utterly off guard. Our earlier plan to utilize anti-tank mines and RPGs to halt their advance has now been rendered futile. The tanks have invaded the residential neighborhoods. While the destruction of buildings is tragic, the plight of those trapped inside is even more terrifying. If we do not swiftly halt these brutal machines, We cannot fathom how many innocent lives will perish along this path. The man known as Brother Kong glared at the encroaching tank battalion with bloodshot eyes, and finally made a resolute decision. Zhao Liang, take 50 men and evacuate the nearby residents as quickly as possible. Save as many as you can. Understood, Brother Kong. I'll take care of it right away, Zhao Liang replied, nimbly leaping down from the low structure and disappearing into the shadows of the buildings. We can wait no longer. Hey Dan, you take some men back to retrieve explosives. Hurry there and back. Brother Kong continued to issue commands. The rest of you, gather anti-tank mines and rocket launchers. We will launch a flanking attack to disrupt and delay the tank's advance. Got it. I'll return for explosives and blow them to smithereens. Hey Dan swiftly descended from the rooftop and vanished into the darkness. The remaining 3 quickly whistled a signal, and from the shadows of the surrounding buildings emerged over 100 figures, each armed with either an RPG or carrying rockets and anti-tank mines. They were instructed to form groups of 3, approaching the tanks from either side and seizing the opportunity to attack. Understood. In no time, more than 100 members of the gang had formed over 30 assault teams, swiftly melting into the night. 100 meters away, the armored tanks belched black smoke and flames as they rumbled forward. Along this path, countless dilapidated homes had been toppled, and innumerable innocent civilians had been slaughtered. It was 3 hours until dawn, and half of the southern city had already descended into fierce gunfire. On this dark night, no one knew how many would survive by morning, whether a soldier engaged in battle or a civilian hiding at home. All were as fragile as drifting reeds in the face of the cold, unyielding bullets. After a storm of hail, the unfortunate would be shattered, while the fortunate would numbingly survive, awaiting the next outbreak of war. On the 9th floor of the Kowloon mansion, at the office window, Lin Dong had been standing for an hour. The distant glow of flames and the billowing smoke flickered in his dark pupils, resembling a surreal war epic. The incessant sounds of gunfire and explosions constantly reminded him of the reality of the world. He was not merely a participant. He was, in fact, altering a chapter of history known as Guijian, since the day he emerged from prison in the southern city. When he brazenly stormed into the Bailu Lake Villa and massacred dozens of members of the Unifying society, Lin Dong's heart had seemingly hardened like iron. The countless lives lost and the suffering he witnessed could no longer stir his compassion. He understood that to vie for supremacy and to thrive in this world, a compassionate heart was the greatest poison. Heaven is indifferent, treating all living beings as mere fodder. Sages are unfeeling, viewing the populace as mere tools. Lin Dong was neither heaven nor a sage. He was merely a reincarnated individual, a fortunate soul chosen by the system. Yet, Lin Dong was indeed a person who lived truly for himself. One must ponder, how many such individuals exist in this world? As Lin Dong was lost in thought, Kuan Sheng, who had been anxiously seated at the tea table for over an hour, suddenly rushed over, his excitement palpable. Even before reaching him, his trembling voice made Lin Dong frown. Boss Lin, the phone call from the king of Guijian is for you. Chapter 118. I only want half of Guijian. The urban siege at the Chongqing Industrial Park in the southern city was in full swing, with casualty numbers on both sides continually rising. At this rate of devastating losses, not to mention holding out for 12 hours, it was likely that by dawn, at least half of the guard team would be wiped out. Urban warfare has always been a battle of attrition. In the end, it boils down to which side has more personnel remaining and controls a larger territory. The allied forces of the Bai and Wei families numbered nearly 5,000, while the defending guard team had fewer than 500, with a 10-to-1 numerical disadvantage. How could this battle possibly be fought? Xiang Shanha lamented the grim realization that, unless the tide of battle shifted, even if they could endure for 12 hours, they would still face annihilation. Simultaneously, the tank offensive in the Bailu Road slums had also reached a fever pitch. The gang had hurriedly evacuated residents along the tank's path, yet many were still caught unawares, perishing beneath the iron wheels and gunfire. Led by Brother Kong, over 30 assault teams posed a significant threat to the machine guns atop the tanks, armed with RPGs. In this intricate urban terrain, the effectiveness of various weapons, including anti-tank mines, has proven to be rather minimal. By the time Haydn returned with a batch of high-powered explosives and over 20 men, the attacking group of more than 100 had already suffered significant casualties. Congo, the explosives are back, the slender Haydn exclaimed excitedly as he approached Congo, pointing back to the 20-odd members of the Wei gang, each clutching a tightly sealed package of explosives. The enemy's tanks were fortified with powerful anti-aircraft machine guns, rendering our assault efforts futile. Congo furrowed his thick black eyebrows, expressing his concern. Haydn, you're clever. Think of a way we can approach these iron behemoths. Haydn, tilting his dark little face, glared furiously at the tanks 200 meters away, momentarily taken aback by Kong Ji's words. He pondered for a moment before a spark of realization illuminated his expression. Congo, We can't rush in, but we can wait. I've witnessed crocodiles hunting in the marshes at Nanchunman, lying still in one spot, waiting for other creatures to pass. Haiden's insight sparked a glint of understanding in Kong Ji's eyes. Indeed, if we cannot charge forward, we can lie in wait on the tank's path. That's a splendid idea. Let us proceed with this strategy. Kong Gu, exhilarated, embraced Haiden's small head, disregarding the dirt, and planted a fervent kiss on him. After this battle, I'll commend you. He instructed everyone. Aside from the rocket launchers continuing to harass the enemy tanks, the rest should take up explosives or mines. Disperse and lay in ambush along the tank's advance route. Find suitable cover and play dead. Once the tanks draw near, detonate immediately. The dozens of Wei gang members surrounding Kong Gu looked at him solemnly, none daring to speak. For they all understood that using their flesh and blood to ambush tanks could lead to dire consequences, even if they were fortunate enough to strike. Who among you is unwilling to go? Kong Gu scanned the familiar faces, suppressing the pang in his heart, and spoke in a grave tone. Those who are unwilling, from this moment on, may leave the Wei gang. I, Chen Kong, will not hold it against you. For those willing to fight, follow me. Let us blow them to smithereens. If we survive, we shall indulge in feasting together. Should anyone perish, your family will be cared for by the Wei gang. As Kong Ji's words fell, the remaining members of the Wei gang raised their fists, shouting with fervor, Wei gang, let us blow them to bits. Wei gang, let us blow them to bits. Amidst their passionate cries, a ragtag group of men, including Kong Gu and Haiden, swiftly vanished among the lowly dwellings, clutching explosives or mines. Awaiting them ahead could be either the fortune of survival or the thunderous roar of death. On the 9th floor of the country building, Lin Dong took the phone handed to him by Kuan Sheng, his voice devoid of emotion. Commander Peng. Hello, this is Lin Dong. Lin Dong, first and foremost, I must apologize. I, Peng Jiaxing, aired gravely, nearly turning a mistake into a disastrous blunder. The voice of Commander Peng, filled with a tinge of sorrow and a hint of loneliness, resonated through the line. Commander Peng, this is not your fault. The hearts of men are perilous. Lin Dong sighed, pondering the complex situation of the night. How many could remain composed in such turmoil? Only he, as a reborn individual aware of the broader historical currents, could confidently assert that the Bai and Wei families would conspire to rebel. The voice of the Kokong king on the other end sighed deeply. The human heart is inscrutable. Friendships are indeed fragile when confronted with power and profit. Lin Dong, with the Bai and Wei families joining forces, how can you and Kuan Sheng hope to prevail in the current brutal conflict in Nanching? Given the situation, you can hold out for at most another 5 hours. Lin Dong chuckled softly, replying, but what of you? Your first regiment of Kokong has yet to make its entrance. Do you truly intend to merely spectate? Peng Jiaxing laughed unexpectedly. Heh, what if I were to truly intend to watch? Lin Dong interrupted him, shaking his head. Then you would no longer be the Kokong king. Oh, you are so certain? Of course, after decades of warfare, how could the Kokong king possess only one card to play? Lin Dong. The cards I hold are the 2,000 men of the 1st Reinforced Regiment and 2 armored companies. Heh, that is merely what you wish others to see. Aware of the Kokong king's subtlety, Lin Dong chose not to expose it, for what was destined to unfold would inevitably do so. Should the Bai and Wei families succeed in annihilating Kuan Sheng and seize Nanching tonight, he could scarcely believe that Peng Jiaxing would remain composed. Alas, Lin Dong. You are astute. Peng Jiaxing's tone grew somber. I concede that while dispatching Wei Zhaoran to intercept the Bai family's main force, I also repositioned the 1st Regiment to Mixian Ditch. This was meant as a precaution, yet I did not anticipate Wei Zhaoran's rebellion. The 1st Regiment has now left Mixian Ditch and will arrive at the Nanching battlefield in half an hour, accompanied by 2 armored companies. When the time comes, we shall surprise these 2 white-eyed wolves. Your preparations are commendable. It appears the title of Kokong King is not without merit. Lin Dong understood that their negotiations for collaboration had only just begun. Commander Peng, what do you believe the odds are with your single reinforced regiment of 2,000 troops? Plus 2 armored companies? The Bai and Wei coalition numbers nearly 5,000. Even if they are constrained by Kuan Sheng's guard, they can still spare 3,000 without issue. Peng Jiaxing fell silent, deep in thought. This battle has reached a point where we cannot afford to abstain. With our 1st Regiment and 2 armored companies joining the fight, even if we win, Nanching will inevitably be left in ruins. Should both sides become entrenched in a protracted standoff, the flames of war will not only engulf the entire old market, but could also spread to other areas of Kokong. The worst-case scenario is that the Myanmar government forces, which have always eyed Kokong with hostility, will likely seize the opportunity to intervene. Lin Dong knew that according to the historical trajectory of his past life, it was certain that the Bai and Wei families would align themselves with the government forces in such circumstances. By then, the Kokong king's position would become even more precarious. This was also the primary reason why Peng Jiaxing had endured the Bai family's opposition for so long. Lin Dong, to speak frankly, if this battle continues, it will become a war of attrition. The longer the war drags on, the more unfavorable it becomes for both me and Kokong. Let us not forget that around us are the Myanmar government forces and other factions. They will not miss the opportunity to carve up Kokong. Peng Jiaxing spoke heavily. Observing that the situation tonight seemed ensnared in an inextricable knot. To abstain means we merely watch as the Bai and Wei families occupy Nanjing and grow stronger. To fight means Kokong will inevitably be dragged into the mire of conflict, to be divided by the government forces or surrounding factions. Alas, it is a dilemma. Commander Peng, what if I had a way to defeat the Bai and Wei coalition within 5 hours and bring the battle to a close? Lin Dong's calm words reached Peng Jiaxing's ears. In the battle in 5 hours? How is that possible? Peng Jiaxing exclaimed incredulously. Everything is possible. Shall we wager? If I succeed, you must agree to one condition. What condition? Simply put, I want half of Kokong. Lin Dong's proposition was nothing short of astonishing. The daylight of Kokong belongs to you, while the night shall belong to our Longbang. Chapter 119. The 1st Regiment engages in battle, the frontline decapitation operation. The Dragon Gang? It was rather peculiar that Lin Dong's statement did not provoke an extreme reaction from Peng Jiaxing. He merely inquired about the Dragon Gang with a look of astonishment. Indeed, the Dragon Gang is a criminal organization I recently established, with branches in South City and Hong Kong. Kuan Sheng is the leader of our Dragon Gang's Northern Myanmar faction. Lin Dong patiently elucidated. No wonder Kuan Sheng appeared to be a different person tonight. He has evidently joined your Dragon Gang. Peng Jiaxing's eyes widened in realization, and he continued with his inquiries. Lin Dong, I have only 2 questions for you. First, are you certain you can conclude the battle within 5 hours? Second, how does your Dragon Gang's presence in Northern Myanmar benefit Kokong? Lin Dong felt a chill run down his spine. He had not anticipated that Peng Jiaxing's inquiries would strike at the heart of the matter. This king of Kokong was not easily deceived. As for the first question regarding the 5-hour time frame to end this conflict, Commander Peng, you can place your faith in me. I, Lin Dong, have never failed to deliver on my promises. Peng Jiaxing nodded, decisively choosing to trust him. Very well, I, Peng Jiaxing, will believe you this once. I wager on your victory. Lin Dong was not surprised by the king of Kokong's straightforwardness, for he understood that, given the current dire circumstances, Peng Jiaxing had little choice. Concerning the second question, as long as our Dragon Gang in Northern Myanmar manages the local underground forces, the order in Kokong will improve, and its economy will flourish. Rest assured, our Dragon Gang's operations in Northern Myanmar are driven solely by the region's geopolitical significance. Our primary business remains arms dealing in the black market, and we will never engage in drugs or human trafficking. Furthermore, we can provide you with arms at a reduced cost each year, significantly enhancing the capabilities of the Kokong self-defense forces. Lin Dong's final statement was undoubtedly quite alluring to Peng Jiaxing. Previously, due to financial constraints, the Kokong self-defense forces had been unable to upgrade their conventional weaponry. With Lin Dong's assurance, his army would now possess greater confidence in confronting the Myanmar government forces and surrounding factions. At what price can we acquire these arms? Peng Jiaxing, not one to be easily fooled, directly inquired about the cost. Half price for everything. Peng Jiaxing smiled with satisfaction. Then it's a deal. Let us see if you, Lin Dong, can indeed resolve this battle within 5 hours. Lin Dong smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. It has already been arranged. You just need to patiently await the outcome. The moment your 1st Regiment and the 2 armored companies commence their attack will be the moment I strike. Commander Peng, when do you intend to mobilize the troops secretly stationed at Dang Mountain? Peng Jiaxing was taken aback, exclaiming, Lin Dong, how do you know about this? Who exactly are you? Lin Dong chuckled. Just an ordinary person, haha. Through the knowledge gleaned from his past life, Lin Dong understood that this king of Kokong was far from simple. Over the past 2 years, he had employed various means to conceal a hidden card. The Old Street East City, controlled by the Peng family, is located about 2 kilometers to the south of an important high ground known as Dang Mountain. This strategic location lies perfectly at the triangle formed by the Old Street and the Rice Noodle Ditch, with both areas situated 2 kilometers away. From the highest point of Dang Mountain, one can overlook the entire Old Street Market. For the past 2 years, Peng Jiaxing had secretly established an artillery company and half an infantry battalion at Dang Mountain. He wished to prevent the chaos in the Old Street from escalating while keeping a vigilant watch against the intervention of government troops and surrounding forces. The presence of this army was indeed necessary. Lin Dong's promise to resolve the conflict within 5 hours was not mere bluster or an idle boast. The engagement of the 1st Regiment and 2 armored companies was merely Lin Dong's first strategic move. The introduction of new combat forces would significantly alleviate the defensive pressure on the Mountain River Guard. His second move would involve deploying Fengzi's three-man combat team to decapitate Bai Suoqing. If they could eliminate the coalition's leadership while the two armies clashed, the forces of the Bai and Wei families would lose their backbone, should chaos arise in their morale. Lin Dong would then coordinate with the 1st Regiment to execute his third move, causing the Bai-Wei coalition to disintegrate. As for what the third move entailed, Lin Dong chose not to disclose. When the time was right, he would naturally act. Fengzi, Yingyan, and Military God drove a deep green jeep, navigating the streets and alleys of the city. The mission to decapitate Bai Suoqing was fraught with difficulty, as they possessed little more than a photograph of Bai Suoqing and no other useful information. Fengzi had arranged for the vehicle to circle the city, betting that the head of the Bai family would appear at the front lines. After all, the area was still under the control of Wei Zhaoran. Based on their speculation, the likelihood of Bai Suoqing appearing in the city to negotiate with Wei Zhaoran was quite high. Over an hour had passed, and less than 3 hours remained until the scheduled time for the assassination. The trio, led by Fengzi, arrived at number 93 Wakang Street in the city center, where Wei's residence stood brightly lit. The imposing entrance was guarded by 6 armed soldiers in uniform. Just a short distance away, 3 black Mercedes-Benz vehicles were parked. Fengzi made a swift decision, instructing Yingyan to set up the Barrett M82 sniper rifle atop a building 500 meters from the entrance. Yingyan expertly calibrated the scope, measuring distance, wind speed, and humidity before chambering around and aiming at the Wei residence's entrance. An emotional anticipation surged within him. Would he successfully execute the first shot he had longed for? 20 minutes later, Fengzi, holding a tactical telescope atop the roof, suddenly whispered, "A target has appeared at the Wei residence entrance. Who is that middle-aged man accompanying Bai Suoqing? Could it be Wei Zhaoran? What extraordinary luck. Is this mission turning into a 2-for-1 deal? Yingyan, can you fire 2 shots within 2 seconds? Fengzi asked, a hint of tension in his voice. This time, we'll eliminate Wei Zhaoran alongside Bai Suoqing. 2 seconds is no problem. Just watch me, Yingyan confidently replied, locking Bai Suoqing into the sniper scope. At that moment, the head of the Bai family was enthusiastically shaking hands with Wei Zhaoran. The negotiations with the Wei family had been remarkably smooth. Prior to setting out, he had already discerned Wei Zhaoran's vulnerabilities and desires. After all, which man could resist power and immense profit? Bai Suoqing certainly could not. Neither could Wei Zhaoran, who had long been subordinate to the king of Kokong. Bai Suoqing smiled and waved to Wei Zhaoran, just as he was about to enter the black Mercedes. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of dread enveloped him, prompting him to involuntarily glance into the dark distance. Chapter 120, The Running Lin Dong. The bullet fired from the Barrett M82 sniper rifle traversed a distance of 500 meters. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Bai Suoqing failed to react effectively. His head shattered like a watermelon, splattering red and white. In quick succession, Yingyan fired a second shot, this time aimed at the panicked Wei Zhaoran. Bang! The second shot similarly struck Wei Zhaoran's head, resulting in no unexpected outcomes, and his skull was shattered. Chaos erupted before the gates of the Wei residence. The guards at the entrance, in a state of panic, began firing wildly into the surrounding darkness. Meanwhile, more soldiers surged forth from within the Wei estate, their mission accomplished. Retreating swiftly, Fengzi commanded in a low voice, assisting Eagle Eye in hastily packing their gear. In just 2 seconds, 2 heads were severed. This beheading operation had exceeded expectations. One could only wonder how delighted Lin Dong would be upon receiving this news. On the 9th floor of the Kowloon building, Lin Dong had just received the information relayed by Fengzi. The heads of Bai Suoqing and Wei Zhaoran had been blown off by a sniper rifle. With the core figures of the Bai-Wei coalition eliminated, it was inevitable that their morale would waver. With morale shaken, how could one expect any fighting spirit in battle? It was time to deliver a crushing blow to the adversary. As Lin Dong pondered this, he instructed Ko Sheng to connect him with the fearless king. "Hello, Commander Peng. Has your 1st Regiment commenced its assault? The 1st Regiment has reached the combat zone and will soon launch an attack. I have an extremely important piece of news. Just a few minutes ago, Bai Suoqing and Wei Zhaoran were killed by my men." "What? How is that possible?" came the astonished voice of Peng Jiaxing. "What is impossible? I dispatched the most elite reconnaissance team." "Lin Dong, if this is true, then we have a real battle on our hands," Peng Jiaxing said excitedly. "I will certainly have my men shout on the front lines. Bai Suoqing is dead. Wei Zhaoran has been killed. This will greatly shake the enemy's morale." Lin Dong did not comment. Yet his cold and confident tone inspired boundless imagination in Peng Jiaxing. "Disrupting the enemy's morale is essential, Commander Peng. At this moment, you need not hold back. Launch a full-scale attack. The final step to end this battle will soon arrive." With that, Lin Dong hung up the phone and turned to the bewildered Ko Sheng, saying, "Boss Ko, take me to your armory for a visit." Ko Sheng was perplexed. How could Lin Dong still have the leisure to explore the armory at such a time? Nevertheless, the loyal Kowloon Sheng dared not express any doubts and obediently agreed. Upon arriving at the armory, Lin Dong instructed Kowloon Sheng to wait at the entrance. He then began to peruse the towering stacks of ammunition, unceremoniously stowing away his chosen items into the system space. The 100 cubic meter space could easily accommodate an entire family's worth of weaponry. This time, however, Lin Dong was particularly targeted in his selection, specifically collecting grenades, high explosives, and anti-tank mines. In the blink of an eye, the grenades, explosives, and mines in the warehouse were completely emptied by Lin Dong. Upon exiting the armory, Lin Dong remarked with an air of superiority, "This battle is nearing its conclusion. I'll take a stroll outside and return shortly." With that, Lin Dong vanished from Kowloon Sheng's sight in a flash. What astonishing speed! In the impoverished district of Bull Road, the Whale Gang had already suffered heavy casualties. Yet, there remained 10 tanks rolling in. Brother Kong, in despair, clutched a bundle of explosives, his eyes wide as he stared at a tank drawing near. Detonating the explosives would be his only choice. Suddenly, the advancing tank shook violently, and a massive fireball erupted. Brother Kong was astonished to discover that the tank had inexplicably exploded. A dark silhouette flashed through the ranks of tanks, followed by a series of thunderous blasts. And all 10 tanks before him detonated. The fireballs and black smoke engulfed a considerable portion of the impoverished area. What on earth is happening? Could it be that I am witnessing mere illusions? Brother Kong found himself in a daze, all his strength dissipating as he collapsed to the ground. After effortlessly annihilating the 3rd Armored Company, Lin Dong did not pause. He utilized his extraordinary speed to swiftly break out of Bull Road and plunge into the fray between the Bai and Wei forces. The coalition soldiers, already thrown into disarray by the news of Bai Suoching and Wei Zhaoran's deaths, were being violently attacked by the 1st Regiment and 2 armored companies. Lin Dong's sudden appearance became the final straw that broke the coalition's back. Wherever Lin Dong passed, violent explosions accompanied by bursts of flame ensued, as over 4,000 enemy soldiers were cut down in his wake. Not content with merely toppling the Baiwei coalition, Lin Dong was relentless in his pursuit. Throughout this journey, he traversed the entire old marketplace. The black gold system continuously scanned and converted. Ding! Detected Wei Homing's black gold value of 400 million at 93 Wakang Street, Wei Residence. Old Street City, secret vault of Hongli Casino, 336 million. Ding! Detected Liu Zhengbao's black gold value, 296 million. Hidden location, 17 Gontai Street, East District. Old Street City, 296 million, converted. Ding! Detected by Suoching's black gold value. 153 billion, hidden location, by Mansion, North District, Old Street City, fully converted. As Lin Dong sprinted through the dark streets, he resembled a deity of the night. The path he traversed became a realm of terror, with endless screams and explosions tearing open the curtain on the coalition's collapse. Throughout this journey, his intake of black gold swiftly surpassed an astonishing 3,566 billion. Of course, in the midst of chaos, Lin Dong would not hesitate to collect cash. After all, with a system space at his disposal, was it unreasonable to seize the opportunity? This old street of Kokong was indeed rich in affluent individuals. Lin Dong had previously discovered that the black gold system required confirmation of the target individual or entry into the hidden area of black gold for conversion. However, having made such a comprehensive sweep this time, Lin Dong was exceedingly satisfied. Half an hour later, the flames of war in the southern city gradually began to subside. The Baiwei coalition had been shattered by Lin Dong's relentless bombardment. The 1st Regiment, led by Xiang Shanhe and Peng Demon, commenced a thorough counterattack, ruthlessly gunning down countless remnants of the enemy. At this moment, Kokong required no mercy, only absolute iron resolve. If the fearless king did not eliminate a significant number of people this time, these factions would not take him seriously. Half an hour later, Lin Dong concluded his running spree. Just as he returned to the Kowloon building, a call from the fearless king Peng Jiaxing came through. This time, Peng Jiaxing's demeanor and tone were exceedingly polite. After all, who else could single-handedly topple the Baiwei coalition but Lin Dong? Lin Dong, your capabilities have truly impressed me. Peng Jiaxing stated directly. You kept your word. Are you prepared to accept half of Kokong? Chapter 121, Subjugating the Underground Forces of the Old Street. The war had barely ended when Peng Jiaxing eagerly began a ruthless purge. All individuals connected to the Bai and Wei families were to be executed. From the relatives of the Bai and Wei clans down to the small commanders leading troops, none would escape the grim fate of death or being buried alive. In this battle, Xiang Shanhe's guard unit suffered catastrophic losses, with a contingent of 500 now reduced to just over 200, a casualty rate exceeding 50. Seeing Kowloon Sheng's worried expression, Lin Dong refrained from further discouraging him and instead announced an important decision. All those who participated in the battle shall be rewarded forthwith, including the various factions guarding Bale Road. Surprisingly, the most outstanding among them was the Wajiao gang, comprised predominantly of impoverished individuals. Over 300 members of the Wajiao gang suffered casualties exceeding 100 in this conflict, and even their leader, Brother Kong, sustained injuries. Thus, Lin Dong was not at all stingy with his praise for such fervent and valiant underworld organizations. The compensation for all members of the Wajiao gang, including relocation expenses and bonuses, was extraordinarily generous. In their struggle for survival, trading lives for rewards seemed to epitomize the tragic plight of these smaller factions. Brother Kong, the leader of the Wajiao gang, was currently directing dozens of his followers in the retrieval of food and bonuses. Despite the loss of over 100 brothers in this skirmish, the gains were undeniably substantial. Kowloon not only generously provided ample food and water, but also rewarded each gang member with 100,000 Hua coins, while those who perished or were injured received an additional 200,000 as relocation assistance. For the impoverished Wajiao gang, such sums represented a fortune. With this newfound wealth, the Wajiao gang would no longer have to fret over financial woes for the coming year. "Are you the leader of the Wajiao gang?" Lin Dong inquired casually, observing the robust man before him. "Yes, boss, I am Chen Kong, and my subordinates all refer to me as Brother Kong." Chen Kong replied somewhat awkwardly. "You are commendable. And so is the Wajiao gang." Lin Dong had witnessed Chen Kang's unwavering determination during the battle, and with a leader of such caliber, the ethos of the Wajiao gang was bound to be commendable as well. "Thank you for your praise, boss. We are merely a group of lowly commoners. If we do not take risks, what future do we have? Indeed, as men, there must be things we strive for and things we refrain from. Living life with fervor is far better than wallowing in mediocrity." Lin Dong clapped Chen Kong on the shoulder, entirely unconcerned with the man's tattered and soiled clothing. "Brother Chen, have you ever considered joining our Dragon Gang?" "Dragon Gang? Yes, we recently established this gang, with Kowloon as the esteemed leader of the Dragon Gang in northern Myanmar. Are we eligible?" "Of course, we are in dire need of capable and responsible individuals like you, Brother Chen," Lin Dong said with a smile that resembled a wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood. "Once you join the Dragon Gang, you will no longer need to worry about survival. We have plenty of resources, including money and arms." Chen Kang's dark visage was marked by conflict. The allure presented by Lin Dong was undeniably compelling. The prospect of solving the survival issues for the members of the Wajiao gang was an enticing proposition. After all, these individuals, having banded together out of necessity, sought resources to live better lives. Now, with a better opportunity at hand, what was there to hesitate about? "Boss, your suggestion is excellent, but I must discuss it with my brothers before making a decision." Chen Kong resolved firmly and promptly turned to converse with his comrades. "I await your news. My name is Lin Dong. You may refer to me as Mr. Lin from now on." A few minutes later, Chen Kong returned, visibly excited, and judging by his expression, the outcome of their discussion was favorable. "It's settled, Mr. Lin. From this day forth, the Wajiao gang officially joins the Dragon Gang." "Excellent. I shall summon Kowloon to make the necessary arrangements." With Kowloon readily acquiescing to Lin Dong's directives, the Dragon Gang in northern Myanmar welcomed a new force. Kowloon had never opposed Lin Dong's decisions, especially when it came to expanding his own influence. Why would he not seize such an opportunity? Notification: new target associated, Chen Kong. Loyalty 92. Would you like to increase loyalty to 100? Was there any need for deliberation? Spending 8 million in wealth for a loyal subordinate was an exceedingly wise investment. Under Kowloon's enthusiastic arrangements, the newly integrated members of the Wajiao gang received brand new combat uniforms and weaponry, coupled with the generous bonuses and provisions already distributed. These humble and impoverished men wore expressions of deep satisfaction. From this moment, the Dragon Gang in northern Myanmar was divided into two factions, the Iron Blood Hall under Xiang Shanha and the Passionate Hall led by Chen Kong. Although these names might seem a tad juvenile, they represented a promising beginning in Lin Dong's eyes. Over an hour later, the young Xiao Yi returned to Kowloon Tower, accompanied by over 2015 and 16-year-olds. Upon sighting Lin Dong, Xiao Yi immediately called out, "Quick, call the boss." Behind Xiao Yi, the group of adolescents echoed in unison, "Boss." Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Xiao Yi's efficiency. The battle had just concluded, and this young man had already gathered a following. "Xiao Yi, are they all your brothers?" "Yes, boss. There are 27 of them, all present." "Very well. From this moment on, you are all members of the Dragon Gang in northern Myanmar. We have the Iron Blood Hall, the Passionate Hall, and now, a young Underworld Army." "Youth Underworld Army?" Xiao Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked for clarification. "Indeed, the Youth Underworld Army. You, Xiao Yi, shall be the captain." "Understood, boss. Our Youth Underworld Army will not bring you shame." Xiaoyi declared with enthusiasm, his slender frame standing tall with pride. The group of youthful boys behind him nodded in agreement. For young hearts, joining a formidable gang and having an extraordinarily powerful leader was precisely what they yearned for. Lin Dong activated the heart of loyalty, enhancing the loyalty of these young men. Fortunately, it only cost Lin Dong 96 million in wealth for the 27 youths, indicating that Xiaoyi had indeed brought back a group of loyal companions. Kowloon, I entrust you with the training and daily affairs of the youth underworld army, Lin Dong said, in high spirits, teasingly addressing Kowloon. Rest assured, Boss Lin, they are merely a bunch of kids. How much can they consume and where? Kowloon lit a cigar, relieved that the Walian army had been vanquished, finally able to enjoy a smoke. However, Boss Lin, we will need to invest some effort in their training, as my current subordinates are hardly sufficient to oversee them. Let us avoid leading them astray. Lin Dong frowned, agreeing with Kowloon's assessment. You are right. It appears we can only rely on Eagle Eye and Military God. A year from now, I want to see a transformed youth underworld army. Chapter 122, The Banquet of the Fearless King. Fengzi and his companions returned to Kowloon's tower in a jeep. Upon ascending the building, they were greeted with a hero's welcome, having infiltrated enemy territory and successfully eliminated 2 significant adversaries. What could be cooler than that? Especially for Xiaoyi and his group of young boys, who were utterly in awe, eagerly surrounding the 3 and reveling in their heroic exploits. Lin Dong naturally seized this opportunity, capitalizing on the moment to announce the establishment of the Dragon Gang's youth underworld army, appointing Xiaoyi as the captain, with Eagle Eye and Military God as instructors for a duration of 1 year. After a year, Lin Dong would personally evaluate the achievements of this squad. Of course, the youth underworld army, currently numbering 28, would undoubtedly expand in the future. The northern Myanmar region was abundant with such passionate youths. Eagle Eye and Military God, upon receiving this significant responsibility from their leader, readily accepted. In just a single day, these 2 former soldiers had completely fallen in love with the boldness of this place. Here, the thrill and fervor are palpable, but the crux lies in the existence of a battle to be fought. As the keen-eyed Eagle Eye would put it, it's as if the birds have finally emerged from their confines in the southern capital, and now that an opportunity to soar has presented itself, why not grasp it tightly? Beside them, Fengzi, witnessing the 2 brothers finding their footing, could only harbor feelings of envy. Undeterred, he mischievously urged Lin Dong, Boss, I believe battlefield reconnaissance and intelligence gathering are crucial subjects. Why not? Lin Dong chuckled, playfully smacking Fengzi on the head. Of course, these subjects are significant. But upon returning to the homeland, I must head north immediately, and I am in dire need of manpower. Rest assured, within half a year, I shall release you. By then, won't you, Fengzi, be able to showcase your prowess? Upon hearing this, Fengzi's spirits lifted, and he sidled up to Eagle Eye and the Military God, draping an arm over their shoulders. Did you hear that? The boss said he would let me out in half a year. Heh, you 2 better be careful not to wear out this bunch of rascals. On March 3, 1996, astonishing news reverberated throughout much of northern Myanmar. The king of Kokong, Peng Jiasing, in alliance with the enigmatic Dragon Gang, had overnight obliterated the formidable Wei families. This unexpected battle lasted merely a few hours, and the originally dominant Wei coalition found themselves decapitated, their leaders slain. Following this, a mysterious figure pierced through their ranks, causing utter disarray. Numerous rumors regarding this conflict circulated wildly, yet it was the named Dragon Gang that first captured the attention of various underground factions. Even more astonishingly, after fully regaining control over the chaos in Old Street, the king of Kokong made a public proclamation. In light of the considerable efforts made by the Dragon Gang during this pacification campaign, I, Peng Jiasing, king of Kokong, hereby fulfill my promise. I acknowledge the Dragon Gang's presence in Kokong. Henceforth, all actions undertaken by the Dragon Gang in the realm of Kokong shall be deemed lawful. This declaration was nothing short of earth-shattering, akin to a deep-water bomb dropped into the underworld of Kokong, shattering countless perceptions. How could Peng Jiasing, the king of Kokong, acknowledge a criminal organization? Moreover, he appeared to endorse the Dragon Gang? What could this possibly signify? Was it that in the future Kokong, the white path would be left solely to Peng Jiasing, while the chaotic underworld would only recognize the Dragon Gang? Boss Lin, the king of Kokong has invited you to lunch. Will you attend? In the midst of his busy work, Kowloon set down his phone and hurried over. Of course, I must attend. When the king of Kokong extends an invitation, how could one decline? Lin Dong replied with a smile. Boss Kowloon, please prepare a gift for me, something valuable and impressive. All right. Soon, Kowloon arrived, proudly carrying an exquisite rosewood box. Boss Lin, do you think this gift is acceptable? Lin Dong accepted the box and casually opened it, revealing a layer of red velvet inside, atop which lay a resplendent golden Browning pistol. A Browning crafted from pure gold. Lin Dong smirked, saying, Boss Kowloon, you've truly spared no expense. This gift is indeed splendid. How about this? You shall accompany me to this meal. Kowloon Sheng was overjoyed, his white beard trembling with excitement. What an honor it was to dine with the king of Kokong in this place where power reigns supreme. Look at how delighted you are. What's so extraordinary about dining with the king of Kokong? Lin Dong scoffed lightly, responding leisurely, Boss Kowloon. Do you recall what I mentioned to you previously? From this day forward, our dragon gang shall command a respect that even the king of Kokong must acknowledge. Kowloon Sheng's demeanor became serious as he respectfully replied, Understood. Our dragon gang shall redefine the dynamics of the underworld in northern Myanmar. At noon, Yin Cheng drove Lin Dong and Kowloon Sheng to East City. The most renowned restaurant in East City was undoubtedly the Hunan-style eatery located in Zhuxiang. Based on Lin Dong's understanding of the king of Kokong, this elder had a particular fondness for Hunan cuisine, often choosing this establishment for his banquets. As the two men stepped out of the car, a man in military attire, around 35 years of age, approached them briskly. Since Boss Kowloon is here, you must be Mr. Lin Dong, the military man said politely, cupping his hands in greeting. I am Peng Demon. My father has been awaiting you for some time. Please follow me. Lin Dong nodded, glancing at the somewhat anxious Kowloon Sheng, smiling as he said, Thank you for your assistance. Upon entering the private room, an imposing elder with a commanding presence caught Lin Dong's eye. Undoubtedly, this individual was none other than the king of Kokong, Peng Jiasing. Lin Dong, at last, I meet you in person. Indeed, a hero emerges from youth, remarkable and accomplished. The elder rose from his seat and warmly grasped Lin Dong's hand. Boss Kowloon is here too? Congratulations on swiftly becoming the head of the dragon gang in northern Myanmar. Kowloon Sheng hurriedly offered humble words, though his heart was already brimming with joy. Commander Peng, it is an honor to finally meet you. Your reputation precedes you. Lin Dong presented the rosewood box, saying, A small gift to express my respect. Peng Jiasing opened the box, revealing an unmistakable look of delight. A man who had spent his life in the army surely had an affinity for weapons, and this was no ordinary pistol. It was a Browning made of pure gold. This gun suits my taste perfectly. Ha ha ha, Lin Dong. I shall not refuse. I graciously accept this gift. The king of Kokang's hearty laughter filled the room. Demon, let the dishes be served. Yes, Peng Demon replied, stepping out of the private room to summon the waitstaff. Lin Dong, let us dispense with pleasantries. Now that affairs in Old Street are concluded, where do you intend to go next? Peng Jiasing lifted a teacup from the table, taking a delicate sip. Next, I will head to Pakong to attend to some personal matters. Pakong. That place is notoriously chaotic, known for its inhumane Kachin Independence Army. Lin Dong replied with a nonchalant smile. Rest assured, King of Kokong, these warlords do not intimidate me. Ha ha ha. Indeed, with Mr. Lin's capabilities, I trust that a mere Kachin Independence Army poses no threat to you. Peng Jiasing clapped his hands in laughter, fully aware of Lin Dong's extraordinary combat prowess displayed in the Battle of South City. Thus, the pragmatic and utilitarian king of Kokong had already devised a strategy for their future interactions prior to this meeting, to build a strong rapport, ensuring no offense was taken. Commander Peng, you flatter me. I am not difficult to get along with, provided others do not obstruct my path. I typically remain calm. Oh, did the Wei families obstruct your path? They did, with thousands blocking the way at South City. Was that not an obstruction? Indeed. Hence you took matters into your own hands and pierced through their ranks single-handedly? One might interpret it that way. Lin Dong responded with an air of calmness, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet, he remained unaware that this brief exchange had left Peng Jiasing profoundly unsettled. The final strike in the South City battle, which annihilated thousands of enemy troops, was a feat beyond comprehension. Regardless of how it was achieved, Lin Dong's unparalleled combat prowess alone was sufficient to instill fear in the majority of northern Myanmar's warlords. For no matter how numerous their forces or advanced their weaponry, they could never capture him. In the early hours of the battlefield, the seemingly casual strike by Lin Dong was laden with profound significance. First, it was a demonstration of overwhelming might to vanquish the Baiwei coalition, thus fulfilling the promise to conclude the conflict within 5 hours. Second, it showcased personal prowess, enhancing the negotiating leverage with the king of Guagon. Third, it established the Dragon Gang's authority, serving as a testament for future consolidation and deterrence against the various factions in northern Myanmar's underworld. Fourth, there was the audacious theft of black gold. Peng Jiasing received no fewer than 30 reports from affluent figures in the Old Street that morning, lamenting the inexplicable disappearance of their clandestinely stored vast fortunes during the time Lin Dong dismantled the coalition. Their secret vaults were either blasted open or violently breached, with even the guards ruthlessly eliminated. Such a bizarre series of events unfolded within a mere half hour. Thus, Peng Jiasing harbored suspicions that the loss of these funds might be linked to Lin Dong. This was a staggering sum exceeding 10 billion. Even the king of Kokong would be envious, yet he dared not inquire directly, opting instead for a more subtle approach. Mr. Lin, during the South City battle, something peculiar occurred in Old Street that has left me utterly perplexed. Lin Dong raised an inquisitive brow and asked, "What is it?" In the 5 districts of Old Street, dozens of wealthy individuals had their secret caches raided overnight. Oh, were the losses substantial? Quite significant. Conservatively, over 10 billion yuan has gone missing. Such a large sum. Lin Dong feigned surprise, his mind already probing into the spatial gate. Within the 100 cubic meters of space, all hand grenades and explosives had vanished without a trace, now replaced by a colorful array of cash. This cash primarily consisted of US dollars and yuan, with a minor portion in chot. Lin Dong estimated that, when converted to yuan, this amount would exceed 15 billion. So much, he said, coughing slightly, having paid little attention after collecting the money. Commander Peng, I believe that since others dared to commit this act, they are not afraid of you investigating it. For those capable of such deeds are likely not individuals you can easily provoke. Lin Dong added with significant implication, your family's money didn't go missing, did it? Peng Jiaxing's face reddened with embarrassment as he replied, no, it did not. Then that settles it. You should advise those who lost money that these are the tribulations of war in Old Street. Consider it a loss that wards off greater disaster. Money can be earned again, but if life is lost, what use is any amount of wealth? Peng Jiaxing found himself laughing and crying at once. What kind of robber logic is this? You speak so eloquently, Mr. Lin. I have serious doubts that you are the very robber. Yet suspicions were futile, as there was no evidence. Moreover, even if there were evidence, what could be done in the face of the Dragon Gang's might and Lin Dong's unfathomable capabilities? This was a truth understood by Commander Peng. I understand, he replied with a smile, though internally he felt a bittersweet humor. Lin Dong's actions were indeed perplexing. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and several female servers entered, bringing the dishes. It was time to serve the meal. 8 dishes and a soup, meticulously prepared with a vibrant red and green palette. The unique aroma, spiciness, and richness of Hunan cuisine immediately whetted everyone's appetite. Ladies and gentlemen, with the dishes now served, let us eat and converse. Peng Jiaxing, as the host, raised his glass first. This first toast is to celebrate our victory in the South City battle. Shall we drink to that? Sitting beside him, Kuan Sheng and Peng Demon erupted in cheers, raising their glasses and drinking heartily. Following this, Lin Dong and Peng Jiaxing clinked glasses and downed their drinks. As for the second toast, let us celebrate the establishment of the Dragon Gang in northern Myanmar. Peng Jiaxing adeptly continued, and the group drank once more. Commander Peng, may I propose the third toast? Lin Dong lifted his freshly filled glass, a radiant smile on his face. Certainly, Mr. Lin, please proceed with your toast. Peng Jiaxing was quite curious as to what novel toast Lin Dong would offer. I believe this third toast is to wish that Kokong soon becomes the wealthiest region in all of Myanmar. The utterance of this statement left the other 3 momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. Are you certain? This minuscule territory has no mines, no resources, and no lucrative industry. How could it possibly become the richest area in all of Myanmar? Mr. Lin, I find myself somewhat perplexed. Is your statement merely a toast? Or does it carry deeper implications? Peng Demon, his hand holding the glass, hovered awkwardly in midair, unsure whether to drink or not, creating an uncomfortable silence. Indeed, Mr. Lin, I have been rooted in Kokong for decades and never once imagined it could become the richest place in the country. Peng Jiaxing held his glass but did not raise it, his keen eyes scrutinizing Lin Dong. Mr. Lin, are you jesting? I am not jesting. Lin Dong stood up, raising his glass with a composed brow, and smiled. After this toast, I shall reveal how Kokong can become the wealthiest region in northern Myanmar, and indeed all of Myanmar, within a year. Very well. In order for this proclamation to materialize, I, Peng Jiaxing, shall drink 30 more glasses if need be. Peng Jiaxing stood up, raising his glass high. Kuan Sheng and Peng Demon, not wanting to lag behind, quickly rose to join in. Cheers. The 4 clinked their glasses and downed their drinks once more. The strong liquor coursed down their throats, igniting a warm flow that enveloped them all. Lin Dong set down his glass and leisurely posed a question to the king of Kokong. Commander Peng, what do you believe is the most lucrative business in the world? Chapter 124, the 3rd largest gambling city in the New World. The most profitable business? Finance, drugs, or arms? Peng Jiaxing pondered for a moment before responding. What you mention has merit, but it is not entirely accurate. Lin Dong picked up a piece of fish-flavored shredded pork, speaking as he chewed. In the financial sector, particularly in the banks of major countries, futures, and stocks, the Jewish community holds significant sway. These families, with centuries of foundation, will not allow any forces to covet their share of the pie. As for drugs, the Golden Triangle in northern Myanmar, including Kokong, has a long-standing tradition of opium poppy cultivation and heroin production. Yet, in the past few decades, aside from a handful of drug lords and traffickers, how many common people have truly prospered? Furthermore, this line of work harms both the perpetrator and the victim, and the international community will undoubtedly intensify its crackdown, leaving less and less space for survival in the future. At this point, Lin Dong picked up another dish from the table and savored it with delight. Kuan Sheng, who had been eagerly watching Lin Dong, could no longer contain his impatience and urged, "Boss Lin, you haven't yet mentioned arms." Lin Dong cast him a sidelong glance and chuckled. "I knew you would ask about arms, haha. Arms, particularly those in the black market, have historically boasted high profits. Yet they come with a critical drawback. The major state-level clients have already been divided among several superpowers, leaving only unstable remnants. Moreover, while arms can enrich an individual or a gang, they cannot stimulate the economy of a region." Lin Dong's analysis was incisive, prompting the other three to nod in agreement. They marveled at how Lin Dong, despite his youth, possessed such profound insight and depth of thought. "Mr. Lin, you are absolutely right, which only heightens my anticipation. Besides what has been mentioned, what other businesses are the most lucrative?" Peng Jiaxing's face radiated with excitement, clearly overwhelmed with joy. What could possibly transform Kokong into the wealthiest land in all of Myanmar? "Mr. Lin, please reveal the answer." Lin Dong paused his meal, placed down his chopsticks, and said with a smile, "It is the establishment of casinos, to be precise. The transformation of the old town and its surroundings into the most entertaining and captivating gambling city in the world." "A gambling city?" the other three exclaimed in unison. "Indeed. Kokong will become the world's third largest gambling metropolis in the future. Las Vegas, Macau, and Atlantic City currently hold the top 3 spots, with the United States monopolizing 2 of them. However, it won't be long before Kokong surpasses Atlantic City, rightfully claiming its position as the third." Lin Dong waved his hand grandly, embodying a visionary spirit. "At that time, Kokong will generate over $100 billion annually from casinos, hotels, dining, and entertainment. So, tell me, do you think the king of Kokong will be prosperous? Will those who participate become wealthy? Furthermore, with a population of less than 200,000, could Kokong become Myanmar's richest region?" Peng Jiaxing grew increasingly excited, slapping the table in approval. "Excellent. Mr. Lin, while I am uncertain how to execute this, I believe it is feasible. Look at the eldest son of the Bai family. He has made a fortune simply by opening a new luxury casino in Nanjing. If we follow Mr. Lin's vision, scale up, and create a unique experience, complemented by quality hotels, dining, entertainment, and tourism, the future Kokong gambling city will gain worldwide acclaim." Lin Dong smiled and took over the conversation. "Additionally, we should offer these esteemed guests, who come from around the globe, not only the thrill of gambling, but also something refreshingly exhilarating. Something even more thrilling? What could that be? Russian roulette?" Kuan Sheng interjected eagerly. "No. There is something unique to Myanmar that cannot be replicated elsewhere. The gamble of stones, the paradise and hell of jade." As soon as Lin Dong finished speaking, the three exchanged glances, seemingly coming to an understanding. Gambling stones? Indeed, it is incredibly thrilling and uniquely ours. However, Mr. Lin, the majority of the gambling stone market is currently controlled by Yangon and Kachin, making it difficult for us to seize it. Lin Dong shook his head and asked, "Are you aware that 95 of the world's jadeite rough stones originate from where?" Peng Jiaxing's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Pakong. I understand now. It's no wonder you mentioned that the next stop would be Pakong. You intend to control the supply at its source." Lin Dong cast an appreciative glance at Peng Jiaxing, thinking to himself that the old man was quite quick on the uptake. "However, Mr. Lin, currently, 80 of Kachin's territory is under the control of the Kachin Independence Army. Particularly, the Pakong jadeite mines are a crucial source of income for them. How do you plan to persuade them?" Peng Jiaxing's concern was not unfounded. Convincing the Kachin Independence Army, known for their distrust, would indeed be challenging. "This is another purpose of our journey to Pakong. Arms," Lin Dong replied calmly, as if he had already formulated a plan. "If the Kachin Independence Army is willing to negotiate, I have no qualms about partnering with them for mutual prosperity. If they refuse, I shall simply seize the best mines. Let us not forget, with enough ammunition, I could break through their lines once or twice if necessary. No matter how fierce an army is, they will fear death when faced with significant losses." As Lin Dong's seemingly innocuous face was observed by the three, they felt a chill run down their spines. While outsiders remained oblivious to Lin Dong's true nature, the three were all too aware of it. Should the Kachin Independence Army incite Lin Dong's wrath, the outcome would undoubtedly be tragic. This young man, who appeared agreeable on the surface, was ruthless and capable of anything when provoked. "Then let me, Peng Jiaxing, raise this glass in a toast, wishing Mr. Lin great success on this journey to Pakong." Peng Jiaxing said, regaining his composure and smiling as he raised a glass to Lin Dong. After finishing his drink, Lin Dong pondered, General Peng, how do you think the profits from the future gambling city should be distributed? Peng Jiaxing felt a surge of excitement and politely deferred. The proposal for building the gambling city originated from you, Mr. Lin. So I believe it is best if you articulate it. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, chuckling. Really, you want me to speak on it? Peng Jiaxing nodded in affirmation. Very well, I shall not hold back then. I propose that the profits from the gambling city be divided into 3 parts. The first part, naturally, belongs to the casino investors, who would retain 80 of the profits, remitting only 20 as tax. The second part would go to the Kokong self-defense forces, which means you, Commander Peng, would receive 6 from the 20 tax. The third part would be allocated to the Northern Myanmar Dragon Gang, which would receive the remaining 14 of the tax revenue. Lin Dong spoke confidently. Do not underestimate this 20. According to my predictions, once the Kokong gambling city is established and operational, the annual total profit will not be less than $100 billion. Thus, this 20 equates to 20 billion. You, the king of Kokong, would pocket 6 billion, while our Dragon Gang would claim 14 billion. Commander Peng, doesn't the notion of effortlessly collecting money feel exhilarating? Chapter 125. There is no Captain Pan, only Captain Ding. No one could have imagined that an ordinary lunch at the Siang Flavor Cottage would determine the trajectory of Kokong for decades to come. 3 days later, news of Kokong's plans to attract significant investment in the construction of the world's 3rd largest gambling city spread like wildfire throughout Kokong and even northern Myanmar. The future Kokong gambling city would encompass the old town and its surrounding 2 kilometers. The first batch of casino licenses was set to issue 12, with the qualifications of investors ultimately determined by the Dragon Gang. Additionally, there would be a varying number of 5-star hotels, upscale dining establishments, and high-end entertainment venues available for investment. Without exception, all of these quotas would be reviewed and issued by the Northern Myanmar Dragon Gang. In an instant, the reputation of the Northern Myanmar Dragon Gang soared once more, following the battle in Nanching. As news of the gambling city in the old town spread, various factions stirred with eagerness to seize the opportunity for profit. Meanwhile, the headquarters of the Northern Myanmar Dragon Gang, the Dragon Mansion, became the liveliest place. The Dragon Gang now wielded considerable power, with ample manpower, territory, wealth, and weaponry. Crucially, after aligning with the King of Kokong, the Dragon Gang held significant authority, and their prestige reached new heights. The various gangs and factions in Kokong were eager to curry favor. Under Lin Dong's direction, Kuan Sheng also played the role of a cunning wolf, continually persuading various gangs to join the Dragon Gang. As long as a gang or faction was willing to join, Kuan Sheng would bring them before Lin Dong for a courteous exchange. However, no one was aware that these individuals would turn into Lin Dong's completely loyal subordinates. Within just 3 days, more than 20 gangs and factions from Kokong, as well as smaller forces from outside Kokong, had been absorbed by the Dragon Gang. To enhance the loyalty of these core personnel, Lin Dong invested 1.3 billion in resources. After completing all this, he meticulously drafted the overall plan and investment strategy for the Kokong gambling city, and 7 days had already passed. On March 10th, Lin Dong and Kuan Sheng prepared to set off for Pakong. Before departing, Lin Dong summoned the 2 individuals known as Eagle Eye and the War God, presenting each with a copper key. Subsequently, he led them to a clandestine vault located on the 9th floor of the building. The biometric locks on the vault's steel door were altered to accept only their fingerprints. The vault could only be accessed when both Eagle Eye and the War God simultaneously placed their fingerprints on the scanner. Inside the vault lay no extravagant treasures, merely a staggering sum of 5 billion in cash. The sight of the cash wall, resembling a small mountain, momentarily stunned both Eagle Eye and the War God. With this substantial amount of money, coupled with the tens of billions in funds held by Kuan Sheng, the future development of the Dragon Gang in the northern region of Myanmar would undoubtedly soar to new heights. The remaining 10 billion in Lin Dong's possession, along with 6 boxes of gold, was secured in another secret vault on the 9th floor. Thus, Lin Dong's space was once again emptied, reserving 100 cubic meters for future use. With all affairs meticulously arranged and the situation in Kokong largely under control, Lin Dong felt no lingering anxieties. At 1 p.m. on March 10th, the journey to Pakong officially commenced. Accompanying him were Kuan Sheng, Feng Zi, the esteemed marksman Yin Cheng, and a carefully selected contingent of 30 capable members from the Dragon Gang. The armed entourage, fully equipped, formed an imposing convoy consisting of 8 military jeeps and 3 transport vehicles. The journey from Laojia to Pakong spanned over 300 kilometers, traversing numerous mountainous paths through dense jungles. Given the prevalence of private militias in Kachin State, the convoy remained vigilant against potential ambushes or attacks. Therefore, extensive preparations had been made, including bulletproof vests, steel helmets, AK-47s, light and heavy machine guns, and even 10 RPG launchers and mortars each. The challenging mountain roads delayed the convoy, which set off at 1 p.m. and did not reach the Kokong area until 6 p.m. This location marked the heartland of the Kachin Independence Army. And after passing through 2 raw stone mining areas, the convoy headed northwest along the Mulu River for 80 kilometers, eventually entering the Ganshi mountainous region. Kuan Sheng's ancestral home, Kuanjai, was situated to the west of Ganshi Mountain, adjacent to a vast expanse of uninhabited primal mountains. Within these mountains lay 2 large secret arms depots, guarded by a 120-member family security team led by his younger brother, Kuan Feng. As Lin Dong crossed the initial checkpoint, he entered the Mulu River Road, and it would not be long before he arrived home, rejuvenated by the familiar surroundings. Kuan Sheng eagerly began to introduce Lin Dong to the sights. Through the vehicle window, Lin Dong caught a glimpse of an armed checkpoint 100 meters away, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. "Boss Kuan, will our heavily armed convoy encounter any issues?" he inquired casually. "Rest assured, Lin, the captain at the checkpoint, surnamed Pan, is an acquaintance of mine, and he has often benefited from my generosity," Kuan Sheng replied, stroking his white beard with a hint of pride. "Having connections is reassuring. We're almost at home. Let us hope nothing untoward happens." Lin Dong smiled, closing his eyes to rest. Soon, the convoy was halted, and from the lead military jeeps emerged a minor leader from the Dragon Gang to negotiate with the soldiers at the checkpoint. 5 minutes later, a commotion erupted from the front. Not only did the checkpoint refuse to let them pass, but 20 armed soldiers also surged forth, pointing their weapons at the convoy. 2 concrete bunkers flanking the checkpoint were each mounted with a menacing, black, water-cooled heavy machine gun. The atmosphere grew tense. "What is going on up there?" Kuan Sheng sensed something was amiss and seized the military radio to question the lead vehicle. "Boss, the checkpoint personnel claim that our weapons exceed the allowed limits and demand that we surrender them all." "What? That is utterly absurd. Has it not always been this way when I returned? Did you fail to mention my name?" "I did, but it made no difference. Damn that ungrateful Pan. He used to enjoy my favors, and now this. I will handle it personally." Kuan Sheng seethed with fury, unable to tolerate the humiliation before Lin Dong. He flung open the door and stepped out, with Lin Dong following suit. "Boss Kuan, may I accompany you to see?" "Lin, it's a minor issue. I can handle it myself. No harm in watching." "Very well." Kuan Sheng, feeling ashamed, silently cursed Pan for his betrayal. The two hastened to the front of the convoy, and though Kuan Sheng was furious, he felt a chill run down his spine in the face of the 20 guns aimed at them. He took a deep breath, suppressing his rising anger, and forced a smile. "Brothers, I believe there has been a misunderstanding." Among the soldiers wielding guns, one, clearly a deputy captain, scoffed. "There's no misunderstanding. Your convoy is carrying weapons that severely exceed safety standards and must be confiscated." Kuan Sheng's smile faltered as he replied hoarsely, "You seem unfamiliar. Did you just transfer here?" "I am Kuan Sheng, a good friend of Captain Pan. May I ask if he is present?" The deputy captain showed no sign of acknowledgement. "Don't try to leverage relationships. There is no Captain Pan here, only Captain Ding." "What? Where has Pan Ming gone? Has your checkpoint changed personnel?" Kuan Sheng was taken aback, internally cursing, "This is bad." Chapter 126. In northern Myanmar, do not provoke the Dragon Gang lightly. Kuan Sheng realized that every personnel at this checkpoint, from the captain down to the soldiers, had been replaced. It was utterly impossible to rely on connections or familiarity to pass through today. Nevertheless, allowing them to confiscate their weapons would be a tremendous disgrace, one Kuan Sheng would never allow to occur. "Brother, may I have a word?" Kuan Sheng forced another smile and winked at the deputy captain. The deputy captain understood and stepped aside to the roadside. Kuan Sheng quickly followed, discreetly retrieving a thick stack of U.S. dollars from his pocket, approximately worth 10,000. While shaking hands with the deputy captain, Kuan Sheng quietly slipped the money into his palm. The deputy captain, adept at the maneuver, retracted his hand, the $10,000 already tucked away in his military uniform pocket. "May I ask your name, brother?" Seeing the money was accepted, Kuan Sheng knew he had a chance and quickly sought to ingratiate himself. "My surname is Zhou." Deputy Captain Zhou, my apologies for the oversight." Kuan Sheng performed a slight bow and lowered his voice. "Might I ask if you could show some leniency? Allow us to pass, and I assure you, Kuan will express his gratitude." Deputy Captain Zhou furrowed his brow, remaining silent for a moment before adjusting his military posture and clearing his throat. "Captain Ding is already aware of this matter, so I can only convey your request. The decision lies beyond my authority." "Understood. Then please relay to Captain Ding that Kuan Sheng of the Dragon Gang wishes to befriend him." "Dragon Gang?" "Indeed, the Dragon Gang from northern Myanmar." Deputy Captain Zhou nodded and turned towards the right side bunker. At that moment, Lin Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his piercing gaze thoroughly assessing the situation within both bunkers. he observed that the left bunker housed a heavy machine gun team at both the front and back, with ammunition chambered and ready for action. Additionally, 20 soldiers armed with American M3 submachine guns lay in wait within the bunker. The right side bunker mirrored this arrangement. With a similarly positioned setup, but standing before the firing observation port was a military officer, approximately 27 or 28 years old, who scrutinized the convoy with a menacing glare. Lin Dong felt a vague sense of unease. A checkpoint with a reinforced team of 20 personnel was already considered optimal. Yet here they were confronted with a force 3 times that size. Moreover, the concealment of 2 additional reinforced teams raised further questions. Were these soldiers specifically targeting their convoy? That seemed implausible, as they had encountered no conflict since departing from the old street. They had not offended anyone, unless someone from the old street had deliberately leaked information. Ku and Sheng returned to Lin Dong's side, exchanging a knowing glance that conveyed their mutual understanding, to observe and wait for the opponent to make the first move. Nevertheless, for the sake of caution, Ku and Sheng discreetly signaled with 3 fingers twice, indicating that all personnel should be prepared for combat. The lead vehicle received the message and promptly relayed the orders. In an instant, the small checkpoint was rife with tension, the air thick with anticipation. 3 minutes later, Deputy Captain Zhou returned with a grim expression. What did you find out, Deputy Captain Zhou? What does Captain Ding mean? Ku and Sheng inquired politely. Apologies, Boss Kuan. But Captain Ding's stance is clear. You have only 2 options, Deputy Captain Zhou replied impassively. Either surrender all weapons or pay 100 million. 100 million shots? Quite reasonable. Ku and Sheng began, but was abruptly interrupted. No, it's 100 million US dollars. What? $100 million? Are you not going to rob us? Then hand over the weapons, Zhou retorted. You are clearly attempting to make things difficult. Ku and Sheng's anger flared, for he was a formidable arms dealer. The head of the Dragon Gang in northern Myanmar. To be cornered by a mere military checkpoint was utterly intolerable. Damn it, this is unacceptable. Bring out Captain Ding. I wish to speak with him personally, Ku and Sheng said, his face flushed with indignation. Apologies, but Captain Ding is unavailable. The terms have been set. You have 1 minute to decide, Deputy Captain Zhou scoffed, turning to leave. No need to deliberate. The Dragon Gang of northern Myanmar will not accept such humiliating terms. Ku and Sheng declared with newfound resolve, shedding his previous obsequious demeanor. Oh, is the Dragon Gang of northern Myanmar truly that formidable? Deputy Captain Zhou halted, casting a scornful glance at Ku and Sheng and Lin Dong. Do not presume that just because you aided the king of Kokong in defeating the Bai and Wei families, you are invincible. To put it bluntly, even the king of Kokong must obediently comply. Who dares to be arrogant in front of our Kachin Independence Army? Does your Dragon Gang dare? Ku and Sheng's expression darkened significantly. The sensation of being belittled was profoundly stifling. In his usual character, he would not fear the Kachin Independence Army. If a fight were necessary, he would face it head-on. However, with Lin Dong present, he could not act unilaterally and instead sought Lin Dong's silent approval. Having listened to Deputy Captain Zhou's words, Lin Dong clapped his hands and chuckled. Impressive, the Kachin Independence Army is indeed known for its unyielding temperament. You even disregard the king of Kokong? Yet, it is quite amusing, for the Dragon Gang of northern Myanmar does not hold the king of Kokong in high regard either. In fact, we do not think too highly of your Kachin Independence Army. Deputy Captain Zhou, what do you propose? Deputy Captain Zhou's face turned ashen, glaring at Lin Dong as he enunciated each word with venom. You little brat, are you seeking death? Lin Dong shook his head, a smile adorning his face. Why would I seek death? With so many of you, and 2 squads hidden in those bunkers, I am truly terrified. Who are you exactly? Deputy Captain Zhou's expression shifted dramatically. How could this person possibly know about the hidden soldiers? It was well known that the Kachin leadership had specifically redeployed the guards at this checkpoint to deal with the Dragon Gang, even dispatching 2 elite reinforcement teams. Furthermore, Captain Ding, who was orchestrating this operation, was a figure of considerable repute. I do not care who you are, your minute is up. Either pay the fee or surrender your weapons. Or, Deputy Captain Zhou raised his right hand, signaling all soldiers to be ready to fire at any moment. Or what? Will you kill us? Lin Dong replied with a smirk, discreetly instructing Ku and Sheng to prepare for battle. Remember this, in northern Myanmar, do not provoke the Dragon Gang lightly. With that, Lin Dong strode towards the 20 soldiers at the checkpoint, hands clasped behind his back. His pace was slow, yet exuded an invisible pressure. The 20 M3 submachine guns were all aimed at him, each soldier's finger poised on the trigger, awaiting Deputy Captain Zhou's command to turn this audacious interloper into a sieve. Chapter 127, A Reinforcement Team's Demise. Lin Dong's steps were deliberate and resolute. He was acutely aware that today's confrontation was premeditated, leaving no room for negotiation. Since a confrontation was inevitable, why not take the initiative? It was time for the Dragon Gang of northern Myanmar to assert its dominance. You seek death. Deputy Captain Zhou retreated swiftly behind his soldiers, coldly observing Lin Dong's steady approach. Lin Dong was now less than 30 meters from the front line of soldiers. Ku Sheng had already hidden behind 2 military jeeps, while 3 heavy machine guns were set up on the roadside boulders, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Advance another step, and we will open fire, Deputy Captain Zhou warned, raising his hand in a final admonition, only for Lin Dong to remain unfazed. Fine. Since you are intent on seeking your demise, then so be it. Open fire. Deputy Captain Zhou waved his hand, and a torrential barrage of gunfire erupted. The rain of bullets surged toward Lin Dong, who was faced with a distance of over 20 meters and a hail of more than 100 shots. There was simply no time to evade. Yet, Lin Dong did not flinch. He simply accelerated, traversing the storm of bullets in the blink of an eye. Indeed, in an instant, Lin Dong had crossed the 20 meters and appeared among the ranks of the Kachin soldiers. Are you a man or a ghost? How could you be so fast? Deputy Captain Zhou exclaimed, pointing at the suddenly materialized Lin Dong in disbelief. Are you wearing a bulletproof vest? Lin Dong glanced down at his body, riddled with bullet holes. Chuckling softly, what else could it be? I'm wearing 2. On this outing, Lin Dong had indeed donned 2 bulletproof vests. Although his current body was resilient enough to withstand ordinary bullets, given the treachery of mankind, it was prudent to have additional protection. Moreover, wearing a bulletproof vest kept his extraordinary defensive capabilities from being too ostentatious. Quick, continue firing. Kill him. Deputy Captain Zhou was now thoroughly panicked. He had long heard tales of a mysterious figure who had cut through thousands of enemies during the battle in the southern city of the Old Street. Most dismissed these stories as mere fabrications, believing they were simply propaganda spread by the king of Kokong. Now, witnessing the reality before him, he realized how woefully ignorant he had been. In the midst of battle, how could one fire? It was already too late. Lin Dong's voice, soft yet piercing, resonated as he swiftly maneuvered behind a soldier. Bang! A dull gunshot echoed. The unsuspecting soldier, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, felt the impact as Lin Dong executed a precise shot, obliterating his skull. Bang! Then came the second, followed by a rapid succession of shots. Bang! Bang! The number of soldiers succumbing to Lin Dong's lethal aim grew exponentially. Vice Captain Zhou, teetering on the brink of madness, seized a submachine gun from a nearby comrade and unleashed a frenzied barrage of bullets towards Lin Dong, who appeared as an ethereal specter. Fire indiscriminately. Do not spare our own. The soldiers, previously caught in shock, regained their senses and raised their M3 submachine guns, directing a relentless hail of gunfire at Lin Dong, who was engrossed in his grim sport. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, colliding with the bodies of the fallen. 7 or 8 Kachin soldiers had already met their demise at Lin Dong's hands. Amidst the chaotic gunfire, Lin Dong transformed into a mere afterimage, deftly using the bodies of the fallen as shields, evading bullets, executing headshots, and moving on to the next target. The bloody and one-sided slaughter came to an abrupt halt when all 20 Kachin soldiers lay lifeless on the ground, and Vice Captain Zhou's submachine gun was rendered empty. Even the bullets in his sidearm had been expended. He stood there, trembling, his legs weak, his complexion as pale as a ghost, seemingly devoid of the strength to flee. What manner of monster are you? Vice Captain Zhou stammered, gazing at the advancing Lin Dong with trepidation. The scene that had unfolded today had utterly shattered his understanding of reality after nearly 30 years of life. How could a single individual, even clad in bulletproof armor, escape unscathed while systematically executing an elite squad? What kind of agility and abnormal speed would such a feat require? I warned you not to provoke the Dragon Gang, Lin Dong remarked, brushing off his clothes, now riddled with additional bullet holes, with a sigh. Vice Captain Zhou, are you prepared to embrace death? Zhou's face turned even ghastlier, and he shrieked in a fit of hysteria, do not be so arrogant. You have offended the Kachin Independence Army, no matter your strength. You will ultimately meet a gruesome end. Is that so? Unfortunately, you will not live to see it. Lin Dong's M9 handgun, recently reloaded, still held 10 rounds, more than sufficient to ensure Zhou's departure from this world. Just as Lin Dong prepared to pull the trigger, a sudden heat surged at his brow, an ominous premonition of impending danger. Without hesitation, he dropped to the ground and swiftly crawled towards the bunker. Rat-a-tat-tat. The thunderous roar of heavy machine guns erupted, with 2 long tongues of flame spewing from the firing ports on either side of the bunker. 2 heavy machine guns, poised and ready, opened fire. The bullets, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper's scythe, sliced through the very spot where Lin Dong had just stood, tearing apart Vice Captain Zhou's body in the process. The unfortunate Zhou barely had time to scream before being shredded by his own men's gunfire, blood splattering as limbs and flesh rained down. Lin Dong darted into the safety of a blind spot beneath the left bunker, shielded from both the firing ports and the convoy on Ku Sheng's side. Big Boss is in danger. Open fire. Ku Sheng, positioned at the rear of the convoy, observed the enemy's use of heavy machine guns and quickly ordered a counterattack. Gunfire erupted on both sides, yet neither could gain the upper hand. The RPG rocket launcher was effective against rudimentary fortifications, but proved inadequate against the sturdy concrete bunkers. Mortars, too, merely tickled the shell-like bunkers. After 10 minutes of intense exchange, the confrontation began to wane. The bunkers on either side of the checkpoint remained virtually unscathed, while the Dragon Gang's convoy suffered the loss of 3 military jeeps and 5 injured members. Lin Dong, concealed in the corner of the left bunker, had just finished 2 cigarettes. Stretching leisurely, he remarked, "Even the toughest turtle shell is still just a dead turtle shell. It's time for me to take the stage." Chapter 128, Don't Kill Me. My uncle is catching King Ding-Yang. Lin Dong extinguished his cigarette and approached the end of a narrow corridor, where a thick iron door was secured, immovable from the outside, likely locked from within. With a slight smile, Lin Dong calmly retrieved a bundle of high explosives from his storage. Nowadays, Lin Dong kept an ample supply of weapons, ammunition, emergency medical supplies, food, and water on hand for unforeseen circumstances. He was about to put them to use once more. Placing the explosive bundle at the bunker entrance, he activated the detonator, then darted to the right bunker entrance, igniting another explosive. Just as he concealed himself behind a large rock by the roadside, a thunderous explosion rocked the area. Boom, boom. 2 deafening blasts resonated, the smoke dissipating to reveal the entrances of both bunkers obliterated, their iron doors reduced to scrap metal. Lin Dong, unhurried, emerged from behind the rock and approached the exit of the right bunker. He first retrieved a smoke grenade from his storage, ignited it, and tossed it into the entrance. Next, he pulled out 3 hand grenades, removed the pins, and hurled them into the corridor. Boom, boom, boom. A series of resounding explosions echoed through the solid concrete passage, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Amidst the deep, rumbling explosions, a few anguished cries could be heard, indicating that soldiers who had ventured out to investigate had met their demise. Lin Dong did not forget to bombard the left bunker corridor, either. Although the casualties were minimal, the soldiers inside were sufficiently intimidated to refrain from daring to emerge. After all, the narrow and elongated entrance meant no one could guarantee they wouldn't be greeted by a few grenades midway through. Little did they know, Lin Dong possessed the uncanny ability of foresight, and no movement within the bunker escaped his notice. At this moment, both the heavy machine guns and the Dragon Gang's convoy maintained an unspoken truce, as both sides understood that neither could gain the upper hand at present. 15 minutes later, Feng Zi, accompanied by 10 fully armed members of the Dragon Gang, circled around from the mountainside to the left. Upon seeing Lin Dong unharmed, Feng Zi let out a sigh of relief. He quickly organized his men to guard the exits of the 2 bunkers and communicated the situation with the convoy via military radio. "Boss, what are our next steps?" Feng Zi asked quietly, glancing at the blasted bunker entrance. "We can't possibly spend the night with these turtles, can we? We still have a journey ahead." Lin Dong raised his wrist to check the time. It was already 6:40 p.m. Nightfall approached, and with over 80 kilometers of mountainous terrain remaining, they could not afford to waste more time. Feng Zi assigned 2 brothers to each of the bunker exits. The rest will split into 2 groups and toss grenades into the firing ports. Remember, first launch the smoke grenades, then throw the hand grenades. The brothers guarding the entrance should seize the opportunity to do the same. "Feng Zi, did you hear that?" As Feng Zi listened, his mouth agape, he thought. "Isn't this just a rural game of smoking out field mice? Such a cunning tactic. It's surprising that Boss Lin could devise it." "Huh, it's nothing. I was just thinking about field mice. I'll arrange it right away." A few minutes later, Lin Dong, who was sitting against the wall smoking, heard a series of dull explosions, followed by the wailing cries of despair from within the 2 bunkers. Subsequently, the narrow corridors of the bunkers once again endured the baptism of smoke and fire. The air was filled with desperate screams and agonized howls. Feng Zi had ordered 2 rounds of hand grenades to be tossed into the bunkers, resulting in significant casualties among the defending troops. The morale of the soldiers inside was likely on the brink of collapse. "Boss, look, they are raising white flags," Feng Zi suddenly shouted. Lin Dong looked up to see bamboo poles adorned with white cloths protruding from the firing holes of both bunkers. The white fabric fluttered pitifully in the evening twilight, casting a forlorn image in the wind. "Feng Zi, go call out to them. Instruct them to crawl out one by one from the exit. Also, they must first surrender their weapons before lining up to surrender. Those who surrender must be thoroughly searched, any sign of resistance, and they shall be executed." Lin Dong stood up, brushed off the dust from his rear, and calmly issued his orders. "Understood, boss." A meticulously planned checkpoint ambush culminated in the dramatic defeat of the Kachin Independence Army, a result they had certainly not anticipated. Similarly, Captain Ding Li, standing among the ranks of prisoners, had not foreseen this outcome. When accepting this mission, His superior had patted him on the shoulder, assuring him that it was merely a chance to gain experience and merit points. Upon completing this task, he, Ding Li, would be promoted to brigade commander. With his capabilities and background, it wasn't too far-fetched to envision him becoming a division commander or even the chief of staff of the Independence Army in a couple of years. After all, he was still young, merely 27, with ample opportunities for advancement. If it weren't for the Kachin Independence Army's stringent emphasis on military merit and seniority, would someone of Ding Li's background even be sent on such a trivial checkpoint task? It seemed he had drawn the short straw, as this small interception unexpectedly led him to a formidable obstacle. Boss Lin, how should we deal with these prisoners? We are in a hurry, and 3 of our vehicles have been destroyed. There are too many of them to transport. Kuan-Shing, leading the remaining 8 vehicles of the convoy, caught up from behind. He glanced at the dozen Kachin prisoners kneeling by the roadside and spoke awkwardly. It's true, these foot soldiers hold little value. Taking them along would be a burden. So let us execute them. Lin Dong replied nonchalantly, waving his hand, prompting Fengzi to understand and lead 2 of the Dragon Gang members to carry out the task. The brutal process of selection began. The 3 prisoners on the far left, without uttering a word, had their heads blown off by Fengzi and his 2 subordinates AKs. Following that, another 3 prisoners, realizing their fate was sealed, either sat paralyzed in fear or, in a few cases, defiantly cursed. Yet, whether begging for mercy or facing death with bravado, neither could deter the cold-blooded resolve of Fengzi and his companions. Soon, only 2 prisoners remained kneeling, a 15 or 16-year-old boy, still bearing a trace of youth, and a young officer, presumably the captain of the checkpoint. Don't kill me. My uncle is Kachin King Ding. Just as Fengzi raised his AK, ready to pull the trigger, he heard the young officer's desperate plea. Oh, Kachin King Ding? Lin Dong approached, gesturing for Fengzi to lower his weapon. He scrutinized the officer before him. Aside from his disheveled appearance, he appeared unremarkable. You claim your uncle is the Kachin King. Where's your proof? Lin Dong inquired with keen interest. My name is Ding Li, with the rank of Major General. I was directly assigned to this mission by the military. Ding Li straightened his posture and declared. I initially believed the mission would be straightforward, merely a formality for recognition, after which I would be promoted to brigade commander. My identity can be verified by contacting any military or political institution in Kachin State. Lin Dong exchanged glances with Kuan-Shing, both at a loss for words. They now had a hot potato on their hands. To kill or not to kill. Chapter 129, The Legacy of Kuan Village. Lin Dong did not deliberate long over the matter concerning Kachin King Ding. His approach to assessing situations was rather straightforward, often boiled down to a matter of interests. So, Ding Li, I care not whether your uncle is the Kachin King, nor do I wish to know. You need only answer honestly. Were you ordered to intercept us? Or to kill us? Ding Li's expression shifted, his mouth agape, struggling to respond. Not willing to speak. Then it's simple. Fengzi, escort Captain Ding on his way. No. I'll tell you. The military provided me with only 12 words before I left. Oh, what are those 12 words? They are, deliberately making things difficult. If there is any resistance, kill without mercy. Once he uttered those words, Ding Li furtively glanced at Lin Dong, relieved to see that the young leader showed no signs of anger. It seemed that his uncle's name still held some weight. The order was quite reasonable and aligned with the temperament of Kachin King and the Kachin Independence Army. Fengzi, it's almost dark. Send them on their way. Lin Dong's command struck like a thunderbolt, causing Ding Li's face to pale dramatically. No, you cannot kill me. I am the nephew of Kachin King Ding. Fengzi had already aimed his gun at Ding Li's forehead. Kill me, and my uncle, along with the 50,000 soldiers of the Kachin Independence Army. Will not spare you. Bang, bang, bang. Fengzi pulled the trigger mercilessly, a volley of cold bullets transforming the noisy head into a shattered watermelon. Noisy. Fengzi cursed vehemently, spitting on Ding Li's corpse. The last remaining young soldier among the prisoners turned pale, but the soldier's instinct prevented him from pleading for mercy at the last moment. Kid, close your eyes, don't look. Fengzi's gun was now aimed at the boy, and he soon pulled the trigger. As midnight approached, the convoy finally reached its destination, Kuan Village. Although the mountainous night was deep, Lin Dong's keen eyesight allowed him to discern the geographical position of Kuan Village. Entering the Gulu River Highway into the Gansher mountain range, there was only a narrow mountain path leading to this place. The winding trail barely accommodated a single vehicle. However, deploying tanks or armored vehicles was utterly impractical. The perilous mountain road spanning over 80 kilometers served as Kuan Village's natural barrier. Additionally, from Lin Dong's observation, the valley housing Kuan Village appeared to be situated at the westernmost tip of the Gansher Mountains. This valley was quite peculiar, surrounded by sheer cliffs rising to 1,000 meters. The rushing Gulu River formed a zigzag pattern, encircling the mountain walls for a significant distance. Such a topography was undoubtedly a naturally defensible position. The end of the mountain road to the east of the valley marked the sole entrance to Kowloon village. To enter Kowloon from here, one must pass through 3 rigorous checkpoints before finally arriving at the true entrance of the valley. The entrance itself is a steep mountain pass. Kowloon, nestled against natural cliffs, has constructed a massive 3-tiered concrete fortification. This fortress towers at 20 meters per level, nearly 60 meters in total, with each layer densely covered in firing ports and gun emplacements, resembling a medieval war stronghold from a distance. Kowloon led Lin Dong and his companions to the last defensive checkpoint of Kowloon. Upon recognizing the head of the Kowloon family, the guards naturally relayed the message, and the first of the 3 heavy iron gates swung open. Well, Kowloon boss, who would have thought your family kept such a profound secret? You've truly discovered a treasure trove of military significance, Lin Dong said enthusiastically, giving Kowloon's shoulder an encouraging pat. Brother Lin, this is the culmination of a century of our family's legacy, Kowloon replied, a proud smile creeping onto his face. Without some cards up my sleeve, do you think I, Kowloon, would dare to challenge the likes of Bisawatching? He continued, this place is called Eagle Valley, aside from this eastern pass. The rest is sheer cliff, making it impossible for outsiders to enter. Brother Lin, this is merely the valley's outskirts. Once we venture deeper, I shall reveal to you what a true utopia looks like. Lin Dong, intrigued, responded, oh, a utopia? Ha ha ha. Then I, Lin, must indeed witness it. As the two conversed, they passed through the 2 large iron gates. Approaching the final iron barrier, the heavy black gate began to rise slowly. With the gate now open, a group of robust men armed to the teeth surged forth under the bright glare of searchlights. At the forefront was a burly man, around 37 or 38 years old, sporting a topknot and a bushy beard, his features bearing a slight resemblance to Kowloon. Brother, you've finally returned. I've missed you dearly. The bearded man left the group of guards behind and strode towards Kowloon, embracing him without hesitation. Hey, what with the bear hug? Are you trying to crush these old bones of mine? Kowloon grimaced as he was squeezed, quickly pushing the enthusiastic giant away. Allow me to introduce. This is the founder of the Dragon Gang, Brother Lin Dong. Brother Lin, this lovable oaf is my younger brother, Kowloon. When I'm away from Kowloon, he calls the shots here. Lin Dong smiled silently, nodding amicably at Kowloon. Brother, you've really joined the Dragon Gang? When I heard the rumors, I thought they were just tales. Kowloon released his brother and scrutinized Lin Dong from head to toe. So you're the founder of the Dragon Gang? If my brother recognizes you, you must have some merit, right? How about a little contest? Blade, spear, grappling, swimming. Pick your poison. Before Kowloon could finish, a resounding slap echoed as Kowloon's hand came down without mercy. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you lost your mind? Compete with Brother Lin? You wouldn't even be fit to carry his shoes. Stop dawdling. Lead the way, Kowloon commanded. Kowloon, unfazed by his brother's slap, turned around with a grin and took the lead. However, a fleeting glance towards Lin Dong revealed a hint of defiance in his eyes. Crossing the final iron gate, they officially entered Eagle Valley. The century-old heritage of Kowloon finally unveiled its true visage. The valley, tranquil and expansive in the quiet of night, sprawled before them. Peering inward from the entrance, Lin Dong estimated the valley's base area to be at least 10 square kilometers. The entire valley formed a rectangular shape, approximately 2 kilometers wide on either side, somewhat elongated. Its depth extended 5 kilometers, and even in the dim light, Lin Dong could only just make out the far end. Within the valley, the shadows of trees danced, and streams gurgled softly. Endless fields of rice and vegetables resonated with the chorus of croaking frogs. Silent fireflies flitted about like moving stars against the darkened foliage. Surrounding the valley were towering mountains, their bases illuminated by scattered lights. In the distance, the barks of dogs and the hum of human voices mingled with laughter drifting from the illuminated dwellings, a true paradise, alive with the essence of humanity. Chapter 130, A Utopia or a Military Fortress. The night passed without incident. Lin Dong enjoyed a restful sleep in Kowloon, awakening the following morning at 9. The mountain air was invigorating beyond compare. Stepping outside, he took a deep breath of the fresh air, filled with negative ions, leaving him feeling rejuvenated and serene. After Lin Dong and Fengzi finished breakfast, Kowloon had already arranged today's itinerary to explore Kowloon and the valley. The Kowloon family, having occupied Eagle Valley for over a century, had transformed it into a significant natural military fortress through the diligent efforts of 4 generations. Particularly in the past 30 years, Kowloon had meticulously planned and invested substantial resources. Today, Eagle Valley appeared as a formidable fortress, easily defensible yet challenging to attack. Within the valley, however, lay intricate designs and hidden depths. 5 hours later, Kowloon accompanied Lin Dong to the most perilous peak at the valley's end, Eagle Tail Cliff. Standing there, They gazed upon the vast mountains and the sheer cliffs below, shrouded in mist, where the winding mist river could be faintly seen. A surge of ambition welled up within Lin Dong as he surveyed the landscape. After wandering around the valley, Lin Dong's admiration for the location grew. Surrounded on all sides by cliffs and bordered by water on 3 sides, it was indeed an excellent place for hiding troops and asserting dominance. No wonder the Kowloon family had conceived the idea of claiming the mountain as their own. Whoever possessed such a strategic location would inevitably seek to conquer the world. Eagle Valley's rugged exterior contrasted with its spring-like climate within, boasting fertile land and abundant water sources. Whether for recuperation or strategic defense, it was an exceptional haven. Brother Lin, with the size of our Eagle Valley and the fertility of its land, we could easily sustain a population of 100,000. Since joining the Dragon Gang and achieving 100 loyalty, Kowloon relished the appreciation he received from Lin Dong. His greatest joy now lay in assisting Lin Dong and earning his praise. Moreover, 15 years ago, I transformed 4 natural caves within the valley into 2 large armories. There is also a substantial storage facility stocked with food, water, medical supplies, and various emergency materials, sufficient to sustain 10,000 people for a decade. The strategic resources are regularly updated to ensure they are always ready for use. Additionally, the largest cave has been equipped with numerous military installations and designated areas for training. Storage and living quarters have been established. To prepare for unforeseen circumstances, I arranged for 80 diesel generators and stored 200 tons of fuel. Thus, today Kowloon and Eagle Valley may not house 1 million troops, but it can certainly accommodate 10,000 elite soldiers. As Kowloon spoke with growing enthusiasm, he nearly revealed everything he had at home to impress Lin Dong. Indeed, your preparations are quite thorough. And this location is indeed exceptional. A splendid place for nurturing and concealing troops, Lin Dong mused, gazing at the verdant valley below, his tone calm and unruffled. In the present residence of Kowloon, the total population in the valley amounts to over 160 individuals, including both the elderly and the young. Of this number, only 690 are capable of participating in regular training and defense duties. Kowloon responded candidly, stating that, to be honest, the Kowloon family has experienced a century of development, and achieving such scale is truly remarkable. 690 individuals? Do you have any idea how many lives were lost in our battle at South City overnight? Lin Dong interjected. Including the newly allied Wei gang, we suffered the loss of 457 brothers in this conflict. Merely a typical urban skirmish has cost us hundreds of lives. Kowloon, do you still believe that your 690 individuals are numerous? As Lin Dong spoke, cold sweat trickled down Kowloon's brow, and the once unshakable bravado he felt was severely diminished. Kowloon, possessing a beautiful paradise and a fortified military stronghold, is undoubtedly advantageous. However, no matter how splendid the location or abundant the resources, if there are no defenders, it ultimately benefits others. Lin Dong gently patted Kowloon's shoulder, chuckling lightly. Do not be overly concerned. People can be cultivated. With the Dragon Gang at our side, dominating northern Myanmar is merely a matter of time. Your natural military fortress will still be of use in the upcoming challenges. Kowloon's expression shifted, and he urgently inquired, are you referring to the Kachin Independence Army? Indeed. Lin Dong affirmed. The nephew of Kachin King Ding Ing was slain by us, and an outpost was annihilated. Do you think Ding Ing will easily swallow this grievance? Lin Dong pondered aloud. In as little as 3 days, or at most 5. The Eagle Valley will face the most brutal battle the Kowloon family has endured in a century. Are you prepared, Kowloon? Kowloon's demeanor turned grave. Yet he remained resolute. With the defensive capabilities of our Eagle Valley, it won't be easy for the Kachin army to breach our fortifications. Lin Dong bent down and picked up a stone the size of a fist. He tossed it casually in his hand before suddenly hurling it forcefully into the mists beyond the cliff. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the stone vanished into a gray shadow. Bang! A dull thud resonated from the depths of the mist, followed by a sharp eagle's cry as a black eagle careened from the fog. A few feathers fluttered down, and after flying several meters forward, the black eagle ultimately transformed into a dark silhouette, plummeting straight toward the river below the cliff. A stone struck the eagle, and it was a perfect hit. What extraordinary vision and strength Lin Dong possessed. The accompanying individuals were all taken aback, their expressions revealing astonishment. While they had heard of using guns or bows to hunt eagles, witnessing a bare-handed stone bring down a soaring eagle was utterly unprecedented. Yet today, they were fortunate enough to witness it firsthand. Lin Dong, what was that? Kowloon, though startled, sensed that Lin Dong's action was far from mere showmanship of his prowess. Kowloon, can an eagle fly into our Eagle Valley? Lin Dong clapped his hands, posing what seemed a rather naive question. An eagle? Of course it can. Because it can fly, Kowloon responded, bewildered. It is said that since the Second World War, the predecessor of the Kachin Independence Army, the 101 Assault Team, has received funding from the United States. Lin Dong gazed beyond the valley into the mist, murmuring, "Tell me, if you were dinghying of the Kachin, would you consider employing Black Hawk helicopters to assault a treacherous place like Eagle Valley?" Kuan Sheng's face paled as he finally grasped Lin Dong's intent. Indeed, while Eagle Valley is perilous, it is not without vulnerabilities. Should ground assaults prove ineffective, the Kachin Independence Army might resort to aerial strikes. After all, who in northern Myanmar is unaware that Ding Ying's Kachin army is the only warlord faction possessing U.S. Black Hawk helicopters? Chapter 131. Kunzai's loyalty and the grand gift. After a day of inspection, Lin Dong had essentially grasped the internal and external circumstances of Kunzai. Given the natural defenses of Eagle Valley and the strength of Kunzai, they were more than capable of handling ordinary ground assaults and sieges. However, despite Kunzai's formidable strength and thorough preparations, their greatest drawback was their scarcity of manpower, relying solely on the over 2,000 members of the Kun family. With fewer than 700 combat-ready troops, against the tens of thousands of soldiers in the Kachin Independence Army would lead to inevitable attrition. Not to mention, the potential for the enemy to utilize unanticipated aerial assaults with Black Hawk helicopters. During a tour of 2 large underground munitions depots, Lin Dong unceremoniously seized a substantial cache of weaponry and ammunition, filling the system's 100 cubic meters of space to capacity. With such a vast arsenal, Lin Dong had effectively transformed into a moving armory. The bold proclamation he made previously in Old Street, that he alone could match an entire regiment, had now become a reality. Naturally, with Kuan Sheng's unwavering loyalty towards Lin Dong, there was no room for doubt. That evening, a lavish welcoming banquet was held at the residence of the Kuan clan leader, and all significant members of the Kuan family were required to attend. Lin Dong was naturally regarded as the guest of honor. Lin Dong's astonishing display at Eagle Tail Cliff had left a profound impression on the key figures accompanying him from Kunzai. Particularly, Kuan Sheng's younger brother, Kuan Feng, would no longer dare to mention any contest with Lin Dong. Throughout the banquet, Kuan Feng frequently raised his glass to toast Lin Dong, his demeanor reflecting utmost respect and warmth. After all, the combination of formidable personal strength and the influence of the Dragon Gang in northern Myanmar was sufficient to instill awe in this group of isolated mountain dwellers. Ladies and gentlemen, this evening's banquet is not only to welcome Lin Dong, but also to announce a matter of great significance. After several rounds of toasting, Kuan Sheng rose, addressing the assembly with clarity. From this day forth, Kunzai shall officially join the Dragon Gang. As soon as Kuan Sheng's words fell, a murmur of astonishment rippled through the gathering. The bewildered expressions of many indicated that the head of the Kuan family had not forewarned them of this decision. "Brother, I have something to say," Kuan Feng declared, downing his drink in one gulp and wiping his slightly damp beard before standing up. "What do you wish to convey?" "Please speak openly," Kuan Sheng replied, recognizing his younger brother's long-standing unease towards Lin Dong, as well as his unwavering dedication to family loyalty. For a century, the Kuan family had never allied with any external force, and the achievements of Eagle Valley were the fruits of their ancestors' tireless efforts. The sudden announcement of joining the Dragon Gang was a lot for anyone to process. "Elder brother, while you are the head of Kunzai and your decisions should warrant no dispute from me," Kuan Feng asserted respectfully, "the matter of joining the Dragon Gang pertains to our family's future and even our very survival. Should we not exercise caution?" "Indeed, I concur that Kuan Feng's words hold merit. Matters concerning our family's existence are paramount, and we must not act impulsively." Another elder, seated to Kuan Feng's right, stood to voice his concern. "Yes, both Kuan Feng and the elder are correct. Such a significant decision should not be made lightly. Indeed, Kunzai has always prided itself on its independence. Why should we join the Dragon Gang without reason?" "Absolutely." Throughout the banquet, various members of the Kuan family voiced their opinions, with the majority seemingly leaning toward cautious opposition. The head of the family's sudden announcement regarding Kunzai's affiliation with the Dragon Gang was an overwhelming development. Moreover, who exactly is the Dragon Gang? The newly emerged underworld force has recently gained considerable notoriety in northern Myanmar. However, it has yet to attain the level of formidable power that commands respect from all corners. The Kuan family, having invested a century's legacy, is indeed taking a perilous gamble on an uncertain future. Have you all finished speaking? Kuan Sheng cast a sidelong glance at Lin Dong, who was leisurely enjoying his meal and drink, seemingly indifferent to the discussion at hand. A sense of unease crept over him. Kuan Sheng was quite irked by the overly emotional reactions of his kin. "If you have concluded your remarks, I implore you to remain silent and allow me, as the head of this family, to articulate my thoughts." "Please proceed, elder brother. We are all ears," Kuan Feng interjected, raising his hands to calm the ongoing chatter among the clan members. "Very well," Members of the Kowloon family, heed my words closely, Kowloon Sheng declared, his expression stern and his voice unusually grave. Firstly, the decision for the Kowloon family to join the Dragon Gang is mine as the family head. And it is also the consensus of Kowloon village. Anyone with dissenting opinions may keep them to themselves, but must comply unconditionally. Secondly, I, Kowloon Sheng, had already aligned myself with the Dragon Gang during the Southern City battle in Old Street, becoming the leader of the Dragon Gang in northern Myanmar. One must consider, if the head of the Kowloon family is already the leader of the Dragon Gang, how can his family remain detached from this association? Kowloon Sheng's words struck like a bolt of lightning, awakening all present to the reality of their situation. Indeed, with Kowloon Sheng as the head of the Kowloon family and the leader of the Dragon Gang in northern Myanmar, Kowloon village was inevitably tied to this formidable alliance. The thought of extricating themselves from this association was no longer feasible. Why had such a simple truth eluded them? Elder brother, this. Kowloon Feng seemed to grasp the implications, a wave of resignation and apprehension washing over him. Do not interrupt. I am not finished. Kowloon Sheng waved his hand dismissively, his demeanor serious. Over the past 30 years, every aspect of Kowloon village's development and strength has been fueled by my endeavors in arms dealing and hotel investments. Since our Kowloon family in Kokong has joined the Dragon Gang, do you truly believe that Kowloon village can remain isolated and unscathed? In conclusion, I wish to emphasize that the Kowloon family can only carve out a future for itself in northern Myanmar by closely following the Dragon Gang's lead. To remain complacent and claim dominion over a mere corner will ultimately lead to our downfall. Kowloon Sheng's words resonated deeply with the gathered members of the Kowloon family. They had grown accustomed to the silent sacrifices made by their head, Kowloon Sheng, whose continuous financial and material support had rendered Kowloon village akin to a secluded paradise. Blissfully ignorant of the outside world, their prolonged comfort had nearly led them to forget who truly supported the structure of Kowloon village. Despite its strength, Kowloon village was ultimately a solitary pillar. Should formidable external forces covet their territory, could they truly continue to thrive in tranquility? Elder brother, I understand now. I beg your pardon for my rashness and ignorance. I shall heed your counsel. Although Kowloon Feng's exterior appeared rugged, he was not devoid of intelligence, promptly declaring his stance. With the rationale laid bare and the two most pivotal figures of the Kowloon family in agreement, dissent among the other members was rendered impossible. Very well. Since we have reached a consensus regarding Kowloon village's affiliation with the Dragon Gang, let us invite Lin Dong to share his thoughts. Kowloon Sheng inclined his body slightly in an inviting gesture towards Lin Dong. With an expression of calm and composure, Lin Dong smiled faintly and rose to his feet. Firstly, I extend my congratulations to Kowloon village for becoming a part of the Dragon Gang. The Kowloon family is on the brink of experiencing its most glorious historical moment in a century. To celebrate your integration into the Dragon Gang, I shall present you with a magnificent gift tomorrow. Kowloon Sheng was taken aback, perplexed by the notion. A magnificent gift? Lin Dong responded with a mysterious smile. Indeed, a gift that could bestow prosperity upon Kowloon village for the next 50 years. Chapter 132. Discovery of a massive gemstone or vain a promise of 50 years of prosperity for Kowloon village? This young leader, Lin Dong, certainly possesses grand ambitions. The members of the Kowloon family exchanged glances, uncertain of what scheme Lin Dong had concocted. Yet, having committed to joining the Dragon Gang, they understood the importance of adhering to proper protocol. Thus, under Kowloon Sheng's guidance, the 63 attendees of the welcoming banquet collectively offered their respects and toasts to Lin Dong, the founder of the Dragon Gang. Lin Dong, with a beaming smile, graciously accepted their toasts while activating the heart of loyalty. Ding. New target associated. Kowloon Feng, loyalty 94. Can expend 6 million wealth points to elevate loyalty to 100. Ding. New target associated. Kowloon Zhongluan, loyalty 91. Can expend 9 million wealth points to elevate loyalty to 100. Ding. New target associated. Kowloon Sang, loyalty 92. Can expend 8 million wealth points to elevate loyalty to 100. A series of system notifications filled Lin Dong with a sense of accomplishment, akin to a star basking in the adoration of its audience. Indeed, the overall loyalty of the Kowloon family was remarkably high. Securing the allegiance of 63 key family members cost Lin Dong a mere 569 million wealth points, a transaction that proved exceedingly lucrative. By incorporating Kowloon village into his fold, he effectively secured the treasure trove that is Eagle Valley, along with the unwavering support of a century-old family. Lin Dong's strategic positioning in northern Myanmar had gained a significant leverage point, and the subsequent plans for the Kokong gambling city had taken a crucial step towards completion. Moreover, following the earlier subjugation of multiple underground factions in Kokong, combined with Kowloon village's recent alliance, the system's reputation points had accumulated to an impressive total of 1160 points. The target of 2,000 reputation points required for system advancement was now within closer reach. At the banquet, Lin Dong's promise of a grand gift was not mere rhetoric. It was indeed a tangible reality. According to his memories from a past life, a massive jade or vein would be discovered 4 kilometers northeast of Eagle Valley in 12 years, in 2008. This subsequently uncovered mine would stretch approximately 10 kilometers to the northeast, with mineral layers plunging over 100 meters underground, yielding an abundance of high-quality black sandstone. This site was not only prolific, but had once accounted for nearly 60% of the total or output from Kokong. Furthermore, the jade extracted from this site was renowned for its exceptional quality in terms of texture, foundation, and color. In his previous life, this or mine had fallen under the control of the Kachin Independence Army. However, now that Lin Dong had arrived in this world, he certainly would not relinquish such a treasure without a fight. The future Kokong gambling city would require a substantial supply of superior jade, and this yet undiscovered mine, conveniently located near Kowloon village, was an opportunity he could not afford to overlook. On the following morning, after breakfast, Lin Dong instructed Kowloon Sheng to assemble a 20-member exploration team, equipped with semi-automatic excavation tools, to embark on the journey to survey the ore vein. Prior to departing, the team expressed skepticism upon hearing that they were in search of a jade or mine. In present-day Kachin state, 90% of the ore mines were under the control of the Kachin Independence Army, and Kokong, known for its rich mineral resources, had nearly all mining concentrated in the mid to lower reaches of the Molu River. Such deep-seated mountain stone mines were exceedingly rare. How could this young leader, Lin Dong, who was embarking into the mountains for the first time, possibly know of a large ore vein in the vicinity? And his unwavering confidence, was it merely based on conjecture? Despite their doubts, the unwavering loyalty of 100% compelled them to execute Lin Dong's orders without question. At 9 o'clock in the morning, a mining expedition comprising 20 individuals set forth from Kunzhai in grand fashion. After traversing several peaks, they finally arrived at the location of the mine indicated by Lin Dong around noon. This site is situated upstream of the Wolu River, approximately 4 to 5 kilometers from the nearest riverbank, and the terrain is considerably elevated. To the east, the mountain range is accessible only through a narrow pass that leads directly to the Wolu riverbank. From both a geographical and topographical perspective, it is inconceivable that jadeite deposits could be found here. Among the members of the Kowloon clan accompanying the expedition are numerous experts in raw stone detection. And as soon as they set foot on this mountain, even before commencing their exploration, they began to shake their heads in disapproval. "Master, do we truly need to excavate here?" asked one elderly gentleman, approximately 60 years of age, with a pained expression. "In my experience, this terrain cannot possibly harbor jadeite." "Indeed, I concur with Uncle Joe's assessment," chimed in another middle-aged man with dark skin. "I just had a spot dug 2 meters deep, and all that emerged was gray sand and stone. What kind of raw stone deposits could possibly exist in such a geological layer?" Within the Kowloon family, Uncle Joe Kunsang's expertise in jadeite is unmatched. Kunsang furrowed his brow and cast a questioning glance at Lin Dong, who was standing atop a large boulder. At that moment, Lin Dong had already activated his powerful clairvoyance and remote viewing abilities. His gaze penetrated the earth within a 3-kilometer radius, revealing a clear image in his mind. On the surface, this mountain range indeed seemed devoid of jadeite reserves. Even if someone were to excavate 10 meters deep, they would be obscured by a layer of gray sand and stone. Typically, raw stone deposits yield results at depths of 3 to 5 meters. Reaching 20 meters underground would indicate that a quarry is nearing exhaustion. Thus, how could it be logical to excavate 10 meters without encountering any raw stones? However, the actual situation beneath this mountain conceals a remarkable surprise. A nearly 100-meter thick layer of high-quality black sandstone lies hidden beneath over 10 meters of gray sand and stone. This vein of raw stone extends approximately 10 kilometers, raising the question of how much jadeite it could possibly contain. The reserves of this raw stone vein, let alone 50 years, could likely provide for a century's worth of extraction. Such an immense quantity of raw stone would undoubtedly astonish anyone who hears of it. Moreover, through his clairvoyant vision, Lin Dong had roughly surveyed these black sandstones and discovered numerous high-quality ice-type and even glass-type jadeites. A mine with a thickness of 100 meters, stretching 10 kilometers long and abundant with top-tier jadeite. Once revealed, it would surely incite a tempest of bloodshed and strife. "Boss Kowloon, have them dig down 12 meters at the northwest corner, 30 meters from here, and they will surely uncover something," Lin Dong commanded, unfazed by the skepticism of the mining experts. "Understood," Kunsang replied, always unwavering in his execution of Lin Dong's orders. He promptly arranged for the exploration team to commence excavation at the specified location. Digging down 12 meters without heavy machinery took the team over 4 hours. At 4:30 in the afternoon, they finally reached the 12-meter depth. When the last shovel struck, the loose gray stone layer was breached, revealing a pile of various sized black sandstones. "Everyone look, it's black sand," exclaimed one member. "Heavens, there truly is a raw stone mine. Quickly, let's excavate and examine it closely." The previously skeptical Uncle Jio Kunsang was now trembling with excitement. "This is black sand. Those in the raw stone trade know that this type of stone has the highest probability of yielding high-quality jadeite." Soon, dozens of pieces of black sandstones were hoisted up in a basket. Observing the pit's condition, they realized the scale of the raw stone discovery was considerable. Indeed, it is black sand. Look at the grains, fine and smooth, all indicative of old pit material. The chances of finding green jadeite should be quite high, murmured the 60-year-old Uncle Jio Kunsang, gently stroking the surface of a raw stone, his expression revealing both ecstasy and intoxication. The discovery of a large jadeite mine holds immense significance for Kunsai. Uncle Jio Kunsang, being an expert in raw stones, understood this better than anyone. Perhaps the wealth it could bring would be beyond description. "Uncle Jio, do you believe this vein could sustain the Kuan family for 50 years? Kunsing jested, relishing the prestige that the discovery of the mine afforded him as the head of the family. "If what Lin Dong has said is true, with this mine extending 10 kilometers, it would not be an exaggeration to say it could provide for the Kuan family for a century," exclaimed the already exuberant Kunsang, his voice quivering with anticipation. "Might we explore further northeast to uncover additional survey points? This would help confirm the storage capacity of this vein." "What? Do you still harbor doubts regarding Lin Dong's words?" "Uncle Jio," Kunsing replied, somewhat displeased. No. I previously lamented my lack of insight, my inability to recognize the truth. I would never dare to question Lin Dong's words again. However, before large-scale mining can commence, there are numerous preparations to undertake, the foremost of which is to ascertain the storage capacity. Kunsang, now devoid of any disdainful thoughts, earnestly explained. "No matter. I have stated before that this vein is undoubtedly the largest raw stone mine discovered in nearly a century. With an average thickness exceeding 100 meters and a width of at least 1 kilometer, extending over 10 kilometers to the northeast, you may proceed with your explorations." Lin Dong raised his gaze to the sky and remarked nonchalantly, "Nightfall is approaching. Do you intend to continue excavating through the night?" Kunsang quickly responded, "Lin Dong, for this mine, we could go 3 days and nights without sleep. Rest assured, we have all the camping gear and provisions needed. Our enthusiasm is unwavering." Lin Dong surveyed the surroundings and noticed that the remaining members of the Kuan clan had gathered around, each person's gaze brimming with eagerness and fervor. It was hardly surprising. Having discovered such an extraordinary raw stone mine, how could any of them think of resting? "Very well, since you have resolved to continue exploring, let us act swiftly. However, you have only 2 days. After that, all excavated sites must be restored to their original state. Furthermore, everyone must return to the valley before dark in 2 days' time." Lin Dong consented to the continuation of the exploration, but stipulated a 2-day time frame. Kunshin, perplexed by Lin Dong's command, could not help but inquire, "Lin Dong, why must the exploration task be completed within 2 days? Is there some other underlying issue?" Lin Dong sighed, and, no longer concealing his thoughts, declared, "An innocent man has nothing to fear, yet possessing a treasure invites envy. Do you not think that with the discovery of such a vast vein, other factions will not covet it? The emergence of this raw stone mine will undoubtedly stir a tempest of conflict and bloodshed. Therefore, we must swiftly ascertain the mineral deposits and prepare for extraction under conditions of absolute secrecy. Before entering the mountains, we offended the Kachin Independence Army, and if my suspicions are correct, they will respond within 3 to 5 days. Hence, you have only 2 days. Do you understand?" Lin Dong's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flames of enthusiasm among the crowd. Indeed, they had become so exhilarated that they had not considered that the Kachin state was still under the dominion of the Independence Army. To seize such a vast mineral vein right under the nose of the Kachin Independence Army is akin to snatching food from the jaws of a tiger. What should we do? The Kachin Independence Army, accustomed to being domineering, would never allow this mineral resource to slip through their fingers. Indeed, aside from a few small mines in the southern region, most of the resources are firmly under the control of the Independence Army, who would never permit such significant profits to flow elsewhere. It is true that last year, an armed tribe discovered a medium-sized mineral vein, and due to their unwillingness to share the majority of the benefits, they were annihilated by the Independence Army. The exploration team found themselves engulfed in panic and despair. In the face of other forces, Kunsai still boasts a fighting chance. However, now they must confront the overlord of Kachin State, the Kachin Independence Army, which wields an army of 50,000 and advanced American weaponry. Such a formidable entity is not something Kunsai can contend with. "Everyone, let us not panic. Listen to Boss Lin." Kunsing interrupted the discussion, turning eagerly to Lin Dong. He possessed an almost blind trust in his young leader. Regardless of the magnitude of the difficulties and obstacles, As long as the boss took action, there was no problem that could not be resolved. Lin Dong surveyed the recently quieted crowd, a confident smile gracing his lips. Ladies and gentlemen, even the fiercest tiger has its weaknesses. And the Kachin Independence Army is no exception. Remember, dignity is never bestowed by others. It is something we must earn for ourselves. Peace cannot be begged for. It must be fought for with our fists. I, Lin Dong, assure you that this mineral vein shall not be taken from us, not even by the Kachin Independence Army. Lin Dong's calm and self-assured words revitalized the exploration team, lifting them from their despondent state. This boss Lin seemed to possess an innate charm that resonated with the hearts of the people. In just a few sentences, he nearly extinguished all fear and doubt. Boss Lin is right. Why should we relinquish what is ours? Indeed, even if the King of Heaven himself were to come, he would not be able to take this mine. Exactly, what of the Kachin Independence Army? We in Kunzhai are not to be trifled with. We can fight if need be. Boss Lin, what should we do? We will follow your lead. Lin Dong waved his hand, summoning Kunsang from the crowd. Uncle Jiao, can we complete the exploration of this mountain in 2 days? Kunsang pondered for a moment before nodding. 2 days is sufficient. At worst, we can work tirelessly, as we have done before. Very well, I will give you 2 days. You must return to the village before nightfall on the 2nd day. Understood. Additionally, this discovery must remain absolutely confidential. Once we finish probing the excavation points, we must restore everything to its original state. I understand this well. Boss Lin, you can rest assured. I, Kunsang, will guarantee with my life that there will be no errors. Excellent. After issuing the orders, the exploration team, under Kunsang's leadership, immediately dispersed to undertake the next phase of mineral point exploration. Lin Dong wasted no time, leading Kuanxing and Fengzi back to Eagle Valley. He had a strong premonition that the Kachin Independence Army would undoubtedly come, and the scale of their mobilization would not be small. His 3-day forecast was merely a conservative estimate. It was entirely plausible that the Independence Army would send in vanguard troops before a large-scale assault. There remained much preparatory work for Kunzhai to undertake before the conflict erupted. Before the onset of war, finding an ultra-large raw stone mineral vein served 3 purposes for Lin Dong. First, to fulfill the promise made to Kunzhai upon joining the Dragon Gang of 50 years of prosperity. Once the vein was mined, Lin Dong pledged to allocate 30 of the profits to the Kuan family. All the Kuan family needed to do was provide the manpower and resources for extraction, ensuring substantial profits regardless of the calculations. Second, the discovery of the mineral vein would further bind Kunzhai to the Dragon Gang's chariot, while also igniting determination for the impending conflict with the Kachin Independence Army. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. One must ask, what reason would the Kuan family have not to fight fiercely for this treasure? Third, the revelation of the ultra-large raw stone mineral vein would inevitably become public knowledge, serving as Kunzhai's most significant bargaining chip and the Dragon Gang's trump card in negotiations with the Kachin Independence Army. A confrontation between the Dragon Gang and the Kachin Independence Army was certain to occur. If there was no conflict, the Dragon Gang would lack authority, rendering subsequent negotiations impossible. Thus, this battle must not only be fought but fought fiercely. The Kachin Independence Army must be hurt and frightened to secure the future survival space for the Dragon Gang. Chapter 134. Tense preparations. By the time Lin Dong and the others returned to Kunzhai, it was already 8 p.m. After dinner, Lin Dong took Kuanxing to inspect the defenses at the valley entrance once more before returning to the main residence where Kuanxing lived. Kuanfeng, gather the core members of Kunzhai for a meeting immediately. Time was of the essence. The war preparation conference needed to be convened without delay. Lin Dong wasted no time and instructed Kuanfeng to assemble the village's primary leaders. Understood. Kuanfeng was already aware of the impending threat from the Kachin Independence Army. Thus, he did not hesitate and promptly activated the internal public channel of the military communicator. All Kuan family leaders within the village assemble in the main residence's conference room within 15 minutes for an emergency meeting. Furthermore, from this moment onward, elevate the defense level. The sentry posts outside the valley and all defensive points within and outside the valley must enter a state of first-level combat readiness. Soon, a flurry of tense yet orderly responses echoed through the communicator. First sentry post acknowledges, executing immediately. Second sentry post received. Third sentry post received. The defense point at the pass acknowledges. The valley fortress has entered first-level combat readiness. All patrol teams have received orders and are increasing personnel at key points. 15 minutes later, in the main residence of Kunzhai, the conference room was filled with nearly 60 core members of the Kuan family. They had suddenly received urgent notification to enter first-level combat readiness, yet remained unaware of the situation at hand. However, upon observing the grave expressions of their chief, Kuanxing, and the head of the guard team, Kuanfeng, it was evident that the matter at hand was of considerable magnitude. Sitting between them was their newly sworn master, Lin Dong, the leader of the Dragon Gang. Gunfight, is everyone here? Lin Dong cleared his throat and inquired. Report, Boss Lin. Except for Uncle Gio and 4 others who are out exploring, the remaining key leaders of the Kowloon family are present, Gunfight replied solemnly. Very well, then let us begin. Lin Dong gestured for Gunfight to commence the meeting. All right, Gunfight stood, his robust voice addressing the assembly. I am certain you are all curious as to why we have gathered at such a late hour. Indeed, I can responsibly inform you that this crisis is the most severe challenge the Kowloon family has faced in a century. Our survival hinges on this moment. If we can navigate it safely, the Kowloon family could thrive for another 100 years. Gunfight's words left the Kowloon family members exchanging anxious glances, their hearts racing. Throughout the century since the establishment of the village, they had encountered various wars and life-threatening crises. Yet even during the world wars and the previous 2 military conflicts, no one had ever proclaimed that their survival depended on this singular moment. What kind of crisis could possibly warrant such a serious demeanor from the leader of the Kowloon family's defense team? Captain Gunfight, please speak plainly. What significant matter do we face? What situation has the Kowloon's High not endured before? Indeed, we have always faced our challenges head-on. We fear nothing. Exactly, we have fought before. What is there to be afraid of? Seeing the morale of the assembly rising, Gunfight felt slightly reassured and raised both hands to calm the crowd. May I have your attention, everyone? To elaborate on the situation, I invite our esteemed leader, Lin, to speak. Lin Dong nodded and inquired. Is there a defense map of Eagle Valley available? Gunfight understood the request and promptly opened a safe, retrieving a map. He then moved to the front of the conference room and affixed the map to the wall. Lin Dong looked up and saw a hand-drawn map of Eagle Valley, which meticulously detailed the terrain and defense arrangements both within and outside the valley. It was evident that, despite the ravages of war, Kowloon village possessed considerable prowess. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction, approached the map, turned around, and began addressing his newly recruited loyal subordinates. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some splendid news to share. Boss Kowloon, please make the announcement. Indeed, Kowloon Sheng replied, rising and proclaiming with clarity. Today, under the guidance of our leader Lin, we have discovered a super-large raw stone vein located 4 kilometers northeast of Eagle Valley. Preliminary surveys indicate that the average thickness of this raw stone vein is 100 meters, with a length of at least 10 kilometers, all comprising black sandstone raw stones. Our exploration team is currently conducting further investigations in preparation for future mining operations. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd in the conference room at this revelation. A raw stone vein spanning 10 kilometers? A thickness of 100 meters? My goodness, what a colossal mine. The stored raw stones are black sandstone? That type is renowned for yielding high-quality jade. They murmured among themselves. Isn't this a windfall for the Kowloon family? Absolutely, a tremendous fortune. What Lin said was indeed true. It promises 50 years of wealth for the Kowloon family. No, if this vein can be mined, we're looking at not just 50 years, but a century of unimaginable riches. As Lin Dong had anticipated, the announcement of the super raw stone vein sent the crowd into a frenzy. With such immense potential rewards on the horizon, the subsequent pre-war mobilization would be considerably easier. Please be quiet. Our leader Lin has more to say. Kowloon Sheng quelled the uproar, and the room fell silent, dozens of eyes fixed on Lin Dong, filled with fervent trust and excitement. Lin Dong sensed the palpable emotion in the room and continued, You are all aware of the good news. So let us discuss the reasons for initiating a state of heightened readiness. In the next 2 days, or at most 4, Eagle Valley will be subjected to an assault by the Kachin Independence Army. This is due to our recent encounter with them during our return from Kokong, where we clashed and eliminated one of their checkpoints, killing the nephew of Kachin King Dingying. A murmur swept through the conference room. Most attendees, who had just been exhilarated, now wore solemn expressions. The Kachin Independence Army was no ordinary military faction. In terms of troop strength, equipment, and combat experience, Dingying's forces were the undisputed rulers of northern Myanmar. To pit Kowloon village's meager defense force of fewer than 700 against them was, in many respects, akin to striking a stone with an egg. Now do you understand why we must initiate a state of heightened readiness? Lin Dong pressed on. Furthermore, do you believe that even if we had not offended the Kachin Independence Army, they would refrain from trying to seize our newly discovered raw stone vein? Therefore, we are compelled to fight, whether we desire it or not. Since that is the case, why not take the initiative and deliver a decisive blow to the Kachin Independence Army? Lin Dong gestured with his left hand, placing it on the defense map. As Sun Tzu's Art of War states, the invincible warrior wins first and then goes to war, while the defeated warrior goes to war first and then seeks to win. We possess the advantage of terrain, yet our forces are insufficient. Thus, we must adopt a defensive posture. While the Kachin Independence Army may be formidable in strength and numbers, Their long journey to invade makes them the guests in this territory. And guests have their moments of fatigue. Therefore, as long as we can hold our ground initially, I am confident we can emerge victorious in this battle. Kowloon Fong furrowed his brow, his gaze scanning the defense map multiple times. He was intimately familiar with its layout, having overseen its preparation. Given Kowloon Village's current troop strength and defensive measures, it was indeed feasible to withstand an attack from 34 times the enemy's forces. The greatest fear lay in the possibility of the Independence Army deploying overwhelming numbers along with heavy artillery or aerial bombardments, which would spell danger for Eagle Valley. Leader Lin, do you have any idea how many troops the Kachin Independence Army will deploy? How can we withstand such an onslaught? Kowloon Fong pondered for a moment before voicing a question that weighed on everyone's mind. Good question. In my estimation, Dingying will not send less than an enhanced brigade. Lin Dong responded calmly. Moreover, it is highly likely that they will bring mountain artillery and a Black Hawk helicopter squadron. What? An enhanced brigade? That amounts to nearly 8,000 troops. And they will deploy heavy artillery and Black Hawks? How can we possibly fight against that? Lin Dong's response caused the faces of everyone in the conference room to pale, including Kowloon Sheng and the otherwise fearless Kowloon Fong. Chapter 135, The Dragon Gang and Kowloon Village? Let me extinguish them. What? Are you afraid? Lin Dong observed the silent assembly, not rushing to assign defensive tasks. In the lead-up to a great battle, morale is paramount. A force lacking in resolute will and unwavering confidence is unlikely to secure victory. Leader Lin, we're not afraid. We are merely concerned. Kowloon Fong, as the head of Kowloon Village's guard, felt compelled to voice his position. We have fought battles before and are not afraid of death. But this time is different. We are up against the Kachin Independence Army. Everyone knows that Dingying's men are notoriously ruthless and devoid of humanity. Should Eagle Valley fall, it will be a river of blood. The century-old foundation of the Kowloon family may be lost, but there are still over 1,000 old, weak, women, and children in the village. They are the legacy of the Kowloon family. While we are unafraid of bloodshed and sacrifice, we dread the annihilation of our clan, which would sever our lineage. Kowloon Feng's words resonated with the attendees, who nodded in agreement. Lin Dong was well aware of their concerns. He did not doubt their loyalty, as those whose loyalty had been enhanced would never betray or disobey orders. Similarly, he was not worried for his own safety, with his current extraordinary combat prowess. Even facing overwhelming enemy forces, he could carve a path through their ranks and escape unscathed. However, having established the Dragon Gang, he felt compelled to consider its reputation and the lives of its members. Lin Dong, having lived 2 lives, understood one fundamental truth. No matter how strong an individual may be, one cannot contend against the entire world. Only by building a sufficiently powerful faction and gathering a loyal following can one truly establish a foothold in this world. The rivalry in the Underworld, which began the moment he obtained the system, left no room for retreat. Everyone's thoughts echo my own concerns. To be candid, I am not overly worried about winning this battle. Lin Dong allowed the crowd to settle down, tracing a circle on the defense map with his finger. Eagle Valley is a natural fortress of war. If arranged properly, it can provide ample challenge to any invading enemy. The pressing issue now is how to defend against the heavy artillery and aerial assaults of the Kachin Independence Army. Kowloon Fong, please step forward and elucidate the current defensive situation for everyone. Understood, Kowloon Fong replied, taking a slender dragon blood golden bamboo rod and moving to the map to provide a detailed explanation. The defense of Eagle Valley is comprised of 2 parts, the outer valley and the inner valley. The outer valley features 3 lookout posts, each equipped with a concrete bunker and roadblocks. The first outpost is established 23 kilometers outside the valley entrance, adjacent to the initial slope leading into the mountains. Currently manned by a guard of 12 personnel, it is equipped with a Maxim heavy machine gun team, 2 FN Minimi light machine gun teams, and the remaining personnel are primarily armed with AK-47 automatic rifles and RPG rocket launchers. The second and third outposts are positioned 1 kilometer and 300 meters from the valley entrance, respectively, with guard and firepower configurations identical to those of the first outpost. As Kowloon Fong spoke, he discreetly glanced at Lin Dong, who had returned to his seat, noticing the slight furrow of his brow, prompting him to inquire, Boss Lin, do you see any issues with these 3 outposts? Lin Dong picked up the teacup from the table, took a sip, and replied leisurely, please continue, I will summarize later. Very well. Kowloon Fong, with a hint of reluctance, proceeded with his explanation. The defense of the valley is of paramount importance, primarily consisting of a 3-tiered fortress system. Each tier standing at 20 meters high, constructed of reinforced concrete against the mountain rock. Each tier features 36 shooting points and 12 artillery ports. And the fortress's 2-meter-thick exterior walls are theoretically capable of withstanding over 8 rounds from a 152mm howitzer at the same impact point. The Valley Fortress is manned by a permanent guard of 260 personnel, approximately 2 companies' worth of troops, which can be further reinforced in times of war. The sole entrance to the valley is protected by 3 iron gates, each 0.8 meters thick, with a corridor totaling 49 meters in length between the gates. Each side of the corridor is equipped with 6 military flamethrowers, which can be remotely activated via internal wiring. As Confronting elaborated, Lin Dong nodded in silent agreement. Indeed. The defenses at the entrance of Eagle Valley were exceptional. Given the advantageous terrain of the sheer cliffs and the abundance of firepower, as long as ammunition was sufficient, it would be exceedingly difficult for outsiders to breach. Confronting's golden bamboo pointer continued to traverse the defense map. Within the valley, there are 2 ammunition storage caves, each garrisoned by a platoon of 30 soldiers. Additionally, 2 other strategic storage caves are each manned by 2 squads of guards, under the valley's secure conditions. This level of defense is adequate. Furthermore, 28 patrol teams, each consisting of 10 personnel, are arranged around the valley and its surrounding peaks, divided into 2 shifts for 24-hour duty. In wartime, the number of patrol teams will be increased to 36, focusing on key routes and timings. By the time Confronting finished, over half an hour had passed. The Kowloon family members present were all key figures and responsible parties within the clan, familiar with the defenses both inside and outside the valley. However, this detailed and in-depth understanding was a first for them. After hearing Confronting's comprehensive introduction, they realized that the Kowloon stronghold was akin to an impenetrable fortress. Such defenses would pose a significant challenge even against the formidable Kachin Independence Army. In the worst-case scenario, they would fight to the death. Lin Dong quietly scrutinized the defense map before him, pondering for a while before stating, "However, there are several substantial vulnerabilities within. If not addressed, Eagle Valley will be in peril. In northern Myanmar, within Kachin State, there flows a tributary of the Irrawaddy River named the Malikai River. On the western bank of the Malikai River lies the Kachin State capital, Myatkina. Myatkina, though home to only 200,000 inhabitants, holds a position of immense strategic significance. As the most crucial river port and railway lines in northern Myanmar converge here, the residence of Kachin King Ding Ing is located in the eastern district of Myatkina, with the headquarters of the Independence Army situated nearby. This core city of the Kachin Independence Army is long garrisoned by a division along with an armored brigade. At this moment, in the living room of the Ding residence, 49-year-old Kachin King Ding Ing dined on Western cuisine with 2 men clad in military uniforms. Engaging in jovial discourse, General N. Banla, "Has the investigation report from the Ganshi Mountain checkpoint arrived?" Ding Ing inquired casually from his seat at the head of the table. As a Kachin, he typically favored vibrant clothing. His demeanor was kind, and one would hardly suspect that he was the Kachin King, a ruthless warlord wielding significant power in northern Myanmar. A stocky 50-year-old officer quickly set down his cutlery and respectfully replied, "The report has been released. The Ganshi Mountain checkpoint was ambushed 2 days ago in the evening, resulting in the loss of all 62 personnel, including your nephew Ding Li." The 2 short brows on Ding Ying's face twitched imperceptibly as his voice grew colder. "I only wish to know who was responsible for this. Furthermore, who ordered Ding Li to the checkpoint?" General N. Banla and the middle-aged officer on Ding Ying's right exchanged cautious glances before tentatively responding. "The assailants at our checkpoint were the Dragon Gang from northern Myanmar, an emerging criminal force currently hiding in Eagle Valley Kowloon stronghold. Your nephew's assignment to the checkpoint was a direct order from the commander of the 2nd Division, General Dansona, who stated it was to allow Ding Li to achieve merits for promotion." Ding Ying's expression darkened further as he turned to the gaunt middle-aged officer, General Ganshong. "Is this true? General Dansona is your subordinate." Ganshong's face turned ashen, and he stammered, "Commander, yes, it was indeed an order from General Dansona, but—" Ding Ying's demeanor grew frigid as he waved his hand to interrupt Ganshong. "No buts. Immediately revoke all of General Dansona's duties, imprison him, and arrange for his execution on a later date. You shall sever a finger as a warning to yourself, lest this occur again. As for the perpetrators of the Dragon Gang and Kowloon stronghold, exterminate them." "Understood." N. Banla and Ganshong replied in unison, both drenched in sweat. Glancing at Ding Ying, Ganshong gritted his teeth, picked up a fruit knife from the platter, and slashed it across his left pinky finger. Chapter 136, The Air Defense Plan of Eagle Valley. The following day, an atmosphere of tension and busyness enveloped Eagle Valley. The residents of Kowloon stronghold, including some elders and women, were all mobilized to reinforce fortifications or energetically transport supplies. Building upon the existing defensive measures of Eagle Valley, Lin Dong implemented several optimizations. Particularly, the vulnerabilities he identified were systematically addressed. Firstly, the 3 outposts outside the valley, which were adequate for fending off minor incursions or serving as forward checkpoints, were deemed insufficient against the 1,000-strong Kachin Independence Army. These scattered outposts would merely serve as fodder for the enemy. Once the main force arrived, they would be swiftly overrun. Thus, Lin Dong's strategy was to abandon all outposts and establish round-the-clock mobile sentries at critical positions to provide timely warnings of Kachin incursions. The three-dimensional fortress defenses at the valley entrance remained largely unchanged, except for the addition of a Barrett sniper team at the highest tier shooting point. With the effective range of the Barrett sniper rifle exceeding 2,000 meters, a sniper team equipped with 10 Barrett rifles would be more than sufficient to deal with advancing foes. Since last night, Eagle Valley had entered a state of heightened readiness, with nearly all residents engaged in preparations. Just past 8 a.m., Lin Dong, accompanied by Fengzi, led the Kuan brothers, Kuanxing and Kuanfeng, to ascend Eagle Tail Cliff. Standing atop the peak, which soared over 1,000 meters, they gazed down at the mist-shrouded valley. And the Kuan brothers once again felt a surge of concern regarding the Kachin Independence Army's Black Hawk armed helicopters. Boss Lin, you have always said that our greatest defensive vulnerability lies not outside the valley or at the entrance, but in the sky surrounding it. Kuanxing, who had spoken little in recent days, finally voiced his deepest worry, burdened by the weight of the moment. Indeed, today I shall lead you back to Eagle's Tail Cliff in search of the most optimal defensive strategy. Lin Dong leisurely lit a cigarette, squinting as he surveyed the valley both within and beyond. Under his bizarre ability to combine distant, close, and penetrating vision into a singular scanning perspective, the entire expanse of Eagle Valley, including the rocky structures of the surrounding peaks, fell under the scrutiny of his celestial eye. Boss Lin, do you have any strategies? Please enlighten us. Kuan Feng humbly inquired, his respect for Lin Dong having evolved from initial disdain to complete admiration. Are there anti-aircraft machine guns in our armory? Lin Dong casually asked. Indeed, there are 24 NSV cliff-mounted anti-aircraft machine guns in the Northern Cave Armory. One of the batches of arms I imported from the North Bear Nation 3 years ago, which is yet to be sold, Kuanxing eagerly responded. Fully aware of the contents of the two large cave armories, the NSV cliff-mounted anti-aircraft machine gun uses 12 7x108mm ammunition, with a belt-fed capacity of 50 rounds and a firing rate of 750 rounds per minute. Each NSV is paired with a 6x6 tripod, allowing for single-person operation. With an elevation range of 10 to 85 degrees and a maximum horizontal firing arc of 360 degrees. Listening intently, Lin Dong nodded frequently, chuckling, Boss Kuan, how impressive. You have such an obscure weapon in stock? Kuanxing chuckled sheepishly. These anti-aircraft guns were remnants from that North Bear Arms dealer's stock, sold at a bargain. Lin Dong laughed heartily, jesting, this indicates that you, Boss Kuan, are favored by fortune. Those remnants from 3 years ago now present a significant advantage, haha. By the way, is there a sufficient stock of ammunition for the anti-aircraft guns? Kuanxing pondered briefly before replying. There should be enough. The supplier cleared out all the ammunition inventory for me back then. Lin Dong sighed in relief, stating, that is reassuring. According to my original plan, the primary air defense will be positioned on the inner side of the steep cliffs, and with the addition of the NSV cliff-mounted anti-aircraft guns, we can establish a formidable double defense line. Kuan Feng, select 100 individuals from the defense team to form 24 small groups, each operating one anti-aircraft machine gun. With 5 members per group, 2 primary gunners, and 3 loaders. Kuan Feng's spirits lifted as he immediately stood at attention, responding, yes. Lin Dong continued to issue orders. These 100 anti-aircraft gunners will have only 2 days for training. Time is of the essence, and we must act swiftly. Additionally, the placement of the anti-aircraft positions should ideally be at high altitudes on the mountaintops, ensuring a clear firing range to engage enemy aircraft from afar. Careful attention must be paid to camouflage and concealment. The 24 anti-aircraft guns should be arranged in triangular formations, with 3 guns per triangle, spaced 500 meters apart for mutual support and protection. As Kuan Feng listened, his excitement grew. It was evident that Lin Dong's intellect harbored much wisdom, even in such matters. No wonder, as Kuan Feng remained oblivious to Lin Dong's enhanced neural and cognitive capabilities, which had brought him perilously close to the apex of human potential. In any situation, he could swiftly grasp the critical points and extrapolate, even without formal instruction. The south and north sides of Eagle Valley extend for 5 kilometers, with 3 triangular gun formations set on each side, totaling 9 anti-aircraft guns per side, which should suffice. At the valley entrance and exit, we will establish 1 triangular formation each, with 3 anti-aircraft guns in each. Lin Dong's eyes sparkled with brilliance as a flawless air defense blueprint vividly materialized in his mind. The second line of defense will consist of 40 teams equipped with RPG rocket launchers, strategically positioned along the inner slopes of the valley. Each team will comprise 5 members, 2 armed with RPGs, 2 responsible for ammunition handling, and 1 carrying a light machine gun for protection. Although RPGs have a limited range, their flexibility allows them to serve as a secondary air defense line while providing support to the anti-aircraft gun teams. Since we are engaging in air defense operations, Confronting, your ground patrol team need not be so numerous. We should streamline personnel and allocate more resources to the anti-aircraft and rocket launcher teams. Understood. At this moment, Confronting was thoroughly convinced of Lin Dong's abilities, promptly agreeing. Boss Lin, weren't you only a scout? How do you possess such extensive knowledge? Are you also skilled in air defense tactics? Confronting queried, his unwavering loyalty to Lin Dong evident, yet he remained continually astonished by his leader's capabilities. What's so surprising about that? Our boss was the finest in the military. Winzi, who had always been a background figure, boasted proudly, delighted that his leader was so exceptional. Well, time is of the essence. Everyone should return and make preparations. Lin Dong, now indifferent to the flattery and admiration from his subordinates, waved his hand and led the way down to the valley floor. Confronting, remember to construct a small ammunition depot near each anti-aircraft gun team slope. The NSV ammunition is quite heavy, and with a rapid rate of fire, proximity to the supply is advantageous. Understood. Additionally, based on the routes of the RPG teams for ambush and patrol, establish several temporary ammunition depots nearby for the same reasons. All right, I will arrange this immediately. The group descended swiftly, reaching the valley floor in less than 20 minutes. At this point, Lin Dong, who had been leading the way, suddenly halted. His eyes brightened as he seemed to recall something of great significance. We have overlooked one crucial aspect. With it, our chances of victory in this battle will increase by at least 30. The NSV cliff-mounted anti-aircraft gun. Chapter 137. Even when battling a rabbit, one must strike with thunderous force. In the eastern suburbs of Myanmar, the capital of Kachin State, at the headquarters of the Kachin Independence Army, General N. Ban La, the chief of staff, stared intently at the combat sand table, lost in brief contemplation. Beside him, Colonel Gunshots, whose left hand was wrapped in white bandages, appeared dejected, his face occasionally contorting with pain. For Gunshots, the agony of losing a finger was a trivial matter in the prime of his life. He paid it little mind. What truly pained him was the fracture in the trust bestowed upon him by Kachin leader Ding Ying. The death of Ding Ying's nephew, Ding Li, seemed insignificant. Yet Gunshots, well versed in the survival tactics of warlords, understood mishandling this situation could alter the entire military landscape of northern Myanmar. Thus, it was a grave error to send Ding Li to inspect the gold-plated 1st Division commander Dan Suna. Furthermore, the audacity of the Dragon Gang and Kowloon village to challenge the Independence Army warranted their annihilation. Commander Gunshots, the Eagle Valley is not easy to assault. Ban's voice pulled Gunshots, still lost in thought, back to reality. Consider this, from the Wulu River Highway to the western slopes of the Ganshi Mountain, which is the stronghold of Kowloon village in Eagle Valley, there lies nearly 80 kilometers of mountainous terrain. Our armored forces cannot penetrate this distance. Ban raised a black pointer, gesturing toward the marked position of Ganshi Mountain on the sand table, gravely stating, the troops we can mobilize are mountain combat units, requiring at least one reinforced brigade. Additionally, a 152mm howitzer battalion could be brought in, but the mountainous roads are treacherous, demanding substantial manpower and resources. Gunshots's thoughts were finally drawn back to the sand table. Moments ago, he had been overly absorbed in self-pity. Such sentimentality is unbecoming of a soldier. Only by eliminating the enemy on the battlefield can one truly prove oneself. Chief of Staff, you are indeed correct. The treacherous mountain road spanning 80 kilometers serves as the finest natural barrier for Confronting. This lengthy and rugged stretch has effectively thwarted our armored divisions. Yet the capabilities of armored tanks in mountainous combat are limited and prove somewhat ineffective. Gunshots calmly analyzed. According to intelligence, the Eagle Valley can only be accessed through the eastern pass. The other areas are sheer cliffs. The fortification at this pass is a robust concrete stronghold, easily defensible and difficult to assault. Light firepower alone will not suffice to breach it. Banla nodded in agreement, crossing his arms and murmuring, it seems we must deploy the 152mm howitzer battalion. However, mere heavy artillery will not be sufficient. Let us not forget that the head of Confronting, is the largest underground arms dealer in northern Myanmar, and Eagle Valley is not lacking in weaponry. Gunshots extended his uninjured right hand, gesturing towards both sides of Eagle Valley. A ground assault will merely serve to distract. The true breakthrough must occur from the air. Banla's eyes brightened as he grasped Gunshots's intent. You mean to deploy Black Hawk armed helicopters? Indeed. I surmise that Confronting will concentrate its defensive efforts at the valley's mouth, leaving the airspace on the other three sides as their most significant vulnerability, Gunshots confidently asserted. He has always regarded Longbang and Confronting as mere armed criminal organizations, operating on a fundamentally different level than seasoned regular troops like themselves. No matter how formidable Longbang may be, can they rival the 50,000 strong Kachin Independence Army? And no matter how many weapons Kunzhai possesses, can they compare to the devastating might of the Black Hawk? Yet, in addition to the mountain combat troops, the Howitzer Battalion, and the Black Hawk Armed Helicopter Squadron, there exists one more trump card to deploy. Now fully engaged, Ganshang began to showcase his distinctive military command talent. What trump card? In Banla asked, puzzled. The Mountain Eagle Special Operations Team, Ganshang replied slowly. The Mountain Eagles? Surely not. General Ganshang, is it truly necessary to engage a civilian armed group? In Banla was taken aback, for this Mountain Eagle Special Operations Team has always been shrouded in mystery, with a reputation for formidable strength. Since the establishment of the 101st Assault Team during World War II, the United States has dispatched numerous military command experts to assist the Kachin armed forces on the ground. From an initial force of 4,000 youthful recruits, they have evolved into an army numbering in the tens of thousands. During World War II, the Kachin 101st Assault Team achieved the remarkable feat of killing over 15,000 Japanese captives in a single campaign, with their own casualties amounting to fewer than 150. A casualty ratio of 1 to 1,100 was, at the time, a battlefield miracle. The astonishing record and formidable combat prowess of the 101st Assault Team captured the attention of high-ranking officials in the United States military. Consequently, more tactical training and weaponry assistance were poured into Kachin. The Mountain Eagle Special Operations Team was formed against this backdrop, with its first instructors hailing from the United States Navy SEALs, renowned as the world's strongest special forces. The Mountain Eagle Special Operations Team consists of the elite among elite, having undergone generations of rigorous selection, with the skills of mountain warfare deeply ingrained in their very genetic makeup. Deploying the Mountain Eagle Special Operations Team requires the personal approval of the Commander-in-Chief, In Banla stammered, somewhat in awe of Ganshang's audacity. The Mountain Eagles are the Commander Ding Ing's prized asset and the absolute trump card of the Kachin Independence Army. Is it truly necessary to engage such a formidable force against Eagle Valley? To kill a chicken, is it necessary to use a bull's knife? I understand the need for the Commander-in-Chief's personal approval, but please believe me, the deployment of the Mountain Eagles is essential for this battle. One must use full force to catch a rabbit. The small Kunzhai still requires a thunderous strike. Ganshang touched his bandaged left hand, his voice turning unusually cold. A single reinforced brigade is insufficient for ground operations. We require a fully organized division, coupled with the Howitzer Battalion, the Black Hawk Armed Helicopter Squadron, and the Mountain Eagle Special Operations Team. I refuse to believe that Kunzhai will have any means of escape. The first-level combat readiness status of Eagle Valley has been activated for 48 hours. The reconnaissance team, led by Kun Sang, has also returned to Kunzhai on schedule. After 2 days of relentless excavation and investigation, they have essentially determined the orientation and total storage capacity of this raw mineral vein. As Lin Dong stated, this mine stretches 1 kilometer wide and extends for 10 kilometers, with an astonishing average thickness of 100 meters. Such a vast and rich mineral resource, if not a once-in-a-millennium find, is certainly a rare treasure of a century. Thus, when Kun Sang announced this news, the core members of the Kun family erupted in excitement. The confirmation of the mineral vein survey meant that Lin, the leader, kept his word, truly delivering 50 years of immense wealth to the Kun family. Spirits were lifted. If Kunzhai could safely navigate this crisis, it would soon reach the pinnacle of its historical prosperity. But in the face of the advancing Kachin Independence Army, could they truly overcome this challenge? Chapter 138, The Mountain Road Ambush. 2 more days swiftly passed. The defensive preparations at Eagle Valley were progressing fervently. The anti-aircraft machine gun positions atop the valley peaks had taken shape. Moreover, 40 groups of RPG rocket launchers had also been established. This contingent, alongside ground patrol teams, traversed the peaks surrounding Eagle Valley daily. The 3 outer lookout posts had been withdrawn, while numerous concealed mobile observation posts had been set up among the unassuming trees and grass along critical routes. These posts were responsible for all surveillance and early warning tasks within a 10-kilometer radius. Any disturbances along the mountain roads would not escape the eyes of these scouts. On this day, at 9 a.m., the sun had just crested the mountain ridge, illuminating the lush, vibrant primordial jungle. Along a section of mountain road 10 kilometers from the valley south entrance, a flock of birds suddenly took flight from the treetops. On a high peak opposite the mountain road, near the summit, a young man clad in deep green camouflage, adorned with leaves for concealment, crouched within the branches of an old locust tree. Startled by the sudden flurry of birds, he immediately raised his military-grade binoculars to peer into the distance. Damn! Those pups have finally arrived. Through the lens, he could clearly see dozens of military green vehicles, along with light armored vehicles and command trucks. Just a bend in the mountain road revealed dozens of vehicles. How many troops could be hidden along the unseen stretch behind? The vanguard of the Kachin Independence Army must number no less than a reinforced regiment. The camouflaged man observed for a moment longer, roughly estimating the distance and number of vehicles, before lowering his binoculars. He grabbed his military communicator at his waist and connected to the frontline command post's dedicated channel. Command post. This is Mobile Observation Point 1. Mobile Observation Point 1. This is the frontline command post. Please proceed. On Route 7, I have spotted a large number of military vehicles, estimated to include various transport vehicles, light armored vehicles, and command trucks totaling 120, indicating approximately a reinforced regiment strength. Command post acknowledges. Can you confirm which unit this is? Based on the uniforms and composition, it can be tentatively confirmed as the Kachin Independence Army Mountain Combined Regiment. Understood. They have finally arrived. I will report to the main command immediately. Mobile Observation Point 1. Continue to monitor closely. Mobile Observation Point 1 received. In less than 10 minutes, the command post and main command received enemy alerts from 3 frontline observation points. The vanguard of the Kachin Independence Army had finally entered the mountains. Eagle Valley, Wartime Command Headquarters. Lin Dong stood beside the grand sand table in the command room with the brothers Kuan-sheng and Kuan-feng. Kuan-feng casually planted a deep blue triangular flag, symbolizing a reinforced regiment, at the location of the mountain road in Section 7. Employing a mountain mixed regiment as the vanguard is quite a bold move from the independent army, wouldn't you say? They certainly hold our Kuan-jai in high regard, he remarked. What of it? Lin Laodao replied with a knowing smile. I have long predicted that the enemy will not muster less than a reinforced brigade in this battle. Kuan-sheng took a deep draw from the cigar resting between his lips and spoke. Lin Laodao, your strategy to enhance our odds by 30 should come into play now. Shouldn't it? Lin Dong chuckled lightly. Why the haste? We have only just begun. Let us serve them a little appetizer first, shall we? Hee. Commander Kuan. Have the mountain guerrilla squads been dispatched? Kuan-feng's expression turned serious as he responded. They were sent out the day before yesterday, as per your instructions. 3 10-man guerrilla teams have been placed within a 20-kilometer radius outside the valley. Additionally, we have established 9 temporary supply points in the forest, ensuring that the guerrilla teams can sustain operations for at least 4 months. Lin Dong nodded approvingly and said meaningfully, excellent. Let our mountain guerrilla squads engage in a contest with the Kachin army, who are renowned for their mountain warfare. Inform the leaders of each squad to focus on harassing the enemy's supply lines, small convoys, and artillery positions, avoiding direct confrontation with the enemy's main force. Kuan-feng straightened his back and replied assertively, understood. I will ensure they execute orders with strict adherence, prioritizing flexible harassment. In the western region of Ganshi Mountain, along the road segment 6, a vast convoy wound its way through the dense forest. Since entering the mountains at 5 a.m., the 1st Mountain Mixed Regiment of the Kachin Independence Army had already encountered the difficulties posed by this natural barrier. After veering off the Wu-Lu River Highway, it took the 2,000-strong convoy 4 hours to traverse a mere 70 kilometers. Fortunately, apart from the narrowness of the mountain road, which slowed their progress, they had not faced any ambushes from Kuan-jai. It seemed that the uncivilized mountain dwellers, aware of the overwhelming strength of the independent army, had wisely retreated into Eagle Valley, hiding from the impending conflict. The commander of the 1st Mixed Regiment, 32-year-old Du Bolai, sat in a command vehicle positioned in the midst of the convoy, occasionally lifting his binoculars to survey the surrounding woods. The lush greenery flanking the mountain road exuded an air of foreboding, with occasional birds and small animals startled into flight. He glanced at his watch, noting that it was 9:17 a.m. According to the military map, they were still approximately 10 kilometers from Kuan-jai's lair in Eagle Valley. If he were the commander of the Kuan clan, this final stretch of 10 kilometers would present the perfect opportunity for an ambush. He issued the first command to slow the advance and to send a squad of light armored vehicles forward by 1 kilometer for early warning. Yes, sir. Soon. Du Bolai's orders were relayed to all command nodes within the regiment. The convoy, composed of over 100 vehicles, reduced its speed. Alongside the road, additional mountain warfare teams emerged, advancing on foot while vigilantly scanning the dense underbrush. Upon spotting anything suspicious, soldiers would swiftly dart into the woods and brush, adeptly searching ahead. These soldiers resembled wild hares and monkeys, seemingly born to thrive in the rugged mountain terrain. At the forefront of the convoy were 6 dark green light armored vehicles, cautiously advancing approximately 1 kilometer ahead of the main column, meticulously scanning the road ahead. The gunners atop the armored vehicles, their expressions tense, remained alert for any signs of enemy activity. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the lead light armored vehicle was overturned in a deafening explosion. Flames erupted, engulfing the entire vehicle in an instant. The gunner aboard had no time to react before he was tragically consumed by the fire. Enemy attack. Halt the advance and return fire. As the first vehicle transformed into a fireball, a chorus of explosions erupted along the mountain road. Boom, boom, boom. A series of blinding flames erupted from the remaining 5 armored vehicles, and screams of terror echoed through the rugged terrain. The abrupt and violent explosions caught the armored convoy unprepared. Amidst the billowing smoke, a dozen or so agile soldiers managed to escape the vehicles, braving the aftermath of the blasts. Most were ablaze, with only a few fortunate enough to evade the inferno. The survivors either frantically tried to extinguish the flames on their bodies or, still shaken, prepared to flee the explosion site. Amidst the chaos, a rapid succession of gunfire erupted from the trees lining the mountain road. In the next moment, merciless bullets whistled through the air, tearing through their bodies. Under the sunlight filtering through the forest, splashes of crimson blood painted the ground. Chapter 139. Who is the king of mountain warfare? In a mere minute, the hail of bullets raining down from the jungle turned the mountain road into a scene of carnage. The 6 light armored vehicles consumed by flames had been reduced to worthless scrap metal. The sudden ambush on the mountain road was as swift as it was brutal. Mission accomplished. Retreat. With the command to withdraw, the 3 guerrilla teams involved in the ambush promptly vacated their positions, retreating into the depths of the mountains along 3 separate routes. Following Lin Dong's directives, the 3 mountain guerrilla teams stationed outside the valley had achieved a resounding success on their first collaborative endeavor. As the commanding officer of these 3 teams, the Under-30 Kowloon reported the victorious news back to headquarters while making his retreat. Kowloon was the first to receive news of the ambush's outcome, and a rare smile graced his face. Indeed, Lin Dong's plan proved effective. Lin Dong, seated leisurely in a wooden chair in the command room while sipping a cup of pu'er tea, responded with composure, "Do not be overly elated. We merely succeeded in a surprise attack. The real battle has only just begun. Let us not forget, the vanguard of the independent army is the Mountain Mixed Regiment. When it comes to mountain warfare, our enemies are far from weak." Kowloon, understanding the gravity of the situation, instructed the guerrilla teams to disperse according to the original plan, avoiding unnecessary engagement with the main enemy force. In mountain combat, use firearms sparingly and rely more on traps and hunting tactics. Understood. Kowloon's smile faded as he immediately contacted the guerrilla squad led by Kowloon. 15 minutes later, Du Bolai stood before several still smoldering light armored vehicles, his face pale with fury. The Kachin Independence Army's first shot fired in the mountains had cost an entire squadron of light armored vehicles. Based on the brief sounds of explosions and gunfire, the ambushing force must have been an elite small unit, well equipped and highly skilled, yet likely numbering no more than 30 men. Such a small contingent, in a direct confrontation with the independent army, would hardly be a match for these regular troops. However, the greatest concern lay with these cunning mountain dwellers, who expertly utilized their knowledge of the terrain to launch sudden strikes. Such unpredictable assaults were a hallmark of mountain warfare tactics. The critical point was that even if one anticipated such guerrilla tactics, there were often moments when one could only stand helplessly by. Due to the limited number of these mountain dwellers, they dispersed into small teams to conceal themselves. How does one search through the vast expanse of nearly 100 square miles of untouched wilderness? The deep forest presents a complex environment. Furthermore, the Kachin Independence Army, being unfamiliar with the terrain, has a vanguard of 2,000 troops, extending their front line by at least 2 kilometers. In such an extensive line, any location could potentially serve as an ambush point for these mountain dwellers. The commander remarked, their essay saying, "It takes a thief 1,000 days to become skilled. But how can one expect to defend against them for 1,000 days? Colonel Kowloon, the chief of staff of the 1st Mountain Mixed Brigade, discerned Du Bolai's confusion and kindly reminded him, "Since the enemy employs mountain guerrilla warfare to disrupt us, why shouldn't we respond in kind?" Oh, Commander Du Bolai seemed to grasp the implication, countering with, "Are you suggesting that our 1st Brigade also dispatch mountain warfare teams?" "Indeed, Commander," Kowloon replied proudly. "In terms of mountain operations, who could ever intimidate our 1st Mountain Mixed Brigade? We are naturally the sovereigns of this domain, a fact even the United States once acknowledged." Du Bolai's previously sullen demeanor softened slightly, as he found himself in complete agreement with the Chief of Staff's assessment. In his earlier rage, he had overlooked this obvious truth. Few dare to engage in guerrilla warfare in the dense forests against the Kachin Independence Army. For since the days of the 101st Airborne Division in World War II, they have been the kings of mountain guerrilla warfare. His own Mountain Mixed Brigade is indeed a prominent force in this arena. He issued the command, "The 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Mountain Warfare Companies shall disperse into platoons and immediately commence a search to the left and right flanks." With clarity of thought, Du Bolai promptly delivered the operational orders. Search along the mountain paths for 3 kilometers on either side. Each search team must maintain a distance of no more than 500 meters apart. Should they encounter an attack, they are to fire signal flares to provide mutual support. There is likely a guerrilla team of at least 30 hidden in these mountains, and they must be located within 48 hours. Understood. Upon the issuance of this command, the operational teams on either side of the mountain path formed 10 platoon-sized groups of 30 men each, swiftly disappearing into the wilderness. Once within the forest, these soldiers moved with the grace of fish in water, traversing through grass and scaling trees with remarkable agility. The 3-kilometer stretch along the mountain path, extending to the vicinity of Eagle Valley, was systematically covered by their search efforts. Half an hour later, the 6 destroyed light armored vehicles from the ambush were cleared from the roadway, restoring passage to Eagle Valley. However, this time Du Bolai had learned his lesson. He did not dare to advance recklessly but first dispatched an engineer platoon of over 30 men to clear mines ahead of the convoy. Consequently, the pace of their march slowed considerably. Ultimately, the short distance of just a few kilometers took them more than 8 hours to traverse. By 7 p.m., the main force had finally reached a point 2 kilometers outside Eagle Valley. This location, the second outpost of Kunzhai, was equipped with 2 concrete bunkers, now completely unoccupied. Surrounding the bunkers were a few gentle hills, and the terrain remained relatively flat. Seeing that night had fallen, Du Bolai immediately ordered the troops to set up camp and heighten their vigilance. As they were merely 2 kilometers from the valley entrance and could be subjected to attacks from Kunzhai at any moment, the earlier ambush on the armored vehicles had thoroughly dispelled any underestimation he had harbored towards this group of mountain dwellers. The Kachin King Ding Ing placed immense importance on this incursion, with General Ganshang personally strategizing the deployment of an entire restructured division alongside several specialized units. At first, Du Bolai found it hard to comprehend why such a significant effort was warranted to eradicate a ragtag group. However, after experiencing the ambush on the mountain path firsthand, he laid aside his arrogance and prejudice. At this moment, Commander Du stood atop a small hill in the camp, peering through night vision binoculars at the fortress 2 kilometers away at the valley entrance. The more he observed, the more grave his expression became. The 60-meter, 3-story concrete fortress, built into the rock, with its formidable outer walls and numerous firing ports and emplacements, evoked a sense of helplessness. The sheer cliffs surrounding the valley, reaching heights of 1,000 meters, further amplified the sense of awe and trepidation among his mountain brigade. How could they possibly breach such a formidable bastion? As night descended upon the mountains of Ganshi, the temperature plummeted. Typically, March in Southeast Asia boasts temperatures exceeding 20 degrees Celsius. However, the nights in the mountains hovered around 10 degrees, prompting Du Bolai, accustomed to warmer climates, to don an additional military jacket. The operational teams dispatched to eliminate the guerrilla forces gradually relayed information back. In nearly 9 hours, the 10 teams had scoured an area of approximately 40 square kilometers of mountainous terrain. 3 of the mountain warfare teams encountered the enemy and engaged in combat. The results of these skirmishes were surprisingly grim. The 1st Mixed Brigade, which had long proclaimed itself the sovereign of mountain warfare, suffered significant casualties. Out of 90 men in the 3 teams, 22 were lost. The principal cause of such heavy losses was not bullets or bombs, but rather the most primitive of hunting traps and poisoned arrows. Chapter 140. Jungle Guerrilla Warfare and Treacherous Hunting Traps. The atmosphere in the mountain night was eerie and fraught with danger. Currently, the deep forest temperature was relatively mild, as it was not yet the season for venomous snakes and ferocious beasts to roam freely. Yet, the Mixed Brigade's mountain warfare teams, tirelessly searching in the darkness, dared not let their guard down for a moment. No one could predict whether a poisoned arrow might suddenly emerge from the inky underbrush. Each step taken in the wild could lead to a hunting trap specifically designed to ensnare them. For instance, the bamboo stake trap, upon being stepped on, would cause a person to instinctively lurch forward, and the hardened bamboo stakes positioned at the bottom of the trap would instantly pierce through the body. Such traps, rooted in ancient hunting practices, were originally devised to capture ferocious beasts. Although terrifying, with caution, one could still evade the bamboo stake traps. However, the most insidious were the spike boards concealed in the grass and along trails, deceptively simple to create but alarmingly numerous. If an unwary soldier were to step on one, it could easily pierce through the sole of their foot. While not fatal, the injured soldier would quickly lose their combat effectiveness. The emergence of these traps rendered the forest increasingly perilous. As darkness enveloped the area, the search teams from the 1st Mixed Brigade faced even greater losses. The teams encountered an exceedingly treacherous trap device, known as the Venus flytrap, originally devised by the Viet Cong during the Vietnam War. The construction of the flytrap was not particularly complicated. It merely required several sharp, long nails affixed inwardly at a downward angle to the sides of a square or circular container, resulting in a rudimentary trap. When a person stepped in, the nails would bend downward rapidly and then rebound to ensnare the leg. At that moment, the leg could not be extracted upward. Any attempt to pull away would only drive the nails deeper. Although the injury caused by such a trap was not severe, its insidious nature rendered it almost impossible to evade. Once caught in the Venus flytrap, escape was exceedingly difficult. Even more treacherous was the fact that such traps were typically surrounded by archers and snipers, prepared to strike at any rescuers. No matter how many comrades came to assist, they would only be delivering themselves into peril. The term Venus flytrap was actually coined by surviving American soldiers from the Vietnam War. The only means of salvation for those ensnared was, one can only shift their center of gravity towards the uninjured side, striving to maintain balance while awaiting the rescue of comrades who may unearth the trap devices. The posture of the injured soldier, as they endeavor to sustain their equilibrium, bears an uncanny resemblance to a Venus statue, a resemblance that has led to this moniker being ascribed to them over time. In addition to this, one cannot overlook the ubiquitous skull-crushing hammer employed in jungle warfare. Furthermore, there exists a trap that, upon stepping into it, ensnares the victim like a sandwich being gripped by two boards of spikes, boasting a lethally high fatality rate. These lateral closure traps, in the depths of the nocturnal jungle, pose a far greater threat than bullets and grenades, so much so that shortly after nightfall, nearly all of the 10 mountain warfare teams from the 1st Mixed Regiment of the Kachin Army engaged in search operations encountered the lethal snares of these hunting traps. By 9 o'clock in the evening, the regiment commander received the grim news of over 100 casualties among the mountain search troops. Out of a search party of 300, a third had fallen within mere hours. Is this truly the demeanor expected of the kings of mountain warfare? Upon receiving the battle report, Du Bois was seized by fury, shattering 2 teacups in his rage. The chief of staff, Kowloon, observed this and, after a moment of contemplation, calmly suggested, "Commander, the enemy has long been prepared and is well acquainted with the surrounding terrain. Engaging in nighttime operations puts us at a considerable disadvantage." Although Du Bois had a short temper, he was not a fool. After a brief moment of reflection, he began to comprehend the reasons for their defeat. He exhaled deeply, attempting to suppress the frustration swelling within him, and spoke in a low voice. "I apologize, my approach was overly aggressive. I shall immediately order the search troops to establish a defensive position and remain vigilant. At dawn, we will reinforce our numbers and venture into the mountains to apprehend these detestable guerrillas and redeem our honor." As Du Bois's command to cease the search echoed through the air, the once bustling mountain forest finally fell silent. The mountain warfare search units of the 1st Regiment breathed a collective sigh of relief. They found a clearing near a water source and set up camp. Today's jungle skirmish had indeed left them feeling oppressed. In just half a day, they had suffered losses exceeding 1/3, the ferocity of which is easy to imagine. They were not bested by weaponry, nor by individual combat capabilities. In the realm of mountain guerrilla warfare, they stood as paragons, unlikely to be defeated by anyone. Yet, alas, the mountain dwellers had the advantage of time and terrain, and were thoroughly prepared. In the dark of night, faced with an array of ingenious jungle traps, even the most cautious and familiar could not escape unscathed. Engaging in battle within the dense foliage against an adversary well prepared for the terrain was a cardinal sin of mountain warfare. The 1st Mixed Regiment once again bore the bitter fruit of underestimating their foe. Approximately 3 kilometers from Eagle Valley, a 10-man guerrilla team from the Kunzhai was concealed behind a rocky outcrop. Aside from 2 members on guard duty, the rest of the team lounged inside a deep green makeshift tent. They refrained from lighting a fire, silently nibbling on their rations. Yet, through the faint light of dawn, one could still discern the excitement and exhilaration etched on their faces. "Captain, today's skirmishes were incredibly exhilarating. Indeed, the bamboo spike traps and skull-crushing hammers I devised took down at least 6 of those bastards." "Only 6? Our captain's archery has downed at least a dozen. No joke, the captain's marksmanship is impressive. How does he manage to hit every target in the dead of night?" Curious gazes turned towards Consolidating, who sat among them. In the darkness, he subtly curved his lips into a smile. He retrieved a pair of black military night vision goggles from his backpack, raising them with pride as he declared, "It's thanks to these, the most advanced military night vision goggles. Our clan possesses only 3 pairs, and the clan leader specially entrusted one to me." The surrounding comrades gathered around, their curiosity piqued. One eager soul requested permission from the captain to try them out, and upon receiving consent, promptly snatched the goggles, donning them to survey the inky darkness outside the tent. Good heavens! I never imagined this device would reveal even the darkest thickets so clearly. "Really? Let me see. I want to try too." Within the tent, a rare atmosphere of tranquility and peace settled in, following the tension of battle. Consolidating gazed at his comrades, a faint smile gracing his lips. The camaraderie forged through shared peril felt truly gratifying. The day's encounters had been thrilling and perilous, yet ultimately, they emerged victorious. By the end of the day, they had destroyed 6 light armored vehicles belonging to the Kachin Independence Army, and, through guerrilla tactics in the forest, claimed over 100 enemy lives. Their own 3 teams had only sustained 4 casualties. While they could not achieve the miraculous feat of 0 casualties, this record would surely elate Commander Confronting. Kowloon was not naive enough to believe that his 3 squads were exceptionally formidable. The enemy was not weak. The performance of the Kachin soldiers during today's mountain search proved they were anything but. The victory achieved today stemmed not only from advantageous terrain and thorough preparation, but also from the strategic directives set forth by Lin, which were remarkably simple. 1. Avoid direct confrontation, focusing instead on harassing and neutralizing enemy combatants. 2. Utilize hunting traps as much as possible within the jungle, minimizing the use of firearms. The straightforward combat strategy delineated by Lin yielded astonishing results today, deepening Kowloon's admiration for him. However, before their departure, Lin had pulled him aside for a serious warning. If faced with formidable enemies and excessive casualties, remember to cancel all operations and conceal yourselves temporarily. Kowloon found it perplexing. Having already confronted the Kachin Army's most skilled mountain warfare mixed regiment, what other formidable adversaries could inflict significant damage upon his 3 guerrilla units? Chapter 141. The secrets must not be revealed. At 7 o'clock in the morning, just as dawn broke, Du Bois convened 3 mountain companies, dividing them into 10 small teams to bolster their numbers in the mountainous region where last night's battles had transpired. In the mountains, the 6 combat teams that had suffered heavy losses the previous night were restructured into 3 units. Thus, the search parties of the 1st Mixed Regiment scattered across the deep mountains increased to 17, amounting to the strength of a battalion. Such a substantial deployment was aimed at confronting a mere 30-person guerrilla force. This reveals how the previous day's defeat had utterly humiliated Du Bois. He was now willing to spare no expense in his determination to annihilate this detestable band of guerrillas. Having learned from the heavy lesson of yesterday, the mountain combat troops tasked with the search altered their strategy. No longer would they recklessly press forward. Instead, they divided the area and coordinated their searches in smaller teams. Typically, one small team would lead the way, halting immediately upon discovering a trap. The 2 subsequent teams would then swiftly flank from either side, encircling the enemy. This way, the already undermanned guerrilla force would struggle to ambush the search teams entering the trap points, as they had the previous night. Moreover, with the advent of daylight, the traps laid by the guerrillas in the jungle would lose much of their efficacy. The Kachin soldiers, seasoned in mountain combat, were well acquainted with such traps. As they traversed the search path, exercising caution and taking deliberate steps, the harm inflicted by the traps would be significantly mitigated. What troubled the guerrilla teams the most was that the Kachin army had seemingly learned from their past mistakes. They no longer advanced recklessly, but instead coordinated their efforts. With 3 small teams collaboratively searching a single mountainous area, approaching a region fortified by a company of troops, any intrepid guerrilla squad of 10 daring to launch an attack would swiftly find themselves ensnared in a predicament of overwhelming enemy numbers. Kowloon crouched upon the gnarled branches of an ancient tree, meticulously observing the opposing mountains through his binoculars for nearly 15 minutes. Since 8 o'clock that morning, the guerrilla squad under his command had been relentlessly pursued across 4 mountain peaks by the Kachin soldiers trailing behind them. The enemy had grown wise, and the meticulously laid traps proved ineffective for surprise attacks. Despite their familiarity with the terrain, their adversaries coordinated their operations with precision. With their meager forces, they barely managed to escape encirclement during the initial skirmish, sustaining injuries to 3 of their members before Kowloon acted decisively to extricate his comrades from the ambush site. Otherwise, it was likely that his entire guerrilla squad would have perished within the forest that day. "Captain, we are nearing supply point 3. Should we retreat there first?" A slender young member of the squad swiftly scaled the ancient tree, nimbly approaching Kowloon's side and quietly inquiring, "I am aware, monkey. Relay the order for everyone to immediately inventory our equipment and provisions," Kowloon replied, lowering his binoculars and turning to the petite squad member. "Understood. I'll notify everyone at once," came Monkey's subdued response as he expertly flipped and slid down the trunk like a nimble primate. After a brief interval, he re-emerged from the thicket, climbing back to Kowloon's side to report, "Captain, the inventory is complete. Ammunition, poisoned arrows, and grenades are in short supply, barely sufficient for a skirmish against a platoon or smaller. The ration consumption has been modest. We can sustain ourselves for another 2 days." Kowloon nodded thoughtfully, furrowing his brow before stating, "Since the enemy is resolute in their desire to annihilate us, shall we offer ourselves as easy prey? Let us proceed to supply point 3. "Yes." The 2 of them slid down from the ancient tree, and as their feet touched the ground, Monkey voiced his confusion. "Captain, There are far too many of these independent troops. How can we possibly contend with them? Bending slightly, Kowloon maneuvered through a thicket of low shrubs without looking back. Responding, who said we would engage them? Monkey, trailing behind, appeared perplexed, scratching his head. If we're not going to fight them, then what are we to do? In a low voice, Kowloon stated, we shall return to the supply point, replenish our ammunition and provisions, and then lead them in circles through the mountains. Is that all? Monkey protested, having envisioned the dense mountains as a battlefield where he could earn glory through combat. Pouting, he grumbled, just circling without engaging? That is futile. At that moment, Kowloon abruptly halted, and Monkey, not paying attention, collided with his captain's back. Ouch! Captain, what is it? Is there something ahead? Ignoring him, Kowloon reached back, tugging at Monkey's ear and pulling him to the front, delivering a sharp slap to his head. You chatter incessantly, always eager for a brawl. Yet with our scant numbers, do you wish to be mere fodder? Listen carefully. Once we replenish at the supply point, order the 3 squads to march north at once, circumventing the Wulu River to regroup at Luoxian. Rubbing his sore head, Monkey grimaced. What do we need to go to Luoxian for? Boss Lin instructed that the secrets of the heavens must not be divulged. You will understand upon arrival. 2 kilometers from the Eagle Valley's narrow pass. Within the camp of the 1st Combined Regiment, Du Bolai was engrossed in the operational map laid before him. Throughout the morning, the search parties venturing into the mountains had not reported any unfortunate news, aside from the initial skirmishes with the guerrilla forces, which resulted in minor casualties on both sides. The search teams had managed to gain a degree of control over the situation. The guerrillas, who had previously enjoyed significant success by leveraging terrain and traps, had now met with a formidable barrier. The Chief of Staff's proposal for coordinated search operations had proven highly effective. According to the latest intelligence, the Kachin forces had effectively cleared a 3-kilometer radius along both sides of the mountain road. It was now nearly impossible for the guerrilla forces to breach the blockade established by the 17 mountain combat squads and launch a surprise attack against the Kachin troops. Commander, we have received communication from the headquarters. Our main force and logistical support will enter the mountains by no later than 4 p.m. today, reported Chief of Staff Gulang, striding towards Du Bolai with a telegram in hand. Oh, that's quite swift, Du Bolai replied, lifting his gaze with a hint of surprise. Based on his estimations, the main force would not begin their ascent until the following afternoon at the earliest. General Ganshang's direct oversight had expedited the logistics, and the bulk of the troops were already en route. Gulang handed over the telegram. Du Bolai quickly scanned the contents, frowning as he remarked, time is of the essence. Order the search teams advancing into the mountains to accelerate their extermination operations. By 3 p.m., we must clear all mountainous areas within 3 kilometers along the road to ensure the safety of the incoming troops. Understood. The messenger behind Du Bolai swiftly recorded the orders before turning to relay them. Chief of Staff Gu, how should we prepare this forward position before the main force arrives? Du Bolai inquired, placing the telegram on the table. Centering on the 2 concrete bunkers, we must dig deep trenches and establish artillery positions. Gulang answered without hesitation, as if he had anticipated Du Bolai's question. Chapter 142, Luoxian, 152mm Howitzer Battalion. Assaulting Eagle Valley, a robust natural fortress, with standard light firepower, is utterly ineffective. Thus, regardless of the number of soldiers we may have, without heavy artillery and superior means, capturing Eagle Valley would be an exercise in futility. After providing his answer, Gulang proceeded to analyze methodically. Do not forget, the deeper we penetrate into the Ganshi Mountains, the greater the pressure on our logistical support will become. If Kuinjai merely holds the fortress at the valley's mouth, they need not do anything. Over the course of months, they could exhaust us merely through attrition. Modern warfare is fundamentally a contest of resources, without substantial benefits. Why should this conflict be prolonged? Du Bolai fell silent, reluctantly acknowledging the validity of the Chief of Staff's perspective. Over the past 2 days, he had repeatedly scrutinized the fortress at the valley's mouth and dispatched reconnaissance teams to conduct on-site investigations around Eagle Valley. The ultimate conclusion was that the valley was surrounded by sheer cliffs on all sides, with 3 sides encircled by the Wulu River, rendering it impossible for troops to traverse. The only access point was the narrow passage on the eastern side, but to capture this 60-meter-high concrete bastion without heavy artillery or high-explosive ordnance was utterly unrealistic. Given the fortress's formidable construction, it would require an unfathomable amount of firepower to breach it, even with an abundance of heavy artillery and explosives. Furthermore, the only remaining shortcut was undoubtedly through the skies above the valley. Du Bolai finally grasped why General Ganshang was insistent on deploying the Black Hawk helicopters and the Mountain Eagle Special Operations Team. From the outset, it appeared that General Gan had never intended to breach the valley directly. The large ground forces and firepower were likely meant to mislead and distract the main force at Eagle Valley. The true ace in this battle would be the aerial assault. Chief of Staff Gu, I wholeheartedly concur with your analysis. Therefore, apart from ensuring the safety along the mountain roads, we should avoid positioning our forward base too closely. Conventional light firepower poses no threat to concrete fortifications. Charging in would be tantamount to courting death. Dubol's expression grew grave as he concurred. Establishing an artillery position 2 kilometers from the valley's mouth ensures the effective range of our heavy artillery while avoiding close combat. This is the most viable solution at present. Alas, prior to entering the mountains, there was fervor in the air, with aspirations to showcase the might of my 1st Composite Regiment through this battle. Yet, I never anticipated how formidable this turtle shell would prove to be. At this juncture, the soldier dispatched to relay the orders returned. Dubol immediately instructed the Chief of Staff to dig trenches and establish artillery positions, directing the messenger to convey the command once more. The main force of the army is scheduled to enter the mountains this afternoon, and it is unlikely that more than 48 hours will elapse before the first assault on Eagle Valley. Time is of the essence for the 1st Composite Regiment to construct the forward positions. At the valley's mouth, the troops were diligently digging trenches and establishing heavy artillery positions. By 3 p.m., the reconnaissance units flanking the mountain road confirmed that the enemy had been cleared from a 3-kilometer radius. The 3 pesky guerrilla bands seemed to have taken the hint, swiftly retreating into the depths of the mountains, vanishing without a trace. Ku and Zhongluan, leading a guerrilla squad, managed to locate the secret supply point number 3. They replenished their supplies with ample ammunition and 5 days' worth of rations before turning north, traversing mountains and crossing the Wulu River, taking a considerable detour. It was only at 1 a.m. the following day that they arrived at the Rockfall Cliff. This cliff is situated on the 4th segment of the mountain road, conveniently placed midway along the 80-kilometer trail. The terrain here is steep and rocky, with sparse vegetation. A winding mountain path extends right past the foot of the hill. Ku and Zhongluan's guerrilla squad ascended to the summit of the Rockfall Cliff, preparing to rest. From the road below, the rumble of vehicles echoed. A seemingly endless serpent of headlights wound its way through the inky darkness. It was evident that this was the main force of the Kachin Independent Army advancing into the mountains to confront Kuan Village and the Dragon Gang. The Kachin King was certainly investing heavily. Ku and Zhongluan crouched behind a rock, striving to steady his racing heart. He then donned his night vision goggles and raised his binoculars to scrutinize the road below from a distance of 1,000 meters. The vehicles traversing this mountain road were primarily transport trucks. Through the lens, Ku and Zhongluan discerned that at least half of the vehicles were hauling a camouflaged howitzer. Estimating the size of the cannon barrels, it was highly probable that these heavy artillery pieces were either American or Soviet-made 152mm howitzers. The destructive power of the 152mm howitzer had long instilled fear on the battlefields of World War II. One shell possesses an effective kill radius exceeding 30 meters. To put it vividly, a single shot could obliterate half a football field. The craters produced by a 152mm howitzer shell can reach depths of up to 18 meters. It is evident how terrifying such conventional heavy artillery firepower can be, should these howitzers be loaded with explosive shells. The damage inflicted upon the concrete fortifications at Eagle Valley would be even more catastrophic. Having grown up alongside the Kuan brothers, Ku and Zhongluan was well acquainted with the specifications and power of various firearms. Thus, upon spotting the 152mm howitzers in the convoy, his countenance turned grave. The deployment of a 152mm howitzer battalion signified that the Independent Army had far too much confidence in us at Kuan Village. Ku and Zhongluan set down his binoculars, retrieving a compressed ration from his backpack and quenching his thirst with water from his canteen to replenish the energy expended during their rapid march. "Hey, Captain. It seems the convoy has come to a halt. The headlights are no longer moving." Monkey's voice chimed in from the right. Ku and Zhongluan swiftly raised the binoculars again to observe the foot of the mountain. Indeed, he discovered the convoy had ceased its advance, with 2 figures resembling messengers weaving through the vehicles. Judging by their demeanor, they must have received orders from their superiors. In the depths of night, visibility is poor, and drivers easily succumb to fatigue. Thus, to mitigate the risks of navigating the mountain roads, the convoy would rest in place. Fortune favors us. Monkey, contact the brothers from the other 2 squads and ascertain their arrival status. Ku and Zhongluan exclaimed excitedly, slapping his palm against the rock surface, disregarding the pain that shot through his hand, as he turned to Monkey with a serious command. "Understood, Captain." Monkey responded promptly, nimbly rising to his feet, discarding the useless communicator and darting into a sparse thicket, imitating the calls of night crows to signal the surrounding area. Caw, caw, caw. The harsh cries of the birds echoed through the tranquil mountain forest, creating an eerie ambience. Soon, from 2 clusters of trees approximately 200 meters away from Monkey, the same night crow calls resonated. Monkey's heart leaped with joy The signal matched, and all 3 guerrilla squads had successfully arrived at Rockfall Cliff. Chapter 143, Night Raid on the Artillery Convoy. In the inky darkness, 2 squads emerged from the clusters of trees atop Rockfall Cliff. They had received the signal to converge and swiftly made their way to Kowloon Zhongluen's squad's position. Before long, the 3 mountain guerrilla squads from Kowloon village had reunited once more. After 2 days of combat, aside from Kowloon Zhongluen's squad, which had sustained no casualties, the other 2 squads had suffered varying degrees of losses. Let each squad report their personnel status. Once all 3 guerrilla units had gathered, Kowloon Zhongluen instructed them to stand in 3 rows. In the darkness, a group of individuals stood in unison upon a broad rock surface, the atmosphere tense and foreboding. Report. First squad suffered no casualties. We have 10 members present. Report. Second squad lost 1 member, 1 severely injured. Currently, 8 members present. Report. Third squad incurred 2 fatalities and 1 severe injury. Currently, 7 members present. The somber reports from the ranks sent a chill through Kowloon Zhongluen, who stood before the assembly. Out of a 30-member guerrilla squad, 5 had been lost in just 2 days. Although they had achieved a commendable record of over 100 enemy kills, the guerrilla forces were already few in number. When Lin Dong initially dispatched them beyond the valley, he had repeatedly emphasized avoiding direct confrontation with the enemy and minimizing casualties. Yet, the brutal realities of war do not heed human will. A heavy sense of sorrow welled up within Kowloon Zhongluen. The memories of each fallen comrade were painfully vivid. After all, they were all from Kowloon village, his family, and brothers. It was his duty to lead them into battle, and even more crucial, to ensure that more of them returned alive. But how could one evade casualties in the throes of war? Brothers, I appreciate your hard work over these past 2 days. You have all shown exceptional valor, achieving over 100 enemy kills. Yet, we have lost 5 brothers, 3 of whom have departed from us forever. Kowloon Zhongluen's voice resonated solemnly, his stature upright, resembling an ancient cedar in the dark of night. With foreign invaders encroaching, as members of the Kowloon clan, it is our duty to vanquish the enemy and protect our homeland. Tonight, a battalion of howitzers has descended upon this mountain, and their vehicles are hauling artillery that could threaten our fortifications. What do you propose we do? As soon as his words fell, a surge of fervor erupted among the ranks. Damn them. Yes, let us blow them up. Blow those bastards' cannons to smithereens. All right, since we are united in our resolve, I shall now assign the tasks. Sensing the moment was ripe, Kowloon Zhongluen declared. The first squad, comprising 2 members per team, is tasked with stealthily eliminating the guards beside the vehicles using daggers, with a time limit of 10 minutes. The second and third squads are responsible for installing timed explosives on the howitzers, with a countdown of 5 minutes. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Monkey. Take 1 person and locate a pile of rubble 50 meters above the mountain path to set up directional explosives. The purpose of the explosives is to shatter the rocks and send them crashing down upon the convoy. Kowloon Zhongluen continues to assign tasks. Set a 1-minute fuse. Ignite the explosives 1 minute before the convoy's timed detonation. Understood. At 2:30 a.m., the vehicles at the base of Rockfall gradually fell silent. Aside from the sentry posts set every 20 meters along both sides of the mountain path, the weary soldiers, after a long day, had already drifted into slumber. At this moment, a group of ghostly shadows silently emerged from the rocks and trees by the roadside. They deftly approached the backs of the sentries, covering the soldiers' mouths and noses, swiftly dispatching one with a sharp stroke of their daggers. In less than 10 minutes, the sentries along the half-kilometer stretch of the mountain path near Rockfall were systematically neutralized. The first guerrilla squad, renowned for their agility and skill within Kowloon village, successfully completed the task of eliminating the sentries. The remaining team members lying in ambush by the roadside received the safety signal from the first squad. Consequently, a group of shadows swiftly darted beneath the howitzers, skillfully installing the bombs and adjusting the detonation timers. Time ticked away. Just as Kowloon Zhongluen finished placing the second timed explosive, he glanced at his watch, illuminated by the faint light. 2 minutes remained until the preset explosion. It was time to retreat. With a wave of his hand, he led the way away from the howitzer, swiftly heading towards the mountain peak by the roadside. The team members who received the retreat order gradually detached from the convoy, nimbly darting into the rocky thickets, climbing upwards through the gaps between stones and trees. The previous tasks of neutralizing sentries and installing explosives had gone exceedingly smoothly. This convoy belonged to the 1st Division of the Kachin Independence Army, specifically the only 152mm Howitzer Battalion of the 2nd Mountain Brigade. Before entering the mountains, they had received intelligence from the vanguard troops of the 1st Mixed Regiment. The sole exit from Eagle Valley had been sealed by the Mixed Regiment. Meanwhile, the civilian guerrillas harassing the advancing troops numbered no more than 30 and had all been driven deep into the mountains after a round of purging. Under normal circumstances, this convoy, situated over 30 kilometers away from Eagle Valley, would be considered absolutely safe. Who would have imagined that this band of lunatics from Kowloon village would traverse such a long distance to ambush them? With 1 minute remaining until the explosion, the retreating team members had all evacuated to a height of 50 meters in the mountains. Kowloon Zhongluan cast a glance at the nearby pile of rubble, where Monkey was preparing to ignite the exposed fuse with a lighter. With 1 minute left in the countdown to detonation, everyone accelerated their retreat towards the mountaintop. Kowloon Zhongluan shouted, leading the charge towards the summit of Rockfall. The remaining 20-odd team members, filled with excitement and anticipation, followed suit. 1 minute later, they had ascended to a third of the height of Rockfall. Suddenly, the night behind them erupted in a series of deafening explosions. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of violent blasts reverberated through the mountains. Flames soared dozens of meters high, engulfing the convoy. Amidst the inferno, over 20 152mm towed howitzers, each weighing nearly 56 tons, were hurled more than half a meter into the air, only to be reduced to a heap of scrap metal in the raging fire. Immediately following, a thunderous roar erupted from the mountainside, 50 meters above the center of the convoy's explosion. Flames shot skyward as countless hard stones were dislodged, cascading down towards the convoy below amidst the thick smoke. The Kachin Independence Army's convoy at the foot of Rockfall was instantly engulfed in flames and black smoke, with massive boulders raining down from above. The sounds of wails and panicked screams pierced the inky darkness, clearly audible even to the guerrillas climbing the mountainside. Chapter 144. Behind Kowloon village, there are the Dragon Gang and that man. In the eastern suburbs of Myitkyina, the capital of Kachin State, the headquarters of the Independence Army, Commander Ganshang was perusing a telegram he had just received, his face clouded with fury. After a considerable time, he closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and struggled to suppress the boiling anger within him. After inhaling deeply for half a minute, he opened his eyes and gently placed the telegram on the table. A 30-member civilian guerrilla squad managed to annihilate one of our light armored units in less than 3 days, resulting in over 100 casualties for the 1st Mixed Regiment. Ganshang's cold voice echoed within the military operations room, causing the staff and soldiers inside to hold their breath. Can anyone tell me how these civilians appeared at Rockfall overnight? And how did they manage to destroy a significant portion of our howitzer battalion? Are you all a bunch of fools? Even a pig would squeal before being slaughtered. At this, several senior advisors nearby buried their heads even lower, unable to offer any justification. If blame were to be assigned, it should go to the battalion commander of the howitzer unit for being overly complacent and foolish. A convoy of several hundred personnel was silently infiltrated and had so many vehicles and artillery destroyed without capturing a single enemy. I say the battalion commander of the howitzer unit is a fool, and the brigade commander of the 2nd Mountain Brigade is also a fool. Even their division commander Wu Nuo is nothing more than a nest of incompetent fools. Seething with rage, Ganshang slammed his hand on the table, shouting angrily, "Inform division commander Wu Nuo that the 152mm howitzer battalion has been lost, and let him charge in with a bomb to blow up the fortress." In the brightly lit operations room, aside from the sound of telegrams being sent and received, everyone else fell silent. At that moment, and Banla, clad in a general's uniform, entered the room. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback by the cold, oppressive atmosphere inside. "Good day, Chief of Staff." In response to the greetings of those present, Banla nodded to each, his arrival seemingly alleviating the tense atmosphere in the room. "Commander Gon, are you made of iron? Did you stay up all night again? With the army advancing into the mountains, how could I find the heart to sleep? What exactly is happening? Everyone looks as if they've lost their parents. Just take a look for yourself." Ganshang gestured towards the telegram on the table, irritably sipping from a cup of instant coffee. Banla picked up the telegram, read it, frowned slightly, and sighed. "Alas, man proposes, but heaven disposes. We can only blame the howitzer battalion's misfortune. To be honest, how could this group of civilian guerrillas be so formidable?" Ganshang exhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. "It isn't that this guerrilla squad is exceptionally strong, but rather the individual who dispatched them is impressive." "Oh," Banla, perplexed, pressed for clarification. "What do you mean by that?" Ganshang took another sip of coffee to keep his weary mind alert after 2 sleepless nights. "Chief of Staff, have you considered why this guerrilla squad of fewer than 30 members exhibits such agile and astute strategies? According to the battle reports, they first ambushed and annihilated one of our armored units, then retreated unscathed. Subsequently, they led a search party of hundreds from the mixed regiment into a deadly trap, inflicting casualties on nearly an entire company of our soldiers. The following day, as the search forces reinforced their troops and implemented regional joint operations, they retreated once more in the face of adversity. In just one night, this guerrilla unit reappeared at the distant Luosher Rock, delivering a devastating blow to the artillery battalion with a timed explosive. Listening to Ganshang's account, tinged with a hint of humiliation and resentment, Banla could not help but pat him on the shoulder, offering solace. Victory and defeat are but common occurrences in warfare. We shall learn from our lessons and rise with renewed courage. Ganshang shook his head, responding, "You do not comprehend. This mountain guerrilla unit, though seemingly acting at random, is undoubtedly guided by a master strategist." "Oh," Banla exclaimed in astonishment. "Chief of Staff, do you not find it rather coincidental that the timed explosives targeting the artillery battalion appeared so fortuitously?" Ganshang persisted with his initial brainstorming, continuing, "Logically, a lightly armed jungle guerrilla unit would not possess such an abundance of timed explosives unless—" Banla's eyes brightened with realization as he interjected, "unless they have established secret supply points in the mountains." Ganshang nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, and not merely one." "Ah," Banla gasped in astonishment. "Moreover, if I am not mistaken, there has been a master tactician remotely directing this unit." Ganshang continued his analysis. The ambush on the light armored vehicles, the jungle traps, the night raid on Luoshi Rock, and the secret supply points all bear the hallmark of this individual. Banla's brow furrowed deeper, almost twisting into a knot. "General Ganshang, if this is indeed the case, we must promptly adjust our combat plans. I am concerned that the strategies we have devised may have already been anticipated by others. Perhaps they have even prepared a trap for us." Ganshang did not oppose Banla's statement, for he harbored similar thoughts, having spent the previous night in unrest. Ostensibly due to the attack on the artillery battalion, the true cause of his agitation was a sudden realization. What the Kachin army truly faced was perhaps not Kunzhai, but an insidious force lurking in the shadows, more precisely, a singular individual. This individual, Ganshang believed, could only be Lin Dong, who had recently made a name for himself by single-handedly turning the tide of the battle in Nanjing. Lin Dong was, after all, the founder of the Dragon Gang. Ganshang felt an intense instinct. This Lin Dong is no ordinary adversary. The battle in Nanjing, and even this current conflict in Eagle Valley, are likely just two of his calculated gambits. Behind Kunzhai lurks the Dragon Gang and that man. As Ganshang pondered, his thoughts slipped out. "What man?" "Lin Dong." "Lin Dong?" Banla asked, bewildered by Ganshang's seemingly unfounded assertion, yet he reminded, "General Ganshang, our main forces have begun to ascend the mountains. A great battle is imminent. If we are to modify our operational strategy, it must be done swiftly." "I understand. In a moment, I will convene a staff meeting." Ganshang replied as he rose and approached the operations map, addressing a young officer nearby with a serious tone. "Deputy Liu, where is our Mountain Eagle Special Operations team at present?" "Reporting to the general, according to information relayed from Mountain Eagle 10 minutes ago. They have entered the mountains and are expected to reach Luoshi Rock in approximately an hour and a half." "Good. Immediately instruct the Mountain Eagle Special Operations team to relentlessly pursue the guerrilla unit that attacked the artillery battalion and decisively annihilate any encountered enemies." "Understood." Chapter 145. The mysterious disappearance of the reconnaissance team Kuan led a 25-member guerrilla unit away from Luoshi Rock. After traversing 5 mountain peaks, they finally located a concealed cliff. A white waterfall cascaded from the top of the cliff, plunging into a deep pool below. Observing that his team had been tirelessly on the move for 3 consecutive days, Kuan ordered a rest, allowing for shifts of sentry duty and relaxation. The crystal-clear waters of the pool captivated the attention of most team members, who were tempted by the thought of a refreshing bath to wash away their fatigue. Particularly, the monkey, having already sat by the pool for 10 minutes playing in the water, saw no objection from the captain. Without further hesitation, he stripped off his clothes and leaped into the pool with a splash. The other team members, unable to resist the allure of the water, followed suit, shedding their garments and jumping in with jubilant shouts. After enduring numerous tense battles, they relished this rare moment of leisure. Given their familiarity with the terrain, they believed this mountainous region was safe from pursuit. They took a break for over 3 hours, bathing, eating rations, and taking turns to sleep, effectively recuperating the physical exhaustion accumulated over the past few days. By the time they finished their rest, it was nearing noon. The blazing sun hung high above the mountains, its rays growing increasingly intense as they shone upon the vast jungle. The lush, verdant canopy seemed to emanate a faint mist, imbuing the expansive, primordial wilderness with an ethereal aura. Kuan commanded the team to resume their journey towards supply point number 9, located 12 kilometers away. To ensure safety along the route, a 3-member reconnaissance team was dispatched ahead by 1 kilometer to scout. Should any unusual circumstances arise, they would promptly issue warnings via communicator or signal gun. As an expert in mountain guerrilla warfare, Kuan understood the paramount importance of reconnaissance. By 3 p.m., the team had advanced approximately 9 kilometers through the dense forest. They were now close to supply point number 9. Following the usual route, They merely needed to cross a wide expanse of shrubbery at the foot of the mountain and then scale the opposite peak to reach their destination. However, the grassy terrain that Kowloon would typically traverse without hesitation posed a challenge today. The reason being, the three-member reconnaissance team had not reported back in over 10 minutes. The communicator remained silent, and it seemed as though the three team members had vanished without a trace. Years of honed vigilance alerted Kowloon to the burgeoning sense of danger. Consequently, as the unit descended the mountainside to the halfway point, he commanded everyone to take cover and enhance their alertness. He, along with the monkey, stealthily climbed a sturdy pomelo tree, concealing themselves among the foliage as they scanned the opposite forest with binoculars. "Captain, do you see anything?" the monkey asked, nervously peering through the broad leaves of the pomelo tree, fixated on the trees atop the distant peak. "I see nothing. But the fact that we cannot reach the third brother concerns me. Something must have gone awry," Kowloon replied, all the while scrutinizing the suspicious thicket through his binoculars. He calculated that from their concealed position, the distance across the grassy expanse to the opposite mountainside was approximately 1,000 meters. Given the considerable distance and the thick undergrowth, it would be challenging to discern the situation on the opposing mountain with the naked eye. The reconnaissance team, led by the third brother, had agreed to scout 1 kilometer ahead, and they should have been nearing the halfway point of the opposite mountain. Yet, the entire group had inexplicably vanished. Not to mention the failure to issue any warning via the communicator, they had not even had time to fire a signal flare. Such a simple action had gone unexecuted. 3 living individuals, and among them, the 3 most adept at reconnaissance from their tribe. What perils did they encounter upon entering that jungle? "Monkey, in 4 hours. Darkness will descend, and the fate of Brother San remains uncertain. We cannot afford to wait idly." Kowloon lowered the binoculars in his hands and spoke with a somber tone. "Captain, what should we do? Please give the orders." Monkey replied with unwavering determination, anxious for Brother San's safety more than anyone else. In their tribe, in terms of kinship, Brother San was the closest to him, as they were cousins within 3 generations. "Monkey, take the first squad and advance stealthily towards the thicket 800 meters to the south. If you encounter danger, retaliate immediately." "Understood." Additionally, instruct the third squad to find 2 individuals to fire a few shots across the way, but be cautious not to expose themselves. "Got it. I will arrange it right away." Monkey received his orders and swiftly descended the teak tree, nimbly darting towards the concealed position of the team. Shortly after, the sounds of automatic rifles echoed through the woods. As the gunfire erupted, birds took flight from both hills. Through his binoculars, Kowloon discerned that several areas on the opposite mountainside were conspicuously devoid of avian activity. Those spots certainly harbored trouble. Perhaps, indeed, an enemy ambush lay in wait. A sinking feeling gripped him, causing his skin to involuntarily prickle. They could precisely track their movements and set ambush along the guerrillas' path. This group could not possibly be an ordinary contingent of the Kachin Independence Army. How formidable must this force be to easily subdue Brother San's reconnaissance team? On the opposing peak, amidst a thicket of thorns, a camouflage-clad sniper's barrel extended outward. The high-powered scope of the sniper rifle focused on a distant branch of a teak tree, where a man lay with binoculars in hand. Sniper point 3, at 1 o'clock. 10-20 meters away, visual on 1 enemy leader. Should we engage? Hold on, we cannot alert the enemy yet. Understood, Sniper point 3 acknowledges. The corner of the sniper's mouth curled into a smirk, pondering. Having just annihilated another reconnaissance team, the enemy already fired a few shots across the mountain. They have certainly alerted their foes. I wonder what the captain is thinking. What are we waiting for? Could it be he has a formidable plan in mind? The sniper silently mulled over these thoughts, well aware not to voice any doubts. In the eyes of their elite Mountain Eagle Special Forces, the 33-year-old Captain Ongduk was akin to a war god. Wherever Ongduk appeared, regardless of how cunning or formidable the enemy, annihilation was their only fate. Thus, even the typically stern Kachin king Ding Ing affectionately referred to him as the Divine Eagle. The Divine Eagle, the god of war among the mountain eagles. With this thought, the sniper, concealed among the thorns, silently smiled. He glanced at the light blue insignia on his right arm, depicting a vividly embroidered black eagle, poised to take flight. After several gunshots, tranquility returned to the mountains. Kowloon slid down from the tree and returned to the team, commanding the remaining 2 guerrilla squads to find hidden positions and lie in wait. Crouched beside a thicket overrun with ivy, Kowloon recalled the earlier events atop the tree. A cold sweat trickled down his back. He had been too careless to ascend a tree with only leaves for cover. Had the enemy possessed a sniper, he might have met his demise. Fortunately, he escaped unscathed, but he felt an increasing dread for Monkey and the first squad. Yet, the arrow was already knocked, and it must be released. Since they had reached this location and inexplicably lost 3 members, they had to ascertain the enemy's details. Bam! 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 Rat-tat-tat. An hour later, an abrupt cacophony of gunfire erupted from the mountainside opposite. Leaves rustled, followed closely by the sound of several grenades exploding. Boom, boom. Flames flickered, and thick smoke billowed amidst the trees. Kowloon Zhongluan's heart tightened. He knew that Monkey and his team had likely engaged the enemy. Monkey, what's the situation? Please respond. A cacophony of noise reverberated through the military communicator. After a considerable wait, Monkey's anxious breaths finally came through. Captain, we've fallen into an ambush. The enemy's firepower is overwhelming, and their marksmanship is exceptional. They have a sniper. Kowloon Zhongluan's heart sank. This was bad. There was indeed a sniper? This group was certainly not an ordinary faction of the Kachin army. Monkey, what is the casualty situation? Can you retreat? Captain, we've lost 4 men. 3 were taken out by sniper fire. Hurry, we need to find a way to pull back. There's no time, Captain. Our squad is surrounded. There are about 30 enemy fighters, and their individual tactical skills are extremely high. Hearing Monkey's voice, Kowloon Zhongluan felt a deep pain clenching his heart. Monkey, listen to me. Do not give up. Find a way to retreat. I know, Captain. I see them. Boom, boom. Another series of violent explosions erupted, and from the communicator, it was evident that the blast zones were perilously close to Monkey. Monkey, are you all right? Please respond. After several rounds of calls, there was no reply from the other end of the communicator. Kowloon Zhongluan's heart raced, and his eyes turned red. Captain, I'm fine. I was hit in the thigh by shrapnel. Damn it. How did they throw those grenades? Monkey's voice crackled back through the communicator. You scare me there, Monkey. Can you still move? I doubt it. It's pointless to return now. We've lost 6 men, and Big Lin was just blown away, along with Little Black. Monkey, listen to me. Even if you were the last one standing, find a way to get back. Kowloon Zhongluan's heart bled, his trembling lips bitten until they bled. Captain, they're using American-made M727 carbines. Monkey's breathless voice came through, fragmented. Kowloon Zhongluan realized that Monkey's condition was dire. He must be severely injured. American-made M727 carbines? The weapons used by the Navy SEALs? Kowloon Zhongluan suppressed the rising panic and sorrow, whispering, No, it's the Mountain Eagles. This group is the Kachin Independence Army's elite Mountain Eagle Special Forces. Ongduk lay concealed in a thicket, calmly directing the battle through an earpiece communicator. An hour prior, he had prevented the sniper at point 3 from taking out the enemy commander, waiting for this group of unsuspecting prey. His suspicions were confirmed, to gather intelligence. The cunning guerrillas had indeed dispatched a small team to stealthily approach from the thicket on the mountainside. Knowing this, the Mountain Eagle Special Forces were, of course, well prepared. They had deliberately left an opening, waiting for the guerrilla team to enter the ambush zone before suddenly encircling and annihilating them. In addition to the 30 men in the first squad, tasked with monitoring the main force of the guerrillas, the second squad of the Mountain Eagles had perfectly encircled this group of infiltrators. 30 against 10, a decisive 3-to-1 advantage in numbers, weapons and equipment, tactical proficiency, individual combat capability, and teamwork have all converged to create a comprehensive domination. This final outcome was predetermined from the very beginning. The mountain ambush, characterized by a stark disparity in strength, has persisted for nearly 10 minutes. Under the relentless barrage of gunfire and precise shooting, the encircled guerrilla squad has been nearly annihilated, leaving only one survivor, Monkey. At this moment, Monkey is bleeding profusely, his blood staining the grass beneath him. The pallor has drained from his sharp, gaunt face as he leans against a sturdy locust tree, gasping for breath. His trembling right hand still clutches a PP-91 submachine gun tightly. Monkey retrieves the last black magazine from his waist and loads it into the weapon. Captain, I'm leaving now. Please remember to check on my mother when you have the chance. He gasps, his voice crackling through the communicator, reaching Kowloon Zhongluan's ears. A heavy sorrow envelopes Kowloon Zhongluan, and he closes his eyes in anguish. The sound of gunfire in the mountains intensifies momentarily before fading into silence. Soon, the communicator in Kowloon Zhongluan's hand falls silent, devoid of any further sounds. The captain quietly deactivates the dedicated channel for the first squad, his eyes reddening as he gazes out at the distant hillside, a kilometer away. In that dense thicket, thick smoke still lingers among the branches, refusing to dissipate. Ongduk retracts his binoculars and gives a thumbs up to the sniper position nearby. That final shot was a perfect headshot. In just 10 minutes, he has effortlessly dispatched 10 enemies without sustaining a single casualty on his side. This is the true combat prowess of the Mountain Eagle Special Forces. The remnants of the enemy are on the verge of fleeing. Relay the order. First squad, pursue and track the enemy. Second squad, maneuver around the right flank. Ensure the complete annihilation of the guerrilla remnants before darkness falls. Ongduk raises 2 fingers to his right ear, coolly stating, We, the Mountain Eagles, always strike with lethal precision. Gentlemen, the second round of hunting is about to commence. First squad received. Second squad received. In the dense forest. The acrid smoke from the recent battle hangs thickly in the air. The 60-member Mountain Eagle Special Forces have dispersed into 6 teams of 10, quietly positioned among the verdant foliage, clad in deep green camouflage uniforms, adorned with simulated foliage, and faces smeared with camouflage paint. Each individual stands remarkably poised. All units, check your weapons and ammunition. Synchronize your watches. At 4:20 p.m., the Mountain Eagle hunting operation begins. Chapter 147. Leave this Mountain Eagle to me. In the dense jungle, a 12-member team is crossing a mountain stream. Their clothing and camouflage are stained with blood, and several members bear multiple bandages on their limbs. After an hour of flight, the guerrilla squad has lost 4 more members, and the remaining survivors are all injured. Faced with the relentless and fierce pursuit of the Mountain Eagle Special Forces, the mountain guerrilla team, led by Kowloon Zhongluan, has lost all spirit. These men are considered the strongest fighters in Kowloon village. They may hold their own against regular troops, but the problem is that they are up against the Mountain Eagles, ranked among the top 3 in the world for mountain special operations. Fortunately, Kowloon Zhongluan is well versed in the terrain of this area, allowing them to evade multiple near catastrophes. The continuous attrition and the frustration of being forced to flee rather than confront the enemy head-on have pushed Kowloon Zhongluan to the brink of madness. The loss of familiar brothers, especially Monkey, has struck him profoundly. Were it not for a lingering belief sustaining him, he would have already succumbed. The enemy is too powerful, their weaponry superior, and their numbers overwhelming. Fleeing like this is not a viable option. After crossing the stream, Kowloon Zhongluan seizes a brief moment of respite to propose his plan. We must split up. I will lead 3 of our brothers to divert the pursuers. Kowloon Sha, you take the second squad and wade north through the river. Once you reach the supply point 6, find a place to hide and contact the command center to report our situation. The 30-year-old man known as Kowloon Sha's expression shifts dramatically, and he immediately protests. No. You are the leader. The guerrilla team needs you, and many situations require your direct report. I will lead the second squad to draw off the enemy. You go to supply point 6. Kowloon Zhongluan's eyes redden, yet his tone remains calm. No arguments. This is an order. Kowloon Sha gazes at the bloodied face of his captain, determination etched in his eyes. Then I must disobey once. Second squad, follow me forward. With that, Kowloon Sha turns without a backward glance and plunges into the nearby thicket, followed resolutely by the 5 members of the second squad. Kowloon Zhongluan attempts to intervene, but it is too late. He stomps his foot and calls out to their retreating figures, you must return alive. The evening sun hangs low, half hidden behind the distant ridge. The golden-red afterglow reflects off the river, reminiscent of the tragic blood that flows in battle. Into the river, head north. Kowloon Zhongluan slings his rifle and leads the way into the shallow waters, moving swiftly northward. Behind him, 5 solemn yet resolute team members follow closely. Everyone understands that Kowloon Sha and his team are unlikely to survive their mission to draw off the enemy. In this mountainous forest, 6 injured individuals will face a tenfold threat from the pursuing Mountain Eagle Special Forces. No miracle can be expected. 20 minutes later, Ongduk leads the first squad of Mountain Eagles across the stream. He crouches at the edge of the riverbank, meticulously examining the traces left by the prey on the grass. Report to the captain. The second squad is marching rapidly and has arrived at the Leech Valley, 3 kilometers ahead, setting up an ambush. The communicator jogs over, standing at attention as he speaks. Ongduk nods, his brow furrowed. Understood. Inform the second squad that once the prey enters the trap, they are to tighten the noose. This time, we cannot allow a single enemy to escape. Received. Ongduk claps his hands, rises, and strides toward the riverbank. He gazes intently at a patch of grass bent underfoot, and his mind begins to formulate a conclusion. This cunning guerrilla squad has only about 10 members left, and they have split up. After dividing, heading north along the river leads to the desolate deep mountains, while southward leads into the old Eagle Valley. Ongduk can almost ascertain that the only escape route for these individuals lies in retreating north into the deep mountains. This is because prior intelligence from the headquarters indicated that these guerrillas had established multiple wartime supply points deep in the mountains. Want to escape? It's not that simple. A cold, contemptuous smile creeps onto Ongduk's dark face. Order, split the first squad into 2 teams of 10, pursue the enemy north along the river. They are likely to have divided their forces in retreat. The remainder will follow me to rendezvous with the second squad and annihilate the remaining enemies. In the Eagle Valley, the wartime command post of Kowloon Village, Lin Dong, who is smoking in the operations room, has just received a report from Kowloon Fong, the mountain guerrilla team, which had been faring well in recent days, has suddenly encountered an ambush and relentless pursuit from an elite special forces unit today. The guerrilla team has suffered heavy losses. Originally comprising 3 squads, including Captain Kowloon Zhongluan, totaling 31 members, they had only lost 5 in days of combat. Yet, after encountering this mysterious unit, Within just a few hours, they have lost 20 men. The grievous battle losses left Confronting momentarily unable to accept the reality. Have we identified the unit number of the enemy forces? Lin Dong inquired, maintaining a semblance of calm, as he had anticipated such an eventuality from the very beginning. Thus, he had specifically instructed Kowloon before departing. If the casualties were severe, he should immediately retreat to the depths of the mountains to lie low and await an opportune moment. Based on the analysis of the engagement, the ambushers were likely the elite Kachin Army, the Mountain Eagle Special Operations Team. The Mountain Eagle Special Operations Team? Indeed, this unit has always been shrouded in mystery. Yet there is no doubt regarding its formidable combat prowess. Oh, do you possess extensive knowledge about the Mountain Eagles? Lin Dong's interest was piqued, as he rarely encountered adversaries worthy of his attention. Not much. There are numerous rumors concerning the Mountain Eagle Special Operations Team, but truly useful intelligence is scarce. Confronting steadied himself, pulling away from the tumult of losing his comrades, and continued, I only know that this team comprises a small number of around 60 individuals, trained and equipped in the manner of the American Navy SEALs. They excel in mountain and jungle warfare, and it is rumored that in terms of specialized mountain operations, the Mountain Eagles could rank among the top 3 globally, perhaps even claim the top spot. Listening to Confronting's description, Lin Dong revealed a subtle, knowing smile. Interesting. The Kachin King is indeed investing heavily this time. Has Kowloon retreated to the supply point? Confronting's expression darkened as he replied, Kowloon, accompanied by 5 surviving members of the 3rd Squad, returned to supply point number 6 at 9:20 p.m. However, the 1st and 2nd Squads have suffered complete annihilation. The Mountain Eagles have deduced the existence of our supply point and are intensifying their search in that area. Kowloon and his team may be in imminent danger. Lin Dong sighed, placing a reassuring hand on Confronting's shoulder. Let Kowloon enter a state of silence. There is no need to contact headquarters. I shall take responsibility for dealing with the Mountain Eagles. Chapter 148, Bombardment of the Eagle Valley Fortress. March 20th, 10 a.m. After nearly 1,000 soldiers toiled for 2 days and nights, the trench fortifications and artillery positions outside Eagle Valley Pass were finally completed. The main force of the Kachin Independence Army, under the command of Commander Wu Nuo, gradually arrived at the valley's encampment. Thus, apart from the 1st Mountain Combined Regiment, which had arrived first, the remaining units of the 1st Division had also entered the mountains. The entire division, comprising over 10,000 personnel, included a fully staffed howitzer battalion. Alongside them were the Mountain Eagle Special Operations Team, which had already penetrated deep into the mountains to hunt down the guerrilla forces, as well as the Black Hawk Armed Helicopter Battalion, stationed several dozen kilometers away at the mountain pass, on high alert. The forces poised to assault Eagle Valley were now fully assembled. Commander Dubalai of the 1st Combined Regiment dedicated 4 days to deploying nearly a battalion in search operations, yet could not eradicate the guerrilla forces in the mountainous terrain, suffering losses exceeding 100 men instead. The Mountain Eagle Special Operations Team executed several impressive ambushes in the jungle, successfully eliminating the majority of the cunning guerrilla forces' combat capabilities in just 9 hours. It was said that the remaining guerrilla remnants could only flee in disarray into the depths of the mountains, where they would inevitably meet their demise under the relentless pursuit of the Mountain Eagles. 35 kilometers from Eagle Valley Pass lay the forward howitzer position. At this moment, 12 152mm howitzers and 36 105mm howitzers were arrayed in 3 neat rows on the gentle earthen slope. All cannons were adjusted to precise angles, menacingly aimed at the distant fortress at the valley's mouth. With an effective range exceeding 15 kilometers, the 152mm howitzers would have the fortress effectively within their sights. However, whether they could inflict significant damage upon this concrete bastion, seamlessly integrated with the surrounding rock, remained to be seen once the bombardment commenced. Report to the commander. The artillery parameters have been adjusted, and we are ready to fire at your command. At the artillery position, Commander Wu Nuo, dressed in his general's uniform, stood proudly at the forefront of a group of officers, nodding with satisfaction. He pointed toward the towering Eagle Valley Fortress and asked, Can our artillery demolish this turtle shell? The howitzer battalion commander, a seemingly simple-minded middle-aged man, hesitated before responding. Commander, that's difficult to say. What do you mean by that? Wu Nuo fixed a discontented gaze upon him. Are you implying that our numerous heavy cannons cannot breach a mere fortress? The battalion commander, resigned, replied, Commander, theoretically. If the 152mm howitzers were equipped with high explosive shells and fired at a small angle, they could penetrate a 60-centimeter thick concrete wall. However, but what? Stop stammering and speak plainly. Wu Nuo's impatience was evident as he furrowed his brow. Yes. The battalion commander straightened his posture and continued with a professional explanation. But this is merely theoretical, for being 35 kilometers away from the fortress. We cannot employ low-angle direct fire. Furthermore, we are uncertain about the actual thickness of the fortress's outer walls. If the wall exceeds 1 meter in thickness, a single shell from the 152mm howitzer would not suffice. It would require a continuous barrage of 34 shells striking the same point to potentially breach it. Upon hearing the battalion commander's analysis, Wu Nua's expression soured, and he snorted derisively. Humph! I care not what methods you employ or the difficulties you face. Within 3 days, you must create a breach for me. The first round of bombardment shall commence in 1 hour. With that, Wu Nua turned his back, leading the accompanying officers away without a glance back. Yes, my subordinates shall not disappoint the commander's expectations. We will exert every effort. The seemingly simple battalion commander stood rooted in place for a moment after the commander and officers departed, a flicker of resignation and bitterness crossing his gaze. To create a breach in 3 days, how many shells will that require? Moreover, do you not see that this concrete fortress is seamlessly integrated with the surrounding rock? Alas! At 11 a.m., within the fortress's 3rd level, Lin Dong and the Kuan brothers sat together discussing enemy intelligence. Suddenly, a series of deafening explosions erupted from outside the fortress. Boom, boom, boom. The unexpected assault sent tremors throughout the solid bastion. The violent detonations caused the teacups atop the table to quiver slightly. The enemy's bombardment had commenced. All artillery ports and shooting apertures, save for the necessary observation windows, were to be sealed immediately. Kuan-Feng leapt from his chair in shock, hastily activating the communicator to issue combat orders. All personnel, return to your respective combat positions and be prepared to engage at any moment. The shells continued to rain down upon the fortress, countless projectiles cascading mercilessly upon the concrete outer walls. The pass at Eagle Valley was engulfed in a conflagration, with thick smoke billowing skyward. The Kachin forces had officially launched their offensive against Eagle Valley. The thunderous roar of artillery echoed throughout the valley, reaching even the heavy machine gun positions at Eagle Tail Cliff, 5 kilometers away. 25 minutes later, the first round of bombardment finally ceased. The Kachin Independence Army's howitzer battalion had unleashed a substantial volume of shells upon the Eagle Valley fortress in the initial barrage. A fully staffed artillery battalion, consisting of 12 152mm howitzers and 36 105mm howitzers, totaling 48 pieces of artillery, had fired with relentless fervor. The standard ammunition load of a cannon is 60 shells. In less than half an hour, this concrete fortress, towering at 60 meters and spanning approximately 100 meters in width, endured the relentless barrage of 880 heavy artillery shells. From a distance at the valley's entrance, the artillery battalion commander raised his binoculars, meticulously assessing the impact of the bombardment. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the once formidable and sturdy exterior of the fortress exhibited significant damage and flaking in numerous areas, while the surrounding rocky terrain had transformed into a charred wasteland. The extent of the damage was disappointingly minimal. Indeed, it was a tough shell to crack. The battalion commander shook his head, muttering in resignation. Inside the fortress, Kuan-Feng, relieved that the bombardment had ceased, quietly exhaled. Although he had always held confidence in the Eagle Valley fortress, experiencing such a fierce artillery assault for the first time had momentarily raised his anxiety levels. Do not fret. The 2-meter-thick reinforced concrete outer walls can withstand at least 810 direct hits from a 152mm howitzer, even at the same impact point, Lin Dong stated, lighting a cigarette and speaking slowly. Throughout the bombardment, his demeanor had remained remarkably composed, as if he regarded the artillery fire with indifference. I was overly apprehensive. Kuan-Feng chuckled awkwardly. In the spirit of reciprocity, Kuan-Feng, have someone open the firing port and prepare a Barrett for me, Lin Dong remarked, exhaling a plume of smoke. Understood. Kuan-Feng replied, momentarily taken aback, and instructed his subordinates to make the necessary arrangements. Boss Lin, what are you planning to do? Kuan-Feng inquired, perplexed. Could it be that Boss Lin intends to use the Barrett to target the artillery positions? But is that even feasible? It's at least 35 kilometers from here to the howitzer positions. At such a distance, hitting a target would be a challenge, let alone identifying it. The Barrett has a caliber of 127 millimeters, an effective range of 2,000 meters, and a maximum range of up to 6,800 meters. Just because others cannot, does not mean I cannot, Lin Dong replied, facing his astonished subordinates with a comfortable lean, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. Chapter 149, Naked Eye Sniping. A Hell on Earth. After finishing a cigarette, Lin Dong ambled towards a firing port on the 3rd floor, casually seizing a sleek black Barrett sniper rifle. Peering through the port, he could distinctly observe the howitzer positions 35 kilometers away. Activating his extraordinary vision, even without binoculars or a scope, the distant scene unfolded before him with crystal clarity. Lin Dong could even discern the minute circular buttons on the soldiers' uniforms, as well as the long, thick shells stored within the ammunition boxes behind the howitzers. At that moment, the artillery positions became bustling once more, as the soldiers swiftly transported boxes of shells from a makeshift ammunition depot located behind a small hill. Judging by the activity, the enemy's second round of bombardment would commence shortly. Lin Dong roughly estimated the ammunition boxes. This round of firepower would not be less than 2 full loads. In other words, the high explosive shells soon to rain upon the fortress would exceed 700, enduring such an intense barrage in a short span. Even the sturdiest of fortresses would inevitably sustain significant damage. The battalion commander was indeed quite audacious. Aware of the enemy artillery's intentions, Lin Dong resolved not to allow his adversary an easy victory. He remained at the firing port, scrutinizing the distant positions for another 10 minutes, until he noted that the 2 ammunition loads had been fully transported. An officer resembling a battalion commander issued the command to take their positions. A flurry of artillerymen scurried to the 48 howitzer positions, expertly executing a series of standard operations, securing their positions, inspecting the barrels and ammunition, recalibrating target parameters, and adjusting elevation and azimuth angles to aim at the target. To Lin Dong's surprise, the faces of these soldiers were filled with expressions of cruelty and excitement. War not only instills fear, but also unveils the primal instincts buried deep within human nature. The enemy's second round of artillery fire was about to commence. Lin Dong muttered to himself, retracting his gaze from the distant battlefield and casually detaching the high-powered scope from the Barrett. The Kowloon brothers exchanged incredulous glances, bewildered by Lin Dong's intentions. "Boss Lin, what are you doing?" Confronting inquired, perplexed. Those familiar with basic sniping knowledge understood that long-distance shots without the aid of a high-powered scope rendered one nearly blind. At a staggering distance of 500 meters, it was nearly impossible to see clearly, let alone hit a target. "Boss Lin, you can't possibly be considering sniping the artillery positions with just your naked eye, can you?" Confronting, equally baffled, interjected. "Who says one cannot snipe with the naked eye?" Lin Dong retorted nonchalantly, having already removed the high-powered scope. "In a moment, you shall witness how to eliminate an artillery battalion using just a Barrett." "What? Eliminate an artillery battalion? This is utterly insane," the Kowloon brothers exclaimed in unison, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Their outburst drew the attention of nearby guards, while the guards were equally astonished by Lin Dong's audacity. The looming pressure from the distant artillery left them little room to ponder further. A spectacular event was on the brink of unfolding. Lin Dong cast aside the scope, squinted his eyes, and a fierce glint flashed within them, an invisible aura of lethal intent soaring skyward. The artillery positions, located 500 meters from the Eagle Valley Fortress, had completed all preparatory work for firing. 48 cannons, arranged in 3 neat rows, stood ready before the earthen slope, their dark muzzles pointed menacingly at the distant concrete structure, awaiting the command from the battalion commander. In a matter of 50 minutes, thousands of shells would rain down upon their target. This round of bombardment would utilize a full 2 loads of ammunition. Even if it did not collapse the fortress, it would certainly strip away its protective shell. The battalion commander surveyed the rows of cannons with satisfaction, raising his binoculars for one final assessment of the target. Within the lenses, the fortress appeared eerily quiet. Yet, as the commander of the artillery battalion, he felt no trepidation. He knew that the mountain folk opposite them possessed no heavy weaponry that could threaten their positions, aside from light arms. Otherwise, the regiment commander would not have insisted on placing the artillery positions on the gentle slope, fully exposed to the enemy's line of sight. However, this strategy had its advantages. The angle of the howitzers was minimized, enhancing the effectiveness of the bombardment. The battalion commander lowered his binoculars, instinctively adjusting his colonel's uniform. A surge of adrenaline coursing through his veins. "Order, due west, 500 meters, fire at will." As 3 flag bearers swiftly relayed the command, all the artillery positions promptly loaded their shells at maximum speed. The commander, suppressing the rising excitement within him, raised his right hand, poised to issue the firing command. Suddenly, an alarming sensation pierced his heart. He halted in shock, instinctively raising his gaze towards the distant target. In the next moment, he seemed to catch sight of a gray shadow darting across his field of vision. With a dull thud, the battalion commander's head exploded in a gruesome display, showering the area with splattered red and white matter. How is this possible? There's a sniper. This was the last thought that crossed the mind of the battalion commander before he succumbed to the abyss of darkness. Alas, the battalion commander has been slain. Swiftly, take cover. The enemy has snipers. The artillery position, which was initially braced for action, plunged into a brief state of chaos. Numerous soldiers, paralyzed by shock and fear, stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. Immediately report to the regiment headquarters. Each company must assume command. In this moment of crisis, a young officer resembling a major stepped forward, attempting to regain control of the tumultuous situation. Bang! A dull crack of a sniper's rifle echoed through the air, swiftly interrupted by a thunderous explosion. In the center of the position, a 152mm howitzer was overturned in a towering inferno of flames exceeding 20 meters, quickly transforming into a heap of scrap metal. Beside the howitzer, a crate of high-explosive shells was struck, igniting a chain reaction triggered by a heavy sniper's bullet. The violent explosion then provoked a secondary detonation among a stack of ammunition boxes situated behind the gun carriage. Boom, boom. A blinding light flashed as thick black smoke billowed. The soldiers surrounding the cannon, caught off guard, were obliterated by the ferocity of the blast. The simultaneous detonation of over 100 high-explosive shells was no trivial matter. Soon, the massive fireball ignited another cache of shells, flames shooting skyward as soil was propelled hundreds of meters into the air. More terrifying still, as several deadly Barrett rounds whizzed in, they precisely penetrated additional ammunition boxes, inciting even more ferocious explosions. The cacophony of detonations reverberated through the earth, accompanied by towering flames, swiftly coalescing into an immense mushroom cloud above the mountains. In a mere 10 minutes, the artillery position, spanning nearly 1,000 meters, was utterly dismantled by the self-detonation of thousands of shells. The deafening roar eclipsed the countless agonized cries of despair, but soon, these desperate soldiers were reduced to charred remnants or scattered flesh. From the fortress of Eagle Valley, the artillery position, several kilometers away, resembled a hellscape ravaged by searing heat and flames. Lin, what on earth have you done? At the observation window, on the third level of the fortress, Kuanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock. Beside him, Kuanxing and a cadre of guards were equally transfixed, gawking at the distant flames and smoke. They occasionally glanced at Lin Dong, who stood calmly with his Barrett, as though he were a monstrous apparition. With a single-handed effort, he had executed a naked-eye sniper shot from 35 kilometers away, annihilating an enemy artillery battalion in just 10 minutes. Is this even human? Everyone, don't be so alarmed. I merely fired a few shots, Lin Dong remarked, holstering his weapon, calmly absorbing the astonished gazes around him, a mischievous smile revealing rows of gleaming white teeth. M82A1, Barrett, Sniper Rifle. Chapter 150. Is there truly such a thing as superhumans in this world? The earth-shattering explosion at the artillery position reverberated throughout half of the Ganshi mountain range. The commotion caused by the explosion even reached the Black Hawk helicopter squadron, stationed over 80 kilometers away. 25 fully armed Black Hawk helicopters, although not ordered to engage, swiftly transitioned to a state of heightened readiness. Meanwhile, the Kachin Army's 1st Division, responsible for sweeping Eagle Valley, was situated less than 5 kilometers from the blast's epicenter. At this moment, the division headquarters was in complete disarray. Frantic figures rushed about, the air filled with urgent communications and the clamor of telegrams, a cacophony of chaos. Division Commander Wu Nua stood atop a small hill outside the command post, flanked by guards and several staff officers, his expression grim and ashen. The explosion, several kilometers away, rumbled for a full 15 minutes before gradually subsiding. A colossal mushroom cloud soared into the sky. Even from behind several mountain ranges, the ferocity of this massive explosion was palpable. The artillery battalion has been obliterated? On the hillside, Wu Nua gazed towards the distant black smoke, painfully closing his eyes. Have the reasons been ascertained? A colonel, appearing visibly shaken, took a deep breath, suppressing his trepidation, and stepped forward to respond in a somber tone. We have dispatched personnel to investigate. The precise cause of the explosion remains undetermined. However, one thing is certain. Such an intense explosion was undoubtedly due to the sequential detonation of the shells in the position. Wu Nua's eyes snapped open, filled with fury. In broad daylight, how could a battalion of hundreds be inexplicably detonated? Don't tell me it was the people of Eagle Valley from 35 kilometers away. The colonel lowered his head, nervously replying, although the commander finds it rather implausible, based on current analysis, this is the only explanation that holds water. I found it quite curious during our inspection of the artillery position. Why would the battalion set up so close to the fortress, and not on the reverse slope of the hill? At these words, Wu Nua's gaze sharpened, a chilling glint evident, as he coldly inquired, why did the battalion do this? Have they lost their minds? The colonel, startled by the commander's piercing gaze, quickly explained, Commander, I had inquired with the battalion commander at the time, and his response was that it was a firm requirement from Colonel Dubois Lai of the 1st Mixed Regiment. Colonel Dubois believed that Eagle Valley lacked heavy weaponry, and even if the artillery position was exposed, it would pose no danger. At this moment, Wu Nua's face turned a shade of iron as frost gathered upon it. He abruptly turned his head, summoned Colonel Dubois Lai to the division headquarters immediately. He must arrive within 30 minutes. Otherwise, he shall face dire consequences. Yes. The news of the artillery position's destruction quickly reached the Kachin Independence Army headquarters in Myitkyina. Upon reading the telegram, Commander Ganshang furiously smashed a teacup on his desk, exclaiming, "Damn it, is the battalion commander another fool? Setting up a position recklessly is unforgivable." Yet another artillery battalion lost. In the operations room, Chief of Staff En Ban La discreetly exchanged glances with the nearby guards. The guards understood and quietly knelt to collect the shards of the broken teacup from the floor. This marked the fifth cup that Commander Gan had shattered in recent days, each time requiring his personal guard to assist in the cleanup. Ironically, the Chief of Staff insisted that the cups not be replaced with stainless steel ones, claiming it was beneficial for the commander to have an outlet for his frustrations. "Commander Gan, the situation has already unfolded. Mere anger will not suffice," En Ban La calmly interjected. "Identifying the root of the problem is paramount. What do you believe the Eagle Valley possesses that could threaten the artillery battalion?" The anger boiling within Commander Gan was successfully diverted by these words. And after a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Eagle Valley lacks substantial heavy weaponry, but they have one individual, Lin Dong." "Lin Dong? Surely not. Can he single-handedly annihilate an artillery battalion? With this individual present, nothing is impossible." "Commander Gan, why do you hold Lin Dong in such high regard? Could you be overestimating him? I assure you, Chief of Staff, we have yet to truly understand who Lin Dong is. He is the founder of the Dragon Gang, renowned for his exploits in the Battle of Nanshan in the Kokong region. Not only that, Chief of Staff, please follow me. I have something to show you." Commander Gan sighed and led En Ban La into his office, shutting the door behind them. He approached a desk, unlocked it, and solemnly retrieved a file folder from the drawer. "This dossier contains all the information I was able to uncover about Lin Dong using half of the power of the Eye of Heaven," Ganshang stated as he handed the file over. En Ban La, perplexed, accepted it without opening it, already feeling a wave of shock wash over him. To investigate a single individual, Ganshang had actually employed another ace of the Kachin army, utilizing half of its formidable strength. It is worth noting that the Eye of Heaven intelligence organization is even more enigmatic than the Mountain Eagle Special Forces. Among the high-ranking officials of the Kachin army, no more than 5 are aware of its existence. What sort of allure does this young man, Lin Dong, possess to command such significant attention from the self-important Ganshang? You will understand once you read it. Ganshang's calm, yet meaningful voice echoed in En Ban La's ears. Eagerly, he tore open the file folder, extracting a thick stack of papers within. 10 minutes later, after perusing the investigative material, En Ban La lifted his gaze, unable to conceal the astonishment etched across his features. "Is this information credible?" Ganshang scoffed lightly. "Given that it cost half the resources of the Eye of Heaven to obtain, what do you think?" "Indeed. But the contents are so shocking that I find it hard to accept all at once." En Ban La retrieved a handkerchief from his military uniform pocket, trembling as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "It's normal. When I first saw it, I was even more taken aback than you. Is it possible that there truly are superhumans in this world?" Ganshang reassured him, fully understanding the Chief of Staff's dismay. After all, the revelations contained within the dossier were utterly astounding, completely overturning the worldview of an ordinary person. "Commander Gan, who else has seen this investigative report? Does the Commander-in-Chief know?" En Ban La suddenly recalled another crucial question and inquired. "Rest assured, aside from the head of the Eye of Heaven and myself, you are the third person to have seen this document. Commander Gan, I personally advise against informing the Commander-in-Chief for the time being." "I understand. The Eye of Heaven was established by me, and I can guarantee confidentiality." En Ban La gave a thumbs up to Ganshang in appreciation and then asked, "Will the battle for Eagle Valley continue?" "Why not? This is an excellent opportunity to test Lin Dong's capabilities and see if he is truly as formidable as the report suggests." Ganshang raised an eyebrow, a sly smile creeping across his face. "Additionally, through this engagement, we might cause some losses to Commander Ding while simultaneously drawing a powerful adversary for him. How splendid would that be?" "That makes sense, but we should consider a backup plan. This battle is not guaranteed to be a victory for the Kachin army. And oh, with Lin Dong in play, a victory is virtually impossible." The two stood by the desk, exchanging knowing glances, a shared understanding reflected in their smiles. Chapter 151. On a dark and windy night, the rivers of blood shall flow. Commander Gan, with the artillery battalion decimated, how do you plan to approach the battle for Eagle Valley? En Ban La asked, their thoughts clearly aligned, making it unnecessary to conceal certain matters. With the artillery gone, we can substitute with manpower. Let us not forget that the 1st Division still has 10,000 troops. Ganshang replied without hesitation. The entire division's strength has been compromised. Yet do you mean to suggest that Wu Nua cannot wage war? Are you implying we should use mortars, heavy machine guns, and light firepower to suppress, then charge the valley entrance to blow up the gate? En Ban La's expression changed, a hint of alarm crossing his features. Using infantry to assault a stronghold will result in significant casualties. Ganshang chuckled softly, a mischievous grin returning to his face. In warfare, is there ever a guarantee of no casualties? In this conflict, victory or defeat has become inconsequential. In Banla understood Ganshang's sentiment. With Lin Dong's emergence, especially following the intelligence report from the Eye of Heaven, the situation on the battlefield had spiraled beyond control. Unbeknownst to the Kachin king, who remained in the dark, his right-hand men had begun to harbor ulterior motives. A scheme ignited by the battle for Eagle Valley was unfolding with great urgency in the shadows. Thus, at this moment, Banla and Ganshang had effectively forged an alliance of offense and defense. Yet, this battle would inevitably reach its conclusion. They were determined to observe how Lin Dong would navigate the situation and whether he possessed the strength worth their wager. As for the losses of the Kachin Independence Army, who would care? After all, the current king of Kachin was Ding Ying, not the two of them. Moreover, the forces involved in this battle, the 1st Division, the Mountain Eagle Special Forces, and the Black Hawk Armed Helicopter Squadron, were all loyal to Ding Ying. Even if these combatants suffered total annihilation, the one who would feel the pain would be King Ding of Kachin. Now I understand. Your initial request to the Commander-in-Chief for the Mountain Eagle and Black Hawk to engage was motivated by ulterior motives, wasn't it? Banla relaxed his taut nerves, playfully chiding Ganshang. Not entirely. At first, I genuinely believed that to seize the formidable Eagle Valley, only the Mountain Eagle and Black Hawk would suffice. Ganshang responded with a smile, the earlier anger over the destruction of the artillery battalion having long dissipated. Indeed, even if you, Ganshang, were to suffer a total loss, it might even bring you secret delight. Haha. Chief of Staff, am I truly that kind of person? Do not deny it. You are indeed, haha. Haha, Chief of Staff, do not tease me. In that case, it is time for the two eagles to take flight. March 20th, 2:30 p.m. Still reeling from the catastrophic explosion at the artillery battalion, the 1st Division received a directive from the military headquarters. In light of the battlefield situation, the battle for Eagle Valley should be resolved swiftly. The 1st Division is ordered to prepare for ground assault before nightfall. At 8:30 p.m., a full-scale attack will commence. It is recommended that the 1st Division organize a demolition suicide squad under the cover of darkness to destroy the Iron Gate at the valley entrance. Additionally, the Black Hawk Armed Helicopter Squadron and the Mountain Eagle Special Forces will provide aerial assault support. Upon receiving the order, the 1st Division sprang into action, with the main forces advancing towards the mouth of Eagle Valley. As night fell, aside from a portion of the direct security team and logistics personnel, approximately 8,000 troops of the 1st Division had entered the frontline trenches. With an hour and a half remaining until the major assault, the officers and soldiers in the trenches lay concealed 15 meters deep, anxiously watching the fortress 25 kilometers away, not daring to breathe. The towering Eagle Valley fortress loomed in the darkness like a monstrous shadow, while 6 searchlights swept back and forth, illuminating the flat grassland 500 meters in front of the valley as bright as day. The first wave of assault teams prepared to emerge from the trench in 5 minutes, stealthily closing in on the valley entrance, awaiting the command to launch a full-scale attack, with mortars and heavy machine guns ready to provide cover. Understood. Inside the fortress, in the 3rd-level operations command center, Kuanfeng, wearing night vision goggles, scanned the pitch-black enemy positions through binoculars. Beside him, Kuanxing puffed on a large cigar, and Lin Dong, cigarette in mouth, appeared utterly unfazed as they exhaled smoke. Something seems off, Kuanfeng murmured as he lowered the binoculars. Huh, what seems off? Kuanxing responded, snatching the binoculars from his younger brother and peering through the observation window. Not seeing anything particularly alarming, but the enemy's positions were too quiet. Something was amiss. After observing for a moment, Kuanxing also detected the unusual stillness in the darkness. Brother, do you feel it too? This is bad. Could the enemy be planning a ground offensive tonight? The Kuan brothers simultaneously jolted, their gazes instinctively shifting to Lin Dong. You have discerned correctly. The Kachin army's full-scale assault is about to commence. In the trenches just 25 kilometers ahead, no fewer than 8,000 men lie in wait. Lin Dong took a deep drag from his cigarette and, with an expression of calm resolve, remarked that just 5 minutes prior, his keen instincts had detected something amiss in the distant enemy formations. Not only was there a ground offensive, but the Black Hawk must also be en route. Kuanfeng's demeanor tightened as he prepared to issue commands for battle. Lin Dong gestured for him to hold back. Do not be overly anxious. We shall meet force with force, and a flood with a dam. The enemy is devoid of heavy artillery and poses no threat to our fortress. In a moment, we will concentrate all firepower and unleash our assault. Be vigilant of their demolition teams. We cannot allow them to approach and detonate the Iron Gate. With that, Lin Dong extinguished his cigarette, turned, and prepared to depart. Keep watch here. Fengzi, accompany me. We are heading to the back mountain to confront the mountain hawks. Fengzi, standing nearby, acknowledged with a nod and hurried to follow. Upon exiting the fortress, the two hastened towards the Eagle's Tail cliff behind the valley. Boss, aren't we supposed to be engaging the Black Hawk? What has the mountain hawk to do with this? In the midst of their journey, Fengzi, who had remained silent until then, inquired with curiosity. Are you confused? Heh, the ground attack is merely a distraction under the cover of night. The Black Hawk will transport that group of mountain hawks into the fray, Lin Dong replied with a smile, quickening his pace. By his estimation, once the ground offensive commenced, the enemy's air assault would arrive within an hour. I understand now, boss. While the firepower of the Black Hawk's assault helicopter is formidable, its impact on the valley is limited. However, the addition of an elite team of mountain hawks changes the dynamics entirely. Clever. Never underestimate special operations. When employed adeptly, they can decisively sway the outcome of a battle in mere moments. Indeed, boss. I have heard that this particular mountain hawk is quite formidable. It is indeed impressive. But tonight, they are unfortunate to cross paths with me, he chuckled. The night in the mountains was particularly somber, with gusts of wind sending a chill through the air, penetrating to the bones of those within the hills. On the eve of battle, an eerie stillness prevailed, laden with tension. The pitch-black sky, adorned only with a smattering of stars, bore no moon. Such weather foretold an opportune moment for an offensive. The fortress at Eagle Valley had fully mobilized its forces. 36 deep artillery barrels extended outward, each armed with RPG launchers. Within the myriad of firing apertures lay cold, menacing heavy and light machine guns. Anyone daring to breach this formidable wall of fire would pay a grievous price. Under the cloak of darkness, the night was ripe for bloodshed. At 8:30 p.m., a bright red flare shot into the sky. Annihilate Eagle Valley. Avenge our fallen brothers in the artillery unit. Charge! 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 From the darkness, mere 500 meters from the valley mouth, hundreds of figures surged forth. They shouted fervently as they raced toward the valley entrance. The air erupted with the sounds of artillery, the thud of mortars, and the rattle of machine gun fire pummeling the scarred walls of the fortress. Though these attacks did little to damage the sturdy concrete structure, they effectively disrupted the defenders' fire, providing cover for the advancing troops. The 6 searchlights mounted on the fortress illuminated the area 500 meters ahead, transforming it into a glaring expanse devoid of concealment. As the surging enemy troops rushed into the light, 36 rockets, trailing crimson flames, erupted from the darkened artillery positions. The air was soon filled with the thunderous cacophony reminiscent of torn fabric, as 60 Maxim heavy machine guns unleashed a merciless barrage upon the enemy ranks. The violent explosions and the scything bullets of the battlefield claimed lives with horrific efficiency. In an instant, the light was filled with anguished cries, flesh scattered across the ground, and figures fell like crops under a reaper's blade. In merely 10 minutes, the first wave of 500 assault troops had advanced a mere 100 meters, suffering catastrophic casualties. The ground was littered with corpses, the blood staining the grass a deep, ominous hue. Fewer than 100 remained, most of them wounded, pressing forward across the open field without any cover, either charging recklessly or crawling slowly upon the earth. Quickly, order the snipers to take out those searchlights, bellowed Du Bolai, the commander of the 1st Assault Regiment. As he lay in the trench, his voice frenzied. Just 10 minutes into the initial assault, the regiment had lost hundreds. A wound too deep for him to bear. Yet, no amount of anguish or frustration could change the situation. For he had been summoned to the division headquarters earlier that day and had received a severe reprimand from the commander regarding the annihilation of the artillery unit. This ground assault had been designated by the division as the foremost vanguard, clearly intended for him, Du Bolai, to redeem himself. With a slim chance of turning the tide, they had to charge forward. Retreating would spell certain doom. Thus, even if it cost the entire 1st Regiment, retreat was not an option. Bang, bang, bang. Minutes later, as the 6 searchlights on the fortress were extinguished by snipers, a more frenzied assault ensued. A torrential barrage of mortar shells and machine gun fire rained down upon the fortress. Seizing the moment while the valley fortress was momentarily blind, more soldiers surged forth, weapons in hand. In the second wave, the remaining 300 men of the 1st Regiment leapt from the trenches. Among them were Du Bolai and 100 demolition experts carrying TNT explosives, all racing into the night. The deadly no-man's land lay just 500 meters ahead. If they could muster the strength to cross this distance, they would find refuge in the fortress's blind spots. At that juncture, they could methodically detonate the iron gate. The thunderous sounds of gunfire and the clamorous cries of battle echoed into the fortress. The extinguishing of the searchlights by snipers did not hinder the fortress's relentless barrage. Rather, in compensating for the loss of visibility, the firepower intensified. Through the bursts of explosions, the guards of Kowloon village could still discern the enemy swarming toward them like ants. Fire with all your might. Do not conserve ammunition. We have plenty to spare, Feng declared over the communicator, issuing orders for a full defensive effort. Guard platoon. Alternate firing illumination rounds, and send men to repair the searchlights at once. As the 1st Regiment surged forward, another regiment of troops erupted from the trenches. Under the cover of over 200 heavy and light machine guns, nearly 2,000 men, armed with submachine guns and AK-47s, charged ahead, firing and shouting. Among these 2,000 were nearly 100 demolitionists bearing TNT explosives. This strategy clearly positioned the 1st Regiment at the forefront, drawing the bulk of the fortress's firepower and serving as veritable cannon fodder. The true offensive force of the Kachin army was only now entering the fray. 15 minutes later, the second wave of over 1,300 men from the mixed regiment had suffered devastating losses from the relentless explosions and gunfire. The remaining 300 or so finally managed to push near the valley's main gate, entering what could be considered the fortress's blind spot and achieving a semblance of safety. The demolition team began to tally their numbers and munitions, preparing to set the explosives to breach the gate. Du Bolai was fortunate. He had only sustained a gunshot wound to his left shoulder and a shrapnel injury to his back, with no further significant harm. The 500-meter death march had been utterly brutal and terrifying. In less than half an hour, the 1st Mixed Regiment was decimated, suffering a second charge that left over 1,500 corpses in its wake. Had there been searchlights at that moment, those on the front lines would undoubtedly have witnessed a scene reminiscent of a hell on earth. Countless severed limbs and mangled flesh strewn across the darkened grass. Twisted bodies, many still ablaze, lay scattered about. Blood flowed like a river, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder, charred flesh, and the foul odor of death. The sounds of battle and gunfire echoed increasingly louder beneath the fortress. Illuminating flares were shot from the 3rd tier of the fortress, briefly illuminating this realm of death below. Countless Kachin soldiers charged forward, undaunted, pressing on through the hail of artillery fire, as one line fell only for another to emerge from the darkness. Seemingly endless in their numbers, the battle raged on. War is merely a slaughter devoid of right or wrong. In that moment, life felt so fragile, humans akin to ants. Their lives as worthless as chaff. Report to the regiment commander, we are left with only 9 demolition team members, and we have 15 sticks of TNT explosive remaining. Du Bolai, who had just managed to catch his breath under the Eagle Valley Fortress, received the grim report. So few? No matter. Order all TNT explosives to be installed on the iron gate and detonate immediately. Du Bolai grinned through gritted teeth as he issued the command, suppressing the pain from his wounds. Yes, executing immediately. But as soon as the messenger finished speaking, he heard an odd sound overhead. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The messenger looked up to see groups of shadows plummeting from the sky, resembling massive stones or black hail. Enemy attack, scatter. Du Bolai also sensed the anomaly and quickly glanced upward, panicking and screaming. Before the great iron gate of the valley, over 300 remnants of the 1st Mixed Regiment, still reeling from shock, were struck dumb by the falling shadows. Ouch! Ouch! Cries of pain erupted. Those fortunate enough to avoid the impacts couldn't celebrate their survival for long, for in the next moment, a far more horrifying event transpired. Chapter 153, Black Hawk Assault. The soldiers who had charged to the great iron gate were stunned by the falling shadows from the sky. Immediately, a series of deafening explosions erupted, engulfing the area in flames akin to a hellish inferno. Amidst the horrific screams, over 300 remnants of the 1st Mixed Regiment, including their bewildered commander Du Bolai, were transformed into living torches. Their presumed safe zone, the fortress's shooting blind spot, was anything but safe. Indeed, with Eagle Valley's defensive measures, how could such an obvious flaw be overlooked? 50 hefty incendiary grenades turned a 30-meter radius at the valley's entrance into a sea of fire. Those engulfed in flames lost any hope of escape. Made from aluminum powder and metal oxides, the incendiary grenades ignited upon contact with skin and were impossible to extinguish. These incendiary devices could release temperatures soaring up to 3,000 degrees within a second, capable of melting even armored vehicles. How could human flesh withstand such heat? The screams amidst the inferno lasted no more than 5 seconds before being replaced by the popping sounds of human fat igniting. Soon, the area before the Great Gate had transformed into a charred wasteland. When the flames finally subsided, over 300 twisted and deformed corpses had become nothing more than dry, blackened charcoal. The 3rd wave of the assault on the fortress, comprising 1 regiment, had barely crossed the 500-meter death zone, leaving over 700 mutilated bodies behind. With fewer than 300 soldiers reaching the valley south entrance, they were paralyzed with terror at the gruesome sight before them. The still smoking human-shaped charcoal revealed the tragedy that had unfolded mere moments before. These wretched mountain folk are using incendiary grenades, exclaimed a young officer clad in a major's uniform. his astonishment quickly turning to fear as he raised his eyes. "Everyone, take cover. It's incendiary grenades," the major shouted, attempting to warn the soldiers nearby. But it was too late. The grotesque flames and intense heat of the incendiary grenades rapidly dehydrated the surrounding air. Those caught at the epicenter of the blaze would meet only one fate, to be turned to charcoal. 30 minutes later, the sounds of gunfire on the battlefield gradually ceased. The Kachin Independence Army, having launched 3 large-scale assaults, had sacrificed 800 lives yet failed to breach the valley. The swift and horrific defeat was almost unbelievable. An attacking force of 8,000 had suffered nearly half its losses, a 50 casualty rate. The 1st Division had been utterly decimated. Standing at the command post, Division Commander Wu Nuo closed his eyes in anguish. Taking several minutes before he could muster the strength to issue the order to retreat, command the forward positions to cease their assault. The 3rd Regiment will remain to monitor, while all other units withdraw. The ground offensive had failed. The Kachin Army's last hope now rested solely upon the aerial assaults of the Black Hawks and Mountain Eagles. At the very moment the 1st Division launched its 2nd ground charge, Lin Dong, stationed at Eagletail Cliff, also heard the whirring of helicopters cutting through the dense fog of the night. Suddenly, 10 fully armed Black Hawk helicopters emerged against the dark sky. The flashing navigation lights approached swiftly from the junction of the northern and southern edges of Eagle Valley. "Here they come." Lin Dong coldly observed the advancing helicopters, calmly signaling for an attack on the anti-air positions. The 3 anti-air machine gun positions on the northern side of Eagle Valley and the peaks at the valley's end immediately commenced a crossfire saturation attack against the approaching formation. Long red fire dragons tore through the night sky without warning, targeting the incoming Black Hawks. Alert! Alert! Enemy attack! The enemy had established anti-air machine gun positions, swiftly ascending in altitude. All units, lock onto the targets and fire missiles. The helicopter squadron, once brimming with confidence, was suddenly thrown into disarray. The Black Hawks, in a panic, attempted to ascend and maneuver to evade the concentrated hail of bullets. 4 Black Hawks hastily launched air-to-ground missiles, but due to data discrepancies, only one found its mark, destroying a single anti-air machine gun. Meanwhile, under the relentless fire rate of the NSV cliff-mounted machine guns, 3 Black Hawks were struck by dozens of 127mm rounds. In an instant, 3 Black Hawks erupted into flames, billowing black smoke as they spiraled down towards the cliff. The enemy's firepower is overwhelming. Ascend quickly, retreat immediately. Received. Black Hawk Squadron, immediate withdrawal. The loss of 3 helicopters extinguished any remaining flicker of hope among the surviving crew members, including the more than 20 Mountain Eagle Special Forces operatives still alive in the cabin, all eager to escape this treacherous place. Yet, they underestimated the determination of Kun's High. Or rather, they underestimated Lin Dong's ruthless resolve. Order the RPG rocket launcher combat team to immediately enter the anti-air positions and assist the machine gun units. Lin Dong gazed at the brilliant fireworks in the night sky and coldly pressed the communicator, saying, "Shoot down all helicopters. Not a single Black Hawk shall escape." The RPG combat team, upon receiving the order, swiftly emerged from their concealed positions among the rocks and trees, raising their rocket launchers and aiming at the beleaguered Black Hawk Squadron attempting to flee in disarray, decisively launching their rockets. 20 rockets, trailing crimson tails, soared toward the Black Hawks that were evading the hail of anti-aircraft gunfire. Beep, beep, beep. Oh no, it's rockets. Beep, beep, beep. My aircraft is locked on. Evade quickly. Boom, boom. In the darkened sky, several bursts of flames erupted once more. This time, the Black Hawk Squadron had lost its previous fortune, with 5 aircraft igniting in flames. The remaining 2 Black Hawks, their tail fins billowing black smoke, jostled onward, desperately striving to escape the battlefield. However, besieged by 8 anti-aircraft guns and 20 RPGs from both flanks, they did not endure for long. Soon, 2 fiery orbs plummeted from the sky, resembling 2 flaming black-feathered eagles from a distance. How exhilarating. Ha ha, what a spectacular sight. Winzi, who had been silently standing behind Lin Dong, could not contain his excitement, exclaiming a profanity before adding, "Boss, this time the Kachin army has certainly had enough." Lin Dong placed his communicator into his pants pocket, his tone calm and untroubled. "What is there to be happy about? This is merely the beginning. The most thrilling parts are yet to come. Have you heard the story of catching turtles in a jar?" The news of the 1st Division and Black Hawk Squadron's devastating defeat spread like wildfire, reaching the Kachin Independence Army headquarters in no time. At this moment, Commander Ganshang and Chief of Staff in Banla were seated calmly in the commander's office, leisurely sipping coffee. Upon reviewing the battle reports, they displayed little astonishment, nor did they exhibit anger or frustration. Instead, the failures of the 1st Division served to substantiate their earlier conjectures about Lin Dong. "Commander Gan, as you said, Lin Dong is someone who can only be cooperated with and courted, never opposed, In Banla remarked, taking a sip of coffee and sincerely reflecting. Such a person has transcended the realm of normal comprehension and should not be easily offended. That is certainly true. I did anticipate the First Division would lose, but I did not expect it to happen so swiftly, Ganshang mused. A flicker of contemplation in his eyes, sighing, the ground offensive of the First Division suffered a loss of 800 men in merely 2 hours. And they were all annihilated without a single survivor. The once formidable Black Hawk Squadron failed to even touch a single tree in Eagle Valley before being obliterated. Half of the Mountain Eagle Special Forces have now perished. Ongduk must be heartbroken, sigh. And Banla shot him a glance, scoffing. The one truly heartbroken must be our Commander Ding. Why do I feel you are reveling in their misfortune? Am I? Chief of Staff. You must not speak carelessly without evidence. I could sue you for defamation. Go ahead and pretend, haha. The two exchanged amused glances, utterly devoid of the despondency and anxiety that typically accompany defeat. Commander Gon, it seems the First Division has been severely crippled. What are your plans for the next step? In Banla comfortably leaned back against the sofa, inquiring leisurely. Withdraw the troops, but we must not allow the First Division to retreat too smoothly, Ganshang replied calmly. Having already considered his contingency plans when the Tianyin organization was initially activated to investigate Lin Dong. After suffering defeat, are you not afraid of the Commander-in-Chief holding you accountable? In Banla pressed further. I am, which is why I have secretly recalled the 2nd Armored Brigade and the Heavy Combined Brigade. In 3 hours, they will occupy Magong. Ganshang stated impassively, as if discussing a trivial matter. Commander Gon, your audacity is rather remarkable. Are you plotting a rebellion? In Banla feigned surprise, standing up while his gaze remained fixed on Ganshang, unnoticed by anyone else as a hint of a cold smile crept onto his lips. Those 2 brigades are your direct forces, Ganshang. Do you think the Commander-in-Chief will overlook your blatant troop movements? Chief of Staff, do not be so alarmed. Your situation is not much better. How could the 3rd Division, stationed in Mangji, suddenly appear in Senga tonight? Ganshang picked up his coffee cup, unperturbed, and said, the 3rd Division was established by you, Chief of Staff, and do not tell me over 10,000 men have come to Senga for a vacation? At this, In Banla was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha! Impressive, impressive. Commander Gon's Tianyin is remarkably efficient. Commander Gon, it appears our thoughts align. From this moment forth, let us engage in true candor and sincere collaboration, shall we? Ganshang smiled slightly and raised his cup, saying, indeed, that is the intention. With Magong and Senga under our control, the 2 major gates to Myakina are now unobstructed. In Banla retracted his smile. Beginning to analyze the current situation earnestly, the 1st Division lies in tatters, trapped in the Kenkyu Mountains. While the Black Hawks and Mountain Eagles have suffered nearly half their forces, the only available troops near Myakina are the 1st Armored Brigade and the 2nd Division. With nearly a 2-to-1 advantage in combat strength, the initiative lies in our hands, but how will Lin Dong respond? The atmosphere in the operations office grew tense, as both men understood that regardless of how the situation unfolded, Lin Dong was an unavoidable obstacle. Fear not, I will meet with Lin Dong soon. Ganshang exhaled deeply, his tone somber, clearly indicating that this decision had been long contemplated. In Banla nodded in understanding, solemnly stating, when you meet, be sure to include me. At Eagle Valley, the Bastion Command Center, the results of the ground and air defense battles had been tallied. In the 2-hour ground defense battle, 2 enemy regiments were annihilated. Lin Dong personally supervised the air defense counterattack, downing 10 Black Hawk helicopters and killing approximately 60 enemy personnel. On the surface, the air defense battle at Eagle Valley may not seem as glorious as the ground defense, but its significance is undeniably profound. The loss of 10 advanced Black Hawk helicopters, likely carrying the Kachin Independence Army's elite Mountain Eagle Special Forces, was considerable. In some respects, this loss could be more severe than losing several thousand men. This battle was a resounding victory for Eagle Valley, while the casualties of the Kunzhai Guard were minimal, nearly negligible. The grievances of the Kunzhai guerrillas, who had been relentlessly pursued and decimated, could finally be vented. Inside the Eagle Valley Bastion, the exhilaration of victory permeated every individual present. After enduring a fierce battle, everyone was exhausted, yet uncontrollable laughter echoed throughout the bastion. All understood that such remarkable achievements were largely due to one person, Lin Dong. This battle was truly exhilarating. Ha ha! How refreshing! Since the battle results were announced, Kuan Feng, with his bushy beard, had not ceased to express his elation, repeating the word exhilarating at least 100 times. Having commanded troops in the village for 20 years, had he ever fought such a grand battle? And to win decisively against an opponent that was not a mere weakling, but the renowned Kachin Independence Army. Indeed exhilarating. Ha ha ha. This battle deserves to be recorded in the Kowloon family genealogy, and certainly in the annals of our Dragon Gang's history. As the current head of the Kowloon family and the leader of the Northern Myanmar Dragon Gang, Kowloon Shung may not have directly participated in the battle command. But he was well aware of the events, thus his words were heartfelt. What are you two brothers shouting about? It's just a grand victory, isn't it? Lin Dong glanced at the two with disdain, his handsome face remaining as serene as ever. The enemy forces advancing into the mountains still retain at least half of their organized military strength. A renewed offensive in the short term seems improbable, but the likelihood of a complete withdrawal is quite high. Withdrawal? Kuanfeng's expression tightened, and he furrowed his brow. If they choose to leave, we cannot stop them. There are thousands of them, with at least several hundred military vehicles and light armored units. Beside him, Kuansheng nodded in agreement, albeit with a sense of frustration. Indeed, while we can hold our fortifications, we are powerless to prevent the main enemy forces from escaping. Defending the valley is manageable, yet engaging in combat with thousands of regular troops with just a few hundred guards is an entirely different matter. The disparity in strength is staggering. It could very well lead to the annihilation of what little combat capability we have left in Kun's High. Who says we cannot stop them? Sensing the thoughts of the two, Lin Dong offered no lengthy explanations, merely stating nonchalantly, "Have you heard the story of catching a turtle in an urn?" Chapter 155, The Boulder in the Way. The news of the 1st Division and the Black Hawk setbacks in Eagle Valley swiftly reverberated through the Kachin Independence Army, even reaching the far corners of northern Myanmar. The rapid dissemination of the news of the Kachin Army's defeat was undoubtedly orchestrated by Gongshang and Bamla. Such a golden opportunity to strike at the Kachin king Ding would not be easily overlooked. Consequently, Ding was in a furious rage these past few days, vocally reprimanding Gon and in person. As for the general who faced defeat in this battle, 1st Division Commander Wu Nua, he was now in a state of constant anxiety. He feared the capricious wrath of the Kachin king, who might execute him in a fit of anger. To outsiders, the commander of the Kachin Independence Army held a position of considerable power and prestige. Yet only Wu Nua and his peers understood that in Ding Ying's eyes, a single mistake could render one as expendable as a dog to be slaughtered at will. The previous commander of the 2nd Division, Dan Swana, met a grim fate after a private mission led to the tragic death of Ding Ying's nephew, resulting in his execution. 2 days after the 1st Division's defeat, Commander Wu Nua finally received the order for a full retreat. That morning, the 1st Division, with the exception of one battalion left behind as a rearguard, began to dismantle their camps and withdraw. This battle had not only inflicted severe losses upon them, but had also instilled a deep-seated fear. The seemingly unremarkable Eagle Valley proved to be a stronghold, well defended and heavily armed, and, as rumors suggested, commanded by an exceptionally formidable leader. Such a frustrating battle led them to conclude that it would be wiser to withdraw sooner rather than remain holed up in the mountains, anxiously awaiting their fate. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the vanguard of the 1st Division was approaching the rocky section of the mountain road known as Falling Rock Cliff. At their current pace, they should reach the Wulu River Highway before nightfall. Once they reached the highway, they would have truly escaped the dangers of the Gonshar Mountain region, and their safety would be assured. Unfortunately, fate was not on their side. The eager vanguard had barely rounded the first bend of Falling Rock Cliff when they were taken aback by the sight before them. The already narrow mountain road was inexplicably piled high with massive boulders. Each stone weighed over a ton, densely blocking the entire roadway for at least half a mile. Given the circumstances, it was impossible for vehicles to pass. And even for individuals, traversing the obstruction would be exceedingly difficult. These roadblocks were undoubtedly the handiwork of the detestable mountain folk from Kun's High, who had used explosives to create this obstruction. The question remained, how had the mountain villagers managed to reach Falling Rock Cliff without being detected? Considering that the entrance to Eagle Valley had always been under their watchful eye, could it have been remnants of the mountain guerrillas who executed this? If so, this stretch of road was likely not only obstructed by boulders, but also booby-trapped by Kun's High's forces. Given the urgency of the situation, the developments at Falling Rock Cliff were promptly relayed to Commander Wu Nua. Seated in his command vehicle, anxiously preparing for the retreat, Wu Nua's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed that extricating his troops from the Gonshar Mountains would not be a simple task. He ordered the troops to halt their advance and establish a defensive perimeter. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Nua reluctantly issued the command to suspend the retreat, have the vanguard dispatch engineers to circumvent the boulders and scout ahead. I suspect the enemy has laid landmines along the exit route. Meanwhile, several miles away, within a dense thicket, Kuan Zhongluan was cautiously navigating with the last 5 remaining guerrilla fighters. 2 days prior, they had received news of the Kachin Army's repulsion from Eagle Valley, dealing significant damage to the enemy. Additionally, they had received Lin Dong's latest directive, instructing them to blow up rocks and lay mines at Falling Rock Cliff to delay the enemy's withdrawal for as long as possible. Once their obstruction task was completed, They agreed to rendezvous at supply point number 3, located 3 miles northeast of Falling Rock Cliff. This time, Lin Dong would personally emerge from the valley, leading 200 elite Kunzhai fighters, determined to plunge the remnants of the 1st Division into despair once more. This operation was dubbed the Turtle-Catching Operation. Kuan Zhongluan held a deep admiration for Lin Dong's battle strategy. His recent experiences had been tumultuous, filled with near escapes. Yet, as he reflected, he found solace in the presence of Lin Dong, believing that with him, Eagle Valley would remain secure. Indeed, this almost mythical man had not only defended Eagle Valley, but had also delivered a heavy blow to the invading enemy. By 4 in the afternoon, Kuan Zhongluan and his group finally arrived at supply point number 3. It was a concealed cave nestled within the jungle, hidden away with enough weaponry and provisions to equip a battalion. Upon noticing that Lin Dong had not yet arrived, Kuan Zhongluan immediately ordered the men to remain vigilant. After half an hour, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the woods. Standing at the cave's mouth, Kuan Zhongluan spotted Lin Dong at the forefront of the approaching group. Overcome with excitement, he rushed forward, a wave of bittersweet emotion washing over him as if they had not seen each other in ages. Upon reaching Lin Dong, both men halted, locking eyes in a moment of silent recognition. A hint of admiration graced Lin Dong's lips as he stepped forward to embrace Kuan Zhongluan tightly. You've worked hard. It's not too arduous, though many brothers are lost. I understand, which is why I have come out to stand shoulder to shoulder with you in seeking revenge. Good. On behalf of our fallen brothers, I thank you, Brother Lin Dong. We are all family here. There is no need for formality. Let us find a time to bring the brothers' remains back to Kunzhai. Understood. They exchanged a knowing smile, refraining from further words, and proceeded towards the nearby cave together. Often, between men, there is no need for excessive words or promises. Certain sentiments are understood in silence. In this war, Kunzhai's greatest loss was the mountain guerrilla force led by Kuan Zhongluan. Of the original 31 men, only 6 remained, including 3 severely wounded who were later discovered and killed by the Eagle Special Forces. Each of the fallen brothers bore a familiar face, now forever separated from the living. In this moment, it was Kuan Zhongluan who felt the deepest sorrow, grappling with unresolved emotions. How could he find resolution? Only through vanquishing the enemy could he find solace. Fengzi, you arrange for everyone to rest in place, ensuring ample food, water, and ammunition. Entering the cave, Lin Dong casually surveyed the surroundings before turning back to issue orders. In half an hour, we all head to Falling Rock Cliff. Understood. Fengzi acknowledged and departed. As the imminent action approached, Kuan Zhongluan felt a surge of excitement, biting his lip in anticipation. In this moment, all he could think about was seizing his weapon and unleashing a torrential barrage upon the retreating enemies along the mountain road. The phrase "a cornered beast will still struggle" implies that a trapped wild animal will desperately fight for even a glimmer of hope for survival. Lin Dong discerned the urgency in Kuan Zhongluan's demeanor, and with a knowing smile, he patted him on the shoulder, subtly remarking, "Thus, the key to the success of the Catching the Turtle operation lies in transforming the retreating thousands of enemy troops into turtles rather than cornered beasts." Chapter 156, The Catching the Turtle Operation. As night fell, the dark expanse of Ganshi Mountain was enveloped in a thin layer of white mist, adding a touch of coolness to the already warming Southeast Asian temperatures of March. The winding mountain road was now congested with an endless array of armored vehicles and military trucks. From the campfires lining the road or within the tents, raucous sounds occasionally erupted. At this moment, the massive boulders that had obstructed the path had been largely cleared. For 2 days and nights, dozens of mine-clearing engineers worked tirelessly, managing to neutralize most of the landmines along the road just a kilometer behind the boulder formation. At 8 p.m., a sudden, violent explosion erupted from the direction of the boulder, followed by a rapid succession of gunfire. An enemy attack. The Kachin Army's 1st Division, trapped on the mountain road, reacted like startled birds, with all combat units immediately responding. 2 mountain reinforcement battalions, already on high alert, swiftly charged toward the site of the skirmish. The troops assigned to clear the obstructing boulders were unexpectedly met with fierce fire from above. Caught off guard, they suffered heavy casualties. The vanguard could only halt their stone-moving efforts and hastily establish a defensive line along the mountain road. The enemy, perched on the hillside, unleashed a devastating barrage, putting the defensive line in a precarious position. It wasn't until the 2 supporting battalions arrived that they managed to suppress the gunfire from the jungle on the ridge. However, under the cover of darkness and amidst the dense forest, the Kachin Army dared not launch a reckless counterattack. Thus, both sides remained locked in a stalemate, exchanging fire yet unable to gain the upper hand. Approximately 5 kilometers from the boulder, a flat valley recessed into the rugged mountainside was flanked by numerous watchtowers. The only entrance near the road was fortified with 2 circular trenches made of sandbags. 2 heavy machine guns and 4 light machine guns stood sentinel. poised against the inky night. This location served as the temporary command post for the 1st Division. Inside a spacious military tent, brightly lit and bustling with the sounds of telegraphs, the division commander, Wu Nuo, stood before a tactical map, his expression grim. "Who can tell me what is happening at the boulder?" Wu Nuo demanded, his face taut as he cast a cold glance at the officers before him. "Wasn't your intelligence indicating that only a small group of guerrilla remnants was causing trouble?" "Commander, the reports from the front indeed stated as such, but for reasons unknown. Another enemy unit has emerged tonight," a colonel replied in a low voice. "Then tell me, where did this unit come from?" Wu Nuo's gaze grew even more frigid. The esteemed Kachin Army's 1st Division, comprising 10,000 elite soldiers, was suffering a humiliating defeat at the hands of mere mountain dwellers. Now, they were forced to look to others for permission to retreat. After more than 20 years in the military, Wu Nuo had never encountered such a disheartening and frustrating battle. "Commander, according to the latest feedback from the boulder, the enemy that attacked the vanguard tonight has at least a company S strength. It appears this unit emerged from Eagle Valley. They evaded our surveillance and interception, suddenly infiltrating our front lines. Commander, combat in the dark jungle is extremely disadvantageous for our forces. My subordinates believe we should hold our ground until dawn and then dispatch a large force to seize the boulder." Listening to the officer's analyses, Wu Nuo's expression softened slightly as he fell into contemplation. "Report. There is new intelligence." The intelligence officer rushed in, quickly delivering a telegram to the commander's side. "Read it." Wu Nuo, too weary to glance at it himself, furrowed his brow. "Yes, the 3rd Regiment has just sent an urgent report. 5 minutes ago, our forces on Route 5 were attacked by another enemy unit." "What? How many enemy troops are there?" Wu Nuo's previously easing expression darkened again as he pressed urgently. "The 3rd Regiment is engaged in combat, and based on firepower assessment, the enemy has at least a company." "Another company? Damn it. How many troops did Eagle Valley send this time?" Wu Nuo slammed his palm on the table, scoffing him. "Do they intend to leave my 1st Division stranded here indefinitely? Such greed. Is it greed? I think not." Suddenly, a cold and mocking male voice drifted from the entrance of the tent. "Who dare speak so boldly? Who are you? Who the hell are you?" The officers and guards turned in surprise toward the entrance, but were struck with fear as they witnessed a figure flash past, closing the 20-meter gap in an instant. In the bright light, a tall stranger appeared beside Wu Nuo, smiling as he pointed a handgun directly at the commander's temple. "Boldly, release our commander. Who are you, and what do you want?" The surrounding officers and guards finally reacted, drawing their handguns and raising their submachine guns. Over 20 dark barrels pointed at this audacious intruder. "I advise you not to make any sudden movements. I was able to slip in here unnoticed." "Which proves your bullets pose no threat to me," the stranger said with a light laugh, pressing the gun firmly against Wu Nuo's temple. Cold sweat began to bead on Wu Nuo's forehead as he feigned composure, straightening his back and tremblingly asking, "Young man, let us discuss this calmly. Who are you?" "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lin Dong, and I am the founder of the Dragon Gang, the faction currently battling your Kowloon village," he replied. "The Dragon Gang? Lin Dong. Indeed. It seems you are the leader here, the commander of the 1st Division?" "Yes, I am Wu Nuo, commander of the Kachin Independence Army's 1st Division." "Looks like I guessed right, hee." Lin Dong had activated his black gold eye, revealing Wu Nuo's identity at a glance. He glanced disdainfully at the tense, armed crowd and said, "Commander Wu, if you wish to survive, instruct them to lower their weapons so we can converse. Do you believe that with just one bullet, I could blow your head off and retreat unscathed?" Wu Nuo's face turned pale, and the beads of sweat grew more plentiful. He dared not take that gamble. This young man named Lin Dong was far too formidable. How could he alone infiltrate a heavily guarded command post as if it were unprotected? The abnormal speed at which he covered 20 meters was unprecedented. "Mr. Lin, what exactly do you intend to do?" Wu Nuo's courage faltered, and his tone softened immediately. "First, have your subordinates lower their weapons, and then we can have a proper discussion," Lin Dong stated calmly. "Did you hear that? Everyone, lower your weapons." Wu Nuo reluctantly glared at those around him and commanded. The people in the tent, albeit reluctantly, slowly lowered their firearms. "Very well," Lin Dong nodded with satisfaction, then continued, "Commander Wu, do you believe that if I truly wished to keep you, your 1st Division wouldn't even make it past the boulder?" Hearing this blatant threat, Wu Nuo felt a surge of anger and wanted to retort, but Lin Dong's presence left him powerless to express his frustration. It was indeed a humiliating predicament. However, with thousands of turtles to catch, the task proves to be quite arduous. Therefore, it is more expedient to employ a strategy that cuts off the enemy's resources. Lin Dong, undeterred by Commander Wu's reaction, continued on. "Do you have a direct line to the military headquarters here?" Chapter 157, Secret Negotiations. The gunfire and explosions from the rocky outcrop of Luoxian became increasingly sparse. Under the cloak of night, after initial exchanges of fire, the battlefield began to settle into a stalemate. Overall, the leading forces of the 1st Division, occupying the narrow mountain roads, remained at a disadvantage despite reinforcements, suffering significant casualties. On the other side, at the section of Road Number 5, Kowloon led over 100 men, leveraging their familiarity with the terrain and the cover of darkness to launch continual assaults, achieving several notable surprise attacks. Their nimble tactics and fierce firepower left the Kachin army concealed along the mountain paths, struggling to respond. After several encounters, the 3rd Regiment of the 1st Division in this area suffered heavy losses. Their camp was attacked, resulting in the destruction of dozens of armored and military vehicles, with casualties exceeding 400. The pent-up frustration of Kowloon finally found an outlet. Unfortunately, the forces eliminated were merely ordinary troops of the Kachin Independence Army, not the notorious Eagle Special Forces. In the outskirts of Myanmar, at the Kachin Independence Army headquarters, the atmosphere in the command post was particularly tense and frantic under the veil of night. The 1st Division's retreat had been hindered for over 48 hours. The boulders of Luoxian had not been completely cleared, and the stranded retreating forces on the mountain paths faced simultaneous attacks from multiple enemy points that night. The prospects for the urgently retreating remnants of the 1st Division appeared bleak. At the operations chief's office, there was a rapid knock at the door. "Come in. Report to the commander, line 3. Urgent telegram from the 1st Division Commander Wu Nuo. Should we connect?" Sitting at his desk reviewing documents, Ganshong was momentarily taken aback, then lifted his head to respond. "Connect him." "Yes." Soon, the urgent telegram from the 1st Division at the Ganshi Mountain front was established. Ganshong took a deep breath, exchanging a glance with Chief of Staff in Banla, who was sipping coffee on the couch, and nervously picked up the microphone. "Hello? Commander, this is Wu Nuo. A man named Lin Dong wishes to speak with you." Lin Dong. Although he had been mentally prepared, Ganshong was still startled by the revelation from the phone. How could this Lin Dong suddenly appear at the temporary command center of the 1st Division? Had the entire command staff of the 1st Division fallen? "Greetings. I am Lin Dong from the Dragon Gang. How should I address you?" A calm male voice came through the receiver. "Lin Dong, it is an honor to finally make your acquaintance. I am Ganshong, commander of the Kachin Independence Army." Ganshong, suppressing his anxiousness, endeavored to keep his tone tranquil. "Commander Gan, let's skip the formalities. May I ask, aside from Kachin King Ding-ing, do you have the authority to make decisions regarding your military affairs?" "Of course." "Excellent. I trust you are aware of the current predicament facing your 1st Division?" Commander Gan should be well aware. "I understand. Does Lin Dong have a more favorable proposal?" "While I wouldn't call it a suggestion, I do possess a mutually acceptable solution, should Commander Gan be interested." Ganshong, holding the microphone, was momentarily taken aback, his heart racing as he glanced towards Banla on the couch. Banla, setting down his coffee cup, stood and slowly approached the phone. "Certainly, Lin Dong. You may find it hard to believe, but I, Ganshong, have long wished to meet with you." "Oh, what prompts such a statement, Commander Gan?" "Let us discuss the specifics in person, Lin Dong. Since we are to meet, we might as well expedite the process." "That is precisely my intent. Before dawn, Chief of Staff in Banla and I will take a helicopter to the entrance of the Wulu River Road. There is a wartime supply station there, and we will await you on the 3rd floor of the office building." "Very well, I shall arrive punctually." After Lin Dong finished speaking, he hung up the phone. On the other end, Ganshong was momentarily stunned, listening to the beeping tone, and helplessly shrugged. "I hadn't he finished speaking, yet he hung up. How will he manage to enter with such tight defenses at the supply station?" Banla, approaching, seemed to grasp the implication of Ganshong's words. Reflecting thoughtfully, that call from Lin Dong originated from the 1st Division command post, did it not? "Do you think he could breach our defenses at the 1st Division command? How could a mere supply station's security possibly hinder him?" Upon hearing this, Ganshong suddenly understood. Indeed, given Lin Dong's extraordinary capabilities as indicated by the intelligence data, the so-called tight defenses of the Kachin army are merely a joke. "Commander Gan, prior to our clandestine meeting with Lin Dong, we must ensure all countermeasures are meticulously arranged." Banla spoke solemnly, pointing upwards. Ganshong immediately comprehended, nodding in agreement. "Understood. It is time for our forces to make their move." At 6 a.m., at the eastern mountain pass of Ganshi Mountain, alongside the 3-lane Wulu River Road stood a warehouse-like concrete complex. Surrounding the complex was a towering cement wall approximately 2 stories high. Atop the wall was a fearsome electric fence over half a meter high. On the inner side of the wall, there were lookout towers at each of the 4 cardinal directions, each standing over 20 meters high. Atop each tower was a spotlight, casting a blinding beam that illuminated the surrounding area as bright as day. At the southern end of the wall, there was a large iron gate, the sole entrance to the complex. Flanking the gate were 2 reinforced concrete bunkers, resembling stout black beasts lying in wait within the night. From the shooting ports of the bunkers protruded 2 gleaming Gatling machine guns, their dark muzzles menacingly aimed at the entrance. Two squads of patrolling soldiers armed with American submachine guns marched in synchronized formation, crossing paths at the entrance. Within the confines of this complex, only the central three-story office building remained lit. On the third floor of the office building, a spacious room filled with swirling smoke bore the rich aroma of ancient cigars. Dressed in military attire, Ganshong and In Banla stood solemnly side by side in front of a window. Outside, the distant horizon gradually began to brighten with a hint of dawn. It will soon be light. In Banla exhaled a puff of white cigar smoke, speaking softly. Yes, Lin Dong should be arriving shortly, Ganshong mused, gazing at the lightening sky. I believe he has already arrived. Oh, at that moment, a barely audible sound of a door opening came from behind the two men. Then, a clear male voice echoed. You two are quite punctual. Chapter 158. Where have the bullets gone? Lin Dong. How did he gain entry? This location was surrounded by high walls and electric fences, with numerous sentries and stringent defenses rendering it impenetrable. Since the arrival of the two prominent leaders of the Kachin army, at least 30 additional lookouts had been temporarily stationed around this three-story office building. Are you curious how I managed to enter? Lin Dong strode confidently to the redwood sofa in the hall, unceremoniously plopping down and crossing his legs with an air of arrogance. Ganshong and In Banla quickly regained their composure, moving from the window to stand before this enigmatic figure. Greetings, Lin Dong. I am Ganshong. Ganshong extended his right hand in a gesture of goodwill. Lin Dong smiled faintly, rose to greet him with a handshake, and then turned to the short, stout officer in his 50s, inquiring, Are you General N, the Chief of Staff? Indeed, it's me. Hello, Lin, my friend. Everyone is doing well. Haha. Meeting two prominent figures from the Kachin Independence Army makes this trip worthwhile. The three exchanged knowing smiles and settled onto the sofa in unison. Just as In Banla got comfortable, he naturally pulled out a cigar box and asked, Lin, would you care for a cigar? Lin Dong waved his hand and replied with a chuckle, The flavor of cigars is too intense for my liking. Our leader in northern Myanmar, Boss Kowloon, enjoys them greatly. I shall introduce you two on another occasion. Haha. That would be splendid. I hold great admiration for the head of Kowloon village, In Banla laughed, his face crinkling with mirth. Lin, how did you manage to arrive here? Ganshong inquired curiously, though he was aware of Lin Dong's peculiarities. Witnessing his extraordinary nature firsthand compelled him to probe further. Lin Dong merely smiled in silence, his right hand gesturing as if performing a magic trick, revealing a gleaming pistol seemingly out of thin air. Both Ganshong and In Banla were taken aback, instinctively reaching for their holsters. Do not be alarmed, gentlemen. If I intended to kill, I wouldn't require a firearm, Lin Dong teased, placing the gun on the coffee table and nudging it towards Ganshong. Quick to react. Ganshong picked it up, exclaiming, Colt 1911, a fine weapon. What do you think of its power, General Gon? Lin Dong asked nonchalantly, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The Colt employs a 43mm caliber bullet, a classic in the realm of handguns. Capable of penetrating steel at a distance of 50 meters, Ganshong replied, handling the gun with admiration. He was puzzled as to why Lin Dong had so suddenly produced a pistol. Was he flaunting his extraordinary abilities? Or attempting to intimidate? Since you appreciate it, consider this gun a token of our meeting, Lin Dong stated casually. However, I have one condition. Ganshong halted his examination of the firearm, asking, What condition? Please, Lin. It's quite simple. You take a shot at me with this gun, and it shall belong to you. What? Both Ganshong and In Banla nearly leapt from their seats in shock. No need for such theatrics, General Gon. Do you not have the courage? Lin Dong's gaze bore into Ganshong's, a teasing smile on his face. Aye. Ganshong felt a chill from Lin Dong's piercing stare. Yet an unyielding pride surged within him. Rest assured, you won't kill me. Lin Dong crossed his arms, wearing a disdainful expression. Very well, Lin, be wary. Observing the certainty in Lin Dong's demeanor, Ganshong resolved not to hesitate any longer. He disengaged the safety on the pistol and aimed at Lin Dong, pulling the trigger. Bang! Smoke billowed as the Colt's powerful bullet tore into Lin Dong's body. What drove this man to such reckless folly? Did he truly seek his own demise? No. With Lin Dong's intellect and past exploits, this action surely harbored ulterior motives. The question lingered. Could a man survive being shot at such close range with a Colt 1911? Huh, what is happening? Lin Dong appeared unscathed. Sitting on the sofa, he displayed no signs of injury, his arms crossed comfortably across his chest. You Lin, you're unharmed? Ganshong gasped incredulously, his voice trembling. What could possibly be wrong? Look, not a scratch on me, huh? Lin Dong laughed, spreading his arms wide, revealing that the bullet had indeed left no mark. What sorcery is this? To withstand a bullet at such proximity without a scratch? Was this magic or some sort of supernatural ability? Ganshong and In Banla were utterly bewildered. Though they were seasoned figures accustomed to the extraordinary, having prepared themselves psychologically through extensive reports. Witnessing such a spectacle for the first time left them in disbelief. This man not only possessed wildly imaginative thoughts, but his demonstrated capabilities utterly shattered their preconceived notions. The two sat dumbfounded, a chill running down their spines. Soaked in cold sweat. Is he even human? Would you like to know where the bullet went? Knowing his display of prowess had taken effect, Lin Dong seized the opportunity to further dazzle and undermine his negotiating opponents. Where did the bullet go? Gunshots asked, his heart racing with a storm of emotions. Lin Dong smiled slightly, standing up and stepping aside. Gentlemen, please look here. Following Lin Dong's words, both Gunshots and In Banla instinctively directed their gaze toward the mahogany sofa. To their astonishment, where Lin Dong had been seated, a bullet hole the size of an egg had mysteriously appeared in the backrest. Ah, so that is how it is. The bullet hadn't vanished. Lin Dong had merely evaded it. The shot fired in the blink of an eye had missed him and instead perforated the back of the sofa. Gunshots and In Banla finally grasped the mystery. This enigma was resolved, yet their astonishment remained undiminished. Well then, you didn't actually take a bullet, which keeps you within the realm of normalcy. But a new question arose. How could he have dodged a bullet at such close range and returned to his seat in the blink of an eye? As the two regained a modicum of clarity, they once again found themselves in a state of confusion. This is utterly insane. Has the world developed a glitch? How else could one explain the existence of someone like Lin Dong? Do you understand now? Lin Dong leisurely returned to the sofa, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracting one, and leisurely lighting it. General Gon, this gun is now yours. Thank you, Lin. I believe I now comprehend. You are indeed a remarkable individual. Our Kachin army cannot claim to have lost unjustly. Gunshots exhaled a sigh of relief, his demeanor turning exceedingly respectful. Indeed. We were eager to meet you out of admiration for your abilities. In Banla, the chief of staff, chimed in, his round, plump face adorned with a sycophantic grin. The renowned leaders of the Kachin Independence Army had become admirers of a certain individual? Who would believe such a tale? General Gon, do you find this meeting gift to your liking? Lin Dong inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly. You are too gracious, Lin. I am deeply honored, Gunshots responded, tucking the Colt away with a bow. Very well, now it is time for the chief of staff's meeting gift. Lin Dong turned his gaze toward In Banla. I have one too. In Banla's heart raced. Of course, not only one, but a grand gift. Lin Dong replied with a mysterious smile, deliberately lowering his voice. Colt 1911. Chapter 159. Changing the landscape of Kachin State. How long has Kachin King Ding held power? With the negotiations firmly in hand, Lin Dong decided to press forward and address the matter directly. Why do you ask this, Lin? In Banla inquired, his heartbeat quickening as he pressed for clarity. General N. You need only to respond directly to the question, Lin Dong remarked lightly, exhaling a leisurely smoke ring. Since the victory of the Independent Army over the government forces in 1975, Ding has effectively controlled Kachin State, reigning as its king for over 2 decades. In Banla cleared his throat and replied earnestly. He was unaware of Lin Dong's intentions, yet it did not diminish the fervor coursing through his veins. It seemed as though a monumental fortune was about to descend upon them. Very well, after 20 years in the throne of Kachin, it is indeed time for a change. Lin Dong stated in a flat tone, as if declaring an utterly commonplace matter. General N, I shall assist you in becoming the new Kachin king. Is this gesture sufficiently grand? What did you say? Assist me in becoming the king of Kachin? Though he had been somewhat prepared for this proposition, In Banla was still taken aback, springing to his feet in shock. Indeed, Lin Dong replied blandly. Boss Lin, have you lost your mind? At that moment, Gunshots, still in a state of astonishment, could not help but voice his thoughts. I am not mad. It is you who have become complacent after dwelling too long in the shadows, thus losing your ambition for the throne, Lin Dong scoffed. May I ask you both, what do you suppose Ding will do to punish you for the recent defeat at Eagle Valley? In Banla was taken aback, glancing at Gunshots. Both of them acutely aware that Ding would undoubtedly use the defeat as an opportunity to undermine their military power. The 3rd Division of the Kachin Independent Army was in Banla's direct command, while Gunshots held 3 trump cards, the Tianyin Intelligence Organization, the 2nd Armored Brigade, and the Heavy Combined Brigade. For a long time, Ding had been wary of the strength possessed by these 2 capable generals, hence keeping these forces at a distance. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Ding would soon punish them for the Eagle Valley defeat and the obstruction of the 1st Division's withdrawal. Even if they possessed troops, they would escape death but not the consequences of their actions. Boss Lin, Ding is unpredictable. We have long been prepared for his retribution, Gunshots said with a grim expression, casting a glance at his truncated left pinky, his anger and resentment intensifying. Indeed, Ding can punish us, but he would not dare to go too far, for we are no soft vegetables, In Banla concurred. Oh, It seems you two are already prepared. Lin Dong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Naturally, Banla nodded in response. Since we have reached this point, there is no need to conceal certain matters. I wonder how many troops you and General Gon command. Lin Dong inquired, extinguishing his cigarette with a casual gesture. One reorganized division, plus an armored brigade and a heavy combined brigade, totaling less than 20,000, Banla replied. Quite impressive. If I am not mistaken, you two must have made arrangements for these forces long ago. Lin Dong chuckled softly, his interest piqued further. Interesting. It seems these two titans of the Kachin Independent Army are not merely fools living on past glories. Banla and Ganshang exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Do you believe Ding Ying is unaware of your little schemes? Lin Dong could not help but laugh. Since the arrow is already knocked, the notion of self-preservation appears rather comical. Why not simply take the throne instead? Boss Lin, you do not understand. Although the 1st Division has suffered heavy losses, Ding Ying still commands half of the Kachin forces, Banla sighed, patiently explaining. After so many years as Kachin king, Ding Ying's power, both overt and covert, is certainly not weak. This Lin Dong possesses unfathomable personal strength and harbors wild ideas. However, this is a regional military and political struggle, not mere gang bravado. With their current military strength, while they can protect themselves, it is far from easy to aspire to the throne of Kachin. I know what you are concerned about. Lin Dong smiled, continuing his seductive scheme. First, with your current military strength, neither side can truly harm the other. If hostilities break out, it will only result in mutual destruction. Second, Ding Ying has held power for 20 years, under the banner of legitimacy. Anyone among you who dares to contest will bear the stigma of treason. Am I wrong? This Lin Dong appears reckless. Yet he possesses a clear understanding of the situation. Boss Lin's insight is indeed keen. How do you propose to resolve these two dilemmas? Banla swallowed hard. The ambition he had just suppressed reawakening. Seeing his opportunity, Lin Dong continued. Well then, do you know where the decisive points of the battles at Eagle Valley and South Guagon lie? The decisive point is you, Lin Dong. Ganshang blurted out without hesitation. Astute. Lin Dong proudly raised his head, his tone filled with unwavering confidence. What I wish to convey is that, no matter how formidable the surface strength may be, as long as a critical weakness is found, everything else becomes inconsequential. Moreover, I, Lin Dong, am an enemy to the Kachin Independent Army. If I were to undertake this task, would it not be more logical? Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, both Ganshang and Banla fell into silence. At that moment, the vast room became abnormally quiet. This boss Lin was utterly audacious, displaying a level of boldness that was astonishing. Yet, upon further reflection, they could not help but admire his vision and distinctive decisiveness. As prominent figures in the Kachin military for many years, who among them had not harbored ambitions of reaching the summit? However, they had always been suppressed by Ding Ying, cautiously safeguarding their positions, never daring to think too far. The defeat at Eagle Valley, coupled with Lin Dong's emergence, had transformed what was once impossible into something tangible and attainable. General N, General Gon, with such a golden opportunity presenting itself, we must seize it decisively. Lin Dong's calm voice shattered the oppressive atmosphere within the room. This matter is not complicated. You need do nothing but arrange one thing for me. What should we arrange? Banla asked, curiosity piqued. Quite simply, arrange for me to meet with Ding Ying at the earliest possible opportunity, Lin Dong replied. You intend to strike at the heart of the matter? Banla was taken aback. Yes, to capture the bandit, one must first capture the king. Perhaps this analogy is not entirely fitting, but the essence remains the same. Lin Dong chuckled sheepishly, then continued earnestly. Life is like a game of chess. Every move must be strategic, seizing the initiative, claiming territory, gaining strength through decisive blows, with the final strike being the key to victory. Simplifying complex matters leads to the achievement of seemingly impossible tasks. Moreover, you both must have heard that only through the separation of military and political powers can a region's economy truly thrive. Once Ding Ying, the dictator, is ousted, General N can ascend to the throne of Kachin, overseeing the region's finances and livelihoods. General Gon can serve as the supreme commander of the independent army, leading a formidable force for defense. In this manner, Kachin State, and indeed all of northern Myanmar, would belong to you both. The defeat of the Kachin army is a foregone conclusion. It is now time to consider how to conclude this chapter. At this moment, the three men seated in the room, each with their own thoughts, surprisingly shared a singular, unified goal, to bring down King Ding Ying and usher in a new era for Kachin State. Boss Lin's proposal appears feasible to me. General Gon, what do you think? Banla inhaled deeply, seemingly resolved, turning to look at Ganshang. The countenance of Ganshang was shrouded in uncertainty, his emotions complex. Lin Dong's assertion that he could bring down the Kachin king did not elicit skepticism. Rather, Ganshang's concern lay in the distribution of power post-victory. After all, history is replete with such examples. When seizing a kingdom, allies are united in purpose, yet once the realm is secured, the bow is hidden with the arrows. The sovereign forsakes his ministers, hares are slaughtered and hounds are boiled, and brothers turn against one another. Boss Lin, I have a query. Ganshong hesitated momentarily before addressing Lin Dong. Speak freely. With your assistance, do you have any conditions? Or, what do you seek in return? Indeed, there are conditions. My demands are quite simple. From this moment forth, the Kachin state must acknowledge the existence of the Dragon Gang. Could you elaborate on that? Upon hearing Lin Dong's response, Ganshong's interest was piqued. Even In Banla, who had been daydreaming of future wealth and power, became attentive. As the victors of the Battle of Eagle Valley, Lin Dong's unwavering support for their ascension undoubtedly came with ulterior motives. And now, he was about to reveal his cards. Lin Dong pondered for a moment, then spoke eloquently. In aiding your rise, you must pledge to adhere to 2 stipulations. First, acknowledge the presence of the Dragon Gang in northern Myanmar and refrain from any unreasonable suppression against us. Second, all businesses of the Dragon Gang in Kachin, including mining and arms dealings, must be actively protected by the independent army, and no taxes shall be levied. Listening to Lin Dong's words, Ganshong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not proposed interference in military or political affairs. A glance exchanged with In Banla confirmed their understanding. Such conditions left little room for hesitation. However, gentlemen, I do harbor a concern. Lin Dong interjected once more. Please, speak your mind, Boss Lin, In Banla urged, eager for transparency. Ganshong chimed in, his earlier conflict replaced by a sincere smile. In any business, there must be contracts or agreements, especially in such a high-stakes venture. Lin Dong chuckled, retrieving a cigarette from his pack and lighting it leisurely. Therefore, how do you believe we can effectively safeguard the interests of the Dragon Gang? Ganshong and In Banla exchanged glances, momentarily caught off guard by this unexpected inquiry. While they were adept in warfare, the intricacies of contracts and agreements seemed daunting. I have a solution that will aptly resolve the issue of mutual trust. Lin Dong exhaled a plume of smoke. What is your method, Boss Lin? Quite simple. Both of you should join the Dragon Gang. What? Join the Dragon Gang? Indeed. Lin Dong's proposal was audacious. Ganshong and In Banla exchanged incredulous looks, astonished by Lin Dong's audacious maneuver. 2 titans of Kachin, one a future king and the other the upcoming commander of the independent army, being asked to join an underground organization? What on earth was happening? Gentlemen, your joining the Dragon Gang will not impede your existing authorities and interests. On the contrary, as the top leaders of the Kachin branch of the Dragon Gang, you will have access to the gang's resources, and each of you will receive a 10% share of the profits from our businesses in Kachin. Moreover, given the treacherous nature of the Underworld, certain tasks are far more efficiently managed through an underground organization. Lin Dong spoke with calm assurance. Aware that the prospect of joining the Dragon Gang, an offer that promised unmitigated gains, was irresistible. Despite their esteemed positions within the Kachin Independent Army, both were not financially buoyant. This was due to deliberate suppression by King Ding-ing of Kachin, coupled with the substantial funds required to support their loyal military forces and private soldiers. As the conversation continued, Lin Dong discreetly activated his black gold eye. Indeed, these so-called big shots had wealth that paled in comparison to the drug lords of northern Myanmar. Who would believe they were not in need of money? With this realization, Lin Dong felt more at ease, reclining on the sofa, savoring the smoke in a state of utter relaxation. Boss Lin, may I inquire about the annual profits of the Dragon Gang in Kachin? In Banla, sharp-minded, posed a crucial question. The annual profits will not be less than 50 billion yuan, Lin Dong replied coolly. Such an amount? In Banla gasped, his heart racing uncontrollably. Is the Dragon Gang truly so profitable? Ganshong, too, was stirred by the figure, his interest ignited. Indeed, besides arms, we have recently discovered a large-scale jadeite mine near Eagle Valley. Observing the expressions of the 2 men, Lin Dong sensed they were hooked and cast an even larger bait. Preliminary assessments indicate that this mine could be exploited for at least a century, primarily yielding black jadeite, with projected annual profits not less than 50 billion. Without fail, the 2 eager fish were completely ensnared. My goodness, a century of wealth? Annual profits of 50 billion? Even if split 10 ways, each would still net 5 billion. Seeing that the bait had been taken, Lin Dong swiftly reeled them in. So, gentlemen, have you come to a decision? Boss Lin, since you have placed such trust in me, In Banla, I shall take the plunge and join the Dragon Gang. In Banla declared excitedly. I, Ganshong, also wish to join the Dragon Gang. Though internally exhilarated, Ganshong maintained a facade of composure. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be the leading figures of the Dragon Gang in Kachin. Haha. Lin Dong laughed heartily. In Banla, you shall be the esteemed leader, while Ganshong will be the second in command. Together, we shall advance and prosper. Beep. New target associated. In Bamla, loyalty 73. Can expend 27 million wealth to elevate loyalty to 100. Beep. New target associated. Ganshong, loyalty 68. Can expend 32 million wealth to elevate loyalty to 100. The delightful chime echoed in Lin Dong's mind, prompting him to unhesitatingly enhance the loyalty of both individuals. Haha, what a lucrative venture. After this series of maneuvers, having spent merely 59 million, coupled with the Dragon Gang's 10 share of the annual profits, he had effectively consolidated control over the military and political landscape of the future Kachin state, with their loyalty elevated to 100%. Even if these two held high positions or immense power, they would ultimately remain beholden to Lin Dong alone. Haha, what a tremendous gain. The tens of thousands of regular troops of the Kachin Independent Army, such a vast territory, will now belong to our Dragon Gang. The entire northern region of Myanmar shall soon belong to the Dragon Gang. Once we eliminate Ding Ing and incorporate the Kachin Army, who else in northern Myanmar could possibly rival the might of our Dragon Gang? Chapter 161. The Kachin state is on the cusp of transformation. Boss Lin, why do I feel increasingly drawn to you? I share that sentiment. It's peculiar, but your presence ignites an inexplicable fervor within me. In Bamla and Ganshong, for reasons unknown, found themselves enveloped in an unconditional trust emanating from the depths of their souls towards Lin Dong, an unwavering allegiance, akin to a willingness to brave fire and water without hesitation. Is that so? Perhaps it's my striking handsomeness? Heh. Lin Dong chuckled unabashedly. Gentlemen, let us not delay. Please arrange a meeting with Ding Ing at your earliest convenience, preferably resolving matters today. Certainly, I shall make the arrangements. It is nearly dawn. Boss Lin, shall we have breakfast first? In Bamla respectfully suggested, though he himself was unaware of the profound shift in his attitude towards Lin Dong. Excellent. After today, the Kachin will witness a new dawn, one that belongs to the Dragon Gang. You speak wisely, Boss Lin. It won't be long before Kachin falls under our dominion. Incorrect. The entirety of northern Myanmar will be ours. Indeed, at 10 a.m., Lin Dong and his two companions boarded a military helicopter, arriving in Myatkina. Upon entering the Ding residence in the heart of Myatkina, Lin Dong was immediately struck by the sheer power and opulence of Ding Ing. In the bustling city center, the Ding estate occupied half a picturesque mountain, sprawling with tiered gardens and buildings, covering at least 20 acres. From the entrance to every corner of the estate stood armed guards. Lin Dong estimated that, visibly, there were at least a battalion of armed sentinels. This Ding Ing is excessively fearful for his life, it seems. Soon, under the guidance of an officer, Lin Dong and his companions were led to a spacious reception hall. No sooner had they seated themselves and taken half a sip of tea than a benevolent-looking man in his 50s, flanked by two armed guards, entered. Apart from Lin Dong, Gon and In Banla promptly stood to greet him, their long-standing subservience to Ding Ing not easily shaken. Moreover, upon entering the Ding estate, their firearms had been confiscated by the guards. Given Ding Ing's notoriously cautious nature, he would never permit anyone the opportunity to assassinate him. You must be Lin Dong? Ding Ing glanced at his capable aides, showing no intention of acknowledging them, instead directing his gaze at the unmoving Lin Dong. Commander Ding, greetings. I am indeed Lin Dong. Lin Dong replied with a slight smile. The rumors hold true. Boss Lin is indeed quite youthful. Ding Ing remarked with a broad smile as he took his seat at the head of the table. You flatter me, Commander, Lin Dong replied, bowing slightly. A guard following Ding Ing deftly poured him a cup of tea, then stepped back alongside another guard to stand flanking the head of the table. Target scan initiated. Ding Ing, male, 49 years old, King of Kachin, commander of the Kachin Independence Army, involved in 695 cases including illegal mining, drug trafficking, arms dealing, human trafficking, money laundering, murder, and civilian slaughter. Black gold value, 575 billion yuan. Hidden location of black gold. Ding Residence Treasury, number 6 Shan East Road, Myatkina. Quite impressive. This black gold is substantial, reminiscent of a warlord's wealth. Now that we are here, how could Lin Dong possibly forego this ill-gotten fortune? The black gold system activated. Within a 200-meter radius, nothing shall be overlooked. Fortunately, while the Ding estate is vast, the treasure spots remain within the 200-meter limit. In the blink of an eye, 575 billion in black gold was converted, causing Lin Dong's black gold total to surpass 30 billion for the first time, reaching 30.01554 billion. Simultaneously, following the victory at Eagle Valley, Lin Dong's reputation in the underworld had also risen to 1460 points. He was drawing ever closer to the requirement for a system upgrade to a higher tier. Boss Lin, how does the Dragon Gang intend to conclude the Eagle Valley battle? Ding Ing asked, lifting his teacup and taking a delicate sip. What does Commander Ding propose for the conclusion? Lin Dong replied leisurely, letting the opponent make the first move. After all, the final outcome would remain unchanged. I propose a ceasefire, allowing the First Division to return, Ding Ying stated. That is agreeable. Anything else? The commanders responsible for our defeat must face severe punishment, Ding Ying remarked, his smile fading as he cast a cold glare at Gon and Inbamla, who remained silent and seemingly unfazed. I shall refrain from meddling in your internal affairs, Commander. Is there anything more? Lin Dong squinted, revealing a hint of mischief. In light of our significant losses, the Dragon Gang must provide compensation, Ding Ying stated flatly. Oh, what form might that compensation take? Lin Dong inquired with a grin. First, the dismantling of the Eagle Valley fortifications, disbanding the guard, and permitting my troops to garrison in Kun's High. Second, the Dragon Gang must compensate us with $1 billion and surrender the main perpetrators. Third, moving forward, half of all profits from business dealings between the Dragon Gang and Kun's High and Kachin shall belong to me. The more Lin Dong listened, the more pleased he became. He straightened his posture and inquired with interest. Very well. Is there anything else? Lastly, the murderer of my nephew must be handed over, Ding Ying replied, frowning with evident displeasure towards Lin Dong. How dare a mere gang leader treat the powerful king of Kachin with such disdain? Boy, have you grown arrogant simply because you won a battle? Once the discussion concluded, I will have you captured immediately and see if the Dragon Gang dares to act so brazenly. Ha ha ha. Commander Ding, you truly have a sense of humor. Your demands hardly reflect those of a defeated party. Lin Dong could no longer contain his laughter. Have you just awakened? Ha ha. Impudent. The guards flanking Ding Ying shouted, drawing their firearms and aiming them at Lin Dong. Ding Ying slammed his teacup down on the table, his face darkening to an almost dangerous degree. Lin Dong, do you wish to die? I have no such desire, Lin Dong retorted with a derisive smile. Then how dare you defy me? Ding Ying's voice dripped with menace. Defy? No, 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 you underestimate me, hee hee. Lin Dong waved his hand dismissively, grinning mischievously. What if I not only defy you but also intend to kill you? Arrogant fool. Ding Ying erupted, leaping to his feet, pointing at Lin Dong and bellowing. You dare to spew such nonsense in my domain? Bring him in. Yes. Two guards rushed forward, guns drawn. Unfortunately, they were unaware that they were facing not an ordinary individual, but a formidable force capable of cutting through enemy lines. At the same moment, the officer who had led them gestured, and a contingent of over 30 guards armed with American submachine guns surged into the room. It was evident that even the king of Kachin regarded the rumored founder of the Dragon Gang with utmost seriousness. This meeting had been meticulously prepared with a full squad of guards stationed at the entrance. From a distance, even more soldiers, having received urgent orders, swiftly converged on the reception hall. The Kachin state is on the brink of transformation. Chapter 162, Ascendancy in Northern Myanmar. Two guards lunged at Lin Dong, displaying remarkable agility. Their weapons discharging as they moved, 2 bullets striking his shoulders. Such a vicious intent to incapacitate. Before they could close the distance, Lin Dong had already reacted. In a flash, he vanished from his seat. His speed was astonishing. Following 2 anguished cries, the guard's wrist bones shattered, their guns clattering to the ground. In his rapid motion, Lin Dong deftly caught the falling firearms and immediately retaliated. Bang! Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as the 2 guards, already in agony, were instantly executed with a bullet to the head. Seizing the weapons, Lin Dong pivoted, hurling the guns towards Gon and Inbamla without a care for their astonished expressions. With a swift motion, he conjured a Scorpion submachine gun seemingly out of thin air. Rat-tat-tat. A relentless barrage of bullets rained upon the leading officer and the soldiers who had just stormed in. As he fired, Lin Dong moved with supernatural speed, his ghostly figure eluding capture. Within 10 seconds, the officers and over 30 guards in the hall had failed to land a single shot on Lin Dong's elusive silhouette. Yet, each of them now bore multiple, bleeding bullet wounds. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and corpses littered the ground. Gon and Inbamla, each clutching a handgun, had taken Ding Ying hostage, who was wounded in the shoulder. The outcome of their confrontation became swiftly apparent. At that moment, not only Ding Ying, whose face was contorted with rage and shock, even Gon and Inbamla, who had prepared themselves mentally for the confrontation, were struck by the realization of Lin Dong's terrifying prowess. In just 10 seconds, he had single-handedly dispatched over 30 elite guards. Was this still human? Are you two planning a rebellion? Witnessing Lin Dong's formidable strength, Ding Ying could no longer suppress his fear. He dared not question Lin Dong directly, and instead vented his fury upon his 2 treacherous subordinates. Commander, I apologize, but we wish to pursue a different path, Inbamla stated without a hint of remorse, tightening his grip on the gun pressed against Ding Ying's forehead. And you, Gon? Have I not treated you well, Ding Ying? He questioned darkly. Gon remained silent, merely waving his left hand, the tip of his severed pinky visible. accompanied by a scornful smile. Commander Ding, cease your struggles. Your downfall is inevitable. At that moment, Lin Dong, having just completed his massacre, strolled over. His black suit impeccably neat. Humph. Lin Dong, you three dare to wreak havoc on my territory? Ding Ying sneered. In less than a minute. This place will be surrounded by hundreds of guards, and within half an hour, at least a division will seal off this street. No matter your capabilities. Escape will be impossible. Lin Dong shook his head in resignation, approaching Ding Ying, tearing a piece of his clothing and stuffing it into his mouth. Damn it. You talk too much, Lin Dong muttered, then pulled out a pair of handcuffs, securing Ding Ying's wrists behind his back. Ding Ying's eyes widened in fury. His muffled protests only a faint echo as he struggled helplessly. Are you two ready? Lin Dong addressed Gon and In Banla. We're all set, Boss Lin, let us proceed. Excellent. I grant you 3 hours. After that, regardless of success or failure, I shall execute Ding Ying. Understood. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction, swiftly slicing towards Gon and In Banla's necks with a flick of his wrist. Both emitted muffled groans before collapsing to the ground. They would regain consciousness within 15 minutes. After incapacitating them, Lin Dong seized Ding Ying, who resembled a small chick, and swiftly exited the reception room. The Ding residence was in chaos, with hundreds of armed guards rushing towards the sound of gunfire. Lin Dong, carrying the Kachin King, navigated through the estate's gardens with ghostly speed. His precise marksmanship and limitless ammunition and grenades left nearly an entire battalion of guards in disarray, though outnumbered and outgunned, even with snipers deployed. The commander's safety restrained them from firing recklessly. Meanwhile, the opposing forces harbored no such reservations. Within less than half an hour of engagement, a third of the guard battalion had suffered casualties. The once feared soldiers were now paralyzed by terror, forced to confront the threat head-on. Soon, news of the Kachin King's abduction spread like wildfire through the nearby Independent Army's headquarters. The entire Kachin independence movement erupted in chaos. At this moment, the 2nd Division and the 1st Armored Brigade, in a state of disarray, were urgently summoned to a meeting at the military headquarters. The loyalists of Ding Ying, upon entering, were swiftly disarmed by soldiers who had been lying in wait. With the commander abducted, In Banla and Gon, having returned to the headquarters to take charge, naturally became the highest-ranking officers. Simultaneously, the 2nd Division and the 1st Armored Brigade, now devoid of a commander, were taken over by the unexpectedly emerging 3rd Division and 2nd Armored Brigade. 2 hours later, various locations across the city of Myanmar were fully controlled by another elite unit of Gon's restructured forces. 3 red signal flares shot into the sky over the city. Just as 3 hours had elapsed, Lin Dong, still trapped within the Ding residence, looked up at the sky with a smile. The Kachin rebellion had succeeded. At that moment, fewer than 100 guards remained surrounding him, while he had single-handedly eliminated more than half of the once formidable guard battalion. Observing the young man in the suit from afar, everyone was gripped by an overwhelming fear. As more soldiers surrounded the Ding residence and surged inside, the demoralized remnants of the guard battalion were swiftly overwhelmed and, seeing their fate sealed, surrendered. Lin Dong removed the cloth from Ding Ying's mouth, smiling. Commander Ding, do you yield? Please, share your final words. Lin Dong, I, Ding Ying, will not let you off even in death. Damn it, not this again. Could you not come up with something more original? Lin Dong, they can betray me today, and one day they will betray you as well. You need not worry about that, Commander. Now, rest easy. Without further ado, Lin Dong raised his submachine gun and unleashed a volley of bullets that shattered Ding Ying's skull. The once mighty Kachin King fell, consumed by hatred. 3 days later, the tremors caused by the rebellion gradually subsided. Gon and In Banla ruthlessly purged Ding Ying's loyalists, executing some and imprisoning others, including Wu Nuo, the recently liberated commander of the 1st Division, and Ongduk, the captain of the Mountain Eagle Special Forces. Thus, the Kachin Independence Army underwent a profound transformation, leaving only those loyal to Gon and In Banla. On this day, at Lin Dong's request, the two summoned all officers above the rank of company level. Whether willing or not, they were all coerced into becoming members of the Dragon Gang. Naturally, the loyalty of these officers had to be maximized, for with their allegiance, this army of tens of thousands would truly belong to Lin Dong. The number of individuals requiring enhancement was vast. This operation cost the system 6.3 billion, nearly exhausting all the black gold converted at the Ding residence. Nevertheless, Lin Dong felt no pangs of regret. Money could be earned again. But having capable subordinates was paramount in navigating the underworld. The officer corps, comprising nearly 500 individuals, inevitably includes a segment whose illicit wealth is considerable. Coupled with the hundreds of millions in black gold from Gon and his associates, they could somewhat mitigate the losses incurred. The city of Myanmar is a locale even more affluent than Kokong. Thus, leveraging the intelligence provided by the Heavenly Eye, Lin Dong managed to methodically reap the fortunes of the wealthy here within a mere day. As a result, the balance of wealth within Lin Dong's system soared to a staggering 2,566 billion. Such a fortune, even in the 1990s, would place one on the verge of becoming a world billionaire. Furthermore, this figure only accounts for the system's wealth. The cash and valuables amassed in reality remain uncalculated. The demise of the Wei family and the suppression of the Kachin Independence Army has further elevated Lin Dong's reputation in the underworld, adding an additional 500 points to his renown, now totaling 1960 points, on the cusp of reaching the 2,000-point threshold for an upgrade. Regrettably, the advancement of the black gold system to a higher tier necessitates a wealth value of 200 billion, compelling him to bide his time. There's no rush. The world is vast, and ample black gold awaits his acquisition. With the territory of Kachin State firmly under his control, the Dragon Gang's dominance over northern Myanmar has become an undeniable reality. Lin Dong has ascended to kingship in the region. Chapter 163. Assessing skills and upgrading to higher tiers. The nearly 20 billion in cash and precious metals acquired in Myanmar were not taken by Lin Dong. Half has been allocated to the Kachin Independence Army's headquarters for expansion and weapon procurement, while the other half is stored in Kunsai for future contingencies. Before returning to Huagua's southern capital, Lin Dong reviewed the spoils of this expedition, discovering that the outcomes had far exceeded his initial expectations. In the conflict in Kokong, he vanquished the Bai and Wei families, dividing the territory with the Kokong king. The influence of this battle has nearly absorbed the majority of Kokang's underground forces into the Dragon Gang. Soon, the completion of the Kokong gambling city will herald the Dragon Gang's financial and influential zenith in northern Myanmar. What surprised Lin Dong most during his journey in northern Myanmar was not the loyalty of Kunsai or the discovery of a century-old treasure trove, but rather the unexpected acquisition of the most formidable military force in Myanmar, the Kachin Independence Army. Now, Lin Dong, the esteemed leader, has surpassed the stage of being merely enamored with wealth. For him, vast sums of money are merely a natural consequence. It is greater power and territory that truly pique his interest. He understands a fundamental truth. Without sufficient strength and influence, no amount of wealth can be safeguarded. It has been quite some time since he last upgraded his special skills. With the system's wealth balance exceeding 40 billion, it seems unreasonable not to elevate his skills to a higher tier. All 4 special skills have reached the intermediate stage, yet Lin Dong's disposition prevents him from being complacent. The last time he upgraded the 2 primary skills, Black Gold Eye and Enhanced Wings, from beginner to intermediate, it cost him 10 billion each. Now, the transition from intermediate to advanced is likely to demand even greater expenditure. However, the unforeseen benefits that come with upgrading special skills are surely worth the investment. Thus, regardless of the cost, Lin Dong is willing to proceed. Having resolved to act, he promptly initiated the upgrade process. Ding. Upgrading Black Gold Eye from intermediate to advanced requires a wealth expenditure of 10 billion. Proceed with the upgrade? Indeed. The cost of advancing to a higher tier for a single special skill opens at a staggering 10 billion. The system's appetite appears to grow ever larger. Nevertheless, one must spend to earn, and after all, any expenditure is ultimately for oneself. Ding. 10 billion wealth expended. Black Gold Eye has been upgraded to advanced level. New feature of advanced Black Gold Eye. While scanning a target, 5 key individuals related to the target's black gold information can be simultaneously acquired. This seems somewhat dubious. Yet it possesses a modicum of utility. In future scans of target individuals, it guarantees at least 5 additional insights for the price of 1. Like unearthing potatoes. Pulling 1 yields a whole cluster. Quite advantageous. Onward. Ding. 10 billion wealth expended. Enhanced Wings has been upgraded to advanced level. New feature of advanced Enhanced Wings can enhance mental strength, commonly referred to as divine thought or consciousness. This is rather intriguing. It is worth noting that the previous iteration of Enhanced Wings fortified the body, while the intermediate stage expanded the range of skills that could be learned from the environment. Yet, the most crucial aspect of the human experience, consciousness, had not seen significant enhancement. Even after activating the Heavenly Eye, Lin Dong's sensory perception had improved. But his mental faculties remained only marginally superior to those of an average person. Now, the ability to bolster mental strength has emerged. This capability is indeed a delightful surprise. Lin Dong is left to ponder whether continuous enhancement of mental strength will simultaneously unlock further potential within his brain. Some scientists have postulated that when the brain reaches 60 capacity, one can manipulate and utilize space at will, achieving a semi-divine state. Ahem, such musings are perhaps too far-reaching. These remain unverified hypotheses. Best to continue spending. Ding. 10 billion wealth expended. Loyalty Heart has been upgraded to advanced level. Advanced Loyalty Heart. No wealth expenditure required. Can elevate the loyalty of associated individuals to 100. Is the system toying with me? Why was this not mentioned earlier? I just spent 3 billion to recruit hundreds of officers from the Independence Army, and now you present me with this? At that moment, Lin Dong felt as though his heart was bleeding. 3 billion. Had he known, he would have prioritized the upgrade. Alas, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Even for those reincarnated or favored by the system, such is the case. Well, money spent is money spent. Perfection is an unattainable ideal. Lin Dong consoled himself. Now, when recruiting new subordinates, he need not worry about financial constraints regarding loyalty enhancements. With this thought in mind, Lin Dong retrieved his phone and placed calls to Gan and Kuan Sheng, conveying a singular directive, by any means necessary. Ensure that all personnel under them join the Dragon Gang. Kuan Sheng's task is relatively manageable, given that he currently oversees merely 3,000 to 5,000 individuals. However, the more challenging endeavor lies with Commander Gan, who is responsible for the entirety of the Kachin Independence Army, comprising at least 50,000 officers and soldiers below the rank of colonel. This will certainly keep him occupied for some time. The surprise brought about by upgrading Loyalty Heart has filled Lin Dong with anticipation for the final special skills advancement. Spatial Gate, the paramount force aside from time itself. It is due to its existence that Lin Dong, a solitary wanderer in the underworld, possesses such formidable strength, strong enough to confront even the regular armies of warlords. Yet, the system's spatial capacity of 100 cubic meters feels rather restrictive. A cubic space measuring approximately 465 meters on each side, accommodating the firepower of an enhanced battalion, is commendable. Yet the challenges ahead will undoubtedly be more daunting. In addition to weaponry and ammunition, essentials such as food, water, medical supplies, and daily necessities must also be carried in ample supply. With a larger space, a portion of the wealth amassed during this journey in northern Myanmar can be transported as well. This will facilitate future endeavors in harvesting black gold and tangible wealth significantly. However, one wonders how much the Spatial Gate can expand upon upgrading to the advanced tier. In Lin Dong's estimation, it should at least increase by tenfold. Ding! 10 billion wealth expended. Spatial Gate has been upgraded to advanced level. The Space Gateway Advanced, permanently preserved, volume, 1 cubic kilometer. What? 1 cubic kilometer? Lin Dong listened to the upgrade notification echoing in his mind, utterly bewildered. He was overwhelmed with joy. He had anticipated that this significant upgrade would perhaps result in a tenfold expansion. If, by some stroke of luck, it expanded 100-fold, he would surely be offering prayers of gratitude. 10 times 100 cubic meters equates to 1,000 cubic meters. This transformation would turn a cube measuring 465 meters on each side into a space measuring just 10 meters on each side. It seemed quite impressive. Yet it still fell short of Lin Dong's ideal aspirations. Even if it were to expand to 100-fold of 100 cubic meters, it would merely result in a volume of 10,000 cubic meters, equivalent to a cube measuring just under 216 meters on each side. Such dimensions pale in comparison to 1 cubic kilometer. The recent upgrade of the Space Gateway is indeed 1 cubic kilometer. What does this signify? To provide a more vivid illustration, it is akin to a cubic space measuring 1,000 meters, or 1 kilometer, on each side. Such an expansive space would not only accommodate the armaments and supplies for several divisions, but could likely harbor the entire population of billions on this planet, with ample room to spare. Admittedly, if everyone were to be crammed inside, their personal space would be exceedingly limited, resembling a crowded sardine can. Nevertheless, this vast expanse would certainly suffice, wouldn't it? Lin Dong was immensely satisfied with this upgrade. Of course, having expended 40 billion in wealth, his own capabilities had also ascended significantly. The system's wealth balance now stood at 2,566 billion. Though it seemed a diminishment, he remained unperturbed. His hidden cards were growing increasingly formidable. No matter how vast or treacherous the world of Jianghu may be, what is there to fear? Chapter 164, The Wind Will Rise. The clouds will surge. The upgrade of Heart of Loyalty has catapulted Lin Dong's power to a terrifying level. Soon, the 2,000 strong force at Kunzhai, along with over 5,000 newly incorporated underground forces from the courageous region, had their loyalty maximized. Commander Ganshan's efficiency was remarkable. Within just 2 days, he managed to bring the entire 50,000 strong Kachin Independence Army under the banner of the Dragon Gang. From this point forward, Lin Dong possessed a formidable regular army in northern Myanmar, boasting a loyalty rating of 100. This army would not betray nor turn against him. They would execute Lin Dong's commands unconditionally. Presently, this card in his hand was already substantial. If utilized effectively, it could potentially alter the dynamics of northern Myanmar and even the entirety of the nation. The newly appointed Kachin king, in Banla, did not disappoint Lin Dong. Not only did he stabilize the situation with ruthless determination, but he also emulated the example by incorporating his high-ranking officials into the Dragon Gang. For those who refused to cooperate, simple, dismissal, or they would simply vanish from existence. Lin Dong discovered that after the upgrade of Heart of Loyalty in the system, it not only saved resources, but also alleviated concerns and efforts. Even his subordinates far away in Nandu, as long as they belonged to his gang or company, could have their loyalty elevated to 100 with just a thought. Given Lin Dong's cunning nature, he would certainly seize such an opportunity to garner loyalty. In the world of Jianghu, as a dark underworld leader, the greatest fear is betrayal by one's own subordinates. How many individuals throughout history possess the loyalty of a brother like Guan Yu? In this world, everything is driven by self-interest. In reality, how many betray their brothers and sell out their masters for personal gain? Thus, the existence of Heart of Loyalty is designed to impeccably assist Lin Dong in resolving these issues. Consequently, over the past 2 days, the incessant chimes of maximal loyalty notifications filled Lin Dong's mind. These notifications originated not only from northern Myanmar, but also from Nandu, as well as the Alien Gang in Han City and the Dragon Gang in Hong Kong. Even the mercenaries of the Blackface organization, currently on a mission in Australia, were among them. Within 2 days, the allegiance notifications of tens of thousands nearly overwhelmed Lin Dong's mind. In exasperation, he paid little attention to the specific individuals involved, simply focusing on the relentless elevation of loyalty. With the loyalty of all his subordinates successfully enhanced, Lin Dong's spirits soared. This trip to northern Myanmar had proven immensely profitable. Beyond reaping hundreds of billions in illicit wealth, he had also amassed such a formidable force. Just the incorporation of the Kachin Independence Army alone could be deemed an incredible windfall. At this moment, Lin Dong sensed an impending reality as his power grew. He would soon attract the attention of certain formidable factions and authorities. His future path in the underworld would not be tranquil. The wind will rise, the clouds will gather. The taste of blood and the storms of violence would gradually become the norm in his life. Thus, enhancing his strength remains the ultimate path to follow. With the space gateway upgraded, its capacity was now sufficiently vast. Thus, Lin Dong could whimsically arrange the items he wished to carry. In this 1 cubic kilometer of space, he had already stored an entire brigade's worth of light and heavy weaponry. With Kowloon, the largest arms dealer in northern Myanmar, and the Kachin Army's arsenal at his disposal, what could he not procure? Besides conventional firearms and ammunition, Lin Dong even managed to stow away 10 of the most advanced M1A2 main battle tanks, 5 Black Hawk armed helicopters, along with armored vehicles, howitzers, RPG rocket launchers, mortars, light and heavy firearms, and various cold weapons. Just in terms of grenades and RPG rounds, he had concealed no less than 2,000. It is evident that Lin Dong has perfectly inherited the fear of firepower inadequacy that plagues many in China. Considering potential extreme situations in the future, in addition to essential supplies such as food, water, and large comprehensive first aid kits, he also gathered a plethora of items to enhance the quality of life. Chilled cola, beer, fried chicken, spicy hot pot, fruits, and more, enough to fill the space. After all, the area is ample, permanently temperature controlled, and preserves items indefinitely. As for cold weather gear, gas masks, oxygen tanks, radiation suits, diving suits, speedboats, and underwater propulsion devices, he had also arranged for Kowloon and Gunshots to procure a batch. Various survival tools for the wilderness, such as tents, sleeping bags, off-road vehicles, diesel and gasoline, and satellite phones, were naturally included. He even stored dozens of military parachutes. Although these might not necessarily be required, it is always better to be prepared. Furthermore, during his time serving in the reconnaissance company, Lin Dong had undergone a month of airborne parachuting training. Thus, in terms of combat and survival, he was essentially well-rounded. With such an abundance of supplies in his portable space, he should be well-equipped to handle most unforeseen events in the future, right? If this is still insufficient, perhaps he could simply send Kowloon on a trip to Baishiong country to procure a few tactical nuclear warheads for amusement? Ahem, perhaps that thought was a bit excessive. Since the space is so vast, he can also bring along the more than 10 billion in cash currently stored with Kowloon. Naturally, all valuable items like gold and jewels would be placed within the space. On this planet, there is no place more secretive and secure than his portable space. Lin Dong counted, and just the gold alone stored in the space exceeded 90 tons, with a total value not falling below 10 billion. After completing his tasks, Lin Dong returned to the old street, and specially treated the king of Kokong to a meal. With Lin Dong's current power and reputation, he had already become a king-like figure in northern Myanmar. The king of Kokong, Peng Jiaxing, was quite well informed. How could he possibly be unaware of Lin Dong's deeds in Kachin? Being a shrewd individual, he promptly agreed to all of Lin Dong's requests, except for joining the Dragon Gang. Peng Jiaxing was among the first to recognize Lin Dong's extraordinary abilities and remarkable qualities. So he would not dare to offend someone like Lin Dong, but rather strive to cultivate a good relationship. With the backing of the two major forces, Kachin and Kokong, Lin Dong's Kokong casino project completed its preliminary fundraising in just a month. The tedious tasks of fundraising and construction were handled by a specialized project team, while Lin Dong merely assigned the seasoned Kuan Sheng to oversee the follow-up. After the God of War and Eagle Eye remained in Kokong, their daily responsibilities, aside from assisting with the Kokong casino project, revolved around training the newly established youth gang. This unconventional gang of young delinquents, led by the 14-year-old soldier Xiao Yi, had now grown to 600 members. In the crime-ridden chaos of northern Myanmar, there was no shortage of orphans and passionate youths. With the increasing number of recruits in the youth gang, having only the God of War and Eagle Eye as instructors was undoubtedly insufficient. However, this posed no challenge for Lin Dong. After all, would there be any shortage of excellent instructors from the Mountain Eagle Special Forces and the Sky Eye Intelligence Organization? A single phone call to Ganshang would swiftly summon a batch of capable hands. Lin Dong was filled with anticipation. What transformation would these youthful, inexperienced children undergo in a year or two? Chapter 165, Return to Nandu. On April 10, 1996, Wednesday, Lin Dong and Feng Zi stealthily crossed the familiar passage and clandestinely returned to Huagua. At 10 p.m. that evening, the two finally arrived safely in Nandu. Lin Dong's journey abroad had lasted over a month. Having been away for so long, there must be many people in Nandu who missed him dearly. According to their usual routine, Lin Dong's mother had already gone to bed by this time. Yet tonight, for some inexplicable reason, she felt a sense of unease. Her left eyelid twitching intermittently. According to the old adage, a twitching left eye signifies fortune, while a twitching right eye portends disaster. Could the vigorous twitching of her left eye be an omen of good news for the family? Her son Lin Dong had been away from home for more than a month, and recently, he had scarcely called. As a mother, she understood that her son was no ordinary individual. He must be occupied with significant matters. During this time, if not for the company of Sun Jielu, even residing in this luxurious villa, she would have felt exceedingly lonely. With little to do, they would often go shopping, indulge in delectable cuisine, and stroll through parks. In Nandu, Lin Dong's mother had few acquaintances, apart from the occasional visits from Lao Nyo, who would drop by for a meal. What brought her the most joy was the quirky and beautiful girl Wanya. Whenever Wanya visited, she would either come alone or bring her beautiful classmate Tong Lele along. The normally quiet and elegant house would suddenly burst forth with laughter and merriment. Though such days were fleeting, they always made Lin Dong's mother feel rejuvenated. The vitality of youth and the joy of young people could sometimes be infectious. The Lin family had become quite prosperous, yet she had only one son. Moreover, this son seemed rather indifferent, constantly busy with various endeavors, never exhibiting a semblance of familial attachment. Alas, with no daughters, her son was also reluctant to marry early. Having Linya and Sun Jielu accompanying him on either side was quite pleasant. However, at times, Lin Dong's mother felt conflicted. Which of these two exceptional girls would her son ultimately choose? Given her disposition, she would find either of them agreeable. Yet, regrettably, Lin Dong seemed indifferent towards both, creating a dilemma. During Lin Dong's absence, Lin Dong's mother fully embraced her active nature. Whenever she had free time, she would rush to Villa number 32 to visit. As her son was the largest proprietor of the Marriott Resort, she wished for those villas to be filled with acquaintances. The three young men residing in Villa number 32, known as Jun Gu, Lao Si, and De Li, were reputed to be Lin Dong's loyal subordinates. They generally treated her, this elderly woman, with respect and politeness. However, while casual conversation was acceptable, heartfelt discussions could only be shared with her future daughter-in-law, Sun Jielu. Xiao Lu, have Xiao Dong and I been away for nearly 40 days? Why hasn't he returned yet? Lin Dong's mother asked absently, glancing at the gate outside the courtyard. The television screen in the grand living room was replaying the recent popular Southern drama series, The Wealthy Family. Yes, Auntie, Donggu has been away for 39 days. He is busy with important matters. It's normal for him to be gone for a while, Sun Jielu gently replied, quietly peeling an orange and handing it to Lin Dong's mother. Alas, do you think Xiao Dong might encounter some danger while outside? Auntie, please rest assured. I believe in Dong Ji's abilities. He is the most capable. If he is so capable, why hasn't he produced a grandson for me? Auntie. Sun Jialu's delicate, fair face flushed crimson as she stammered, unsure how to respond. Just at that awkward moment, the gate of the courtyard creaked open. A familiar tall figure leaped into their view. Xiao Dong. It's Donggu. Donggu is back. Lin Dong's mother and Sun Jielu stood in unison, quickly slipping on their slippers and rushing outside. Mom, I'm back. As soon as he entered the house, Lin Dong beamed, wrapping his arms around his mother and Sun Jielu, giving them each a warm embrace. The weariness of days spent on the road and the hardships of being in a foreign land dissipated in that instant. A man, no matter how strong, needs a tranquil home to return to, a place where he can rest when weary. That night, Lin Dong's mother joyfully cooked a large bowl of pig trotter noodles for him. And only when she saw him devouring every last drop of broth did she contentedly retire to her room to sleep. She was very understanding, aware that the two had not seen each other for so long, and it was only natural that their reunion felt like a newlywed couple. As the saying goes, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. It was only fair to grant the young couple some time together. This enchanting night, how could it be measured in mere gold? After a prolonged drought, Lin Dong embraced the maid Sun Jialu, transitioning from the bathroom to the bed, and then from the bed to the bedroom floor. Clothes were scattered as the springtime radiance flourished. This revelry lasted the entire night. Sun Jialu, a woman whose loyalty was unwavering, became extraordinary when she let loose. If it weren't for Lin Dong's enhanced physique, he would likely have found the night overwhelming. The following day, Lin Dong did not rise until noon. After freshening up and enjoying lunch at home, he headed to Villa number 98. There, Lao Niu Fengzi, Fan Gui, and Mo Huan, a few of his core subordinates, were waiting for him. Aside from Fengzi, who had always been by his side, he had not seen the others for quite some time. There were numerous important matters within the Nandu underworld that required him, the leader, to be apprised in person. The long-separated group couldn't help but reminisce for a moment. Once the discussion turned to work, Lin Dong took the lead. Lao Niu, please share the situation regarding Shanglifang. Certainly, boss. I conducted a thorough cleanup of the sex industry in Shanglifang. Those who voluntarily chose to leave were compensated and dismissed, Lao Niu replied, his expression stern as he spoke. Furthermore, as per your instructions, I have eradicated the operations pertaining to pirated discs, shifting my focus towards the sale and rental of legitimate VCDs. Indeed, well done. Recently, the policy winds are set to change, necessitating a swift transformation and contraction of certain business ventures. Lin Dong nodded in approval and continued, a tall tree attracts the wind. For such a trifling profit, it is hardly worth the trouble. By the way, boss, there is another matter I wish to report. The old ox hesitated for a moment, his face reddening as he spoke. What is it? Speak up, Lin Dong prompted. Regarding the business at Shanglifang and the discs, I no longer wish to manage it. I want to follow you like Fengzi. What is the reason? Lin Dong inquired with a slight smile. I am not accustomed to dealing with that group of women all day, old ox replied, his face growing even redder, his demeanor becoming bashful. I say, old ox, you haven't lost your virginity, have you? Do share. How many times have you succumbed among so many alluring women? Fengzi interjected eagerly. Get lost. I haven't. Old ox retorted angrily. I don't believe you, unless you allow me to check. Fengzi exclaimed, relishing the moment and teasing him. All right. You two can resolve your inspection privately tonight when you return to your quarters. Old ox, do you have a suitable replacement in mind? Lin Dong asked. Yes, Kokong. Kokong. Indeed, it is he. His leg injury has improved significantly, and he recently joined our dragon gang. Ah, that explains it, Lin Dong mused, recalling that name from the list of individuals whose loyalty had been enhanced during their time in northern Myanmar. Then let us assign the business at Shanglifang and the discs to Kokong, while you return to my side, old ox. Thank you, boss. Old ox responded with excitement. Next, Lao Fan. How is Wanchi faring since merging with the dragon gang? Lin Dong turned his gaze towards Fan Gui, who sat to his right, and asked with a smile. Fan Gui straightened his posture, his expression slightly serious as he replied, the operations of Wanchi Group are relatively normal. But there have been some issues with Wanchi Electronics, which is paving the way to the capital. Oh, Lin Dong raised his eyebrows, intrigued. The Wanchi Electronics Division, led by Ma Baorong, took the initiative to head north to the capital. This was his idea. It is not surprising to encounter some difficulties in a city where power and wealth intermingle. Lao Fan, is the situation serious? Lin Dong probed further. Quite serious. A couple of days ago, Ma Baorong called to report that there are those who do not wish for Wanchi Electronics to establish itself in the capital. Fan Gui replied in a grave tone. Who are they? On the surface, it appears to be the leading electronics company in the capital, Guoli Electronics. But insiders know that Huang Guanyu lacks such significant power. Fan Gui continued, his expression growing more solemn. The true force behind this is the Mo family. The Mo family, one of the 4 great families in the capital? Lin Dong was somewhat taken aback. It seemed the waters in the capital ran quite deep. Indeed, it is them. Fan Gui affirmed with a nod. This complicates matters, interjected Ghost Hand Mo Huan, unable to contain his thoughts any longer. Old Mo, how well do you know about the Mo family in the capital? Lin Dong shifted his gaze to Mo Huan, curiosity piqued. Yes, boss, when Chairman Liu was still around. The Unifying Society collaborated with the Mo family on a real estate project a couple of years ago, Mo Huan replied respectfully. To call it a collaboration would be an understatement. It was more of a charity from the Mo family to the Unifying Society. The Mo family had set their sights on a piece of land on Shipu Island in Nandu, with all the paperwork in order. But the local villagers encountered obstacles during the relocation process. Consequently, the project manager, the second young master of the Mo family, Mo Jingcheng, approached Chairman Liu at that time. I was the one who led the team to resolve that issue, for which the Mo family paid the Unifying Society a gratitude fee of 15 million. As Lin Dong listened, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Later, Chairman Liu took nothing, stating that for a behemoth like the Mo family, it was an honor to curry favor, and how could they charge for their first act of assistance? From that point onward, I paid particular attention to information concerning the Mo family in the capital. Mo Huan exhaled deeply after finishing his account. In his fixed impression, the Mo family was a mysterious and formidable entity, capable of navigating both the realms of politics and commerce, transcending the reach of underground societies like theirs. Old Mo, are you suggesting that the Mo family's background is exceptionally powerful? Lin Dong inquired thoughtfully. Yes. It is said in the Underworld that among the 4 great families in the capital, the Mo family possesses the broadest connections in the political arena. Among their family members, no fewer than 10 hold high positions in the capital or across Huagua. Mo Huan continued to elaborate. Moreover, the Mo family is wealthy and conducts affairs with remarkable arrogance. Therefore, we in the Underworld would not provoke them lightly. Boss Lin, we must exercise caution regarding matters in the capital. Upon hearing Ghost Hand Mo Huan's words, Fan Gui's expression began to shift. It was surprising that Wanchi Electronics, upon entering the capital, faced oppression from such a powerful force. It was evident that the troubles encountered this time were more severe than any previous instances. If Wanchi disregarded the potential consequences and established itself in the capital, offending the Mo family would not only jeopardize its standing in the north, but also affect its businesses in Han City and Nandu. In Han City, I had heard Mo Huan mention the Mo family, but I had not anticipated their dominance to be so overwhelming. Lin Dong pondered for a moment before finally speaking. Rest assured, no matter how formidable the opponent, there will always be vulnerabilities. During our time in northern Myanmar, weren't the Bai and Wei families powerful? Wasn't the Kachin Independence Army formidable? Yet, weren't they all defeated by me? A chuckle escaped him. Hearing Lin Dong mention northern Myanmar, Fengzi's eyes lit up. Precisely. No matter how strong the Mo family is, can they surpass the Kachin army? Hee. Fengzi. It must have been quite a spectacle when you and the boss took down those warlords. Do share. Old Ox exclaimed with eagerness. Not telling. Why not? Unless you. Old Ox, first tell me about losing your virginity at Shanglinfang. Damn it. Fengzi, are you trying to pick a fight? Afraid of you? The two brothers engaged in their usual banter once more, prompting Lin Dong to roll his eyes in exasperation and quickly intervene. You two can settle your quarrel later in the front yard. This is a meeting time, so stop bickering. Old Ox and Fengzi shot each other angry glares before promptly falling silent. Aside from the most taciturn of the group, the war god, it was common for the three of them to engage in playful banter. Lao Fan, do not concern yourself with matters in the capital. Take care of things here. And I will personally make a trip north, Lin Dong reassured Fan Gui. Fan Gui nodded, understood. After the meeting, I will contact Ling Xiaoxiao and ask her to find a way to look after Ma Baorong and the others, at least ensuring their personal safety. Lin Dong did not wish to dwell too long on the Mo family's issues, thus shifting the topic. Old Mo, how has the Unifying Society been faring during this period? Boss, after we eliminated a batch of obstinate individuals, the morale within the society has significantly strengthened. Mo Huan stated solemnly, while brushing back a few strands of his white hair. The real estate, underground gambling, and high-end club businesses have been thriving even more than before, likely due to our growing reputation and the goodwill of our peers in the underworld. Excellent. Now that the Unifying Society is also part of the Dragon Gang, our future endeavors will only flourish, Lin Dong expressed with satisfaction. Now that everyone is present, I would like to announce that Old Mo will take charge of the Dragon Gang's affairs in Nandu. Does anyone have any objections? Mo Huan's eyes widened in surprise, his mouth opening slightly as he prepared to speak. However, several around him had already raised their hands in agreement. I, Old Ox, have no objections. Whatever the boss says goes. Neither do I. Old Mo is seasoned and capable, making him quite suitable for this position. Lin Dong pressed his hands on the table, rising to deliver his decisive statement. Since there are no objections, the management of our operations in Nandu will henceforth be entrusted to Old Mo. Old Fan. Let Old Mo handle the matters that bring prestige to the gang. You focus on managing Wan Chi for now, as I have other arrangements in mind for later. Fan Gui nodded in acknowledgement, calmly responding, understood, boss. Old Neo, expedite the handover of the affairs at Shangli Fong and accompany Feng Zi with me to Beijing. Lin Dong turned to Old Neo. Received. Old Neo stood at attention, exuding the demeanor of a former soldier. Feng Zi. Present. Feng Zi stood tall, though he cast a sly glance at old Neo beside him. I have a task for you. In the next couple of days, work with old Mo to thoroughly investigate all hostile forces in Nandu. Understood, boss. I will ensure that the voice of the Long Gang resonates throughout the entire Jianghu of Nandu. Lin Dong spoke slowly, his tone calm and unwavering. Yet, astute observers could sense the underlying aura of dominance in his words, cold, yet undeniably commanding. At that moment, Lin Dong's mobile phone rang urgently. Hello? He pressed the answer key. Boss Lin, I hope you are well. Why didn't you inform me of your return to Nandu? The voice on the other end belonged to Wang Hu, tinged with reproach. Ah, it's you, Master Hu. I only returned home last night. How did you know I was back so soon? Lin Dong was genuinely surprised. After all, he had not left the villa since his arrival, nor contacted anyone familiar. How did Wang Hu learn of his whereabouts? Please, don't call me Master Hu. I am not worthy of such a title. We are all brothers here. Just call me Brother Hu. He chuckled, his signature laugh resonating through the phone. Lin Dong also chuckled, yet his curiosity persisted. All right, from now on, I shall call you Brother Hu. But how do you possess such keen information? Have you installed surveillance in my home? Come now. Am I the type to do such things? You, the king of the North District, have nothing to fear, do you? Wang Hu replied with a laugh. Oh, brother, do not mock me. This king of the North District is merely an outdated moniker. He paused, then spoke earnestly, in today's Nandu. Who would dare to call themselves master in your presence? Is it really that exaggerated? Lin Dong questioned. Not exaggerated at all. I suspect it will become even more exaggerated in a few days. What do you mean by that? Lin Dong inquired. Brother, you are hardly low-key. With your bold actions in Kachin, do you think you can keep it a secret from others? Lin Dong was taken aback, pondering how Wang Hu had come to know about events occurring abroad. Stop guessing, brother. I still have a few acquaintances in northern Myanmar. Your remarkable achievements have left me in awe, leaving me sleepless for days. Oh, I see. I thought you had installed surveillance in my home. What a shock. Ha! With someone as formidable as you, what is there to fear? By the way, Brother Lin, your exploits in northern Myanmar will likely spread throughout the Jianghu soon. Do you have any significant plans upon your return? Brother, such important matters cannot be discussed over the phone. Lin Dong rolled his eyes. Quite right, quite right. It was my oversight. How about this? Tonight at 6 p.m., I will host a welcoming dinner for you at the Tiangong Grand Hotel. You must come. A dinner hosted by Brother Hu? Of course, I shall be there. See you tonight. Brother, I shall await your arrival. At 6 p.m. that evening, Tiangong Grand Hotel. The Chinese restaurant on the 29th floor had begun to welcome its first patrons for the dinner service. The people of Nan Province know that those who dine at Tiangong are certainly not ordinary individuals, as it is said that one meal here could cost an average person 10 years' worth of wages. Such a high-end establishment requires reservations well in advance, especially for the limited 10 VIP private rooms, which cannot be secured without over a month's notice. Curiously, Wang Hu had only made his reservation today, yet managed to secure a private room for that very evening. This illustrates that Wang Hu's reputation, cultivated over 20 years in the North District, is indeed formidable. In VIP room 9, Lin Dong and Wang Hu took their seats. At the large round dining table, only these two prominent figures of the underworld in Nandu were present. Outside the private room stood two tall men, Feng Zi and Tu Run, standing guard. After ordering, Wang Hu eagerly inquired about Lin Dong's experiences in northern Myanmar. After all, the fragmented accounts from others could not compare to the first-hand narrative from the person himself. Lin Dong, not one to withhold information, shared everything except for details regarding his system and sensitive matters, as he was keen to let the news spread, thereby enhancing their deterrent effect. Brother Lin, in my decades of life, you are the most extraordinary person I have ever encountered. Ever since the battle at Wang Ho Bar, I've been particularly attentive to you. Upon hearing Lin Dong's account of his journey, Wang Hu's heart churned with tumultuous emotions. He rose and respectfully poured Lin Dong a glass of 20-year Mao Dai. You flatter me. Brother Hu, it was merely luck, Lin Dong modestly replied. Luck for one time, but is it still luck after 10 or 8 times? In the world of Jianghu, where every day feels like walking on the edge of a knife, can miracles be created without formidable personal strength? I, Wang Hu, may not be talented, but I pride myself on my ability to recognize talent. You, my brother, are a hidden dragon among men. The time has come, the winds of change are blowing, and it is your moment to soar to great heights. Listening to Wang Hu's praise, Lin Dong smiled silently, yet within him surged a wave of ambition. After all, he was now returning with the might of having vanquished warlords and claimed kingship in northern Myanmar. Every hidden card he possessed was a guaranteed trump. In this realm of Jianghu, who could truly stand against him? Unless one were to invoke the power of the state. Otherwise, in a direct confrontation, very few could match him in a genuine fight. Brother Hu, enough small talk. I have grand plans upon my return. Lin Dong raised his glass to clink with Wang Hu's, stating calmly, first, we must instill fear within 3 days. I will ensure that all gang forces in Nandu will no longer dare to harbor any hostility towards the Long Gang. Wang Hu nodded in agreement and asked, "What can I do to assist?" "Quite simple. Have your subordinates widely disseminate our accomplishments in northern Myanmar," Lin Dong instructed. "Consider it done." "No problem," Wang Hu readily agreed. "The second matter concerns our collaboration on the Xiangzhang Zoo and Tourism Real Estate Project. It should be ready to commence construction soon, correct?" "Oh, I was just about to update you on that." Wang Hu's spirit lifted, excitedly revealing, "The first phase has been approved, covering 300 acres. The villagers' relocation has just been completed, and construction will begin in 5 days. Brother Lin, as a major shareholder of Xiangzhang Group, you must not miss the groundbreaking ceremony in 5 days." Lin Dong nodded in response. "Of course, I cannot afford to miss it. Xiangzhang Group is the first enterprise of mine to reach the scale of 100 billion. How could I let such an occasion slip by? How fortunate it is. With your intellect and esteemed reputation in the community, it would be quite a challenge for the Xiangzhang Group not to thrive, haha," Wang Hu exclaimed with hearty laughter. Clearly elated, he was suddenly struck by a powerful intuition. The most commendable achievement of his life was not the establishment of Jinshin and the meat union, but rather the fortunate alliance he had formed with Lin Dong. Wang Hu firmly believed that the accomplishments stemming from his collaboration with Lin Dong extended far beyond the billion-dollar valuation of the Xiangzhang Wildlife Park. As long as he followed in Lin Dong's footsteps, there would be ample opportunities to seize in the world ahead. Ding! The Xiangzhang Group has officially launched. With a new shareholder connection, Wang Hu, loyalty at 93, now directly elevated to 100. Chapter 168. The odd streetlights and the fate of those who crossed Lin Dong's women. Capturing the Northern District's king, Wang Hu, was an unexpected turn of events. Lin Dong had not anticipated such delightful rewards from partnering in business, given that the system was capable of such extraordinary maneuvers. Surely the acquisition of the Xingyi Union in Hong Kong would be a piece of cake? It is worth noting that he was currently collaborating with the leader Jiang Zhongfa and the Hall Master Zhao Haoxing to establish an underground bank. Shareholder connections? This could prove advantageous. As long as Lin Dong remained the principal shareholder of the company, this maneuver was bound to succeed. Heh. Furthermore, there was Ling Xiaoxiao from the Ling family in the capital. He needed to bring her into the fold as soon as possible. Thus, as one of the 4 prominent families, the Ling family would eventually fall under his dominion. Wang Hu's welcome banquet lasted for a full 3 hours. Throughout the feast, Lin Dong and Wang Hu engaged in lively conversation. Following this evening, Wang Hu's influence would officially merge into Lin Dong's domain. Although the Smiling Tiger had not joined the Dragon Gang, his loyalty to Lin Dong had been enhanced to 100 by the system. Therefore, strictly speaking, he could be considered one of Lin Dong's most loyal subordinates. As the saying goes, one should not put all their eggs in one basket. Thus, it was only prudent to not overlook the forces outside the Dragon Gang. After indulging in a sumptuous meal, Lin Dong and Fengzi drove back to the Wanhao Mountain Villa. As the premier luxury residential community in the southern capital, Wanhao Mountain Villa offered first-rate services to its residents. The security here was not only tight and secure, but also instilled a sense of pride in returning home as soon as residents entered the community gates. Upon entering the villa gates, Lin Dong's vehicle slowly made its way toward Villa number 92. Fengzi smoothly navigated the vehicle along the green, paved roads of the hillside. Just moments after they entered the community, Fengzi noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The streetlights, which would typically extinguish by 10 p.m., began to illuminate one by one. Wherever their car traveled, the previously unlit lamps sprang to life, as though orchestrating a welcoming ceremony for Lin Dong's return home. "Boss, there's something unusual," Fengzi remarked while maintaining his grip on the steering wheel, alerting Lin Dong, who was resting in the back seat. Lin Dong opened his eyes, casting a casual glance out the window, and chuckled, "Don't be alarmed. Trust me, answers will come soon." 5 minutes later, Lin Dong's vehicle arrived at Villa number 92. Through the windshield, Fengzi spotted a man in a black suit standing respectfully at the villa's entrance. Behind him were 2 uniformed security personnel from the community. Fengzi parked the car, quickly exited, and opened the door for Lin Dong. As Lin Dong stepped out, the suited man promptly approached him with a beaming, sycophantic smile illuminated by the bright streetlights. "Mr. Lin, welcome back. It's been a while." The man, holding a walkie-talkie, bowed in greeting. "Are you Manager Chiu from the sales department?" Lin Dong inquired, looking at him with some confusion. "Mr. Lin remembers me? Thanks to your support, I have now been promoted to manager of the Property Management Center." Chiu Jianbin expressed his gratitude. "Oh, congratulations on your promotion, Manager Chiu. Were you responsible for the streetlights earlier?" Lin Dong observed him with a knowing smile. "Indeed, Mr. Lin, as our most esteemed resident. How could the lights welcome you home in partial darkness?" Chiu Jianbin blushed, eagerly explaining. "Therefore, I have decided that from now on, whenever you return late at night, The property management will ensure the lights are illuminated along your path. With that, Xiao Jianbin nodded and bowed, displaying utmost respect. Fengzi was momentarily taken aback, thinking, wow, this is quite the impressive move. The boss truly commands respect. Even the streetlights must pay homage. At that moment, Lin Dong could only chuckle in disbelief and gently pat Xiao Jianbin's shoulder. His smile conveyed an unmistakable message. Not bad. You have potential. Worth nurturing. By the way, Mr. Lin, there's one more matter to report, Xiao Jianbin continued, his expression of flattery intensifying. What is it? Lin Dong prompted. Do you recall that overweight man who was persistently bothering Miss Sun Jialu? Oh, the one who runs a decoration company? Precisely, the general manager of Zhiheng Decoration Company. Xiao Zhiguang. What of him? Recently, he undertook a renovation project at the villa and managed to slip in. One day, he intercepted Miss Sun in the community. Lin Dong's expression darkened suddenly, causing Xiao Jianbin to shiver involuntarily as he hastily added, this greasy fat man attempted to take advantage of Miss Sun, but fortunately, our surveillance captured the incident. I immediately dispatched a team of security to intervene. Noticing Lin Dong's face becoming increasingly ominous, Xiao Jianbin realized that his anger was palpable. How did you deal with this fat man? We gave him a good beating and expelled him and his team from the premises. I've ordered that Zhiheng Decoration Company is permanently banned from entering Wanhao Mountain Villa. You did well. Fengzi, take 200,000 and give it to Manager Qiu to treat the property management staff to a late-night meal. Fengzi replied, understood. Mr. Lin, is this really necessary? Xiao Jianbin was momentarily stunned. The two security personnel behind him were equally astonished. The wealthy tycoon was indeed extraordinary. His generosity was nothing short of astounding. This sum could equate to the wages of over 100 staff members at the Property Management Center for half a year. Manager Qiu, please do not hesitate. Just ensure you keep a vigilant eye on my home, and I will not treat you or your colleagues poorly. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, with us here, not even a mouse will enter your residence. Yes, yes, Xiao Jianbin and the two security personnel eagerly affirmed, their excitement and eagerness palpable. Fengzi, return and collect the money. Also, inform old Niu to gather a few brothers tomorrow and ensure that the fat man surnamed Xiao has his hand broken. Yes, boss. The next morning, the busy Zhiheng Decoration Company was operating as usual. The plump Xiao Zhiguang, savoring tea in the manager's office, was suddenly beset by a group of thugs who barged in and beat him mercilessly. Amidst his cries of agony, Zhao's right hand was shattered beyond repair, and the tendons in his wrist were severed. From that moment on, his right hand was rendered utterly useless. Before leaving, the assailants threatened him while patting his bruised and battered head. You, fat man, have truly pushed your luck by daring to lay hands on our boss Lin's woman. From now on, keep your eyes peeled and stay far away from Sun Jialu. Otherwise, next time, it won't just be your hand that gets broken, haha. Xiao the fat man lamented his misfortune, realizing that ever since he had set his sights on the beautiful Sun Jialu, his luck had taken a turn for the worse. The renovation business of the Marriott Manor met an untimely demise, and he endured 2 consecutive beatings, leaving him now with a crippled hand. At this juncture, even a fool would realize that he had undoubtedly provoked someone he should not have. Consequently, the following day, Fat Xiao reached out to an acquaintance from the Underworld to investigate Lin Dong's background. The findings were alarming, causing Fat Xiao to nearly lose control of his bladder. Soon after, the well-known Zhiheng Decoration Company in the Northern District quietly closed its doors for good, ignoring the pain in his hand. Fat Xiao fled back to his hometown overnight, never to show his face in Nandu again. Chapter 169, The Knife Gang Strikes. At 10 p.m., the old cotton spinning factory warehouse located east of the new bridge in the Northern District experienced its usual bustling peak. The largest underground casino in the Northern District was hidden deep within this old warehouse. It was well known in the underworld that this casino raked in fortunes daily. Once, it had been the most lucrative project controlled by the Unifying Society in the Northern District. 2 months prior, the Unifying Society had changed hands to Lin Dong, who subsequently integrated it with the newly rising Long Gang. Those with discerning eyes could clearly see the immense ambition Lin Dong had in establishing Long Gang. However, the newly formed Long Gang was more formidable than the former Unifying Society, leaving most underground factions with no choice but to acquiesce. At this moment, in the casino office, the overseer, Guxian, stared intently at the surveillance screens on the wall, his expression grave. He noticed that the atmosphere in the casino tonight was rather peculiar. Among the crowd playing blackjack, pai gow, and dice, at least 27 gamblers were behaving quite unusually. Some were playing with reckless abandon, while others merely loitered around the gambling tables, exchanging furtive glances. Guxian seized the intercom beside him and activated an internal communication channel. Xiao Fei, check on tables 3, 6, and 12. Those men in long-sleeved shirts, see what they're up to. A pleasant female voice responded from the intercom. Understood, manager. Before long, A tall and alluring woman clad in a gray low-cut outfit, accompanied by 5 waitresses in purple dresses, discreetly infiltrated the casino hall. These beautiful waitresses carried platters of fruit and drinks, subtly approaching their respective targets to gather intelligence. A few minutes later, Guxian received a report from the head waitress. Xiao Xiaofei, Manager Gua, these individuals are suspicious. They are all armed with knives. Guxian's demeanor tightened. Armed? With knives? Indeed, kitchen knives. Kitchen knives? The knife gang? What madness are they planning in our casino? Guxian could no longer maintain his composure and hastily ordered, Xiao Xiaofei, keep an eye on them while notifying casino security. I need to report this immediately to Old Mo. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, who had indulged in considerable libations earlier that evening, found himself on the 4th floor of the most luxurious JJ karaoke in the Northern District, specifically in room 08. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with song and dance. As the enchanting night manager, Rin Feifei, blushed for an unusual reason, her alluring figure pressed closely against Lin Dong. The two had shared a brief, passionate encounter in this very room on their first meeting, but they had rarely crossed paths since. Lin Dong's wisdom, dominance, and charm had consistently drawn her in. Yet she understood that a woman of her background could never hope for a favorable outcome with such an exceptional man. The only solace she found lay in cherishing the fleeting moments they had shared, rather than contemplating an uncertain future. Within the private room, Fengzi, who had not been with a woman for over a month, was reveling in unrestrained exuberance. He embraced beauties on either side, oblivious to the bewildered old bull beside him. The typically good-natured old bull had never witnessed such a scene and awkwardly toasted with 2 provocatively dressed princesses of the night. Struggling to navigate the newfound bravado he attempted to muster, just as Lin Dong finished singing a heartfelt tune. Basking in the applause and the affectionate feeding gestures of the lovely Feifei, the Motorola on the glass coffee table rang at an inopportune moment. Hello, boss. It's Mo Huan. Lin Dong paused momentarily, realizing that Mo Huan wouldn't he call so late unless something significant had occurred. Old Mo, what is the matter? Boss. I just received a call from Guxian. There has been an incident at the cotton spinning factory casino. Don't panic, speak slowly. It's the knife gang. They've sent approximately 50 men who infiltrated the casino in waves and launched an attack. The knife gang? What are the losses at the casino? Lin Dong furrowed his brow, pressing for details. We've sustained over 30 casualties, and a significant amount of cash has been stolen. Estimations indicate substantial losses. Mo Huan's voice grew grave. These individuals were well prepared, and there are many outside to support them. Once they complete their task, they will retreat immediately. Old Mo, reinforce security at the casino and rally our brothers. I'll update you with further instructions. Lin Dong replied coldly, his expression darkening. Understood. After hanging up, Lin Dong noticed Rin Feifei standing up, visibly anxious as she clutched a black intercom. What's wrong, Feifei? Lin Dong inquired with concern. Donggu. There has been trouble on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Rin Feifei trembled as she spoke. Stay calm. What has happened? A gang of thugs armed with kitchen knives just smashed up our venue. Another attack by the knife gang? Lin Dong's earlier enthusiasm evaporated with the arrival of 2 consecutive pieces of distressing news. Damn it. Boss, what is going on? At this moment, Fengzi and the old bull sensed the shift in atmosphere and hurriedly pushed aside the surrounding beauties to approach. Old bull, you need to rally the troops. The casino has just been robbed, and there's trouble at JJ as well. Lin Dong refrained from elaborating further, speaking in a low tone. It's the knife gang. Tell the brothers to arm themselves. The old bull's expression hardened as he acknowledged, stepping out to make calls. Lin Dong beckoned Fengzi closer. Fengzi, does the knife gang appear on the list of factions I asked you to investigate? Yes, among the numerous gangs in Nandu. The knife gang has consistently been at odds with us, Fengzi replied earnestly. Elaborate, Lin Dong prompted. The knife gang was established 2 years ago, primarily operating in the Shipu Island area of Nandu, as well as the border regions of the North and West districts. The gang leader is Kai Liangsheng, a 31-year-old from Jilin province, who reportedly rose to prominence in Nandu 2 years ago. He is said to be cunning and ruthless. The knife gang comprises about 500 members, generating income through night venues, bathing centers, protection fees, and usury. They favor using kitchen knives in their brawls, hence their name. Fengzi laid bare the basic information he had gathered about the knife gang. He couldn't fathom why the knife gang, given Lin Dong's current prominence and Long Gang's formidable strength, would dare to provoke them. Boss, I find this situation rather unusual, Fengzi cautioned. Lin Dong waved his hand, regaining his composure. I understand, but let us not concern ourselves with their motivations. The knife gang must be eradicated for opposing Long Gang. Fengzi, prepare yourself. We are about to get busy, Lin Dong instructed. Fengzi felt a surge of excitement, responding enthusiastically. Got it. I'm on it. As Fengzi departed, Lin Dong gently pulled Rin Feifei, whose complexion had paled, closer to him, tenderly holding her hand. Feifei, please inform everyone to leave work early. Are you afraid? Rin Feifei's cool little hand felt the unique warmth of this man. A captivating smile blossomed on her face. With you by my side, I am unafraid. Chapter 170. The Cleaver Gang's Thunderous Strike. 1. As storm approaches. At the North District Police Station, Lu Yufeng, on the night shift, was among the first to receive news of the incident at the JJ nightclub. His informant, Liuzi, had never let him down regarding events involving gang conflicts. Upon receiving the tip-off, Lu Yufeng promptly gathered the members of the 6th Squad, along with more than a dozen uniformed officers, and swiftly drove to the scene. Before departing, he simultaneously notified the security team leader, Yang Pei, and Deputy Chief, Qin Jinxiu. 3 police cars and 4 sedans, sirens blaring, raced to the foot of the Tianyu building. By that time, the sidewalks surrounding the building were crowded with onlookers. Inside the JJ Karaoke nightclub on the 2nd and 3rd floors, the troublemakers had already dispersed, leaving behind a scene of chaos. After receiving their orders, Lao Nyo and Fengzi each prepared to take action. The expansive 2nd floor hall was eerily quiet. Under the flickering multicolored lights, tables and chairs lay toppled, and shattered bottles littered the ground. At the center of the nightclub stood a spacious bar where a man and a woman sat in silence. Leading the way to the 2nd floor, Lu Yufeng immediately spotted Lin Dong seated beside the bar. After more than 2 months apart, Lin Dong's demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. Lu Yufeng noted that, in addition to his ever-present handsomeness, Lin Dong now exuded an aura of confidence and authority that he had never possessed before. Approaching closer, Lu Yufeng finally understood the source of this change, a kind of disdainful confidence and commanding presence typically seen in only the most prominent figures. What had Lin Dong experienced during this time? Team Lu, long time no see. Upon noticing Lu Yufeng's approach, Lin Dong raised his wine glass in a playful gesture. The troublemakers have long fled. How about joining me for a drink? With a wave of his hand, Lu Yufeng signaled for his subordinates to begin clearing and investigating the scene, while he took a seat beside Lin Dong. On Lin Dong's other side sat a strikingly beautiful woman. Hello, Team Lu. The woman greeted him with a nod, exuding both poise and respect. Good day, Miss Feifei. Lu Yufeng responded with a smile. Team Lu, would you care for a drink? Lin Dong offered an empty wine glass. Not at the moment. I am in the midst of an investigation, Lu Yufeng replied, pushing the glass back, casting a thoughtful glance at Lin Dong. Should I address you as Lin Dong? Or perhaps Lin Boss? Or should I simply call you Master Dong? Lin Dong paused in pouring the drink, smiling as he replied, Team Lu, you are being overly formal. I am merely a man of the streets. Titles are of little importance. To have risen from a mere worker to such a formidable figure in the underworld, I doubt there are many like you left in the world, Lu Yufeng remarked meaningfully. In just a few short months, you have defied all odds. However, Lin Dong, regardless of your transformation, just ensure you stay out of trouble. Lin Dong laughed heartily at this. Team Lu, just look around. Tonight, I am the victim. And what about after tonight? Lu Yufeng's expression turned serious. Did you intentionally let those who wrecked your venue escape? Lin Dong's smile gradually faded. Why do you say that? Team Lu, with your capabilities, would you easily let that group go? Unless you have grander ambitions. Lu Yufeng's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, producing a soft sound. Or perhaps you wish to wage an even greater battle to establish your dominance. Lin Dong remained silent, lowering his gaze to his drink. The two fell into a heavy silence. The air in the nightclub, imbued with the scent of alcohol, suddenly felt stifling, as if someone had deliberately closed off all ventilation and windows. The oppressive atmosphere made Rin Feifei, sitting nearby, tense up. She instinctively clutched Lin Dong's arm. Lin Dong turned his head and gently patted her hand, offering a reassuring smile. Team Lu, how well do you know the Cleaver Gang? Not too much, but enough. Lu Yufeng replied. The ones who caused the ruckus tonight are from the Cleaver Gang. I am aware. How do you intend to handle this matter? Lin Dong asked teasingly. Lu Yufeng fell into contemplation, remaining silent. Lin Dong raised his glass and downed its contents, saying, Thus, matters of the underworld should be resolved in the underworld. You need not concern yourselves too much. At that moment, the officers Lu Yufeng had brought along had completed their examination of the scene. Aside from the disarray and some traces of blood, not much else was discovered. Team Lu, we found no suspicious individuals, but there are signs of multiple altercations and bloodstains. A young man in a blue short-sleeve sports t-shirt approached, speaking as he walked. Upon getting closer, his gaze kept darting towards Rin Feifei. Lin Dong glanced up and recognized him. Oh, it's Luo Zizong. He's a familiar face from the 6th Squad. Have you found any knives or other weapons? Lu Yufeng inquired with a furrowed brow. None. The scene was quite well cleaned up. Team Lu, should we call in the forensic team? No need. With that, Lu Yufeng shot a glance at Lin Dong, who was quietly drinking, and stood up. Let's wrap it up. What? Wrap it up? Luo Zitsong exclaimed, flustered. How can we leave without interrogating the involved parties and taking statements? Luo Zitsong, are your ears deaf? Do you need me to repeat myself? Lu Yufeng barked, his face darkening. Fine, let's wrap it up. Luo Zitsong reluctantly acquiesced, casting one last longing glance at the enchanting Ren Feifei. Soon, the police contingent exited the Tianyu building and drove back the way they came. Inside Lu Yufeng's car, Luo Zitsong gripped the steering wheel, fuming in silence. Zitsong, don't get your hopes up. That woman belongs to Lin Dong. You have no chance, Lu Yufeng suddenly blurted out. Luo Zitsong's hands trembled on the wheel, causing the car to screech as he nearly lost control. Luo Zitsong, are you trying to get yourself killed? Lu Yufeng shouted, leaping up from the passenger seat and delivering a sharp slap to Luo Zitsong's head. On the second floor of JJ, Lin Dong finished his last drink. He set down the glass and dialed Mo Huan's number. Old Mo, are you ready? All set. After tonight, there will be no more Cleaver Gang in Nandu. Excellent. After hanging up the phone, Lin Dong gazed wistfully at the empty nightclub hall. A sudden wave of profound detachment washed over him. Everything in his sight, including the world he inhabited, seemed to have transformed into something ethereal and uncertain. Since his rebirth, he had not felt this peculiar sensation in quite some time. Was this tumultuous world of heroes and the ups and downs of life merely a dream? In his past life, a remarkable individual named Musk once stated, the probability of humanity existing in the real world may be less than 1 in a billion. Such pessimistic and nihilistic sentiments were something the former Lin Dong would have dismissed. However, after experiencing so many incredible events in his 2 lives, his worldview had been irrevocably altered. Perhaps the world in which he now lived was no longer the same as in his previous life. Though the scenery appeared unchanged and the characters were familiar, the trajectory of history had already shifted. Feifei, may I ask you a question? Do you think we might all be living in a virtual world? Perhaps akin to a game or a novel? Feifei was momentarily taken aback, gazing blankly into Lin Dong's eyes. At that moment, she discerned a hint of helplessness and sorrow concealed within his gaze. I couldn't care less. As long as I can continue to live, Feifei exclaimed, tilting her enchanting face upwards, her crimson lips gradually drawing near to Lin Dong's, whispering, if this is a novel, could you perhaps relay to that scoundrel of an author to hurry up and write, so that you may kiss me once more? Chapter 171, The Cleaver Gang's Assault, 2 Gang Warfare. As the night deepened, the floor of the bar was alive with the fervent exploration of a pair of passionate lovers, lost in each other. Amidst their intoxicating breaths, the passage of time seemed to slip away unnoticed. In such moments, who could possibly concern themselves with the reality of their world? In their hearts, only the tangible presence before them felt genuinely real. At midnight, the vibrant nightlife of Nandu reached its zenith. At this juncture, the border between the West and North districts, along with Shipu Island, witnessed a flurry of black-clad gang members storming into numerous nightclubs and bathhouses. Armed and prepared, these individuals immediately clashed with the Cleaver Gang's guards upon entry. In an instant, chaos erupted in dozens of neon-lit establishments, with pandemonium reigning as blood was shed. A grand and fierce gang battle had officially commenced. Among humanity's most primal instincts, greed and aggression reigned supreme. Thus, for centuries, the struggle between individuals has never ceased. Whether on the battlefield, in political arenas, or within the underworld, the underlying principle remains the same. However, the conflicts in the underworld are characterized by their raw and brutal nature. Shipu Island, the stronghold of the Cleaver Gang, was besieged by over 300 members of the Dragon Gang, led by Lao Nyo, who rendered the entrance of the flower and tree nursery impenetrable. With towering walls and a fortified iron gate secured by a formidable lock, they found themselves at a loss on how to proceed. Go, fetch a hammer. We must force this door open, Lao Nyo exclaimed, urgency in his voice. The battle outside had already begun, yet their main battlefield was obstructed by a mere lock. What would the streets say if word of this reached them? Lao Nyo, allow me to assist you, came a familiar voice from behind the crowd. Turning, Lao Nyo spotted Fengzi approaching in a large Dongfeng truck. Elated, he signaled for the crowd to part. The truck roared to life as it sped towards the iron gate, crashing through with a thunderous sound. Fengzi drove straight to the office building of the nursery, scattering the Cleaver Gang members who had been preparing to engage. Seizing the opportunity, Lao Nyo shouted, charge, leading hundreds into the nursery. The remaining Cleaver Gang members, numbering fewer than 200, had already lost their momentum and were caught off guard. In a hasty response, they could not mount a coherent counterattack. After a few encounters, the Cleaver Gang's formation crumbled, scattering into small groups, each fighting for themselves. The Dragon Gang, with over 300 reinforcements and heightened loyalty bestowed by Lin Dong, surged forward with terrifying ferocity. Since the battle at Lifan 2 months ago, Lao Nyo had refrained from participating in gang conflicts. This rare opportunity to engage spurred him to fight with fervor. Close combat was his forte. and armed with a three-edged military dagger, he became a formidable force. Any adversary who dared to block his path met with a swift and bloody end. The conflict at the Flower and Tree Nursery was brutal, yet it did not last long. Although the Cleaver Gang had previously instilled fear throughout Nandu with their blades, they paled in comparison to the sheer savagery of the Dragon Gang. 40 minutes later, the battle concluded, leaving the nursery strewn with remnants of violence and blood. Strangely, despite the protracted skirmish, the Cleaver Gang leader, Kai Liangsheng, had not made an appearance. Fengzi, having gathered intelligence on Kai Liangsheng, had noted that this individual was not one to easily concede defeat. While cleaning the battlefield, they interrogated several Cleaver Gang members, but none could account for their leader's whereabouts. Laonyo, something feels amiss. Why is Kai Liangsheng not at his stronghold tonight? Fengzi whispered, drawing near. Laonyo furrowed his brow, uncertain. Logically, during such tumultuous times, one would expect Kai Liangsheng to remain in the safety of his nursery. Despite their victory over the Cleaver Gang, the absence of their leader diminished the triumph's significance. At that moment, a sudden ringing of a mobile phone pierced the air. Damn, which little punk is so bold as to use a Nokia? Exclaimed a Cleaver Gang lieutenant, timidly raising his hand. It's a call from our boss, Kai. Laonyo exchanged a glance with Fengzi before barking. Answer it, and turn the volume up. Yes. The phone was quickly placed to the ear, and a slightly effeminate voice emerged. Are the Dragon Gang members present? Boss. All our brothers at the nursery have been taken down. The voice on the other end fell silent for a few seconds before a soft sigh was heard, followed by, Ah, that was quite a swift defeat. Let the Dragon Gang listen in. Understood, boss, the lieutenant replied, glancing at Laonyo before passing the Nokia over. Laonyo took the phone, asking, Kai Liangsheng? I am Kai Liangsheng. May I inquire as to whom I am speaking? Dragon Gang, Laonyo. Oh, so it is the infamous Laonyo from Lifan. A pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. Enough with the pleasantries, Kai Liangsheng. Your stronghold has been dismantled. You aren't hiding in fear, are you? Ridiculous. If I intended to hide, I wouldn't be making this call. Kai Liangsheng chuckled darkly. What do you mean by that? My dear brother, we are both men of the underworld. Some truths need not be spoken. While my Cleaver Gang may be outmatched tonight, the outcome of our rivalry remains uncertain. Spare me the theatrics. Just get to the point. Laonyo snapped, impatience creeping into his voice. Very well. Please inform Lin Dong that I am at the Queen's Bar, awaiting his arrival. Damn it, Kai Liangsheng. Resorting to underhanded tactics now, are we? Laonyo fumed, just as the call was abruptly terminated. Frustrated, he stomped his foot and immediately dialed Lin Dong's number. When Lin Dong received Laonyo's call, he had just finished escorting Ren Feifei home. He was driving, preparing to return to the Marriott Villa. Boss, it's me, Old Bull. Old Bull, are things proceeding smoothly? Rest assured, the stronghold of the Kitchen Knife Gang has been taken down. Their other locations have likely been swept clean by Old Mo's men as well. That's good to hear. Once everything is settled, I will have Old Mo and Wong who clean up the aftermath. Lin Dong felt quite satisfied. The Dragon Gang was now robust and powerful, and he no longer needed to personally engage in ordinary confrontations. Boss, there's one more thing. Speak. Kai Liangsheng has gone to the Queen's Bar. He said he is waiting for you. Chapter 172. Annihilation of the Kitchen Knife Gang, a show of strength. Ever since Lin Dong rose to prominence in the underworld, the Queen's Bar in the Northern District has evidently become an alternative pilgrimage site. This is where the underworld's war god, Lin Dong, fought his very first battle. Those from the Jianghu, or curious outsiders, all take pride in witnessing this sacred ground of the underworld, especially the very bar seat where Lin Dong once sat, which has become a coveted spot. The bar owner, Yu Ziyun, had no choice but to raise the minimum spending for this table to 30,000 yuan per night, and required reservations to be made 2 weeks in advance. Even so, the bar counter of the war god remains a hot commodity, with a steady stream of patrons eager to secure a spot. On the second floor of the Queen's Bar, the VIP area was eerily empty, save for a single seat near the railing occupied by a man and a woman. The woman, dressed in a purple qipao, possessed an alluring figure and a captivating face. She was none other than the Queen, Yu Ziyun. Opposite her sat a young man clad in a white shirt and black-rimmed glasses. This refined-looking man was flanked by 6 burly men standing quietly behind him. If anyone were to glance behind them, they would notice that each man had a gleaming kitchen knife tucked at their waist. Lin Dong is truly an extraordinary figure. No, he should be called a legend. The bespectacled man remarked, his gaze directed toward the unassuming seat number 26 below. That seat, now filled with a group of young men and women reveling and drinking, was the very place where Lin Dong had risen to fame. The bespectacled man shook his head and lifted his glass of red wine, taking a sip. These common folks have no idea of the hardships endured by the greats. Do they really think that spending a few tens of thousands of yuan can put them in the glow of the war god? Indeed, Yu Ziyun interjected, her eyes wandering through the dim light of the bar. It's a pity that so few understand this truth. Boss Kai is a perceptive man. However, I don't quite grasp why you would provoke war when you know you cannot defeat Lin Dong. Kai Liangsheng was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha. Even you think this way, boss you? Is it not so? Too simplistic. The world believes that victory in battle comes from strength. Yet the true victors are often those who dominate through influence. Dominating through influence? Indeed, the outcome remains undetermined. Let's await Lin Dong's arrival, he chuckled. When Lin Dong stepped into the Queen's bar, it immediately caused a stir. His strikingly handsome and cold demeanor made him easily recognizable. The war god had returned to his former battleground, and news spread through the bar in a matter of moments. Soon, the Queen's bar was in chaos, with hundreds of men and women crowding the aisles, eager to catch a glimpse of the war god. Fortunately, Old Bull and Fengzi arrived just in time, directing their men to maintain order and barely managing to control the frenzied crowd. Is that the war god Lin Dong? He looks so young. My goodness. Lin Dong is incredibly handsome. I can't help but feel like falling in love. Have you heard? Lin Dong is here to meet someone tonight. Who? Queen Yuzian? No. I heard it's the kitchen knife gang's boss, Kai Liangsheng. No way. Does Kai Liangsheng have the guts? What's the big deal? Kai Liangsheng is also a tough character. Haven't you heard? An hour ago, the Dragon Gang and the Kitchen Knife Gang went to war. What? How did I not know about such a major event? Who won? Look at how many people Old Bull brought over. It must be the Kitchen Knife Gang that's suffering. Wow. Tonight at the Queen's bar is bound to be a spectacle. Ignoring the scorching gazes and the loud discussions around him, Lin Dong ascended to the second floor of the bar. The moment he stepped up, he spotted Yu Ziyun. A genuine smile spread across his face, revealing a dazzling set of white teeth. For reasons unbeknownst to her, upon seeing Lin Dong, Yu Ziyun's heart fluttered uncontrollably. Like a startled deer. Lin Dong, you have finally arrived. Kai Liangsheng's eyes lit up as he fixated on the handsome young man. You certainly possess a commanding presence. Your followers rival those of a celebrity. What can I say? It's hard not to be handsome, Lin Dong replied, sauntering over and plopping down beside Yu Ziyun. Upon hearing Lin Dong's playful remark, the tension in Yu Ziyun's demeanor eased considerably. She chuckled, retorting, you old flirt, so vain. Lin Dong grinned, casually taking her hand. So, you are Kai Liangsheng? Lin Dong's gaze shifted to the refined man across from him, activating his keen perception to confirm the man's identity. Indeed, Kai Liangsheng nodded. You are quite the character, Lin Dong acknowledged. Oh, first, you have the audacity to challenge the Dragon Gang. For that alone, you are noteworthy. And the second? Second, despite the annihilation of the Kitchen Knife Gang, you remain here sipping wine, maintaining a commendable composure. Lin Dong requested Yu Ziyun to pour him a glass of red wine, and continued, as for the third, knowing that Yu Ziyun is my woman, you still chose not to take her hostage to threaten me. Impressive. Kai Liangsheng chuckled at this. To receive such praise from the esteemed Lin Dong is truly an honor, haha. However, I am curious. If I were to take Miss Yu hostage, would I be able to threaten you? Lin Dong shook his head. No. And it would end very badly for you. Why? Is it because you are cold-blooded? Kai Liangsheng smirked slyly, relishing the opportunity to provoke the couple's emotions. Not cold-blooded. It's because she would willingly die for me, Lin Dong explained calmly. I don't believe it. Who in this world would willingly die for another? Kai Liangsheng scoffed. I would. Yu Ziyun declared, her chest proudly raised, her tone resolute. Kai Liangsheng, you fail to understand. It's not just her, this group of brothers behind me. Who among them wouldn't be willing to die for me? Lin Dong remarked nonchalantly, sipping from his wine glass. Therefore, you have lost, after tonight. The Kitchen Knife Gang will be erased from Nandu. As soon as Lin Dong's words fell, Kai Liangsheng erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, Lin Dong. Do you think that by annihilating my Kitchen Knife Gang of a few hundred men, you have achieved a resounding victory? They are merely ordinary subordinates. If I, Kai Liangsheng, so desire, within 3 months, I could easily recruit another 500 men. What's so difficult about that? Lin Dong, I acknowledge your strength and your numbers. But in the world of Jianghu, the outcome is sometimes determined in the halls of power. Do you understand? Ha ha. Kai Liangsheng's manic laughter echoed through the VIP area on the second floor. Lin Dong furrowed his brow, seemingly guessing the support that this man had behind him. Are you implying that someone is backing you? Clever. In that case, why don't you bring them out? My patience is quite limited. Don't rush, just wait and see. After uttering these words, Kai Liangsheng took out a Nokia phone and solemnly dialed a number. At such a close distance, with Lin Dong's current hearing, the content of the conversation was naturally crystal clear. Second young master, it's me, Kai Liangsheng. Oh, Liangsheng, how goes the battle? As you anticipated, the knife gang has been defeated. And Lin Dong? Has he arrived? He is right in front of me. Excellent. Please hand the phone to him. Yes. Kai Liangsheng set down the phone and pushed it toward Lin Dong. Boss Lin, my employer wishes to speak with you. Oh. The voice on the other end was one Lin Dong had not missed a single word of. He was quite curious about the so-called employer behind Kyle Yangshan. Who could this person possibly be? Chapter 173. Extermination of the Knife Gang and Striking the Tiger, for a good place to rest in peace. Lin Dong, I have long admired your reputation. I trust tonight's performance has been quite spectacular? The man on the other end of the line said with a hint of pride. Who are you? Lin Dong asked directly. Who I am is of little consequence, Lin Dong. You only need to know that it was I who orchestrated the establishment of the Knife Gang through Kyle Yangshan. And tonight's affair was also my design. Are you implying that the Knife Gang was deliberately served up to me as an appetizer? Lin Dong frowned. Precisely thus. You owe me. Are you jesting, second young master Mo? How do you know my surname is Mo? I not only know that you are Mo Jincheng, the second young master of the Mo family, but also that you have deliberately suppressed my company, Wanshur Electric, while plotting in the capital, Haven to you? Lin Dong was not inclined to waste time with this person and spoke straightforwardly. Upon upgrading the Eye of Black Gold, each scan of a target could simultaneously link to 5 closely associated figures in the underworld. When scanning Kyle Yangshan, the first among those 5 was indeed Mo Jincheng. Mo Huan had mentioned a few days prior that Mo Jincheng had, 2 years ago, sought assistance from the Unifying Society regarding a land acquisition on Shipu Island. It was during that period that the ambitious second young master of the Mo family likely conceived the idea of cultivating his underground power in Nandu. The establishment of the Knife Gang coincided precisely with 2 years ago, corroborating this point. You actually know about me? Lin Dong, you truly are not an ordinary individual. I have underestimated you. Mo Jincheng expressed his surprise without anger, his interest in Lin Dong only intensifying. Lin Dong, since you are aware of my identity, you should understand your own predicament. No matter how formidable Wanshur Electric may be, even with the support of the Ling family, with a mere word from me, you would find it impossible to make a move in the capital. To be frank, the Knife Gang was intentionally sent to test your mettle tonight. If you eliminate them, it would be tantamount to slapping the Mo family's face, and you shall owe. The more Lin Dong listened, the more speechless he became. What sort of absurd bandit logic was this? Truly, it was quite bizarre. Second young master, how do you wish for me to repay this debt? Lin Dong chuckled lightly, posing a rhetorical question. It's quite simple, Lin Dong. I have had people investigate you, and I hold great admiration for your capabilities. Collaborate with me. And the entire Nandu, no, the entire Zhenghu of the South Province, will be yours. Of course, as long as you distance yourself from the Ling family and join forces with me. Wanshur will have unfettered access in the capital and even across the entirety of Huagua. Mo Jincheng's enticing voice continued to flow as he sought to persuade Lin Dong. He was confident that someone like Lin Dong, who profited from the underworld, would never pass up an opportunity to ally with the powerful and influential. Second young master. Are you finished? Lin Dong unceremoniously interrupted Mo Jincheng. Once you are done, I will express my stance. Go ahead. 2 points. Firstly, the Knife Gang has wronged me. Thus it must be eliminated. If you instigated this, then quite coincidentally, I have indeed struck at the tiger. Lin Dong said leisurely, enunciating each word. Secondly, I, Lin Dong, will not collaborate with anyone who threatens me, not even the Mo family. The atmosphere between the two became instantly tense. After several seconds, Mo Jincheng's ominous voice finally came through. Lin Dong, are you certain? I am most certainly certain. Very well, Lin Dong. I will ensure you understand that opposing me will lead to your regret. I await your next move. With that, Lin Dong, disinterested in wasting more time, promptly hung up the phone. Though separated by thousands of miles, Lin Dong could easily imagine Mo Jincheng at that moment, undoubtedly seething with rage. One must ask in Huagua, how many dared to openly defy the second young master of the Mo family? Today, Lin Dong had encountered one. If word got out, Mo Jincheng would become a laughingstock in the capital circles. Kyle Yangshan stared blankly as Lin Dong ended the call with Mo Jincheng, his mind in a daze. He could hardly believe it as he took back the phone, 1,000 curses galloping through his mind. That damned Lin Dong, breaking the rules, causing me to lose hundreds of brothers for nothing. Lin Dong, how dare you refuse the second young master of the Mo family? Kyle Yangshan nearly lost control of his emotions, springing to his feet and pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Dong. Do you have a death wish? With a single word from the second young master, within 3 days, those above will obliterate you and the Dragon Gang. Oh, is he truly that arrogant? Lin Dong scoffed contemptuously. Lin Dong, you have no idea of young Master Mo's power. Prepare yourself to meet your demise. Kyle Yangshan continued to berate him. Who the hell are you cursing? I'll deal with you right now. Just as the burly Lao Nyo brought his men to the second floor of the bar, he happened upon this scene and charged forward without a second thought, ready to take action against Kyle Yangshan. The 6 thugs behind Kyle Yangshan also swiftly drew their knives. Lin Dong cast a disdainful glance around and coldly stated, Lao Nyo, you have 5 minutes to settle this. Understood, boss. Lao Nyo unsheathed a triangular military dagger. roaring as he plunged into the fray with the 6 thugs. Behind him, over a dozen members of the Dragon Gang followed suit, brandishing their weapons and rushing in. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Dong took Yu Ziyun by the hand and dashed into the inner office, engaging in a lively discussion on the art of seduction. Though 5 minutes was brief, with a beauty by his side, one couldn't simply let such an opportunity slip by, could one? Half an hour later, Kai Liangsheng returned to the Huamu field, bruised and battered, with one of his ears sliced off, personally escorted by Lao Niu. Upon entering the Huamu field's gates, Lin Dong led the way toward the highest 5-story office building. Before they even arrived, a melodious system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Target discovered. Black gold amounting to 312 million yuan, within a 200-meter effective conversion range. Would you like to convert? Convert. Lin Dong silently commanded. Although it wasn't a large sum, every little bit counts. He then pointed to the west side of the office building and instructed. Fengzi, gather your men and clear out that storage room. There's an underground chamber inside. That east wind truck downstairs is quite handy. Load the money from the underground chamber and transport it back to the villa as quickly as possible. Fengzi complied and set off, while Kai Liangsheng, stumbling behind, was taken aback. What do you intend to do? That is young Master Mo's money. You cannot touch it. Ignoring his injuries, Kai Liangsheng struggled to approach Lin Dong. Boss Lin, that money cannot be touched. It is the blood and sweat of our knife gang. If you take it, we will have no way to account to young Master Mo. What are you howling about? You sound like a slaughtered pig. Lao Niu kicked Kai Liangsheng behind the knee, sending him crashing to the ground. Kai Liangsheng spat out blood, 2 of his front teeth flying out, and the glasses on his nose broke in half. Kai Liangsheng was consumed by an overwhelming fury. As the formidable leader of the kitchen knife gang, he had never encountered such a profound humiliation. He lay prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his blood-red eyes blazing as if they would unleash twin infernos. Having touched Kai Liangsheng's wealth, must I offer an explanation to the Mo family? Lin Dong scoffed, turning around to coldly regard the fallen leader of the kitchen knife gang, reminiscent of a pitiful, abandoned dog. I have stated that the kitchen knife gang will be eradicated from Nandu tonight. No one can alter that. Kai Liangsheng raised his bloodshot gaze, fiercely locking eyes with Lin Dong. This evening, he had miscalculated, as had the second young master of the Mo family. Neither had anticipated that Lin Dong would be such an unyielding, reckless youth, impervious to consequences. Was the persona he had previously exhibited one of calculated foresight and strategic acumen, merely a facade? In the face of Kai Liangsheng's seething hatred, Lin Dong smiled faintly, shifting his gaze towards the expansive garden of flowers and trees on the west side of the office building. The environment here is quite splendid, indeed. An ideal resting place for the departed. Lao Niu, dig a grave and send the gang leader on his final journey.